by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Mike Tomlin had his weekly press conference yesterday and said some interesting things. The hottest topic is who's going to play quarterback for the Steelers, and he said he's not going to soothe us with hypotheticals about whether Russell Wilson would start. He said that it's just going to be Justin Fields, and it seems that's he's going to be playing quarterback against the Denver Broncos. So no revenge game for Russell Wilson, it seems. Justin Fields going to be the quarterback. We'll see what happens. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com and the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey Pittsburgh homeowners, to build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller, and most goals we set for ourselves have a pretty clear course. I want a trip to Nashville. So you read a couple of reviews, you talk to a few friends, save up some money, and book it. Maybe a couple of choices along the way, but overall it's a pretty clear course to reach your goal. Now, if your goal is to lose 40 or 50 pounds, where's the clear path? You read reviews, talk with a few friends, and try something out. When it doesn't work, you're disappointed. We've all been there, and it sucks. You know what I say? Stop trying and do what I did. Start doing. Reach your goal with Awaken 180. It's a clear course to success without the disappointment. No guesswork, no trial and error, and no medication side effects. I'm proof. I dropped 35 pounds my first go at it, and it was simple. A word never associated with weight loss, except when referring to Awaken 180. Choose the simple, clear course to success with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Michael Rappaport is back on stage live Saturday, October 19th at the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall. Michael Rappaport is an actor and comedian who has appeared in over 60 films since the early 1990s. Michael currently starring on Hulu's Life and Beth, and he is the host of the worldwide phenomenon I Am Rappaport Stereo podcast. Don't miss Michael Rappaport live on Saturday, October 19th at the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall. Get your tickets now at librarymusichall.com.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsoфhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Thursday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by the Storky Chevy Group and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Good morning.
Good morning. It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pitt's Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's Hump Day. It's Wednesday. Glad to be with you this morning. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. And a lot of stuff going on. This morning, Mike Tomlin spoke yesterday. The Steelers, because of that press conference, take up majority of the news cycle this morning because the quarterback position seemed to be given an answer for week 2. I was speculating a little bit. Russell Wilson did not play and was listed as inactive for week 1 against the Atlanta Falcons. We'll talk about that a little bit. Pirates won against the Marlins again yesterday, and the Pirates took the first 2 of that 3-game series at PNC Park. Still 10 games back. Right now they're 69 and 76. 10 games out, right? They're not seeming to contend for the playoffs anymore. We've seemed to know that for a little while now, too. But, winning a series here down the stretch, having a decent September, that could be inspiring in certain ways. I mean, Paul Skeens, when he pitched the other day, and he set the rookie franchise strikeout record for the Pirates, that was it's exciting. I hope he still wins Rookie of the Year. I know it's becoming less likely as the Pirates continue to kind of swirl down to the end of this season. It's difficult for, writers to have the attention to give those guys those awards when the team is not overall doing well. They usually give it to a team that is also in contention or is, still in it, So that's tough. It's a tough one. It's a tough ride there for the Pirates, but I hope he still gets the attention. He's still doing great things, and he's been a very consistent pitcher, and he's doing unprecedented things, and that's something that we should still appreciate as long as it's around. Looks like he may make 1 or 2 more starts this season. Baseball ends in the beginning of October, so we'll see. All right, but the big news: quarterback talk. Mike Tomlin spoke yesterday, right? He said that there were a few questions asked about Russell Wilson. Apparently, Russell Wilson is still dealing with this injury. Russell Wilson is still dealing with a calf injury, and apparently now Russell Wilson's going to be out again. I'm wondering how much of a mind game this is that they're playing with maybe the league or the fans. Now, Mark Caboli, Steelers insider, right? Pat McAfee show, asked a question. He just said, is Russell Wilson going to be, or would Russell Wilson be your guy? Would he be your quarterback if he were healthy? And Tomlin did his thing. He's like, I'm not going to soothe you with those hypotheticals. We don't do that, blah, blah, blah. Whatever he said. I like the phrasing that he said, though. I remember that specifically. I'm not going to soothe you with hypotheticals, he said. So we're not going to know about what doesn't matter in Tomlin's eyes, right? He answers the question without answering the question. Justin Fields seems to be the guy. No revenge game for Russell Wilson against the Denver Broncos, who the Steelers are playing this weekend in week 2 of the season. No hypotheticals, right? No need for speculation on things that don't matter in the eyes of the Pittsburgh Steelers and what they're focused on. It's going to be Justin Fields, it seems. And this just creates a whole lot of extra drama that is very interesting down the stretch here. And I love it. This is the type of drama that I want to be dealing with on a weekly basis, not why did Antonio Brown show up to camp in a helicopter, right? Remember those stupid stories, or what did Ben Roethlisberger say on his podcast, or why did Ben Roethlisberger go on, a sports show and say this? Why is Le'Veon Bell holding out and not talking to anybody, right? Like, if there's one reason to be grateful so far, and I mean, the season's young, but training camp did not bear any type of serious drama, I think. We're mostly discussing football here. And that's something that I can appreciate and I am happy about. That we're not talking about any nonsense that's surrounding the team that's off the field. There's legitimate questions being asked about who's going to start at quarterback, and there's legitimate concerns about an offense, young guys on the field, young guys playing and being trusted in these roles out of necessity to perform, even though their experience may be lacking at the moment. But a great storyline that a team that's really young and has a lot of young talent on it, mixed with some veteran guys and a quarterback in Justin Fields who's trying to resurrect his career with his second NFL team without scoring a touchdown, were able to put up 18 and win against the Atlanta Falcons, who spent a lot of money on a quarterback and also drafted one in the first round. This is the stuff that I want to be talking about here. Is this sustainable? Where can the Steelers improve? Are they going to get anybody else? Why isn't Russell Wilson starting? What's actually wrong with his calf? Why did he dress in week one? Is that just a silly act, or is it an act of protest? And he doesn't seem outwardly upset that he's not starting. He hasn't indicated as much verbally. And I like that. We're not dealing with nonsense anymore with this Pittsburgh Steelers team. We're dealing with legitimate questions. And we're still getting Mike Tomlin flavored answers to some of those questions. But there's nothing seriously dramatic that I feel like is going on right now with this team. Everything that's going on right now is related to what's going on the field and, what could make this team better and how could you build on this foundation. The Steelers, after winning against the Falcons on Sunday, I thought legitimately that there's a foundation that is there. This team has structure that it hasn't seemed to have in a few seasons. I'd say the year before Ben's last season. That's what I would say. The structure started to dissolve in Ben's last season. Because Matt Canada would be trying to call plays, and I think Ben just threw his hands up in the air and said, "You know what? We're not listening anymore," and then he would lead those late game comebacks. Now you throw Kenny Pickett and well-used Mitch Trubisky into the mix, and the Matt Canada offense is not as electric as you maybe hoped it would be. But Arthur Smith, the offense had sprinkles of excitement with the base approach of just moving the ball on the ground. Yeah, they didn't score any touchdowns, but Boswell with 6 field goals in the game. And he punted it too because Cam Johnston went down with what we now know is a season-ending injury. That's tough. But Boswell was able to put up the field goals, and they were able to win. That, to me, it's a good situation to be in right now. It makes me happy as a fan to know that there's legitimate discussions about football going on right now, and this team seems to have something that it's able to work with. The offense flowed way better against the Falcons on Sunday. Now, they still have to build on this. They still have to build on where they are. I don't think that the baseline here is, don't score any touchdowns. I think they're going to have to come up with some plays that are going to get them to touchdowns when they start to play other teams. And I do think some other teams look a little bit faster and stronger on offense, and that's to be expected. Nobody came into the season expecting the Steelers to be the best, but they have something to build on now. And the fact that we're talking about what they need to build on as opposed to what nonsense is surrounding the team, that just makes me happy. It just gets me excited. There's no more drama. There's no more accusations of incompetence. Hopefully that continues. I know it's only been one game into the season, but the fact that we're having a legitimate conversation about what's going on at the quarterback position, and it's pretty much just what's happening on the field and who's healthy, I like it this way better. I do. And so we'll see. I mean, talking about Mike Tomlin saying that Justin Fields is going to be starting against the Denver Broncos, that removes the revenge game from Russell Wilson, which is tough. I think we were all highly anticipating that. Week 1 was important because it was Arthur Smith's former team, the team he was the head coach for the previous 3 seasons in the NFL. Arthur Smith got himself a win. Well, that's such a great storyline too, and I didn't personally touch on this because this is only a 40-minute show. There's only so much I can talk about in this time. But it must have felt real good for Arthur Smith to win that game against his former team, a team that never really gave him a solid offensive structure, and after they parted ways, they go out and not only draft a quarterback in the first round, but also they sign Kirk Cousins to a mega deal. Make him one of the highest paid players in the NFL. Must have felt good for Arthur Smith to go in and say, you know what? Congratulations, you're starting the season 0-1. And to be a part of that effort. That's good. But all great storylines coming from the Steelers so far. Hopefully I don't jinx it, so I'll cross my fingers and say jinx. Hopefully I don't jinx it by saying this, but there's a lot of productive and meaningful football conversation surrounding the Steelers so far this season. The only thing that I'd be slightly concerned about is, like I said, Russell Wilson dressing for the game even though he was on the inactive list. Whether that's just I want to believe that that's just Russ being Russ and he actually didn't do that out of an act of protest. I mean, we can only hope, and I can hope. Mark Cabali said the other day, Mark Cabali, Steelers Insider, with the Pat McAfee show, said that he had a little scowl on his face after the game, like, oh, they won with Justin Fields. Ugh. Whatever that's worth. There have been plenty of other reports, too, though, that say that Russell Wilson's nothing but smiles and he has energy and he's very kind with everybody. So I hope no drama's brewing there, but that's the closest thing to drama that I think that exists right now. Everything else is pretty solid. I also, I'll talk about this a little bit later because I got to get to a break here, but Arthur Smith, I tweeted this out last week, but the offensive coordinator talks every Thursday to the media. And so Arthur Smith, when I heard him talk, when I was scrolling through social media and seeing on the 93.7 The Fan pages after some of those questions and answers were posted, I fell in love. He sounds kind of like Matt Canada did, but something about him is just more exciting. And it seems the answers he was giving, they made sense, I think, more. It didn't feel like there was an arrogant approach or any outlashing. And you're not going to outlash after, going into the first week of the season. I get that the Steelers have not met heavy adversity yet this season, but something about the way he talked and the way he approached getting asked those questions, not that anything was earth-shattering or hard, but I don't know, I just like the vibe that he gives off better. And I think that that's great as well. There's no more drama coming from that front either. So, all good things for me to say today. We just learned yesterday Mike Tomlin spoke at his weekly press conference, said Justin Fields is going to start. That's the big story. That's what we're going to continue to touch on. And, football's back, so we're talking football. Backyard Brawl is this weekend, and I'll be going with Adam Crowley, and we'll see what kind of nonsense he gets himself into. He wants to go on the field. Doran said, I don't know about that. So that's a story developing. I will not be going on the field. I'll be roaming, and if you see me, wave hi. Pitt coming into the game 2-0 on the season. And West Virginia lost to Penn State a couple weeks ago, so that's kind of fun. That's one of those lose-loses. I do agree with that. When West Virginia and Penn State play, that's kind of tough because one of them has to lose, but also one of them has to win. Talk football with me. If you want to sprinkle the Pirates or the Penguins in there as well, you're welcome to. 412-928-9370. That's the phone number. I'll be taking calls after this break. You can reach me on the phone. You can reach me on X at Callas_33. That's my handle. That's CALLAS_33. And you can talk if you prefer to comment online or you prefer to pick up the phone line. You can do either one. I'll be around until 5:40. So get your comments in when I come back after this break. My name is Nicholas Harry Callas. This is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Most area roadways up to speed as we begin the Wednesday morning rush. Traffic on all three parkways as well as Route 28 up to speed. The HOV lanes are open according to the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam along the Parkway North and the Crosstown. Meanwhile, downtown crews are clearing an accident at the intersection of Center and 6th Avenues. Watch for possible slowdowns there. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Join Coaches vs. Cancer, benefiting the American Cancer Society. Keynote speaker, Coach Phil Martelli, emotional stories from cancer survivors, live auction, wine pool raffle, and more. September 18th, 5:30 p.m. at PNC Park Home Plate Club. Business casual with a pop of color and your favorite tennis shoes. Together, let's end cancer. Reserve your spot now. Details at 937thefan.com. Make a difference, one step at a time.
There are many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
When life deals you your worst moments, that's when we're at our best. I'm Larry Kelly, personal injury attorney for LGKG. I'm a Western Pennsylvania guy that knows our people. That's a big part of our success. At LGKG, our clients become our friends and then our family. LGKG, your home team.
This September, Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is back, stronger than ever. Diamonds Direct helps you get the perfect jewelry gift with 0% interest. That's right, enjoy 5 years of 0% financing on any Diamonds Direct purchase. It's your chance to get her the perfect ring with 0 interest and comfortable monthly payments that fit your budget. But act fast. This offer ends September 30th. For details and more, visit diamondsdirect.com. Spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit. Only at Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title place, and dealer doc fee. Not all buyers will qualify. Bonus cash available on select trims. And stock units only. Offers end 9/30/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge end-of-year savings. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SC or Tucson SC all-wheel drive with financing as low as 1.99% for up to 60 months. Plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette goes deep when it comes to Steelers coverage with all the hard-hitting, up-to-the-minute news you need about your Pittsburgh Steelers. Have a real-time chat with Post-Gazette reporters and columnists. Send your burning questions and hot takes to our mailbags. And tune in to get an earful on all things black and gold from experts on the North Shore Drive podcast. Check out postgazette.com for insights on your favorite pros from our pros at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers. Get you from tailgate to final down this season. And are on special at Tessero's in Bloomfield all day, every day. Please enjoy responsibly.
I'm a 2-time Trump voter, but in 2024, I will be voting for Kamala Harris. Trump is not running for the country or democracy. He's running to keep himself out of jail. He is a criminal and he should be prosecuted. Kamala is a prosecutor. She is going to uphold the rule of law. Trump tries to avoid the rule of law.
Republican Accountability PAC, Inc., paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. ra-pac.org.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsoфhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Waking you up with our first take on Pittsburgh sports.
They know how to wake you up.
It's the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Nicholas Harry Callis here, Fan Early Morning Show. Walking you up, warming you up for the day of sports. And that's what we do here. So if you want to give your opinion, I usually take calls as well just to get the feel of fans. 412-928-9370. Focusing on the Steelers this morning, Mike Tomlin had his weekly press conference yesterday and said that the Steelers are going to go with Justin Fields again. Russell Wilson will be not the starter. Wilson was inactive last week, but wore pads on the sideline, wore his entire uniform, all but a helmet. And So there's that. It just doesn't look like he's healthy enough. Steelers indicating that he's not healthy enough to play, and so he's not going to play. I think a fair question comes in, too, something that might not matter in the long run, but I know Mark Caboli, Steelers insider, he asked Mike Tomlin yesterday, if Wilson was healthy, would he be the starter? And Tomlin is not going to soothe us with hypothetical information. So much for that answer. So we'll see. I mean, if this is the biggest drama, that's kind of what I'm getting at. If this is the biggest drama we're going to deal with all season, who should start at quarterback? Two guys who are coming off of mediocre performances with their previous teams. Russ statistically there might be an argument that he even wasn't mediocre. He was a pretty serviceable QB. He didn't get a lot of good publicity from Sean Payton over there in Denver. But you've got two quarterbacks trying to revitalize their careers. And so this isn't the worst situation in the world, especially after seeing how the offense flowed in week one. There's nothing that seems like, could off the field be bad and distract from what's going on the field. Everything seems to be focused on playing football and making decisions that are going to be best for this team. And a quarterback battle is exciting. The perception of one, if there actually is one in there. I mean, we were led to believe that Russell Wilson was going to be the starter, all through training camp. And then remember, day one, feels like forever ago, but day one, he's down with a calf injury, and that calf injury seemed to linger into this season, all from pushing a sled. As an aging quarterback, don't forget about that. I mean, these details are interesting, but it's not overly dramatic. It's not a situation that is overbearing. It's not. I mean, it could be a little bit distracting, but it's not like it's anything serious that's within anybody's control to try to avoid. Like, again, trying to fly into camp in a helicopter or going on, a bunch of different shows and bad-mouthing certain teammates. Like those things that used to happen, they're not happening anymore. And that, to me, is a good thing. This is a team that the drama and the conversations are staying on the field. There's only 1 week. And, again, I mean, there's more football to watch. There's more games to be played. There's more proving that needs to be done about how sustainable this team is. But like I said, I like the spot that they're in right now. There's still a lot of interesting questions, but this team proved that it can win. And that excites me right there. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan of the Morning Show. Fan weather real quick. Fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500. 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com today. High of 81, low of 55. Clear skies expected. It's going to continue to be fall chilly, especially at this hour of the morning. And then tomorrow, high of 84, low of 59. Clear skies expected. The Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Doran. That's coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Salem's Market on Center in the Hill District has everything you need from family dinners to company lunches. Stop by and try their affordable halal meats, delicious treats, everyday essentials, deli, dairy, fresh produce, and so much more. 1850 Center Avenue. Open every day. Salem's Market is your passport to global cuisine. Join us for one great weekend. Register today for the 2024 Richard S. Caligiuri City of Pittsburgh Great Race, presented by Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. It's happening September 28th and 29th and sponsored by Allegheny Health Network and Dollar Bank. Details at 937thefan.com. Book your stay at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Enjoy free valet parking and breakfast while being right in the heart of all the action. Whether it's a weekend getaway or a staycation, they have you covered. Book today at thelandinghotelpgh.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day. And smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Emily Neal's 70-inch TV. Because after watching her second-grade students yell at each other for hours, there's nothing Emily enjoys more than watching super-rich housewives also yell at each other. Why? Because those women are not her responsibility. And that's why her TV is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
It's the start of our favorite season in Pittsburgh, football. That's right. With all the hype and action this season brings, we know things get loud and a little bit messy. So before you invite your friends and family over to watch a game, you better call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res to clean up all those fumble moments that have happened around your home. Lucky for you, you can score big this month with great savings. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res. Their friendly techs always walk you through the entire cleaning process, make sure you're totally satisfied before they leave, and it's the perfect time of year as well to get your air ducts taken care of. $75 off your air duct cleaning this month from Zero Res. Help alleviate allergies, asthma, and enjoy less dust, lower energy bills, and keep your home cleaner longer. Don't try to do it yourself again. Call the pros at Zero Res. Schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
When people are fed, futures are nourished. That's why Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank leverages the power of community to achieve lasting solutions to hunger and its root causes. Working with more than 1,000 partners in its 11-county, Three Rivers region, the food bank is here to ensure that everyone in every community has access to the food and resources they need to thrive, including 43 million pounds of food in just the last year. If you're in need of food assistance, would like to volunteer, advocate, or donate, visit PittsburghFoodBank.org. That's PittsburghFoodBank.org.
Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. This weekend, August 31st through September 2nd, is Kids Free Weekend. Kids 12 and under are free. Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers, and musicians. Comedy, games, fine arts, and crafts. Eat, drink, and be merry at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. And kids are free. Discount tickets available at PittsburghRenFest.com.
Can you haul away a mattress?
1-800-GOT-JUNK will haul off any size mattress for just $59.
But you need to know, this mattress has defied all my efforts to get it out of the bedroom.
All you have to do is point.
But this mattress has a mind of its own. It's like something out of a Stephen King novel.
Help is on the way.
Well, that's fantastic.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
At Lowe's, save big every day when you buy in bulk. Save 10% when you buy a pallet or more of select concrete mix. And there's more. Save up to 25% when you buy a pallet or more of select drywall panels. Plus, get free same-day delivery to the job site when you order by 2 p.m. Because Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The Cordell and Cornell traffic cam showing traffic getting a little bit heavier on the inbound Parkway East between Edgewood Twissvale and the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West is up to speed, so is Route 28. HOV lanes open alongside the Parkway North and the Crosstown. Meanwhile, crews clearing an earlier accident downtown, the intersection of Center and 6th Avenues. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. I am Crowley. He is Doran. Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. It is a Wednesday. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy hump day. How you doing, Callis?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Woo. That good, huh? I had no idea what day it was yesterday. The Brawl is approaching. We've got a hell of a week planned. Doran did a ton of legwork here, getting a bunch of great guests. We'll tell you about them as we move forward in this thing, as we prepare for Steelers, Broncos, and the Brawl. But I had no idea what was.
English.
I was trying to get in touch with a guest last night, a potential guest last night. I told you this off air, Doran. I call him up. I say, yo, it's Crowley. It is 8 p.m. on, man, I don't even know what day. A Tuesday? Give me a ring back. And I don't know if it's just that we're back in football. I don't know what it is, but I had no idea.
I feel like there's a lot that's already happened in 2 days. Monday, Tuesday, there's a lot that has happened that usually it just kind of is elastic throughout the week. But
yeah, usually in football season, we know exactly what's going on. Monday, game reaction. Pretty simple. Tuesday, some stuff that comes out tape-wise we'll kind of react to, some audio around the country. We'll get into some of the national NFL storylines and kind of slap it up a little bit and have a little bit more fun. Bring some levity to this situation. I thought we did that yesterday. Wednesday, we got Whaley and Fittipaldo, and Thursday, Bostic, and Friday on a football week. We know exactly what we're doing. But then Heather Lyke.
Yes.
And Paul Skeen sets a rookie record. And you had the Backyard Brawl this week. And Sidney Crosby says he wants to come back. And it just feels like we got more on a Tuesday and more on a Monday than we usually get. And now we got ourselves a quarterback controversy, Doran. And we will get into that coming up at 6 o'clock. But yesterday was a big day in the Crowley household. I know you've already been here, but my wife went to Trader Joe's, got us the pumpkin candle.
Yes.
Couple of vanilla pumpkin candles. My house finally smells like I always wanted to.
Yeah, you're ready.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
And in the evening time, it's nice and cool. You crack the window. A little breeze comes in, picks up that pumpkin scent, and it's just delightful.
You were kind of talking to yourself whenever we were talking about the pumpkin candles, and I kind of overheard you. Was your wife mad at you, or were you mad at her about the apple crisp?
Oh, my gosh.
Not being a part of this whole deal.
So she goes and she buys 2 candles at the Trader Joe's. And she went and put the groceries away, and I was with the kids, and I lit one of the candles, and she came back around. I said, I lit a candle. I had to do it immediately. Like, she was home for 2 minutes. I'm lighting that candle. A big candle guy, big fall candle guy. We've talked about this. She said, which one did you light? I said, you bought 2 vanillas. You bought 2 vanilla pumpkins. So I lit the vanilla pumpkin. And she said, no, I bought an apple crisp as well. I said, incorrect. You didn't. She bought 2 of the pumpkins. And I said, don't buy the apple crisp. I don't need apple crisp. I want vanilla pumpkin. I want my house to smell like vanilla pumpkin from September 10th up until December. So you could bring your damn apple crisp up in the house on December 1st, but don't you bring that sorry ass up in there like Crabtree before then.
Why don't you like the apple crisp? It's such a great combination. That's my combination, the pumpkin and the apple crisp. One's in the kitchen, one's in the living room, and then it meets together. And then it creates this unbelievable aroma in your house that you're just getting best of both worlds, and you're just kind of just in your zen.
All right, you've sold
great.
me. I've been sold. That's all it took.
Like a pumpkin patch, like in, what is the one? Maybe Tracks, where you can go on the hayride, but you could also buy apples. They have apple trees. Like, it's all of that. And then the pumpkins.
Do you like a caramel apple?
No, it's too sticky, and I don't like the shell.
I'd
eat it. I don't hate it. Put it that way.
You know what I like to do, or I did when I was a kid? You get those little cups of the caramel, and then you slice an apple.
Candy apple or caramel apple?
Both.
Candy apple?
Well, we can do either.
Okay. I like the caramel apple like suckers.
That's my wife's favorite candy.
They're my favorite thing of all time.
Yeah. She loves those. Every birthday, anniversaries, I'll pick up a bag of those. That's like the first thing, yeah. Love those. Those are good. I don't like caramel apples with the stick because I don't like biting into the shell and then into the apple. And I'm not crazy about apple texture to begin with. Sometimes you get a mealy one. Those ones stink. But if you get the slices and then you dip it into caramel, or you get the slices and you dip it into candy juice, that's good.
Yes.
That's
With
good.
you.
Makes it a lot easier to eat.
With you there.
I also have lockjaw right now.
You do, huh? Wonder what that's from.
I don't know what happened there.
Talking?
I don't think so. Maybe.
I think it's probably. When did you figure out you had it?
A couple days ago.
Probably sleeping.
I was chewing, and it got stuck, and then it ungot stuck, and now anytime I eat, my jaw is killing me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lockjaw. So I'm playing hurt today. Mike Tomlin would he'd have like Josh Roundtree in here or something. He'd have me on the back burner for next week. But
I'm not going to soothe you.
No, he would not soothe me. But you know what? I play.
Yeah.
I play through pain in Backyard Brawl Week.
You're tough. You're real tough.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Callis, you a candle guy? Probably not. Do your parents like the candles? Have we talked about this before? I think we have.
I think we have.
I don't remember the answer, though. I don't listen.
My mom's a candle person. I like the smell. I'm not going to go out of my way to buy them, though.
My sister-in-law used to live in an apartment complex across from a woman who made phallic candles.
That's right.
I don't know if she had a mold or if she just did them from memory. Or you go online and you find a few that you think are aesthetically pleasing. But they came in all kind of different shapes and sizes. And she would give them as like party favors to people.
That's nice.
Pretty realistic. I don't know what I can or cannot say. Veiny.
Oh.
I mean, we're talking the real deal.
Oh. That's interesting. So she was like, she's sculpting.
Yes. Like this was her, and
thing.
probably still is her passion. They don't talk to her anymore. They moved. But I'm guessing she's still pumping them out.
So they were gifts, like adult party gifts maybe?
Yeah, like if you would go to her house, because they wound up becoming super cool person, kind of like a hippie. Cool person. You go over to watch, I don't know, Jersey Shore or something. I'll take one of my penis candles.
So there was different, were they all the same or were there different ones?
Oh, different shapes and sizes.
So she's
different colors.
So she had to have seen to know.
I guess.
A bunch. Right?
I don't know that I could ever, actually, let me rephrase this immediately. I could never display one of those in my house.
No.
But maybe if people come over, you put one in the basement and light it, and then just don't let them go around in the basement, but the scent can maybe waft through the vent. Well, it's not going to, it can be phallic in nature, but the scent could still be.
I don't know. This lady
pumpkin.
Seems like she's real into it. It might be a real scent.
No.
Don't know.
No.
I'm asking questions.
No, it's not like a scratch and sniff sticker. It's like, would you like this phallic candle in pumpkin or in crisp apple? Is I think how that would go. The world takes all kinds of people, man. It does.
Yeah, there's a thing for everybody.
Everybody has something that they're passionate about.
Yes.
And this woman just so happened to be passionate about penis candles.
Wonder how she got. See, like that's where I get fascinated. Is like what made you want to do that?
Yeah, what's your origin story?
Yeah, like where did this start?
Well, my first boyfriend, he fell in a vat of wax, and when we pulled him out, I thought, Eureka!
Like, this is my life's calling.
Or just saw what I happened to be very fond of, and I wanted to commemorate it forever in the form of wax. I don't know.
Yeah.
Texter, the last time my sister lit a candle in my parents' house, it caught the place on fire.
That's not good.
Is your sister dumb?
Did it fall over?
See, that can happen.
Yeah.
Like, we have 2 cats, so I always got the candles go up very high.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they used to jump all over the place. They don't jump up, so they're like 10 years old now. They don't jump as high anymore, so they're not going to knock it over.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to put one over the bassinet.
I'm very cautious of blowing out the candles before I leave. Gotta blow the candles out.
You ever do lick the fingers?
No.
Yeah, you've not.
I don't like even. I don't like the even the lighter that you have to like flick down like that. I can't do that because I'm scared of like
a cigarette lighter.
Yeah, I've never used one.
You got to use
or matches. Never used them. I have people light matches for me.
I love matches.
Can't.
Don't play with them.
No.
Never play with them.
I don't like fire. It like freaks me out.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah. How do you light your cigar?
I have one of those torch ones.
Oh yeah. I just use a grill lighter for the candles. One of those ones with the long stem.
Or that.
Yeah, that's what I do.
But like the whole I cannot. I've never been able to do it because I feel like I'm gonna burn myself.
I don't like it whenever it doesn't go, it doesn't go, it doesn't go, it doesn't go, and then you finally get it to go, it goes because it's got all the
gas.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the grill?
Well, that or a candle.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
I don't know.
I had a question that I asked you, and now I forgot it. Ah, well. Text us, 412-928-9370. How did Doran keep a straight face when you said pumping them out?
Yep.
This is what a texter said.
I'm used to it.
Pun not intended there. That was not important. What is happening?
Man.
Buddy, we got to reset. I don't know what day it is.
Yep.
That's twice where I've just totally had my brain moving a lot faster than my mouth or vice versa. Callis, what's your weirdest hobby?
My weirdest hobby?
Mm-hmm. Like the thing that you were interested in, like penis candles that maybe other people might not be so interested in, but you're passionate about.
Oh, there's plenty. I just can't think of one because I'm tired.
Oh, great.
I think we're sharp today.
Yeah. I mean, mine is clearly dissecting horror movies. Like dissecting them, not just watching, but like dissecting like every single scene.
My man, I thought you were going to say frogs.
Dissecting frogs?
Yeah. When you dropped dissecting, I was like,
what?
Don't say whatever you're going to say. We don't need peanut on our ass, humane society.
No.
Okay, I got something for you.
Real quick, I need to clear something up.
Okay.
Texter, what kind of candles are you lighting that explode? No, I'm talking about the lighter. Like if the flame won't come and then you're just pumping out the gas and then you light it, it goes.
Oops.
It's like
I've never had that happen.
It's like lighting a grill sometimes, where it's like, dang it, and I'm like, well, now I don't want to stand close. That kind of deal.
Never had that happen.
All right, Callis, what's your weird hobby, you freak?
Okay, so sometimes I'll play video games, right? And I do.
It's normal.
No, but listen. So I find games to speed run, like find glitches to make you finish games faster. So that's kind of weird. But also, when I was young, I used to be very religious about setting rosters. Like I'd have my friends, we'd each create 2 players in MLB The Show, and every year we'd go through and make the rosters up and pick. We want to keep our last year's roster, make a new one. How do we put the created players in there? And it's so in depth. There's a book on the rosters from year to year that I keep.
Okay, it wasn't weird until the last part.
Mm-hmm. No, I started this when I was 10 years old, so keep that in mind. I've just been doing it. Well, I did it up until the last game that I got, which was last year. I didn't get this year's version because I work too much now to play, and I realize that. It's a lot of money to spend. But yeah, from 10 to 24, I did that pretty religiously.
So you made a book. That is weird,
Mm-hmm.
but cool.
As a 10-year-old.
No, respect.
I mean, is that weird?
I used to write my own comic books. Space Boy.
Oh.
It was about a boy who went to space.
Yep.
And then he made friends along the way.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish he hadn't, because I got tired of drawing the friends.
Right.
So then I stopped.
Was it just him, or you just stopped the whole thing?
I stopped the whole thing.
Space Boy.
What I should have done is killed him off on like Mars or something.
Yeah.
Or like the trip to Jupiter, which is book number 5. Kill him off there. Could have done that.
Why does every story have to end with somebody dying? Why
Because
can't you just
I did.
leave it up to the imagination?
I loved Space Boy. I found them not too long ago, like about a decade ago when we moved. I found them. I still have them somewhere. Put a lot of effort into those things. But once he made friends, I was like, every single damn block, I gotta draw the dog. I gotta draw his girlfriend. I gotta draw another friend. This is stupid. I got too many characters.
It's really shocking you found a hobby that
Butane is the word I'm looking for. Sorry,
Yes.
go ahead.
It's really on brand for you to get pissed off based on something you created and are trying to have fun with.
Whenever I was young, probably about 6, 7 years old, and just really all the way up, my parents would have parties. I took the time to create like superheroes or villains in outfits, and then I would go perform in front of everybody. Like I would create like Disease Man, and I would wear like a big medallion, and I would go and stand in front of my parents.
Gonorrhea boy.
And I would just like perform and say like what my superpowers were, and I would just create the outfit. I'd grab like all my outfits, I'd cut them up. And, I did that with about 10 different superheroes / villains.
See,
that I
that's
had created.
awesome.
Yeah.
That's a cool kid thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was last week.
Yeah. Like I would still do that. Like that's why I like dressing up.
I love that. My daughter yesterday, she woke up. Well, she didn't nap, but she came out of quiet time, and she's like, "Daddy, I'm dressing up like Chapel Roan." She's big on the Chapel Roan thing. So she puts on a cowboy hat and like a green leotard and a jean jacket and boots up to her knees, and she starts singing Pink Pony Club, which I'm pretty sure is about a strip club.
Yes.
Yeah, right? It's like definitely about a strip club.
I've
right?
been there.
In California.
Atlanta.
Pink Pony Club.
Yep.
Anyhow, she dresses up, which I think is super cool. Creativity, Dor. You're a very creative man.
Yes.
And it sounds like it stems from childhood. Callus, yes.
Yeah, I got something. So when I would have my birthday parties at my house, we would use Nerf guns and stuff and have fights in my basement. And when I grew up, no, this is great. Listen to this one.
I
When
am
grew
listening.
up,
You're talking.
During COVID, for my birthday, since we couldn't go anywhere, I thought of an idea. We played Capture the Flag in my entire house. And so, like, we would have rags with different colors, and we'd go, and we had 10 minutes. You put if your flag's in the cup by the end of the 10 minutes, you get a certain amount of points depending on how significant the room is in the house.
We used to play Capture the Flag, but out by the local schools, depending on whose house we were hanging out that day, and we would play for hours.
Hours.
At night.
Release.
Oh, Release was the best.
Release.
Oh, God.
Yep.
But this is Capture the Flag like you'd see in those war video games.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're describing as well, except better than yours.
Yep.
You'd play with, like, Nerf guns and stuff, Capture the Flag?
We would.
Because I think that's a different Capture the Flag.
We would play with machetes.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can't.
R.I.P. Mike.
Why can't? Yeah.
He thought you were.
Yeah, we were just running around Lebo with steak knives.
Somehow I can't picture you with any type of weapon. You just
no.
I can picture you with a stick.
Mm-hmm.
Like I got this branch. You better run.
Listen, you get any closer, you're gonna get splintered. Texter, this is awful. Yeah, Callus ain't getting laid anytime soon. That's not nice. Why would you say that? Only I could say stuff like that. Texter, was there ever a space girl? Or didn't you know how to draw? There was a space girl, but then it took too much time to draw her.
It's so fun being like a young boy, isn't it? Like
man.
you just your whole imagination of everything. Like you're like, yeah, I want a girl. Like I'm gonna draw a girl because I want to be able to draw things.
She looked good.
Yeah,
Space Girl was looking good. She was from out of this world. I'm a dad. I can make jokes like that. All right, coming up in 15 seconds, quarterback controversy. Mike Tomlin spoke yesterday. I can't believe we are where we are, but I'm so happy we are where we are. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
When healthy, is Russell still your QB1?
I'm not going to soothe you with hypothetical scenarios. It is my general practice to not. You guys that know me know I do not. So why start today? Because it's the quarterback position or because it's a national story. I am unmoved by some of those narratives, to be quite honest with you. We got an approach to business. I always stand in front of you guys when people are somewhat limited. I say we'll push through our work week. We'll let their participation be our guide in terms of whether we include them and then the quality of that participation. This scenario is no different for me. Respectfully, I understand that you have to ask that question, but it doesn't mean that we need to change our position or do things that are abnormal in the effort to answer it. We're just simply going to proceed with what we normally do. Our energies and attention are on those that are available and are scheduled to play. They are deserving of that. When those that are not are healthy, we'll ponder it at that time.
You could whisper sweet nothings, or you could soothe with hypotheticals. Mike Tomlin with a nice back and forth there with Pat McAfee and 93.7 The Fan Steelers insider Mark Cabali. The Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Doran, Mike Tomlin easily could have said Russ is our guy when healthy. He could have done what he did all offseason. Russ is in pole position. They named Russ the starter. He was planning on playing him against Atlanta. Then he gets hurt. You have to play Fields. Clearly, Russ not up to 100%. Not going to be practicing today. But if you're Mike Tomlin, you easily could have said, yeah, when he's healthy, Russ is our guy. 2 opportunities to do that, and he didn't. So, where are we on quarterback now?
I think that the Steelers are extremely happy with their situation and what in how it started and their thought process of getting both guys in the offseason and them knowing that this was a possibility at some point and knowing that, if we have the guy that is the younger guy that could possibly be our quarterback of the future, how are we going to get the true evaluation of him to know that? How are we going to know that he could be that guy for the years to come? And can we manufacture it? Well, maybe. We could give him some reps with the ones. But we still have Russell Wilson, who we want to be our starting quarterback. Russell Wilson gets hurt in training camp. Oh, here we go. We're going to get our true evaluation. Russell Wilson still dinged up, gets hurt again. Still a little tightness. Oh, we're really going to get a true evaluation because Justin Fields is going to be able to start a game. They are extremely, extremely happy that Justin Fields not only got the evaluation, got the reps with the ones throughout training camp, got a start underneath his belt, but showed them that he can start another week and possibly start as many games as they need him to. I think that they got their answers, at least initially, on a lot of boxes that needed checked about Justin Fields. And if you heard Mike Tomlin talk about it, he said, in-game. I don't know if we're going to play the clip. We might play the clip later, but he said, in-game, that's the first time in a real game setting, I got to be around Justin Fields. And he was like, man, he was like, that was good.
Mike Tomlin does not like to play young guys when they don't have a lot of practice experience. And I think Justin Fields is kind of a older young guy. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is year number 4 for him in the National Football League.
He has a lot of reps.
He's got a lot of reps under his belt, but not a ton of reps under his belt with the Pittsburgh Steelers, only in training camp practice. And then really he's been the backup quarterback since then and hasn't been getting a ton of reps in practice. So Mike Tomlin, a guy who doesn't like players who are unfamiliar with this place to play when they have limited work week experience, he has to be impressed with what what Justin Fields did on Sunday. And he said so much during the press conference. I think they're doing exactly what I said they should have done, Doran. I think Tomlin probably listens to the show more for you than for me. I think Tomlin's listening, man. Not really. But he did exactly, or they're going to do exactly what I kind of laid out on Monday. Milk the Russell Wilson injury.
Yeah.
get one more look at Justin Fields. If he blows you away, keep giving Justin Fields a look. If he goes out there and doesn't play well in Denver, it's the easiest thing in the world now to go back to Russell Wilson. And I had said for the entire offseason, basically, you have to start with Russ because if you bench Russ, you can't go back to Russ. Well, the injury, excuse, reason, whatever you want to call it, allows for the opportunity to toggle back and forth. If you went back to Russell Wilson this week, unless he were to get hurt again, I don't think you can bench Russell Wilson at any point. So this makes a ton of sense to me. And I think it is also a legitimate thing.
You're right.
They don't think Russ could practice today.
Exactly.
So you're going to have to prepare a quarterback. So you're going to have to operate under the idea of Justin Fields being the guy. It all actually makes a ton of sense to me. And it also makes sense to me, Doran, why Tomlin did not say that Russell Wilson is the guy when healthy. A lot has been made of this, and I totally understand it. Of course. You get opportunities to address something head-on, and you don't. That means something. It's worth dissection. Frogs, horror movies, things of that nature. I don't know how it would benefit Mike Tomlin or the Steelers to say when Russ is healthy, he's our guy. Because what if Justin Fields goes out and throws 4 touchdowns?
Exactly.
It's happened before.
Leave the door open.
Yeah.
You leave the door open.
He could go out and throw for 200, 2 touchdowns, and rush for 90. He's done it before in his career. He's received MVP votes. He's put up big-time stat lines. Difference is Chicago not that good. You put up a big-time stat line on Sunday, you're beating Denver. And then if you had already said Russ is our guy when healthy, no one's going to believe he's not healthy for the third game. So it doesn't benefit Mike Tomlin. It doesn't benefit the Steelers to marry yourself to anything at this particular point.
And you also want to protect Russ. Like, you also want to make sure that he is 100% healthy, because if you go into a situation where you're like, if Russ is healthy and not used 100%, but if he's healthy enough to play and then you play him, and then say, God willing, that it doesn't happen, he pops his Achilles, he pops his calf, and he's out for the season, then where are you at? Okay, like Justin Fields, a great situation, but then where are you at after that? Like, you're in a really tough situation. I know Kyle Allen has played a lot in the league and everything. We saw him in preseason, but that's not the situation you want to be in with Kyle Allen being your second-string quarterback whenever you're only 2 games in of the season. So you have to be ultra cautious in so many ways with this situation. And I think the number one, and I hear everything you're saying, is making sure that Russ is 100% healthy, not 99, 100. Because if he does something and it does pop, you're reevaluating everything of this season.
He is 36.
Yeah.
Rodgers' Achilles went pop last year. He barely played in that Jets game. Thing goes. Calf injury for Joe Burrow a couple of years ago. That thing stuck with him the entirety of the season. These things are tricky for young men. These things are absolutely tricky for the elder statesmen in the NFL, like Russell Wilson. And something else you said there that I hadn't really thought about, that whole back and forth with Kabali. If Russ is healthy, is he your starter? If you say yes, then the guy that is probably going to start for you this week in Denver, Justin Fields, is probably going to feel a little slighted.
Yeah.
Like, man, I just won you guys a football game. I'm going to go out there and play again. And no matter what I do, you're not going to have me be the starting quarterback. I think you want to kind of dangle that carrot in front of Justin Fields. Not to say that Justin's paying attention to the press clippings or anything like that, but you never know. So, Tomlin, why not put a public-facing statement out not saying anything? Like, don't say, Russ is our guy when he's healthy, and then have Justin Fields go, oh, man, like, I'm going to go out there this weekend, I'm going to lay it all out there, and then I'm just going to get put on the back burner again. I don't think you need to put that out into the universe for Justin Fields.
As a player, too, you're watching. Like, I mean, your teammates, and even if you're competing at a position with a guy and you know that guy is maybe not healthy, like, I mean, I know I was watching. I'm like, okay, how many reps am I going to get? Is this guy, what time is he in the training room? What type of rehab is he doing? I know Justin Fields knows how healthy Russ really is. So in his mind, it's like, okay, like, he's 87% healthy. yeah, I better get my you-know-what together because I'm going to be starting in this game. I'm going to be getting most of the reps throughout the week. I'm probably going to be the guy. Even if Mike Thomas says or doesn't say, you could tell as a player if another guy is going to play or not. You could tell.
Yeah, he's going to know. He and Russ are going to know before probably anybody else in the offense. The team's going to know who's going to play.
Yeah, they know. They know right now.
Right.
It's not going to heal in 3 days.
Right. They took such care of him throughout training camp. I don't see what the difference would be right now, especially when, small as the chance could be, you've got an opportunity to look at a potential franchise quarterback who's young. Why not protect Russell Wilson the best you can while taking an extra look at a guy who, if you had to bet on one to be the future, you're obviously betting on Justin Fields. I'm really happy that this has gone down this way. Question is, how's Russ feel about all this? Because Adam Schefter puts out there this weekend, Russ was pushing to play. Mike Tomlin was asked whose decision it was for Russ to go out on the field and warm up before the Atlanta game.
You mentioned that Russ was the one who told him he was going to get the start. Was that something Russ wanted to do, or you wanted to have him do?
I'm not overly concerned about all that little cute minutia, to be quite honest with you, as long as the information gets passed and we ready ourselves for the work.
I'm wondering, Doran, if Russell Wilson or his camp says to Schefter, hey, he's pushing to play in Atlanta, knowing he wasn't going to play in Atlanta, but making it darn sure he's going to play and be ready to go in that Broncos game. A game that I'm sure he is salivating, thinking about, that he's probably dreamt about, that he probably knows exactly what he's going to say if and when the Steelers win if he's on the football field. I think it goes out there to Shefty. Shefty, I'm pushing to play. Shefty reports, Russ Wilson's pushing to play. Well, if you're pushing to play in week 1, then serves to reason you'll be ready to go for week 2. And now you kind of put the onus back on the Steelers. Hey, Russ is probably going to be healthy. Who are they going with? And you sort of shift the narrative. I kind of think that's what happened there with Russ. Because I don't know who else is telling Adam Schefter that he was pushing to play.
Well, I mean, did Adam Schefter just see Russ warming up? Or did somebody just see Russ warming up and thinking that he's pushing to play? Like that situation?
Yeah, I think it came from Russ was making a verbal push to play.
Verbal push to play.
Like, hey, Mike.
Or he could be
I want to play. Put me in, coach.
Or he could be so savvy that he's like, I'm not going to be like Kenny Pickett maybe last year and like have a situation like that.
You know what? I hadn't thought of that.
And I mean, Russ is savvy. He's like, hey, no, I want to play.
Yeah,
I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy.
Man, that's a great point. Hey, everybody, Kenny Pickett did not want to be the emergency quarterback last year. Look at me. I'm wearing more pads than normal.
Yes.
I'm emergency quarterback. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to take out Kyle Allen's legs myself and get in there.
I could see him doing that.
I like your theory, I think, better than my theory.
I think he's like, I'm not that guy. I know what happened last year, but I want to play. I want to be here. I want to be the starter, so I'm going to show. I'm going to go out there early and walk around with the football and throw it to myself to show to everybody I want to be here.
Yeah, I like that, man. That is a good theory. And I also think that was not a sanctioned warm-up by Russ, like a team-sanctioned thing.
No, it wasn't.
Not that they're going to hold him back because there's no doctors around.
No, that was a Russ thing.
Yeah.
And that's probably something he does every game regardless, and he was like, yeah, I'm going to go out in the field and I'm going to show my face. I mean, Russ is almost a politician. I'm going to show my face and make it look like I'm going to play because I, in my mind, want to play. But
you know what he should have done? I mean, I don't know what the status of his calf is, and I think my Achilles is going to pop at any moment now. It's a very weird anxiety I'm having. He should have been rolling out. He should have been running around. He should have been cutting. You really want to play? Go out there and show him exactly what you could do.
Well, he's probably advised not to do that.
Yeah, he should probably really should.
And then if he did popped it then, that'd be really cool.
Imagine if he's just laying there on the Atlanta turf.
And
nobody
ESPN
around.
is just zoomed on him. Like, I mean, that's not funny, but
no, it kind of is. I mean, you don't knock on
Russell Wilson injures calf.
Where are the doctors? We've got 5 drones and 7 camera guys around. Somebody cart Russ off the field. Texter, Crowley, they didn't take care of Russ in training camp. They literally got him hurt the first day by having him push a blocking sled. Yeah, that was dumb. We're going to get into that. At about 7 o'clock, we should get into that. Because I think that may have cost Russ Wilson his last best chance to start in the NFL. a blocking sled. What I meant by that was once he got hurt, they really took it easy on him in camp to make sure that he could get back up to speed. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia and Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Mike Tomlin, buying the Justin Fields experience, what did he have to say about Justin? We'll let you hear it. We'll react when we come back. But first, a Callous headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they won yesterday 6-4 over the Miami Marlins and have taken the first 2 games of this series. Third and final game is today, this afternoon, 12:35. You can listen to that game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Dorn.
Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life, but how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It can be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it, the Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getapittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getapittsburghlawyer.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
I'll give you one that not only stacks up, is better. You want to talk about some HGQ. You want to talk about the horny guy quotient. I'm taking Sable as my female singles.
I don't know if I know her.
Sure you don't.
You don't know her? Should I?
Web browser probably does.
Your web browser does as an all-time. Sonny's a bad person. I'm glad Donnie didn't pick her.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Is Kamala Harris a radical? That's what she calls herself. Listen to her own words.
Yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala is radical about defunding the police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, and that's just wrong.
It's weak. And Bob Casey's weak too. He says,
there's no question there's systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system, but certainly in policing.
And on immigration, Kamala says,
an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Again.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
And Bob Casey's right there with her. Casey says,
Kamala Harris is an inspiring and very capable vice president.
Casey voted with Kamala 98%. So Bob Casey says,
the more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Casey and Kamala, they're too weak.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick.
From profit boost to same-game parlays, ESPN Bet is ready to hit the gridiron this season. And as the official sportsbook of ESPN, it's the only place to find exclusive football offers from ESPN personalities like Mike Greenberg and Stephen A. Smith. New players can get their first bet insured up to $1,000 in bonus bets by downloading the ESPN Bet app and signing up for the promo code RADIO. Download today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print everything for my business. Sure can. And the quality is guaranteed? Absolutely. Plus, you'll beat any price quote. Is that right? For sure. How about this one? We'll beat it. Can you print menus, signs, and flyers? Sure can. How about blueprints? No problem. What about red prints? Not a real thing. What if they were? We'd print them, and they'd look amazing.
Now at Staples, print more, save more. Up to $150 off your print purchase. Ends 11/2. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details and staples.com/price match for in-store price match guarantee.
Wake up. Breakfast. And Nature Made vitamins. Whatever your morning sounds like, Nature Made fits right in. Whether you're looking for vitamin C or a multivitamin to get key nutrients, we've got you covered. Now that's a good morning. We take care of you so you can take on your day. Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Sunny today, the high 87.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call.
If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print everything for my business. Sure can. And the quality is guaranteed? Absolutely. Plus, you'll beat any price quote. Is that right? For sure. How about this one? We'll beat it. Can you print menus, signs, and flyers? Sure can. How about blueprints? No problem. What about red prints? Not a real thing. What if they were? We'd print them. And they'd look amazing.
Now at Staples, print more, save more. Up to $150 off your print purchase. Ends 11/2. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details and staples.com/price match for in-store price match guarantee. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Boomer Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. Elevate your engine performance with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. History says the Bengals are notoriously slow starters. They're 1-8 in September games with Zach Taylor and Joe Burrow. Jamar Chase is unhappy and T. Higgins is injured again. But they should get to 10 wins this season. And, by the way, they do play Kansas City tough, who they'll see this week on CBS. I'm Boomer Esiason.
There are many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Wednesday morning rush, crowding up. This report brought to you by Duncan. Parkway East delays between Edgewood, Twistvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. The Cordell traffic cam with a look at the Parkway West. That is heavy as you head past the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Route 28 is up to speed, so is the Parkway North where the HOV lanes are open. Crews still investigating an earlier accident downtown at the intersection of Center and 6th Avenues. Watch for restrictions there. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a satisfying meal for just $6? Try the new $6 meal deal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for $6. America runs on Dunkin'.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I thought he settled in as the game progressed. I thought he had clear eyes in weighty moments. I thought he was a good communicator in some of those moments where we had some discussions. We had a big third down play late in the game, 3rd and 7. We had a timeout. We came to the sideline. We talked about leaving the ball in his hands. We bounced around some suggestions. He was a major component of that discussion. We went out. We left the ball in his hands. We had a design quarterback run. He moved the chains in those circumstances. It was a lot of good. It's just good to be in a stadium with a guy. You're speculating until you are, and I just know a heck of a lot more about him because of that experience. And I'm sure he knows more about himself in this environment and us. And so it's just really good things to build upon.
I hope that means that if Fields gets the start this weekend, and I think he will get the start this weekend, that they allow him to even be more of himself. Like Mike Tomlin believes in the in-stadium work, and he showed a lot of good things during training camp. He had some good, some bad in the preseason. That he leads 6 scoring drives and wins a game on the road in Atlanta, I would hope that this week, with Justin Fields, it's all systems go. And we did see them thoughtfully attack downfield, as Mike Tomlin says, thoughtfully rhythmic when they wanted to take those shots. I'd like to see even more of that. I'd like to see more over the middle stuff. I'm not saying risk turnover and throw the game away, but I think this is a game, even though it's the NFL and it is on the road, where you can be a little bit more aggressive because you can probably afford to make a mistake or two and still beat the snot out of a rookie quarterback in game number 2 of his career.
Mike Tomlin's a big prove-it guy, especially in practice and especially, like you said, in games. Prove that you can be a starter or prove that you can warrant more time. I mean, look at Jalen Warren. I think that he proved his whole entire way up until his role right now with Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin was never a two-back guy. And Jalen Warren, it was like, hey, or Mike Tomlin was like, hey, tell me differently. Show me different. Now, I'm willing to change because I want to win, but show me that you can do this. And I think that Justin Fields on Sunday did that for Mike Tomlin, that part of it, the prove it part. I think now it's up to Arthur Smith to embrace and to put more on Justin Fields' plate. I think that Arthur Smith was encouraged by Justin Fields, but I think that now, ultimately it is Arthur Smith's decision about this situation, about not maybe picking who's going to start in between Russ and Justin, but whoever starts, and if it is Justin, all right, like I gave you a little snack last week, I'm going to give you a dinner now. I'm going to give you something to eat.
Little filet mignon.
A little filet mignon. I do believe that decision is going to be up to Arthur Smith, and I think that Arthur Smith was encouraged by what he saw and will give him more.
Weirdly, I think the same way. And I think Mike Tomlin clearly has shown that when he does not have a franchise quarterback, he is conservative by nature. There's no doubt about that. Kenny, don't screw it up. Mitch, don't screw it up. Rudolph, don't screw it up. At the end of Ben's career, basically, they weren't having him throw over the middle of the field. Ben, you're old. Don't screw it up. But we saw, and I've brought this up a number of times now, at the end of the first half, the last 3 years, I think they kneel on that football.
Mm-hmm.
And instead, they go down the field and they try to get points. I don't think that happens before. I think if it's Kenny Pickett, Mason Rudolph, Mitch Trubisky, or maybe Ben, it would have been different. And I think it was different. You would let him call hurry-up stuff at the end of game, end of halves. But the most recent 3 quarterbacks, you're saying, okay, we're down 10-6. We don't want to fall behind 17-6. We don't want to do something stupid points. That would not have happened the last couple of years with Matt Canada, I don't think. So that gives me some faith, some hope that they're going to try to push the envelope a little bit. Maybe not in the Denver game. Maybe not. Because you could just go out there and not screw it up, and you think Bo Nix probably will screw it up. But it gives me faith that this is a team that's not just going to be a conservative, let's kneel on this thing, let's run this thing, let's not take shots down the field. Because you need to be a team that can put the ball in the end zone to win, ultimately, the big prize here.
Well, I think it's going to organically happen in this game if it is Justin Fields, because there's one reason. He's going to have a full week of practice. You're just organically going to put in more for him.
Sure.
Because he has more time to prepare. Right? I mean, he was only on one day, a day and a half maybe, of preparation of being the starter. So, like, you're scrambling. Like, you have your plays for Justin Fields, but now whenever he's the guy, it's like, okay, what does he really do well, and how can we execute with him behind the center at the quarterback position with this offense in about 24 hours?
Yeah.
But now you got a whole week. They're already prepared to make sure that he gets the 1 reps, even if, Russell is healthy today and he gets some reps. Justin Fields is going to get the bulk of them. So it's almost organically going to happen that they kind of put more on his plate.
I think that's the thing a lot of people, when they evaluated Fields, like a lot of our listeners, a lot of the people I see on social media, the text line, our callers, they didn't really think about how little Justin Fields did during the week up until, okay, now you're in.
Yeah.
Like, we talked about this before. You know way better than anybody. Second quarterbacks don't do jack.
Nothing.
They do nothing.
They get like maybe 2 plays a period.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And the third guy, forget about it. They don't do anything. So for them to allow, and we're watching the highlights on ESPN right now, for them to allow Justin Fields and call plays for Justin Fields to take multiple deep shots down the field in a game that the entire time was touch and go, and he had like a walkthrough practice, that does make you think there will be more whenever he's got the full week. And Tomlin already said Russ is not going to practice in full today. He's going to be limited. So best case, Russ is he's going to be your 1 for the next 2 practices after this one. I just don't think you're going to see him this week.
No.
And that means Fields is he's going to have every opportunity here to take this thing. And he didn't have that opportunity last week, even despite getting a chance to play. Texter, you're missing the point, Crowley. Tomlin is the problem. Doesn't matter who the quarterback or OC is. Tomlin is still going to be conservative overwhelmingly. So we'll see. I think we've made a bunch of great points here telling you how it looked different this week with a guy who practiced one time in a walkthrough. So, okay, we'll find out. Educated guess here is they're going to be more aggressive than they've been these last few years. Doesn't mean they're going to be one of the more aggressive teams in the NFL, but they also, with Justin Fields, went for it on a 4th and 1 to go try to win the game. Like, when I didn't think it made sense to do that. Why do you do it? A, you do believe in your defense, but you got to believe in your quarterback too.
Yes.
And they did. Didn't work out, but that's another example of aggression. All right, coming up next. How pissed is Russ? He got to be pissed. He got to be pissed. This is his game. He's probably had this thing circled on a calendar since the second he signed in Pittsburgh. We'll talk about that. But first, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won yesterday against the Miami Marlins. They've won the series and have the opportunity to sweep. They can win today. Game time today, 12:35. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has your perfect Subaru waiting for you. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2025 Subaru Forester is built to handle any rugged fall terrain. Plus, right now, you can get 3.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited-time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Forester. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. For more, go to BowserSubaru.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotions section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with the king of sportsbooks. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary depending upon market and expire 24 hours from issuance. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's great.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Russ, he feels better today than he did over the weekend. What that means, I don't know as we sit here today. I know that we're going to take the same approach that we take with a lot of people in terms of injury. We'll first start with his participation and his level of participation, his quality of participation. Over the course of the week, we'll be analyzing whether he's capable of protecting himself, whether he's capable of being productive. When we get to those points, that's when we'll ponder his inclusion or not. And when that happens will probably be a component of that equation. But as I sit here today, we're preparing as if Justin is going to be our quarterback. I think that's the appropriate way to do it.
I do think that is the appropriate way to do it. And look no further, Doran, than Atlanta on Sunday. I can't believe this is the case, and it didn't really smack me in the face watching the game live. But then I saw, clearly Kirk Cousins was worried about his plant leg. Mm-hmm. So he didn't move. He's not a great mover. He didn't move around at all in the game. They didn't take a single snap under center.
Right.
Not one.
Right.
All pistol, all shotgun. They didn't run with a Zach Robinson offense, which comes from the Sean McVay tree, a single play-action pass the entire game. Not one. So they didn't want to move Kirk Cousins around at all. And you see what happens when your quarterback has no mobility.
Right.
Russell Wilson needs to be mobile to play well. Not mobile like Fields, but move around in the pocket. He's a tiny guy. He's a short guy. He got to be able to see. You got to be able to move. If he can't move, then yeah, you got to go with Justin Fields, in my opinion. And I think that's exactly what's going on here. Not to mention, you want your starter to get as much work during the week as possible. And already we know, because he's not going to practice in full today, Russell Wilson's not going to be able to get those reps.
Well, how many reps has the at least one unit of the Pittsburgh Steelers gotten with Russell Wilson? So, like, now, if he's going to be limited today and he's only probably going to do individual drills and maybe a little bit of 7-on-7 where he's just standing there throwing the ball, how many reps are they going to get throughout the week for real? And they already don't even have that many as it is.
Right.
Again, you really want to put your offensive line that's younger, that is dealing with injuries in that situation? Do you want to put a guy like George Pickens where you saw that they have a legit connection with him and Justin Fields in that situation? I don't know. I think that you take as much time as possible with Russ. Make sure he is 100%.
Yep, and I think it's twofold. A, you want to protect Russell Wilson and not have this thing become a season ender or something that lingers all season. It might anyway linger all season, but you want to guard against that as much as possible. And then, yeah, you're going to take a second look at Justin Fields, who you just went on the road and won a football game. Imagine they start the season 2-0. get 2 road games out of the way.
Crazy. That's good. I mean, that's it.
That's perfect, man. You start with 2 road wins, and then you got more home games down the stretch. All of a sudden, the back half of the schedule doesn't look so bad because Deshaun Watson stinks at playing the game of football. Like, you take those wins, and I heard Starkey say this yesterday. I want to steal it. It's good. Road wins early on, when you're still figuring stuff out, they're gold.
Gold.
I want to get into Austin Powers.
I love gold.
Put it in the skin box.
Smoking a pancake.
Bong and a blitz. Do either of you, Texter, either of you think this is just gamesmanship? I don't, because you could easily say Russ is our starter when healthy. We're not sure how healthy he is, and Denver's still preparing for 2 quarterbacks. You know what I mean? Like, so I think either way, Denver goes into this thinking Fields has to be right now he has to be the starter because Russ isn't practicing, and maybe they'll make the switch to Russ. It's not like they're not familiar with Mr. Wilson.
Right.
They had him there for the last 2 years.
Yeah, they're preparing for both, but they're probably more preparing for Fields because he's more dynamic and he could actually beat you in other ways.
Yeah.
So they're probably hoping it's Russ.
That's what I'm saying too, man.
They're hoping it's Russ.
I think that there might be this subterfuge there from the fan base. People, is that the right word? Probably not. I think that the fan base, I just wanted to say it. I think the fan base might think Russ isn't as hurt as they're making it seem. I don't believe that. I think he is hurt to the point where they don't think he can move, and you don't think you're going to go on the road and have as good of a shot to win with a guy who can't protect himself. I think it's pretty simple. And I think Mike Tomlin left himself the option that if Fields plays well, you keep playing Fields. If Fields doesn't play well, you just say, okay, Russ was hurt. He goes back in when he's healthy. Yeah. I think Tomlin's actually playing all this really well. How mad do you think Russ is, though? Because I do think they don't think he can play. He thinks he can play. And he's used to being the guy that when he's hurt, he plays. Seattle, if he's got a calf injury in Seattle, he's playing. Last 2 years in Denver, with what they gave up to get him, with what they paid him, if he's got a calf injury, he's playing. He's used to being the franchise guy. This is the game he wants. I am a little bit worried about that. I say Tomlin's playing it well. The one area where I do think there's a level of concern is this is the game Russ Wilson wants to win, the game he's probably been looking forward to all offseason. And now at 80%, 75%, he thinks he can go, and they're saying not so fast.
I think he's more mad at the situation and how it happened than more than anything.
Blocking sled?
Yeah, I think he's more mad at that because, look, like if he thinks he could play, he is going to get rehab on that calf all season long regardless. If you really, as a player, if you really think you could play and you really want to play that bad, you don't walk in the training room and say that my calf is tight. Like, they don't know it's tight.
Man.
They're just giving you the rehab. Like, they're getting you, nursing you back to health. Like, it's like, okay, yeah, yeah, I'm feeling good. You don't walk in there like, man, my calf is tight today. Because then it's like, oh, well, you're done. All right? Like, you don't say that if you really want to play. So that's why I don't think he's that mad. I think he's more mad at the whole situation of not feeling 100% right now.
That's really interesting. He probably, just reacting to what you said there, he has to feel pretty good about his chances of becoming the starter again when he's healthy if he's going to report that injury.
Yeah.
Like, he has to feel like, okay, he must have had some assurance, at least in his mind from Tomlin, I'm going to self-report this injury, but I know when I'm healthy, I'm the guy. Mm-hmm. He has to feel that way. Mm-hmm. I do think you're playing with fire, though, because you never know
what
can happen.
Yeah. With what side? Which fire are you playing with? Are you playing with, hey, if I get hurt and out for the season, my career might be over? Or am I playing with the fire of, okay, I'm going to let the young guy get all the reps and I could possibly never see the field? Like, which fire is worse?
Yeah.
That's probably why he's so frustrated.
So I guess he's betting on Fields being, okay, so Fields wins game 1. You're betting on Fields is not going to be able to take this from me.
You're betting on Fields becoming Chicago Bears Fields at some point.
Yes.
And them realizing, like, oh, this is
why we picked Russ.
This is why this guy was traded.
Yeah. That's what you're banking on. Knowing if you get hurt, there's no chance. But if you report your injury, there's the chance he screws it up. Doran, I say this, my friend, you are all over it today.
Thank you.
I said that during the break. I like to think I try to figure out all the angles. I'm sitting there last night. I have the debate on mute. I'm thinking, okay, What can I, where can I go that already hasn't been touched upon? And I throw this, and I throw that, and then you go bang, boom, boom. I'm like, didn't think of that, didn't think of that, didn't think of that, didn't think of that. Smart guy over there, Doran Dickerson.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. I read that. I don't have a Twitter poll yet, so we'll come up with one. But coming up next, we'll get back into the quarterback stuff at 7 o'clock. In that blocking slide, we need to talk more about that. This is a big story that has been under-discussed, I think, here in Pittsburgh. We'll do that at 7. But Mike Tomlin with another newsy element coming out of the press conference yesterday that I didn't hear anybody talk about. And I want to run it by the smarty pants over there when we come back. But first, a Callus headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin had his weekly press conference yesterday and said that Justin Fields is going to start. Russell Wilson is not quite ready to resume football activities. More for headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Crowley.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Get it? Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
And just like that, the morning rush gets awful crowded. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing the Parkway West now jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 mainly steady. However, once you hit the 31st Street Bridge, you're heavy from there down toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wetco Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking though, for real. No, I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe and Zeiss. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you looking for more power, for more play? Then head to Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. We're kicking off huge savings on every new Toyota Tacoma in stock. Get trail-dominating power, advanced technology, captivating style, and our lowest price possible, the Panda price. Plus, with every new Toyota purchase, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost for added peace of mind. Don't miss out. Score big on new Tacomas at Spitzer.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Are you struggling with pain in your feet, ankles, knees, hips, or lower back? At the Good Feet store, we recommend having high-quality support in your shoes. Our personalized arch support system has helped countless people find relief, like Karen.
After I decided my pain was too much, and my doctor actually suggested that I do visit the Good Feet store. Pretty amazing when they put the arch supports in your shoe and you walk around and you realize there's not pain and you think, how can this arch support in my shoe make my back pain go away? But it works. And how can it make my knee pain go away? It was incredible.
Come to the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
This September, Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is back, stronger than ever. Diamonds Direct helps you get the perfect jewelry gift with 0% interest. That's right, enjoy 5 years of 0% financing on any Diamonds Direct purchase. It's your chance to get her the perfect ring with 0 interest and comfortable monthly payments that fit your budget. But act fast. This offer ends September 30th. For details and more, visit diamondsdirect.com. Spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit. Only at Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. In 10 minutes, just how mad should Russell Wilson be about the whole blocking sled incident? I remind everybody, Doran, that 93.7 The Fan is at Minio's in Allison Park on Thursday. Is that tomorrow? Yes. From 6 o'clock until 7 for the Landon Roberts Show. Landon will be live talking black and gold football and whatever else is on the linebacker's mind, presented by Jim Shorkey Chevrolet. I think Jeff's hosting that.
Really? I was going to ask you. I didn't know who it was.
I have heard Landon Roberts is a good talker.
Nice.
So I'm excited for that.
Cool.
And he is a guy that I would put on the short list of Steelers that I would not like to mess with.
You probably wouldn't like to mess with any of them.
I'll take on Cam Johnston now that his knee got blown out. I think I could take him now.
Well, that's kind of weak.
Yeah, that's real weak.
As am I.
Right.
Boswell would kick my butt.
Yep.
He'd be the next best shot, perhaps Scotty Miller, but he'd kick my butt. Yeah, there's not a single Steeler. There's not a single Steeler in the history of the football team that's ass I could kick.
No.
Not one.
No.
Nope. I've thought about that before. Like, is there anybody in NFL history whose butt I could whoop? Maybe like in 1912?
Maybe like Gary Anderson.
Oh, I'd whoop up on Gary Anderson. Mike Tomlin asked about Cam Hayward in yesterday's press conference.
I like what he brought, played about 35 snaps, and that's moving in the direction of participation that we're comfortable with for the totality of this thing, but it was business as usual for Cam.
Did you hear that as he's going to keep building up and he's going to play a lot of snaps, or did you hear that as that's kind of where we would like him to be?
I think he's going to build up. I think they're building up. I think they're building up a few guys. I think Ogunjobi, he talks very highly of Ogunjobi too, of him being healthy, and I think that he's going to get more reps and have more playing time throughout the season. I think they want to build up the D linemen and the slightly older guys, getting them more as the season goes on, not just throwing them into the fire.
You had an opportunity on Sunday because you knew they were going to have to throw to get back into game to rotate those defensive linemen. Like, when everything is on, I mean, you're going to want to rotate them no matter what, but you're rushing the passer, rotate guys, pin your ears back. Your offensive linemen are playing the entire game. They're going to get tired. Pat Freiermuth said he thought that the Atlanta Falcons offense got tired late in that game. Or the Atlanta Falcons defense got tired late in the game. I'm sure the offense gets tired too whenever it's Cam Hayward. Okay, now Montravius Adams is in and he's fresh. Okay, TJ Watt's coming. You're mixing some Herbig. Now Watt comes back and he's fresh. I don't think they want Cam Hayward to play 90% of the snaps.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm okay with that. This is the only guaranteed year on his contract, but we saw what a difference he made on Sunday when he was healthy. The defense just wasn't the same in the second half of the season. When he came back, he wasn't the Cam Hayward that we're used to seeing. Texter, you could take Jeff Reed. Absolutely no chance.
No, he's psycho.
He is.
Yeah.
Have you seen his thighs?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen those like internet things the kids are doing these days, Doran, on the TikTok, where they'll try to like bust up watermelon with their thighs?
Yes.
He could do that.
Probably.
To my head.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Your body, your sternum. He would just crack your sternum.
Oh. Do you ever crack your sternum?
Yeah.
What is that about? Can you do anything?
Old.
My sternum hurts all the time. I crack it 50 times a day.
Just old. Yeah.
Texter, you could beat up Robert Kraft probably. What do you think? You've been around Kraft.
Yeah, you could probably take him.
Let's go.
Yeah.
How old is he now?
He's old, like 80-something.
Yeah, Robert Kraft.
84.
Is he
85,
that old?
Maybe. I think so.
You know who I think will whoop up on me is Jerry Jones. Robert Kraft is 83.
83.
Because Jerry Jones be all hopped up on that black label.
Yep.
And he'd be like drunk strength. Blue label. Yeah, excuse me. Excuse me.
Yeah, you gotta get the right one. Yeah, Jerry Jones.
Yeah, I think we've reached the level of conversation where we could talk. Like, there are some owners I could probably beat up because they're elderly. Players, no chance. Coaches, not a chance. Yes, Callis?
You're just over here bragging about how you could take on the injured and the elderly.
That's right.
On par.
Legit. Your heart care matters. Trust the experts at UPMC and get your heart screened. All right, coming up next, just how upset should Russell Wilson be that they had a quarterback, pushing a blocking sled for the physical fitness test? 412-928-9370. We'd love you to chime in on this. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500. 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com.
Good morning. It's going to be another rinse and repeat type of day here in Pittsburgh. While we do need some rain, I don't think too many are going to complain about morning lows in the 50s and highs in the mid to low 80s today with low humidity levels. It's simply going to be fantastic out there with temps already near 80 degrees by noon. Winds will be light and out of the east. This pattern, it sticks around through the weekend. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM Sports account to get started. Then visit your promotions section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with the king of sportsbooks. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary depending upon market and expire 24 hours from issuance. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Mike, who lost 40 pounds with Awaken 180, was in the same position I was in, the same position you are most likely in, confused.
I spent so much money on personal trainers in the last 10 years. Didn't have a lot of discretionary income left, so I tried to listen to everybody else. What do you eat? You know, everyone said, eat healthy. Define eating healthy. Cut out sugar. Tell me what foods don't have sugar. So their process to me was an education. That was really the eye-opening thing to me is I had 10 choices of food in front of me every day. You know, when I was on the run in sales, I was making 8 bad choices. I wasn't eating the 2 good ones. And I loved the 2 good ones. I just didn't know they were good. So I made bad choices every single day. In the program, on Awaken 180, really changed my mind, opened my eyes up to, it was a true education on food, what to eat, what not to eat, and it's been fantastic.
Knowing what to eat. The ability to navigate nutrition labels. A proven, clear path for weight loss. Exactly what you will receive with Awaken 180. Leave confusion at the door and do what we did. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Hey, it's Adrian Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at WeatherSealHomeServices.com.
Are you suffering from neck or back pain caused by a bulging, herniated, or degenerative disc? Is the pain making your daily activities more difficult? Is the pain keeping you from doing the things that you enjoy most in your life? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. We are here to help. We have helped thousands of patients just like you avoid spinal surgery, fix their problem, get their discs to heal, and get their quality of life back. At the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh, our treatment, introduced Neutrosis, is non-surgical, safe and gentle, and highly effective. In fact, we have an over 90% success rate backed by 2 third-party research studies. Call our office today for a complimentary MRI evaluation or go to pittsburghdiscinstitute.com. That's 412-906-9600. 412-906-9600.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A lot more roadways jamming up for you. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Make clogged gutters a thing of the past with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam taking a look at Route 28. That is jammed up as you head past the Route 8 at the bypass toward Shaler Waterworks, and then again heavy from the 40th Street Bridge down toward the north side. Parkway West, you're stacked near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg, and delays on northbound Route 51, especially heavy as you head down toward Whitehead Street, and then again between Edgebrook Avenue and Bousman Street toward the Liberty Tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5-HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Time. Russell's hurt. He's not available to us. I focus my energy on those that are available and their readiness. I just saw Justin, excited about maybe going through a complete week with him in terms of the preparation process. Russ is not scheduled to work in totality tomorrow. To what degree, I do not know. And then we'll play it by ear from there based on the results and the things that we see in terms of whether or not we consider him and to what degree we consider him.
So backup quarterbacks barely practice at all. That's just a reality. Now consider that Justin Fields is getting reps with the ones today. Russell's the backup, and an injured backup at that. I know that Tomlin always leaves the light on, and he said he'll let participation in the quality of work be the guide on whether or not Russ will get an opportunity this weekend. I don't think he's going to get much opportunity to even show anything these next few days, Doran.
Mm-hmm.
I know the way it goes. You know the way it goes. We know how Mike Tomlin's handled things in the past. They want to prepare their team to win. Justin Fields is the one today. Russell's not even going to have an opportunity to work himself up into being the one for Thursday and Friday, I don't think.
No. Not in the capacity that he's probably going to practice today. Unless, like, he goes in, he's in there right now and says, like, okay. And they put him through a workout, like, in about an hour. It's like, okay, let's see what you can do. Let's see you sprint. Let's see you drop back. Let's see you do all these things. Unless he can go do that without limping or out feeling anything, then there's no way that he can gain that momentum throughout the next couple of days to be the starter.
Right, because what's he going to do? Throw 4 passes today?
Right.
In team stuff? Mm-hmm. Maybe not even that.
Not even, yeah.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Text just pouring in, Doran. And you can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Danny Smith would kick your ass, Crowley.
For sure.
Yep. Crowley, you could take out Mike McDaniel.
Maybe. That'd be a good one.
That'd be my best chance.
He'd probably outsmart you, though.
I'm smart.
Are you smarter than him? Well, didn't he was what did he got? Harvard, Princeton? He went to Princeton.
Be smart in December and January and then come back to me. I'm smart 24/7, 365. 366 on leap year.
Yeah.
Tweet, what do you think, guys? Can Crowley take out Rodrigo Blankenship? See, the kickers are tough because they can kick.
Right.
Like, all he needs to do... Dude, he could shatter my leg.
Yes.
With his leg.
Mm-hmm. Or your
so
chin.
No. Oh. You think he can get his foot up that high? Punters could.
Yeah, he could.
How pissed should Russ be about the blocking sled? Because a lot of non-football players like myself have talked about this. You're a football player. You've seen and gone through a lot of these conditioning tests to determine whether or not guys have to go on the pup or not to begin training camp. So how out of the norm is it, Doran, to see a quarterback have to push a blocking sled? How big of a bleep up was this for the Steelers?
Huge. Everything is so individualized nowadays with the training. And, I mean, Russ, I can't believe that they have everybody doing the same thing with their conditioning test. Like, I could see if it was gassers or if it was, like, run 100-yard sprints. That's a little bit different. But to have him pushing a sled, I'd be so upset. When's the last time? When does he need to push a sled? What does that do for him?
I agree. He's not out there blocking.
No.
He's not out there tackling. He's running around and throwing a football. You got to be tough. I get it. I put it out there on Twitter yesterday. Not dramatic to say that a ridiculous physical conditioning test may cost Russell Wilson his last best shot at being a starting quarterback in the NFL. I believe that. Are you laughing because I said starting?
Starting.
Yeah. If Justin Fields goes out there, and this is possible, throws 4 touchdowns, runs around 50 yards, something like that, Russ is not going to start the following week. You'd be stupid to start Russ the following week. What if Justin Fields keeps winning ball games, even if he's not playing well? Mike Tomlin, addicted to winning. They may well have cost him his chance to be a starting quarterback again in the NFL. Doesn't mean his career's over. If he's a good soldier this year and he sits there and he's a helpful teammate to Justin Fields, he's a captain, which makes this whole thing odd. He can go and be a backup someplace else.
Yeah, but he'll never be a starter.
He's
initially.
never going to be a starter again, man. And all because he's blocking. And you know what I got hit with? A ton of people saying, if he can't push the blocking sled without his calf going out, there's bigger problems. I think both can be true. Yes, it is a bad sign that a 36-year-old gets hurt the first thing he does in training camp. I can agree with that. But he also still never should have been doing it.
Right.
And from what I heard, and I've been told by capital P people this, the previous strength staff with Marcel Pasteur, who everybody loved there, and I like the guy, really cool guy, they pushed them out because there were too many soft tissue injuries.
Yes.
And in the first ever drill, the first ever physical fitness thing, you have a soft tissue injury to the guy that had pole position to be your starting quarterback. Regardless of whether or not it says bad things about Russ's physical condition, it was a stupid thing to ever have him do. And I think a black mark upon this strength staff. And I think if I'm Russell Wilson, man, I would be absolutely seething.
Yeah.
I would be furious, especially because you're playing the Denver Broncos this week.
Yeah.
And your injury is the same one that you suffered earlier on in training camp.
And it's not like Russell Wilson doesn't take care of himself. I mean, he puts out videos all the time. Like, he's a guy, he's a worker.
Yes.
He's a worker. And for that to happen, I mean, he obviously wasn't training to push a sled. He was training specific ways to play the quarterback position to be in the best shape possible. I'd be very, very, very upset about what had transpired.
Someone texted in, do you think Wilson volunteered to push the sled?
Maybe.
I could see that because he is that guy.
Right.
Like, Cam Hayward's doing it. I'm a captain. Bang.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that. I don't know why that why that wasn't asked yesterday of Mike Tomlin.
But it shouldn't even have been it shouldn't even have been a situation where he had a chance to volunteer. He should have been doing something else to do a conditioning test.
Quarterbacks.
Yeah, everybody's separate.
You guys,
separated.
yeah, right. Because you're not regular guys. Like, did Cameron Johnson have to push the sled, the punter? Like, did Chris Boswell have to push the sled?
But even if they did, a true strength staff understands that everybody is position specific. A true strength staff doesn't have everybody doing the same thing.
Right.
If you want to test in a endurance drill that you need to pass, have everybody do their specific thing. Like D lineman, you have to do 15 10-yard sprints because You're not going to run 40.
Right. Go run around real fast for a minute. Come back, drop back, throw some balls.
Yeah, this isn't 1995.
Right, they're not doing Oklahoma drills.
But, this is ridiculous, where everybody did the same thing because it's like, oh, we got to get tough. We got to get in shape. Let's just run. Like, nah.
Do you think Ben would push the damn blocking sled?
There's no chance.
If the Boston College strength staff, which is who they've hired, comes up in here, and Ben is the quarterback, and he's 36 years old, and they say, Ben, get on the sled. You know what he does? He goes back to the dorm and drinks 15 Busch Lights.
He's not, yes.
He ain't doing it.
No.
And I crack on Ben a lot, knowing full well, in my opinion, he's the best quarterback in franchise history. In this instance, he wouldn't have been stupid enough to do it. You think Tom Brady pushes the sled? Maybe he's a bad example because he's also a freakazoid, but I doubt it. Do you think Andy Reid is having his strength and conditioning staff ask Patrick Mahomes to push a blocking sled? No. And he has Mahomes playing preseason games. He ain't doing that. You think that Jim Harbaugh, who's a real weirdo, is having Justin Herbert go out there and push a blocking sled? I've never heard of such things.
What is it to prove? There's nothing to prove with that.
They wanted to test his calves out, and clearly he failed.
Yes.
Like, what?
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Like, do you think that they might argue that they wanted to weed it out? Like, let's see if the old man can really hold up over the rigors of a 17-game season.
That wouldn't make any sense. That wouldn't make any sense. At that level, you need everybody.
What did you do back in the day?
Gassers.
Just run.
Yeah. Gassers.
What is that? So,
but everybody was in their specific group. Like there's skilled, big skilled, and then there's bigs. And big skill, I was in a big skill. That's like linebackers, tight ends, and we had a different time than the skilled players. Like we had to finish in 20-some seconds. The skilled players had to finish in 15-some seconds. The big guys had to finish in 40 seconds because it was specific. They're like, you're bigger. You're not going. If your body tries to keep up with the smaller guys, it's probably not going to. It'd probably be like, no. Like it was and that was a while ago.
Right.
This situation blows my mind that we're in 2024 with so many specific trainers out there and how specific positions are that guys train that the team, you know what they did? I know exactly what they did. They brought that stupid, college mentality to the pros. And I've seen that happen a bunch of times, and that never works.
Nope.
It never works. I don't care if it's from the head coach mentality. I don't care if it's from, assistant coach mentality. I don't care if it's from a strength staff mentality. The college mentality does not work in the pros. And that's what they did. They're like, we're college. Everybody's going to do the same thing. And, those guys are 20 years old, 19 years old. That doesn't work in the pros.
Right, and you need to motivate them. And you got a 90-man scholarship roster.
Yes.
You got 120 guys out there. So you lose someone to a conditioning test, you lose someone to a conditioning test. We got NIL money, we bought the next kid. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. I am hoping, honestly, that Russ decided to do it himself. Because if not, the strength and conditioning staff should have been fired already.
Yes.
Like, I just can't believe that this happened, and that this is where we are. And also, you think Kenny Pickett's happy? Probably not. If I'm Kenny Pickett, I'm looking at this going, if I would have known about the blocking sled, I probably would have stuck around.
I'm sure he's happy.
Because he doesn't have to deal with gestures wildly.
Correct.
Everything. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. It is 7:14. Time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they can do for you. Coming up next, we will get back into the quarterback at 7:35. You don't ever really want to stray too far from it on a day such as this. But another injury might open the door to someone we've been talking an awful lot about, Doran. And we'll tell you who and what it might mean when we come back. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won 6-4 yesterday over the Miami Marlins, and the Pirates have won the series. They have an opportunity to sweep if they can win today. Game time's at 12:35. You can listen to that game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Dorn.
The leaves are falling, and it's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Presented by New Flow, Donnie Football, Paul Zeiss, and Mark Cabali host the enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game versus Atlanta. Live this Sunday from 9 a.m. to noon. The Fan Game Day is presented by New Flow and brought to you by Monsters Brewing, The Beast Unleashed, and Weather Seal. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. With football season here, you know what comes next. Cooler temperatures. Get your home ready. Don't get caught off guard by the chill. My friends at Universal Windows Direct can upgrade your window game. All you have to do is call 412-545-6003. Schedule your free in-home estimate today. For every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. For the last windows you'll ever need, go to uwd.com.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. That's why our Lowe's Red Vest associates can help with game time decisions. Plus, use in-store mode on the Lowe's app to find what you need. Under pressure at home and want it soon? Order online by 2 p.m. to get it same day. Same day valid on eligible in-stock items and select zip codes only. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. Exclusions and more terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I actually thought Aaron Rodgers looked pretty good Monday night. He hadn't played 4 quarters since 2022 with limited mobility. He needs to adapt to his new reality of not being able to create as much out of the pocket and play like Tom Brady did. So stay in the pocket and let his experience, accuracy, and that arm strength carry the day, and the Jets will be fine. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Place a first touchdown scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More accidents to deal with. This report brought to you by Awaken180weightloss.com. This September, make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at Awaken180weightloss.com. Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing the inbound Parkway West stacked between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Part of this problem may be due to an accident now off to the side on the ramp from that inbound Parkway West over toward Route 51 and the West End. Meanwhile, we do have an accident reported on the outbound Parkway East right around the Churchill interchange. Delays on the Parkway East inbound still stacked at Wilkinsburg. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Most goals have a clear course, like planning a trip. But when it comes to losing 40 or 50 pounds, that's a different story. Except with Awaken 180, a clear course to fast, proven weight loss with free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Dan Moore Jr. dealing with a swollen ankle, Doran.
Uh-oh. Tackle controversy.
I like that. You dragged your fart over here. I'm sorry. I didn't want to bring it up onto the air, and it smells so bad.
That wasn't me. That was Callis.
Callis is in another room.
He was just in here.
We put him in there so that this doesn't happen.
It seeped through the door.
It's seeping into my brain right now.
I'm just glad we have cameras so I can prove that I wasn't in that room in the last 20 minutes.
Are you eating?
Yeah.
See?
My wife came home yesterday from Trader Joe's, I've already said, and there's these things there called Perfect Bars. I love them. Peanut butter, a little chocolate. It's good stuff.
Mm.
Like 300 calories, protein. Good for a morning snack. A little breakfast.
Yeah.
People get it. She brought home a pumpkin one. And I said, baby, did you bring this pumpkin one home for you? And she said, yes. And I said, you can't be dangling it in front of my face and not let me have it. So I woke up earlier than she did. She just woke up now, 3.5 hours after me. I stole that thing right out from under her nose.
Yeah, you did. I saw it this morning.
Yep, crushed
That's messed
it.
up.
It was delicious. You got her strike, man.
But she wasn't, like, taunting you with it, was she?
She knows I'm the pumpkin guy. So you can't just buy one and then tell me it's yours. Buy 7.
I think she's very witty and very smart. She probably did buy 7 and probably knew that you were going to bite on that one, and then you took the one. And she still has 6.
I bet you she did hide some.
She did hide some.
Yeah, she's a lot smarter than I am.
Uh-huh.
Think that is something a lot of people can relate to. This significant other talk brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. We talked about this on Monday, or yesterday, or both. Dan Moore Jr. had played well enough to not get benched unless one of the tackles got hurt. And now you got a swollen ankle for Dan Moore Jr. And Troy Fautanu practiced last week, presumably going to practice this week. I think it's going to happen. I think we're going to have ourselves a little Faltanu on the right, Broderick Jones on the left, Dorian. I mean, you got a swollen ankle. He's not going to practice today. Maybe in a limited capacity. I don't know. You tell me. Your ankles have been swollen.
Well, I mean, how do you feel about that with Broderick Jones not getting many reps at left tackle, and now you're moving him to left tackle whenever you were top 3 in pass protection in the NFL as an offensive line?
I think that Arthur Smith is going to protect this line no matter who's on this line. I feel a lot better about the line today than I did before the game because they ran 2 tight ends out there or more 59% of the time. I think they graded out so well in pass protection for a couple of reasons. That, because the personnel, and because I think they did a good job. I'd have to go look back and see the exact number. I think they did a good enough job staying ahead of the chains to where you're not dropping back, 7-step drop, 3rd and 12. And I think Arthur Smith's offense is designed to do both things. And I happen to believe that Broderick Jones is a good run blocker. And I think Troy Faltanu should be a good run blocker. You're going to do a lot of that. Might as well just do it now. Now's the opening, right? Like, you could do kind of the Justin Fields thing here with Dan Moore Jr. I know they like Dan Moore more than we like, or at least I like Dan Moore. However, they don't like him that much. They drafted 2 tackles, for goodness sakes.
True.
So now's the opportunity where you don't have to embarrass a guy that you care about, that you like, that by all accounts is a good guy. You don't have to embarrass him. His ankle swelled up. Play the other guy. I think we're going to see it, dude.
Do you?
I do.
All right.
Now, today the practice report will come out. If Dan Moore is limited and then he practices in full tomorrow, you're going to see Dan Moore.
Yes.
But if he's limited all week long, I think that opens the door for Troy Faltanu, and you are going to see Broderick Jones on the left. Mike Tomlin brought it all up in his press conference yesterday.
So Broderick Jones, Spencer Anderson, Zach Frazier, James Daniel, and then Troy Faltanu. Wow.
And I'll tell you why I'm okay with it. Apart from what I had already said about Arthur Smith being, I think, good for the offensive line, Mike Tomlin in his career is, 24-6 against rookie quarterbacks in his career. The only 2 head coaches with a better record since 1950 are 2 Hall of Famers, Don Shula at 22-4 and Hank Stram at 14-3. And that's minimum 15 games. This from Tony Holtzman Escareno from NFL Senior Research. Want to give him credit for that. You know, I didn't pull all those numbers myself.
No.
So Tomlin 24-6 against rookie quarterbacks. I don't really think that Bo Nix is a good rookie quarterback either. And so I think you're going to win the game. So let's see a little Troy Faltanu.
I was about to say, what's that got to do with the offensive line?
Yeah, I think you have – good point. I think you have some wiggle room here. It's not like you're playing Albany. It's not like you're playing Kent State, right? But you should be able to go on the road and take care of business here. And plus, if Dan Moore Jr., who I'm not crazy about as a player already, is now banged up and not 100%, why do I want my left tackle to be not at 100%, you know?
Yeah.
24-6 against rookie quarterbacks.
Pretty good.
How about, and I don't have the exact statistic here off the top of my head, but yards per completion, Bo Nix, this was like the worst a rookie has ever had in his debut.
Really?
And we know rookies get protected all the time. Like, you're not trying to take a lot of deep shots. They didn't call, like, any. He threw everything at or near the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
And he threw for, like, 100-some yards on, like, 40-some attempts. Just, you're not gonna do anything against this particular Steelers defense not pushing the ball down the field at all.
Mm-hmm.
What were we talking about? Offensive line?
Yeah.
And what am I talking about? Bo Nix?
Yeah.
Not pushing the ball down the field.
Right.
Imagine that. A topic, and then talking around the topic and bringing up something else.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Rookie quarterback.
Would never.
And Tomlin's record against rookie quarterbacks.
24-6.
And then 2 other coaches since 1950.
Don Shula, pretty good.
Yeah.
Texter, make sure Callis cleans the booth. It wasn't Callis.
Yes, it was.
It's mostly me when that happens, too, by the way.
Yes, you and Callis. You mix it together.
It's like that fat bastard quote.
Yes. The other people's cooking. You smell their cooking. That plus crap.
That wasn't fat bastard.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. What's fat bastard then? That 100% is.
I got a turtle head poking out that could choke a donkey. Like that. Yeah. I just don't think it was one of your better impressions. Do it again.
No.
Isn't he? What is he? Australian or something?
He's Irish.
Oh no, what is he? It doesn't matter. Coming up next, what does Justin Fields have to do, Doran, in your opinion, to take this job for good? And you can chime in as well at 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won the first 2 games of the series. Game 3's today, this afternoon, 12:35. If you want to listen to the game, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Place a first touchdown scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has your perfect Subaru waiting for you. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2025 Subaru Forester is built to handle any rugged fall terrain. Plus, right now, you can get 3.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited-time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Forester. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. For more, go to BowserSubaru.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through September 12th, get fast, reliable, 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Galker Roofing bid on your next roofing project. They won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Galker Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGalkerRoofing.com. Craig Galker Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, so Callis has locked himself in the bathroom, which is quite funny based on where the conversation went in the last segment, where someone cracked one, and you alleged that it was Callis. I alleged that it was you, and then he immediately runs to the bathroom.
So?
Point Doran.
There you go.
Point Doran. All right, I'd love to throw the phone number out there, but we got nobody to answer this thing. 412-928-9370, though, is the number. At some point, Callis will be back to answer the phones. We hope in short order. And the question is this. All right, it seems way more likely than not that Justin Fields is going to start on Sunday against the Denver Broncos. What's he need to do to make this job his for the future? And by the future, I mean week 3.
Be efficient with the football. Call his own plays. Audible. Not, call his own plays, meaning like, okay, like I'm getting to the line, I'm checking in, I'm checking out things, I see the defense, I know what I'm going against, getting the ball out quick whenever there's blitzes, getting guys in the right situation, and then balling.
You gave
touchdowns.
Okay, good. I was going to say, you gave the football guy answer, giving the details, the audibles, and the check with me's, and this and that, the other. And I agree with all those things. I need to see the ball in the dang end zone. I'll simplify it for myself because that's all I can handle. Put the dang ball in the end zone because I think that Mike Tomlin still believes what he said in the press conference the Thursday before the first game week. That Russ is the starting quarterback. I know he didn't say it yesterday. I think he's giving himself wiggle room, but I think he still thinks Russ gives them the best chance. And the reason I think he thinks that is because Justin Fields goes out in game 1, doesn't turn it over, but they don't score touchdowns. He knows Russ isn't going to turn it over. Russ isn't a turnover guy. Russ had 8 interceptions last year. He knows, bare minimum, he gets that from Russ. I think he thinks Russ will put the ball in the end zone more. So for me, I think Justin has to do both of those things on Sunday. No more of the fumbled snap nonsense, no interceptions, and he's thrown picks in his career. No picks, no fumbles, and score points. That's the recipe. If he simply goes out there and they win 18-10 again or 17-12 or something like that, right? I think he'll go back with Russ in week 3.
Yes.
But here's a text from Chris Adamson. Hello, Chris. Not a good judgment game. Denver's a mess. If you go out and throw 3 touchdowns, that's not something we've seen the last few years.
On the road.
On the road. When's the last time I forget already. Did Mason Rudolph throw for 3 touchdowns in a game at any point last year?
I don't think so.
I don't think he did
he had
either.
2 against Seattle, right?
Mason Rudolph game log. We could play a Paul pause here, but our producer's gone. Where are you, Nicholas? Help us. Paul pause. Do 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 do.
I don't think he did.
Do 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 do. Nope. He threw 2 in the Cincinnati game.
Okay.
He threw none in the Seattle game.
Oh.
but they put up 30 points. I thought he played really well. He played great in the final 3 games of this season. He played okay in the playoff game. Point is, I don't care who you play. I don't care if you play Carolina. By the way, who are they going to beat this year?
Nobody.
0-16. They play 17 games. They'll find one. I just don't know where they're going to find it. That team is awful. Anyhow, if they played Carolina this week, I don't want to hear that's not a good barometer because we haven't seen a Steeler throw 3 touchdowns in forever, since Ben Roethlisberger was walking up and down the field. So if Justin Fields goes out and puts the ball in the end zone 3 times, you're telling me that because Denver stinks, in your opinion, that's not good enough? Come on.
Yeah.
If he throws 3 tutties, he's playing next week. And we're going to do this whole rigmarole again, and you're either going to have to pretend like Russ is still hurt, or you're going to just have to say Justin Fields is our guy. I see 0 chance on God's green earth that guy goes in there, throws 3 touchdowns, and doesn't get the next game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm now going to look at Justin Fields' game log because he's thrown 3 touchdowns in the game.
He definitely did last year. I remember watching the game, and his offensive line held up, and he was able to sit back in the pocket and do his thing.
Isn't it funny that the biggest knock on Justin Fields was that his record was 10-28? Like a lot of the Kenny defenders would say Kenny was 14-10. Justin Fields, 10-28. Guy can't win games. Then he comes to Pittsburgh, and he manages the game beautifully. Beautifully. What a difference coaching makes. I need to find this game log. Give me a game log. Oh, you know what I did? It's because I clicked the wrong thing.
Of course.
Shockingly.
Of course.
All right, Justin Fields had 2 games last year, back-to-back. Listen to this. 4 touchdowns, 1 pick.
Mm-hmm.
You know who he played in the first of those 2 games?
I do remember the game. Redskins. The Commanders?
That was one of them. That was the second game. The first game, Denver.
Oh.
And they lost 31-28. See, that's the thing. That's what has never been fair about Justin Fields. This guy, he's 10-28. He put up 28 points and threw 4 touchdowns, had a quarterback rating of 132.7, ran by for 25 yards in the game, and still lost because the defense gives up 31. Like, some of the games that he lost, man, you go, that's not on him. They played Detroit. Team was in the NFC Championship. Had a quarterback rating of 105.2. 16-23, very efficient, protected the football, threw a touchdown, didn't throw an interception. They lose 31-26. Like that, I can't put that kind of stuff on him. Anyway, what does he need to do? 412-928-9370 to be named the Steelers starting quarterback going forward. I do think the ball needs to be in the end zone, and probably not just one time. Like, if he is
No, it needs to be at least 2 or 3.
I think in Mike Tomlin's mind, I know he didn't say that Russ, when healthy, is the starting quarterback. I think in Tomlin's mind, he needs to see Justin Fields be spectacular in this game.
Yes, and he should be. So if you're going against a team that, what the texter said that, oh, it's just the Denver Broncos, then he has to do it in this game.
Mm-hmm.
He has to. He has to take over the game. They have to significantly win this game because of him.
I think the Steelers' offense is going to be on the field for 40 minutes in this game. They showed the ability to move the ball against Atlanta. I happen to think Atlanta is a superior defense to Denver, though Denver's defense isn't awful. And I just don't think that they're going to be able to sustain drives offensively. So I think Justin Fields is going to be out there a lot, and I think you let him go, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I could see Tomlin saying, let's just not turn it over, and we're absolutely going to beat this rookie quarterback. I look at it the other way. You've got margin for error. Go out there. Let Justin be Justin. Let this be the real, true test of whether or not he can be your guy. Last week showed you that on a short week, he can come in and be a great backup quarterback for you. That's what last week showed me. If he goes in there and dominates, plays great football, you got to let him do that, though, first. 412-928-9370. The calls are pouring in. What do you need to see for Justin Fields to be the starting quarterback moving forward? 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Callis. He's back fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin had his weekly press conference yesterday, and he said that they're preparing as if Justin Fields is going to be the starting quarterback for this coming game against the Denver Broncos. Also, Arthur Smith, offensive coordinator, he's going to talk tomorrow. More Fun Headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. We got the candles in our house, the pumpkin candles. That means fall is here. The leaves are changing. And you know where the leaves are going to fall? Right into your gutters. So you're going to have to get up on a ladder, and you're going to have to clean them out. And your hands are going to get dirty. You think I like to get my hands dirty? No, neither should you. You hire the experts to take care of stuff like this. How about the experts at Leaf Filter? Right now, you can save up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. This is a very important thing. If you got leaves in your gutter and they're clogged and a big rainstorm comes, you could have water damage that's going to cost big-time bucks to repair. Don't do it yourself. Don't risk that water damage. Protect your home. Never clean out your gutters again with Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system. Schedule your free inspection. Get up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. That's a free inspection up to 30% off at leaffilter.com/KDKA. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More problems with accidents. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread, Pittsburgh. Crews on the scene of this accident on the outbound Parkway East in the construction zone. It's off to the side at the Rodi road ramps. Traffic just a little heavy as you head past the scene. Inbound Parkway East, you are still jammed right around Greensburg Pike to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West stacks between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while Route 28 is heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass and the Parkway North jamming around the bend at Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a game changer for any tailgate party? Saloni's Italian Bread. The key to any great sandwich, burger, or dog is the bread, and Saloni's is the bread to use. Family owned in Pittsburgh for over 100 years, Saloni's Bread is the game changer for any Pittsburgh tailgate party.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by #1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I've just had a ton of work done on my home. I use precision pointing, loving the results, and would do it all over again. A 100% satisfied customer right here. However, they go far beyond residential work. If you're a property investor, have a multi-family home, duplex, fourplex, or a commercial office building, you know, one of those 120-year-old Pittsburgh structures, restore it, preserve it. Precision Pointing is the largest scaled masonry restoration company in the Burgh. They get it done and get it done right. PrecisionBrickPointing.net.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotions section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with the king of sportsbooks. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary depending upon market and expire 24 hours from issuance. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention Jeep lovers, now's the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. For a limited time, get unbeatable deals on the entire lineup of rugged, adventure-ready Jeeps. Choose from a versatile 2024 Grand Cherokee 4xe or the iconic Jeep Wrangler 4xe and get up to $25,000 off MSRP. How about a new 2024 Jeep Compass? Limited payments starting at $199 a month for 27 months. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
This September, Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is back, stronger than ever. Diamonds Direct helps you get the perfect jewelry gift with 0% interest. That's right. Enjoy 5 years of 0% financing on any Diamonds Direct purchase. It's your chance to get her the perfect ring with 0 interest and comfortable monthly payments that fit your budget. But act fast. This offer ends September 30th. For details and more, visit DiamondsDirect.com. Spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit. Only at Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Yo,
auto insurance program from the Hartford. Well, if you're age 50 or over, you can save hundreds when you switch. Are you ready for some exclusive discounts too? Phone's in the air now. We're going to sign you up, baby. Go to visithartfordauto.com today for your free quote.
When you're with the Hartford, the Bucks got your back. Provided by Hartford Fire Insurance Company, not AARP or its affiliates. Individual savings vary. The Hartford pays a royalty fee to AARP, which is used for external purposes. For information and restrictions, go to thehartford.com.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection, Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sometimes when I'm bored during breaks, I go on Facebook, Doran. Today, not a good Facebook day.
Why?
That is a bad Facebook day.
Politics?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bad.
Everywhere, right?
Not here. And not everywhere, because it's not here. We don't do it here.
No.
You come on here, you talk to us, you listen to us, you can escape from all of it. And we'd love you to do that with us every day.
Yes.
Up until the election and long after. We are steering clear, baby. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by, I got to get out of Facebook. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. The question at 412-928-9370 is, what does Fields need to do to take this starting job and make it his? And we got Troy in Mount Washington up. What's up, Troy? How you doing, buddy?
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
You were kind of just going over what Justin Fields kind of showed you last year in back-to-back games. It's kind of like we forget what Russ showed us last year in that Jabroni's offense, that fraud's offense. Let's see in 5 weeks what the Denver's offensive stats are, and those fans are going to be clamoring for Russell Wilson to be back at that team. But to answer your question, what do I need to see from Justin Fields to know that he's my starter? The answer is I need to see Russ. I have to see Russell Wilson and what he brings to the table before I'm fully comfortable making Justin Fields my starting quarterback. That's why he's here. I mean, what are we going to do? Just wait until he has 2 bad games in a row or turns the ball over, and then we're like, all right, Russ, go ahead in. Let's get Russ in there as soon as he is ready to go. 80%, 85, 90%.
Ooh.
I don't care. I want to see Russell Wilson on the field first.
Troy, you're a great caller and a great friend of the show, and thank you for calling in, and I think you make a lot of excellent points. But if Justin Fields goes out there and throws 4 touchdowns and runs for 50 yards and you win and you put up more points than you have since Ben Roethlisberger, I really don't think I need to see Russ.
Yeah, but can he do that consistently?
Well, then
you've seen Russ do it consistently. You've never seen Justin Fields in his career do it consistently. You just said 2 games right there. That's just 2 games that he did that. The other games, let's talk about the stats of the other games.
I don't want to.
Right.
No, you're absolutely right about that. I think clearly, though, you go out, you throw 3 touchdowns, 4 touchdowns, you put up points, you win the game. You give Justin Fields another opportunity, though, to see if he could do it a 3rd consecutive time with a winning performance. I get exactly what Troy was saying there, though. Like, how can I feel totally comfortable saying Justin Fields is the guy that gives us the best chance to win if I don't know what Russell Wilson can do within this offense?
Mm-hmm.
I just think they're uniquely positioned right now to Russ clearly isn't 100%. You milk it, make it seem like he's even worse if you have to, get Fields one more opportunity, and then, hey, look, it's just as likely he doesn't play well. It really is. And if he doesn't, then it's easy. You go right back to Russ. 412-928-9370. More callers coming in. We'll get to you over the course of the program. We're jam-packed the rest of the way, though. We've got Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette coming up next. We've got Doug Whaley for a full hour from 9 o'clock until 10. A lot to cover with Ray, and we will do so when we come back. But first, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com today. Ooh, high 85.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
I'd rather ride a bike with my kids.
Faster! I'd rather play catch with my dog than catch pneumococcal pneumonia.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20 pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. If you are 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like heart disease or asthma, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'd rather race for some ice cream. Let's go.
Schedule your vaccination today at Prevnar20.com.
Cooler temps out, right? Feel that fall weather rolling in? Got to get to Schultz Ford right now. Get ready for the winter. Huge selection of vehicles. Get that four-wheel drive that you need. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and Schultz Ford in Wheeling. They're doing great business down there. Always online, schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory, mobile service, pickup and delivery. That's great. Like I said, those locations are wonderful. About that mobile service, they'll come right to your driveway and change your oil if you need that, or something small they can do right there. Pickup and delivery, something a little bigger. They'll grab your car, take it to the shop, bring it right back. Fantastic stuff. Again, schultzford.com. And the inventory, it can't be beaten by anybody right now. Gigantic selection. And browse for what you need at schultzford.com. That is always open. Again, schultzford.com.
There are two things everyone loves, saving money and convenience, and the law firm of Butte, Bevington & Nichols can help you do both. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Over the past 15 years, they've successfully resolved thousands of appeals. If you've received an assessment appeal hearing notice from a school district, call Butte, Bevington & Nichols to represent you. Your tax savings may be quite significant, and you won't have to participate at your scheduled hearing. And although you won't need to physically attend your hearing, the Board of Property Assessment rules for submitting evidence will need to be followed. But good news, hearings are being scheduled now. So if your residential or commercial property has received a notice of assessment appeal or change in Allegheny County, call 412-650-5940. That's 412-650-5940, or click BOOTAY Bevington.com. Butte, Bevington & Nichols, Pittsburgh's real estate attorneys. Crowley here. Sullivan Super Service is celebrating 60 years in business with super savings for you. It's BOGO time. Get a free furnace when you buy an Air Ease air conditioner from Sullivan. Save money, stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivanservice.com. But hurry, a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit, PellaPittsburgh.com.
Get $150 off windows, $600 off doors, or 0% interest for 36 months.
Hey everyone, it's Doran Dickerson. Do you want to feel more confident when you smile? People give me compliments all the time about my smile. It's been 2 years since my smile makeover, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. For my veneer treatment, I only trusted the best cosmetic dentist in Pittsburgh. Doctors Brian and Rob Klaich of Cranberry Dental Studio, and my experience was incredible. Request a free virtual consultation by visiting cranberrydentalstudio.com or check out their award-winning smile makeovers on their Instagram at Cranberry Dental Studio.
Rally House, shop every team in town, college and pro. Come on, it's time to go.
Get ready for kickoff, Pittsburgh. Rally House has the game day gear you're looking for, including Steelers sideline gear and the latest college style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, Rally House. It's your city, it's your house, it's the Rally House.
Gear up in-store and online at rallyhouse.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problems on I-79. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Save 50% on installation of Gutter Helmet during their fall sale this month only. 888-5-HELMET. Southbound 79, we have an accident blocking the left lane now on the Neville Island Bridge between the Neville Island off and on ramps. Traffic is getting by in the right lane past the incident, but is now stacking back before the Emsworth-Sewickley interchange almost to Mount Nebo Road. Parkway West, you are jammed between Carnegie and Greentree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East at Wilkinsburg, Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass, and delays now on the Parkway North before Camp Horn Road down to Perrysville. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5-HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Man. Leaves and temperatures are beginning to fall.
And so are prices. Time to shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Grab some incredible deals this week, including 0% financing on the popular 24 Outlander. It's back, but it won't last long.
New 24 Eclipse Cross, take $5,000 off on select models or finance at 2.99% for 72 months.
Or a new 24 Outlander Sport. Take $4,500 off MSRP and it's all yours.
Let's be clear. You'll be getting style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Plus 2 years of prepaid maintenance. It's the best automotive deal out there.
So don't wait. Our fall kickoff makes an upgrade easier than ever.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer incentives. See dealer for details.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
And good morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That's right. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. Thank you, Voice Guy, your hometown home and business security company. And we've got one of our favorite guys, Ray Fittipaldo, joining us on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Ray, brought to us by Western PA Injury Attorneys of LGKG. Build on relationships, credibility, and integrity. LGKG.com. Ray, of course, from the Post-Gazette, our Steelers insider. Hello, Ray. How you doing?
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
We are doing wonderful.
Wonderful?
Wonderful. I shouldn't speak for you, Doran. I said we.
Well, you can feel the vibe.
I can feel the vibe. We're doing great. All right, Ray. So Mike Tomlin would not yesterday, when pressed twice, say that Russell Wilson is the starting quarterback when healthy. Do you think, though, that Russ Wilson is the starting quarterback when healthy?
Yes, but, guys, I don't know when Russell Wilson is going to be healthy enough for Mike Tomlin to feel like he could put him out there. We're over 6 weeks now since this injury happened, and it just seems like if it's not good enough now, after 6 weeks, it's just going to be something that lingers all season. So I think Mike, wants to put Russ out there. Russ obviously wants to be out there, but Mike said it after the game. He's going to play the healthy players, and, it wasn't a great performance by that Steelers offense, but I'll tell you what, Justin Fields didn't make any mistakes. He managed that game well, and, they found a way to play better in the second half and get the win.
Ray, say Russell Wilson miraculously becomes healthy next week. What does Justin Fields have to do on Sunday to make them think that, okay, we're going to stick with Justin Fields even though Russ is somewhat healthy?
Yeah, it would have to be really good because here's the way I look at it, Doran. I think the norm for Justin Fields in this offense and the way Mike Tomlin wants to play with Justin Fields, I think the norm is going to be 17-20 23 points. I think we saw the formula that they want to win with when Justin Fields is the starter. I know you guys saw that next-gen passing chart like I did. I mean, 80%, 85% of the throws were within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage, or maybe 7 yards from the line of scrimmage. There were 3 down the field. All 3 were to George Pickens. So, they're going to run the ball. It's going to be conservative. So, Justin Fields can go out there and play well again, but he still might have 150 yards passing and no turnover. So, I don't think we're going to see like a 300-yard game or a 3-touchdown performance from Justin as long as Mike and Arthur are calling the game the way they called it against the Falcons.
Ray Fittipaldo joining us in the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. I think I'm picking up what you're putting down, Ray, but I just want to ask for clarification purposes. Mike Tomlin did leave the light on for Russell Wilson, but it sounds like you really don't think he's got much of a chance to play this week.
Well, he foreshadowed that he's going to be limited today, and then he mentioned something about a battery of tests that he's going to go through, I think, today or tomorrow, and then they'll figure out his availability for Thursday. But when you get into Thursday and you're not practicing, then I know he's a veteran, but I would say, guys, if he's limited the next 2 days, I would have a hard time seeing the Steelers go with Russell with just one full day of practice on Friday. But that's just my gut.
Ray, Dan Moore Jr. is dealing with an ankle injury, and Troy Fautanu practiced last week, seeming like he's going to start this week. Is this the first time, and do you feel like we will see this? Troy Fautanu at right tackle and Broderick Jones at left tackle against the Broncos.
Yeah, so I didn't get the idea that Dan Moore's injury was serious enough to keep him out of this game. What Mike said was he would be limited in the early portions of the week. So you're right. We are going to see Troy Fautanu with the starters today likely at right tackle, and then we'll see Broderick Jones at left tackle. Where it becomes interesting, Doran, is, okay, on Friday, let's say Dan Moore is back and Troy Fautanu is healthy. He looks good at right tackle. Does Broderick Jones go to the bench, or do they keep Troy Fautanu on the bench? Because I'll tell you what, I thought Dan Moore played really well against the Falcons. I thought he protected really well. There weren't really a lot of issues with his side of the line. So I don't think they're going to sit Dan Moore down if he's healthy. So I think it would be Broderick Jones who would go to the bench, or they would just play a conservative and they would go one more week with Fautanu being a backup.
Wow. Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. One other thing I wanted to ask you on Russ Wilson here, Ray. Do you know what happened with this blocking sled? Like, did Justin Fields get on the blocking sled? Did Cameron Johnson get on the blocking sled? Did everybody get on the blocking sled? Was this something that Russ Wilson volunteered to do because he's kind of loco up there? Like, what do you know that happened? What is your understanding of all of that?
The only thing I know is, listen, the other quarterbacks could have done it. I assume they also did it, but I haven't had that confirmed yet. And that's a little bit of a tricky thing to ask in the locker room of Justin Fields or Kyle Allen, because you don't want to throw them under the bus and let that out of the bag. So I'm sure that question will get answered in the future, but I don't have the answer for you right now.
Ray, how do you think that Arthur Smith did on Sunday?
They won. I know there was a lot of criticism during the game, especially early on, because it did look a lot like a Matt Canada offense with kind of the sideway passes and all that thing. But I got to be honest with you, Doran, I think a lot of that is Mike Tomlin telling Arthur this is the way he wants to play. I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that you didn't see any passes over the middle again. I mean, Mike Tomlin always talks about the high traffic areas over the middle of the field, and that's where turnovers happen. So I do think a lot of it is I don't want to say Arthur was handcuffed, but I definitely think that Mike wanted it to be a more conservative game plan. And why not? When you have that defense and they're playing the way they are right now, I think it's a really good formula to have, to win while the offense gets its sea legs. So I thought he did okay. I wasn't a big fan of the passing game early, but it took some shots in the second half, and give credit to Justin. He connected with George Pickens for a couple when it mattered.
What about Roman Wilson? You think he's going to get worked into the mix?
Mike said he's going to practice more this week, but, in terms of him being active or being a big part of the game plan on Sunday, I don't see that quite yet just because he's been out for so long. But, guys, they need him. After George Pickens on Sunday, they had 2 catches for 8 yards among their other receivers. I think Van Jefferson had 1 and Calvin Austin had the other. I mean, that's got to pick up. Those guys have to be more productive. And whether it's Roman Wilson or one of those other guys, you're not going to win a lot of football games with that type of production from your 2, 3, 4 receivers.
How much do you think you'll see Terrell Edmonds? He's not on the practice squad. He's on the active roster, right?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, it was interesting how Mike answered that question yesterday. Basically said that it was a depth move. They had no reason to add him now, but they were adding him now in case there was an injury later on. So I think it was just one of those things that they felt Edmonds was better than a practice squad player. They plucked him off the Jaguars practice squad, and now they have an extra body in the secondary. I mean, they are kind of thin back there with the injury of Ryan Watts and Cam Sutton still being on the suspended list. I think they can use all the veteran bodies they can get. And obviously, Edmonds knows this defense really well, and he knows the personnel around him very well. So I don't expect him to have a big role unless there's an injury. But like I said, he's a nice depth piece to have in your back pocket in case there is an injury.
It's always nice to have you in our back pocket, Ray. Thank you for joining us.
All right, guys. See you later.
See you, buddy. God, that was so professional.
You are very professional.
Wow.
Nice to have you in our back pocket, Ray.
I'd love to have Ray in my back pocket. This little tiny Ray like Tinkerbell.
Why? What would you use him for?
We would talk football.
You just pull him out like, hey, Ray, what do you think about Justin Fields and his progressions?
Yeah, my wife doesn't want to watch Thursday night football with me tomorrow, but
you
Ray
don't want
would
to watch
be there.
football with anybody. You like to watch it by yourself.
Not if it's a game that I don't care about.
You like to watch it with people if it's a game you don't care about?
If it's a game I don't care about, I like to go and watch it with humans, yeah. If it's a game I'm emotionally invested in, unless I'm at the game, I want to be by myself because I'm a freak.
Why don't you ever ask me to watch games?
Because I'm a freak. You mean like a Steeler game? We should do that. But I'd annoy the hell out of you.
Yep.
What'd you see there? Shut up. You've told me you don't like watching it with people. That's the issue. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia and Peters Talent. You visit them at southhillskia.net. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Ben Roethlisberger chimed in on his thoughts on how Justin Fields played. We'll let you hear that. And we'll react to what Ray said. In particular, could Broderick Jones be the guy who gets benched if Troy Faltanu is back and healthy? That's all on the way. But first, a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won the first 2 games of this series against the Miami Marlins, and they have an opportunity to sweep the series if they can win today. Game time, 12:35 at PNC Park. You can listen to that game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. Think all windows are created equal? That's what I thought before I owned a home with Renewal by Andersen Windows. Each window custom built to ensure a tight fit that helps eliminate drafts and increase comfort. And their high-performance smart sunglass helps block 95% of the sun's UV rays, which can damage rugs, floors, and furniture. If all that sounds great, it gets even better because this month Renewal by Andersen has extended their 31-day sales event. You buy one, get one, 40% off all windows, patio doors, and entry doors when you buy 4 or more. That's 40% off. Plus, get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Special financing is available. Call by September 30th, 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Thursday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by the Storky Chevy Group and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has your perfect Subaru waiting for you. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2025 Subaru Forester is built to handle any rugged fall terrain. Plus, right now, you can get 3.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited-time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Forester. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. For more, go to BowserSubaru.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an ad by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Hey everyone, it's Boomer Esiason. What's something that you've always wanted to learn? An instrument, a new language, how not to burn pasta. Whether it's big or small, imagine how great it would feel to finally do it. As kids, we're always learning and growing, but as adults, sometimes we lose that curiosity that made life feel so exciting. So it's easy to think that we are who we are and we can't change. But BetterHelp is here to tell you that it's never too late to be who you want to be. Therapy can help you reconnect with your sense of wonder because your back-to-school era can come at any age. BetterHelp makes it easy to get started with affordable phone, video, or live chat sessions you could do from anywhere, and the option to message your therapist between sessions if anything comes up. So why not rediscover possibility with BetterHelp? Visit BetterHelp.com/Boomer today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/Boomer.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's great.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. Baker Mayfield gets our first game ball as Cleveland wallows in buyer's remorse over Deshaun Watson. Joe Mixon enjoyed a career day debut for Houston, while Tyreek Hill became the NFL's Scotty Scheffler. Philly linebacker Zach Vaughn, Seattle safety Julian Love, Pittsburgh kicker Chris Boswell, and lame duck Dallas coach Mike McCarthy also garnered game balls. Congratulations to all on Boomer Esiason.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news, bad news on I-79. This report brought to you by Duncan. The good news is they've cleared the earlier accident on the Neville Island Bridge, reopening that left lane. Traffic now stacking all the way back to Mount Nebo Road, however, as you make your way across the span. Also, an accident in the final stages of clearing on the outbound Parkway East near the Rodi Road ramps. Watch for possible delays there. It's already a construction zone. Inbound Parkway East, you are jammed at Greensburg Pike, Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass, the Parkway North before Camphorn Road, and the Parkway West between Carnegie and Greentree. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a satisfying meal for just $6? Try the new $6 meal deal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for $6. America runs on Dunkin'.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, real quick. Texture. Oh, my God. See, this is how they wrote it. All caps to start. Oh, my God, stop with the Justin Fields did good. There is no way that game plan holds up with KC, San Fran, Eagles, etc. All right, first of all, they're not playing San Fran till the Super Bowl. So if they get there, okay, we'll take our shot. They didn't play Kansas City. They didn't play the Eagles. They played the Falcons with a quarterback that practiced for one day, and the day he practiced is a walkthrough day. So how about you? Oh, my God, stop. Let's see what he does this week with a full week of practice. If he goes out there and they don't score a touchdown, okay, we can have a conversation. Right. They didn't play the Chiefs. Like, they played the Chiefs. Guess what? They lose that game. If you have your quarterback manage the game against the Chiefs, you are going to lose.
I mean, there's specific game plans, too, like, for each team. Like,
I don't think Tomlin gets enough credit for that either, actually. Like, go beat Atlanta. You're not lining up to beat the 2007 Patriots on Sunday. Sorry, I cut you off. I got
you're absolutely right. There's specific game plans though. Like they had a thought, and they were on a short. They were on 48 hours of a new quarterback. It's like, hey, this is what we do well. We got to be conservative, and we just got to win the game. Now I know that there's going to be a different game plan this week. There's going to be a different game plan against the Chargers, and then you go through the season, you get better or you get worse. And then you have the Eagles, you have the Chiefs, you have the AFC North, and you figure it out from there. And you have specific game plans for each team and each defense and each offense.
Yes. Like, are people in Cincinnati today going, oh, my God, we scored 10 points? Probably not. Now, there's a body of work for Joe Burrow that you can fall back on and say they've struggled early, really, for as long as he's been there, and then they've turned it on late and been in an elite offense. I get that. But you're not going to see very many, if at all, finished products offensively at the beginning of the season. We saw it with San Francisco. They did it to the Steelers last year. They did it this year. You saw it with Tampa Bay. They got to play a college team in Carolina. Like, if they didn't go in there and put up 47 points, you're probably asking what the hell happened. Carolina stinks. What?
I think it was the Saints.
Which team? Who did Baker play?
Forget.
Paul Pause?
Paul Pause.
Callis, you got a Paul Pause in there? NFL scores. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
It's another Paul Pause. Paul will now silently research statistics during our live radio show.
All right, they played the Commanders and put up 37 points. The Buccaneers did, but you are correct. So people probably feel good about the Saints offense. Saints beat the Panthers. The Buccaneers beat the Commanders. I didn't see a lot of other finished products offensively last week. It's just the nature of the league now. When preseason, you're not going to play as many guys. Most teams don't. And so you're going to go into the season and you're going to look at September and you're going to say, let's figure out who we are, what we do well, what we don't do well, and you're going to try to get better from there.
The finished products that are out there, like the Cowboys, or somewhat of a finished product, and they ran high-level offense. The ones that did, the Kansas City Chiefs and the teams that you rattled off, they aren't in a situation where you're having a new quarterback, which is a second-string quarterback, and a new offensive coordinator. Like, everything is new. With them, it's not. They're picking up where they left off. Those teams that are playing at a high level on offense, they're picking up where they left off from last year. The Steelers, everything is new, man. Like, it's going to take some time. And I know you want to score touchdowns. That's the name of the game. But on a short week with a quarterback, you go into that game plan like, what the hell does he do well? Oh, he uses his feet. Let's let him take a shot every once in a while. We'll feel good about that. But other than that, hey, take care of the football, and we'll play defense, we'll win this game, and then we'll reassess on Monday.
Yeah, people got to remember that that's their backup quarterback. They wanted Russell Wilson to start the game. The reason he didn't is because he got hurt. The guy that replaced him practiced, like you said, one day. And here's another texter. You do realize we've seen the exact same offense for the last 2 years. So the texter makes a point that you're not countering very well. If you want to hear us counter that, you can listen to the last 2 shows where I said, if you think it looked the same, you're not watching football and know what you're looking at. The result ultimately was the same. They didn't score touchdowns. They didn't score enough points. But this is an offensive line we were worried about coming in. They were 3rd in the league according to PFF in pass blocking grades. Why? Because the new offensive coordinator is not a bum. That offensive line would have been eaten alive in pass protection if Matt Canada were here. It did not happen. They stayed committed to the run, even though at times it didn't look like the run was working, and they wound up with darn near 140 yards. Last few seasons, they started out the season, they rushed for, I think, 41 against San Francisco, and they rushed for, I think, 55 was the number against the Cleveland Browns. They don't run the football well, historically, the last 2 years at the beginning of the season. It was only late in the season. So there was a lot of things that happened in this game that were better than the last 2 years. Not to mention you had that garbage push-off call. You would have gone up over 300 yards. They didn't do that Matt Canada's entire tenure.
Not to mention he had a rookie center in his first start on the road.
He was good.
I'm watching a clip of him right now, but think about what was last year. Think about Mason Cole. Like, that isn't different. That's a lot. That's a big position to be pretty good at, especially as a young player. It's very, and I know they had the bobble snap or whatever, but that's very significant.
Yes.
You think he's going to get worse?
You see Brian Baldinger break him down?
That's what I'm watching.
Oh. I might go home tonight, turn off the lights, light a couple of candles, and just watch that clip of Brian Baldinger talk about how good Zach Frazier was. He's knocking guys down.
Mm-hmm.
Pass protection was good. They got a good one there. They also got a good one, we think, in Troy Fautanu. And how about our guy in the previous segment, Ray Fittipaldo, said he could see it with Dan Moore Jr. being hurt. Okay, if he's obviously limited throughout the week, he could see Fautanu and Broderick Jones start. But he also threw out there, what if Dan Moore Jr. is healthy? He could see it where Broderick Jones gets benched.
Mm-hmm.
I got sidetracked by the texters here. We should probably spend more time on this topic. You cannot bench Broderick Jones when Troy Fautanu comes back healthy. That, to me, is bad first-round pick that you traded up for asset management. I know Dan Moore played well. I get that. Then why didn't you pay him? You know, why'd you draft Broderick Jones? You got to play at some point, and if you're not going to let him play, if you're not going to let Fautanu play when Dan Moore Jr. is nursing an injury this week, then when is that going to happen? Like, now the door is ajar, the light should be on. It's the opportunity. Go take advantage. Texter, I love the play calling, the moving pockets, blah, blah, blah. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I brought this up before, too. The rollout to the left, the moving pocket, looks across the field, laser beam the Pickens right before half, 1 second left on the clock. We don't see that the last few. We didn't even see that with Ben. They weren't rolling Ben out and having him throw it the other way. He would do it sometimes himself. It's a lot different.
Yes.
A lot different.
Think about how the offensive line needed to hold up on that play, too. He wasn't there. I don't even think there was anybody close to him.
Good point by you.
I think that's hard.
I think they're going to do a lot of that stuff with Russell Wilson, too, by the way.
Yes. That's his game.
Yeah, he can do that.
Uh-huh.
Not to scramble, but just
sprint, turn, throw.
Mm-hmm.
Bang.
Fan Morning Show Twitter. Bang. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. This is a write-in vote. You can go to @_Adam Crowley. I have asked the question. Assuming he starts on Sunday, and we are, what does Justin Fields have to do to lock down the starting job? You can vote. We'll revisit that later in the show. Doug Whaley from 9 until 10. We take a brief departure from football coming up next. John Wayner is going to join us. Is it a shoo-in that Andrew McCutchen comes back next year? He had his 20th homer of the season last night. It's unbelievable. Talk to Wayner about that. First, though, it's a Callus fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight. Today. Keep saying tonight. It's today. It's the afternoon, 12:35. They play on the Miami Marlins. And the third and final game of the series. Pirates have an opportunity to sweep the series if they can win this afternoon. You can listen to that game live over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Dorn.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's Gina Giampietro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Michael worked with Gina a few years ago to buy his home in Crafton, and now, 3 years later, he was ready to sell that home, and he knew that he wanted to work with Gina again. He contacted Gina and once again was very impressed with the results because with her expert marketing plans, Gina was able to sell Michael's home for over $450,000. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. She doesn't do her job at any point. You're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampietro of Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Boutte Bevington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller, and most goals we set for ourselves have a pretty clear course. I want a trip to Nashville. So you read a couple of reviews, you talk to a few friends, save up some money, and book it. Maybe a couple of choices along the way, but overall it's a pretty clear course to reach your goal. Now, if your goal is to lose 40 or 50 pounds, where's the clear path? You read reviews, talk with a few friends, and try something out. When it doesn't work, you're disappointed. We've all been there, and it sucks. You know what I say? Stop trying and do what I did. Start doing. Reach your goal with Awaken 180. It's a clear course to success without the disappointment. No guesswork, no trial and error, and no medication side effects. I'm proof. I dropped 35 pounds my first go at it, and it was simple. A word never associated with weight loss, except when referring to Awaken 180. Choose the simple, clear course to success with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Are you struggling with pain in your feet, ankles, knees, hips, or lower back? At the Good Feet store, we recommend having high-quality support in your shoes. Our personalized arch support system has helped countless people find relief, like Karen.
After I decided my pain was too much, and my doctor actually suggested that I do visit the Good Feet store. Pretty amazing when they put the arch supports in your shoe and you walk around and you realize there's not pain and you think, how can this arch support in my shoe make my back pain go away? But it works. And how can it make my knee pain go away? It was incredible.
Come to the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Summer heat will soon be turning into cold winter weather, and now is the time to make sure your roof will be prepared for the snow, sleet, and freezing temperatures. You know what to do. Call the Pickle, 724-515-5551. Gherkin Roofing is taking appointments right now for their fall roof replacements. Gherkin also does small roof repairs. Protect your biggest investment by calling the Pickle today at 724-515-5551 or visit them at callthepickle.com. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Just dial pound law. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America, and now the universe's largest injury law firm.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Enjoy your new ride.
This new car brought to you by all the money you save by doing your everyday shopping at Mac.bid. Yay, you.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
If you smell what The Rock is cooking.
Wiener, deep left. Look at this. Steve. Oh, my goodness. He's done it. David Wiener. Unbelievable. It is unbelievable. He's done it in his home ballpark. John Wiener.
That's not The Rock stuff. That's Rocky stuff.
That is unbelievable.
John Wayner will be joining us here momentarily. He's brought to us by Gutter Helmet. Save 50% on installation of Gutter Helmet during their fall sale. This month only, 8885-HELMET. And also brought to us by Allegiant Federal Community Credit Union. Shape your future. Visit AllegiantFCU.org. Andrew McCutchen hit his 20th homer of the season last night. We'll get to John in just one second. We were talking about the offensive line in the last segment, and someone texts in, Doran, and says, it should not matter if the person was drafted first or last. If they're not performing, they should be benched. Broderick Jones is no exception. Dan Moore has been playing his ass off, working his ass off. Broderick Jones looks like he was on roller skates during the preseason. I understand that point in terms of philosophy. Sports is supposed to be the ultimate meritocracy. If you play the best, you should play. That being said, GTFO with the preseason. He did look really bad in the preseason. I thought he was fine on Sunday. Mm-hmm. And he's also not playing healthy. So Dan Moore would even things out with his ankle being banged up, but clearly Broderick Jones still has something going on with that arm. Probably something he'll be dealing with all season. Shall we talk to Mr. Wayner?
Yes.
Hello, John. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you folks?
Well, you got any thoughts on the Steelers' offensive line? I'm sure you do.
Oh, man, I don't pay that much attention to the line. I got to watch the first game. I was pleasantly surprised. I love the defense. I'm not real good at paying attention to the line. I don't know. I know the one guy's from Fairmont, West Virginia, the center, Frazier.
That is true. And what a wonderful man he is, and what a wonderful place that is, John.
I know. We love West Virginia.
Who's we?
I do. I'm in West Virginia. Half my time I'm down there.
Why?
So my wife's store's down there. I'm down there all the time. I just came up Monday.
See, John, this just made I did not know any of that, and I am titillated. All right, to the baseball, though, Mr. Wayner. And Andrew McCutchen hits his 20th home run last night. It's just incredible, really, when you think about a guy doing it at his age where he is on the Pirates' all-time list. And I think this might be the easiest question you're ever going to have to answer, but maybe I'm wrong on that. Like, you offer him the same deal for next year, right?
Yeah, I would think so. It is incredible what he's doing. He's locked in right now, and he still has that incredible bat speed. I think that's probably the first thing to go when you get into your mid-30s is the bat speed, and can you catch up to a fastball, especially today with how hard all the pitchers are throwing. And he could still turn around a fastball with the best of them and hit it a long way. I talked about this on the air last night. I mean, he's back spinning balls. I mean, he was a guy, we've seen the power to right center, to right. The balls he's hitting to left are absolute bombs. Just that was 400-plus feet, a high towering drive, and he's been very, very productive. He still gets on base. He still has a good eye. And he hit 20 homers at 37 years old. He and the old guy that closed out the game. That's incredible too. At 35 years old, Chapman, he feels like it seems like he's been around for 20 years, and he finished the game throwing 103 miles per hour. And so, yeah, it's you don't see that very often. Guys that get to their mid-late 30s doing the things they're doing.
John, we all know that Paul Skeens is a generational talent, but whenever you watch him game in and game out, what do you think he can get better at whenever you're assessing his game in the offseason or heading into next season? Is there anything that you see in his game, in his pitching, that, he could get better at that, and if he does, he could be even better next year?
Yeah, actually, we had him on last night, and I asked him about throwing a cutter or a slider, if that's in his future. He has 3 breaking balls, a slider, like a sweeper, and a curve, and they're all in the 80s. Back in the day, you saw a lot of guys that were basically sinker slider, and the slider would come in 5-6 miles per hour slower than the fastball, and a lot for a hitter, when you got a guy throwing that hard that has a hard slider, it's hard to pick up, and you get a lot of chase. I mean, this is silly to talk about because the guy's incredible, and, one game he's getting guys out with curveballs, the next the splinker, the next the changeup. I think if he threw like a hard slider in the low 90s to righties, he'd even be that much better. He kind of talked about it, and he said, just kind of way the ball's in his hand, the way he lets go of the ball. He's kind of worked on a cutter, and it just really isn't for him, but something that, he might look into as his career goes on. But, man, when you throw like his slider comes in about, I think it averages 86, 87. When you see a slower pitch like that that's 10, 12 miles per hour softer than his fastball, there's bigger break. It's easier to recognize as a hitter. If you throw a hard, sharp slider at like 93-ish, I mean, righties would have no chance if he could come up with something like that. I mean, that's probably easier said than done. But, you could tell this guy, the way he works, the way he executes his pitches, his know-how to find weaknesses on hitters, he's going to get better. He's going to continue to work on his craft. He's going to continue to his command of all these pitches he has is top-notch for a 22-year-old guy. But for me, I would think I wouldn't have a chance against anything he throws, but if he had a slider, I think he'd embarrass me. Like a hard slider, I think he would embarrass a lot of hitters if he could throw like a good, hard, sharp slider.
All right, last thing here for you, Rock, and we're a little short on time here, so I do apologize for that, but Jackson Merrill is the betting favorite right now to win the NL Rookie of the Year, and he is a delightful player. There's no doubt about it, and the Padres are 82-64. But is Jackson Merrill historically good? Because the guy the Pirates have out there has got a 2.10 ERA, and he's 10-2, and he's got the best ERA in the league, and he's striking everybody out. He's making the Marlins look silly. What am I missing here?
Yeah, I mean, a great question. Who knows? I mean, I would sit here and think that Paul Skeens obviously is going to be right up there. If he doesn't finish first, if he doesn't win it, he's going to be in the second. I mean, I know the 30-year-old rookie in Chicago, in Managa, he'll be up there too because he's had a great year. Mm-hmm. But yeah, he's a historic, generational type pitcher. Nothing against Merrill. He's had a great season as well. It'll be interesting to see how that comes out. I mean, I guess Paul will probably have 2 or 3 more starts, and he's already over 150 strikeouts. He'll probably end up in the 160s. He could have a dozen wins, maybe the lowest ERA and all of that. Well, he will have the lowest ERA in baseball, I would guess. And he's certainly because he's not a favorite doesn't mean he's not going to win. Obviously, we'll see what happens when the votes come out.
John, this was wonderful as always. Enjoy Wild and Wonderful, buddy.
Always do. Always do. Have a good week, guys.
You too.
Go Stillers.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John. Thought he was going to say, let's go Mountaineers.
He said, we love West Virginia. Who's we?
Well, we got McKillop coming on later on. Mm-hmm. He loves West Virginia. He lives there.
No, he loves his wife.
His wife lives there. He lives there. Of course, he's settled down into the hills. It's a beautiful
That doesn't mean
state.
he loves it.
Well, we'll ask him.
Just like Wayner said, just because you're a favorite doesn't mean you're going to win.
That's not the same thing. I don't know why it's not the same, but it's not the same thing.
Do you think that if Scott McKillop could pick whether he could live in Pittsburgh or live in West Virginia, he'd pick living in West Virginia?
You don't think he could pick?
No.
Because wife?
Yes.
I understand that. By the way, Texter brings up that Broderick Jones was bad in the preseason. Who was he worst against? I'll answer my own question. Gregory Rousseau. Easy for me to say. Did you happen to see what Gregory Rousseau did week 1? 3 sacks. So Gregory Rousseau had 5 sacks, 5.5, I think, all of last year. Dominates Broderick Jones in the preseason. Goes out, starts the season with a 3-sack performance. Like the one guy whose stat line was better than T.J. Watt's. So maybe, I'm just throwing it out there, maybe we don't need to freak out that much about Broderick Jones. That's all. All right, coming up next, we go around the NFL, brought to us by Champ Tires, all brands in every size. First, though, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin had his weekly press conference yesterday, and he said that they're going to prepare as if Justin Fields will be the starter in this second week against the Denver Broncos. Russell Wilson still dealing with that calf injury, according to the team. Also, Arthur Smith, he's going to talk tomorrow. His weekly press conferences every Thursday. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush, accident-free, but still pretty crowded. This report brought to you by Train. I-79 still suffering the effects of the earlier accident cleared from the left lane across the Neville Island Bridge. As a result, you still have delays now between the Mount Nebo Road and Emsworth-Sewickley interchanges heading toward the Route 51 interchange. Parkway North, you are jammed at Camp Horn Road down to Perrysville. Parkway West stacked between Carnegie and Greentree. Parkway East jammed at Churchill, and Route 28 delays before the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by TrainInfo.com. Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit TrainInfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. TrainInfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Welcome to Staples. My son's teacher emailed his back-to-school list. He needs crayons and notebooks. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find low prices on tons of school supplies. And all in stock. Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue. You got it. And markers? Of course. Oh, geez. Might I suggest 2 carts?
Staples has everything for school in stock and priced low. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and 2-pocket poly folders are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 9/14, in-store only, limit 10 while supplies last.
This September, Diamonds Direct This ultimate offer is back, stronger than ever. Diamonds Direct helps you get the perfect jewelry gift with 0% interest. That's right. Enjoy 5 years of 0% financing on any Diamonds Direct purchase. It's your chance to get her the perfect ring with 0 interest and comfortable monthly payments that fit your budget. But act fast. This offer ends September 30th. For details and more, visit DiamondsDirect.com. Spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit. Only at Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
Get ready for kickoff, Pittsburgh. Rally House has the game day gear you're looking for, including Steelers sideline gear and the latest college style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State Nittany Lions. Rally House, it's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Gear up in-store and online at rallyhouse.com.
And Skillet. Live in Pittsburgh. Live at Stage AE Outdoors, September 23rd. Seether and Skillet. Together. Get tickets now at AXS.com.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
It's finally football season. What better way to watch the games than enjoying a steel tower at the Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington? 100 ounces of Yingling or Icy Light at $18 all September long. The Steel Mill Saloon. Meet me there in Mount Washington.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this. I brought up, we got Scott McKillop coming on tomorrow. He of December 1st, 2007 fame. Pat Narduzzi going to join us at 6:45. Deuce, before the big game on Saturday. He always, big rise and shiner. When we have him on, he wants to do early.
Yeah, gets his day started with us.
Do you think he listens to us?
Sure.
Do you think he turns the radio off when I talk and then guesses, all right, let me turn it back. Oh, Doran's talking. I can listen.
Probably.
Yeah. I like Pat. I do.
I think he likes you.
I think he does too.
I think. Like, honestly, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, my interactions with him have been positive. Saw him at that fundraising event not long ago, and we had a nice chat. I wish I had his calves.
For what? So you can strain them?
Well, it's just I'm still, dude. I swear, I have created an Achilles injury in my left leg because I am such a mental weakling. My anxiety is such. I'm afraid I'm going to pop my left Achilles.
It's going to pop.
You think so?
Probably. In the most inopportune time, too. Like, it'll probably be at the game on Saturday.
Will they carry me off the field?
No.
Cart me out of there?
No.
What if that did happen?
It happened to Cabali.
Was he on the field?
No, he was going up the escalator, right?
Oh, yeah.
At SoFi. That's awful.
How nuts is that? My man's not even walking up the stairs. The stairs are walking him up. That's what an escalator is, and he still tears the Achilles.
That's awful.
I'm terrified. I'm poking it. That's so tender.
That's not good.
And the calf is tight.
Uh-oh.
I know.
Oh, no.
And I can't handle pain. All right, we're going around the NFL here. I've left precious time because I'm talking about Pat Narduzzi's calves. So tomorrow night's game, do you know what it is? I'll tell you. The Buffalo Bills at the Miami Dolphins, and Tua Tagovailoa says, the narrative will be we can't beat the Bills until we do. Early look, I like the Dolphins now. When it's money time late in the season, I just don't buy that team, man.
Right.
And I'm not the biggest Bills fan. You've kind of talked me into that, like, they're Josh Allen and a bunch of nothing on offense, but Josh Allen's really good. I think Buffalo stomps them tomorrow. Or excuse me, I think Miami wins tomorrow, but Buffalo stomps them when it matters.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
I totally agree. I mean, Buffalo barely won against the Cardinals last week.
Cardinals are pesky. That defense sucks, though.
I just don't. I mean, there's just no. I mean, losing Diggs, I think, is going to hurt them.
Massive. When your best option's probably a rookie, that's not a good place to be. All right, one more thing here. Robert Saleh of the Jets. It feels better to be 0-1 this year than 1-0 last year. Buying or selling that?
I buy it because you have Aaron Rodgers.
I buy it too. I also thought they played like crap.
Yeah.
Now, I thought Rodgers showed he could still do it, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he didn't play well. The arm talent was there, and he moved better than Kirk Cousins did.
Yep.
Like, way better than Kirk Cousins did. All right, coming up next, Doug Whaley joins us for a full hour. What would he do in Mike Tomlin's position with the quarterback? How did he feel like Justin Fields played last week? We got a full game to break down with Doug Whaley.
Got a lot.
And there's stuff going on at Pitt I think he might have opinions on as well. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Today, high 85.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah! Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 9/22/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Can you haul away a mattress?
1-800-GOT-JUNK will haul off any size mattress for just $59.
But you need to know, this mattress has defied all my efforts to get it out of the bedroom.
All you have to do is point.
But this mattress has a mind of its own. It's like something out of a Stephen King novel.
Help is on the way.
Well, that's fantastic.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
Chris Muller here for Pins Mechanical Company. Looking for a little less iPad time for you and the kids? Check out Pins. At Pins, it's all about connecting in real life. Play duck pin bowling, pinball, or some of our old school arcade games. Grab a cocktail or a draft beer. Bring the kids. Bring your friends. Heck, even bring your dogs. Make Pins your next hangout spot with friends or family and connect with them for real. Pins. That's how we roll.
Looks like fall is here, and the leaves aren't the only thing that's starting to drop.
That's right. Outside temperatures are dropping too. Are your windows able to keep that cold air out and the warm air in?
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Switzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
Autumn is the perfect time for replacing your home's old, worn-out windows. Don't wait until the cold winter winds are howling.
Take advantage of this change of the seasons and upgrade your home with new energy-efficient windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
So don't wait. Stop by one of our showrooms.
Or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More problems on the roadways. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. This September, make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health, find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. In Bethel Park, crews checking reports of a vehicle fire at the intersection of Madison Avenue and South Park Road. Meanwhile, the Parkway West remains jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East, that is stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass. And then again between the 40th and 31st Street bridges toward the north side. Parkway North delays right around Bellevue Westview, and then heavy from McKnight Road down the East Street Valley. It's jammed heading across the southbound Veterans Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Most goals have a clear course, like planning a trip. But when it comes to losing 40 or 50 pounds, that's a different story. Except with Awaken 180, a clear course to fast, proven weight loss with free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 Leaves and temperatures are beginning to fall.
And so are prices. Time to shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Grab some incredible deals this week, including 0% financing on the popular 24 Outlander. It's back, but it won't last long.
New 24 Eclipse Cross, take $5,000 off on select models or finance at 2.99% for 72 months.
Or a new 24 Outlander Sport. Take $4,500 off MSRP and it's all yours.
Let's be clear. You'll be getting style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Plus 2 years of prepaid maintenance. It's the best automotive deal out there.
So don't wait. Our fall kickoff makes an upgrade easier than ever.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer incentives. See dealer for details.
It's Wednesday with Doug Whaley, the Fans Football Executive Insider. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, and Allegiant Federal Credit Union. Wednesdays with Whaley is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That's right, Doug Whaley brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. And Doug always pops in here with energy. He's spry, he's in great shape, but especially around football season. And now we're in the thick of it, Doug, and good morning to you. How are things?
Well, you got to look at it. All local sports football teams won this weekend. Won't be able to say that next week.
Local-ish.
Is he talking junk already? Is that what's happening?
I think so.
I'm just saying.
I mean
local-ish. I mean, somebody's going to have to come in here with a sad face. Are there any bets on the table here?
There actually aren't right now, is there?
I think the loser should have to eat a Zin.
Well, what's that going to do?
Just swallow one whole. I don't know what it would do. I should Google that during the break. Well, I'll do it now. What happens if you eat a Zin?
You'd be sick.
Yeah.
But what's that going to do for, like, a bet? Like, that would...
That's right. It's another Paul Pause. Paul will now silently research statistics during our live radio show.
It'd be really bad for you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nicotine poisoning is a severe medical condition caused by ingesting excessive amounts of nicotine, even though it's not fatal. Blah, blah, blah. All right, we're not doing that. We'll think of something.
Yeah. Got to do something.
We'll think of something. We'll do something. I'm not incredibly confident about the game. Defensively for West Virginia, not feeling outstanding. Pitt's offense incredibly explosive, as you've seen. Real quick before we get into the Steelers, dive headfirst into them. And we didn't play Ben's comments earlier about Justin Fields. That's my fault. So we'll play that in a moment. But early thoughts on Pitt?
I'll say this. I'll do a quick story. So I played with a guy, Reuben Brown, first-round pick for the Bills, and a couple years into his career, and he played with Jim Kelly. And I was talking to him. I said, what's the biggest difference between college football and pro football? And he said, Doug, The biggest difference, and I thought he was going to say the money, the lifestyle, all this stuff. He says, when you have a true quarterback that you believe in, he can go out in that first half and throw 3 picks, and everybody still believes they can win. And that's what Eli Holstein is garnering in that locker room right now. It's a testament to him. It's a testament to the culture that Narduzzi has built over there. And I'll tell you this much. I went over there and I watched the film today. As bad as Eli played, the one thing we have to be very excited about is the offensive coordinator. They had so many guys wide open that he missed. And I'm not knocking Eli. Eli had a
redshirt freshman. It happens.
Redshirt freshman. He's going to have some ups and downs, but he willed that team to win. But I'm so excited about that offensive coordinator because the scheme that he is throwing out there, they're going to be able to put up points against anybody.
And they got speed for days.
Yes, they do.
All over that field.
So, yeah, excited about that. And now let's get into the Steelers.
Let's get into the Steelers. So Ben Roethlisberger, the Footballin' Podcast, is back with Spence. And, of course, Ben was asked about Justin Fields' performance.
All in all, you asked a guy not to lose the game and to do enough to win the game. He did that. He got us into field goal range when he needed to. He made the plays at the end of the half. He threw the ball to George down the field when he needed to. He extended plays with his legs when he needed to. I thought, all in all, he did enough to win that game, and I thought he did a great job. Did he A+? No. C? No. I'd give him a solid B or B+. Could he be? Yeah. Does he have the potential and the capability to go out and go 30 of 40, 35 of 40 for 300 and some yards and 5? Sure. Could he run for that? Sure. But what you asked him to do on a short week, short notice, against what people were talking, I don't know much about it, but people were talking about them being a good defense. What he did, great job.
Your thoughts, Doug?
Man, I've been battling all week about this. So what I was going to say, one, I look at it as, and everybody's like a short week, but he took 90% of the snaps in the preseason. And they just didn't bring in a whole new playbook for Atlanta. So he knew the plays. And he had been working with this first team. So I'm struggling with saying a short week there. Because, right? I mean, Russell Wilson didn't play very much, and he didn't take a lot of first-team snaps. So that excuse I'm struggling to buy into. Did he do enough to win? Absolutely. No doubt about it. And the other thing I'm struggling with is when Coach Tomlin says, you need to make the routine plays routinely. He wasn't doing that early. He kind of settled in and got it at the second half, the second quarter, third quarter, whatever. But when you look at the shots, when he did take shots, he completed them. I say he had 2 NFL, maybe 3 NFL-type throws. And one of them, I think, with the rollout, that was a scheme. There was no one around him and no one around Pickens. But it was still a good throw.
Boy, did he uncork that thing, though.
Yes, he had a good throw. The rest of it, you could throw a high school guy and do the same thing.
Wow.
Think about it.
So if Russ were healthy, you'd go to Russ.
Yes. Just to prove to me that he can't do it. You know what I'm saying? Now, and this is where I keep going back and forth, and I hate to do this because I hate a guy that plays both sides of the fence. You take a stand in that. But then that's probably what they asked him to do. So I don't want to knock Justin that much. I'm glad he's going to start this next game, and hopefully they take the reins off so you can find it. Maybe they're saying, let's crawl, let's walk. So that's it. So I'm struggling to say, I can't go out there and say he's the future and he should start without Russ having a chance to show what he can do. Because think about it. They didn't score a touchdown. They won the game. That's the ultimate goal. But I saw a stat, something like, most of his air yards were under 5 yards.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All that stuff. So high school guys can do that. And again, it's not a knock on Justin. They probably put the reins on him. So let's see. Give him a little more. And now if this week they come out and he throws it probably for maybe 200, but it's air yards that are, let's get it up to 5. Then I say, okay, I see the progress, and maybe it's them just keeping the reins on. So it's TBD in my opinion, but I still think unless he goes out there against Denver, throws for, I'd say 250 and 3 scores, and really looks like, all right, this guy was getting held back from what he could do, and it wasn't him, I still think you got to go back to Russ.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask you. Like, what does he need to do to keep that spot if Russ is healthy next week? But do you think that they will, with your pulse right now and watching that game and knowing that it was not a short week but a short week, he was asked to go in there on middle of Thursday and then you only have a Friday practice, do you think they will take the handcuffs off? Do you think that they are comfortable enough, or are they like, hey, we're on the road again, we still have a young offensive line, we want to play conservative, we want to protect the football, and we want to get out of there just with the win?
With Tomlin, that's what they're going to do. But to me, again, with that game plan, then you can't truly say that Russell Wilson should not be the starter the next week, because what they're doing right now, and I don't blame them. I would sign up too. If your backup's in there, you want to make sure your backup doesn't lose you the game, and that's what he did. You want a backup that can go in and keep you 500 while the starter's out, and that's right now he's above that. So let's roll with it. I just want to temper that, oh, he should be the starter right now. You don't know what Russ could have had the same game plan and hit for 330 and 3 touchdowns. You don't know. I think you still got it, because you can now you know what you got in Justin. Well, you think you know. It's one game. You need consistency. That's the whole thing. Can he go out and at least perform at that level or even more this next game? Then you're like, okay, let's go. Let's keep it going. But I still say, let me see what you got in Wilson, because you know you can always go back to the young guy.
Doug, you ever seen a quarterback push a blocking sled?
If he lost a bet.
Maybe that's what we should do, Doran.
Right.
Let's go out there, push the blocking sled.
Yes.
I think I'd be better at that than you, though.
What makes you say that?
Well, I don't know.
Career in the
in
NFL?
thongs.
In thongs. Yeah, in thongs.
Thong. Have the thong song playing, too.
Yep.
Why does it always come back to thongs?
Because you need to do that.
Yes.
And you're trying to get out of it.
Everyone wants to see me
Pay
in
your
a thong.
bets. Pay your bets.
Doran needs to get a West Virginia tat. Let's do that tomorrow. What do you think? We'll do it when we interview Narduzzi. Just Coach, how you feel about the offense this week?
Now here's a question.
Mm-hmm.
If you have to finally pay the bet, will you manscape?
You have no idea, buddy, how loaded a question that is and how much needs to be scaped.
I hope so.
We are talking about significant scapage needing to go down.
Sick.
Yeah.
And I'm talking mostly on the rear end.
That's sickening.
Mm-hmm. You ever seen...
Oh, no, here's the bet.
Uh-huh.
You got to get your rear end waxed. The loser has to get their rear end waxed. That's a good bet.
It'd be like waxing Elmo for me.
Cookie Monster.
That's right. That's right. There's a lot that needs to get waxed from back there. A Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We'll get to more of the blocking sled stuff coming up. Also, want Doug's opinion on what he saw more out of the Arthur Smith offense. Is Tomlin asking for trouble here? Russ probably thinks he can play. Kind of a big game for Russ. Is he barking up Schism Tree here? We'll get into all that and more with Doug throughout the rest of the hour. You could text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pittsburgh Pirates won yesterday, 6-4 over the Miami Marlins. Pirates have won the first 2 games in this 3-game series. Third and final game is this afternoon, 12:35 scheduled to start. Pirates have an opportunity to sweep if they get a win. You listen to the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. The Black and Gold are a 3-point road favorite at Denver on Sunday. Over under 36.5. The one and only sportsbook app I ever recommend is BetParx, and the BetParx sportsbook app and online casino has a great offer for new customers to kick off the upcoming pro football season. An amazing 50-1 odds boost on your pick to win this year's Pro Football Championship. All new users who sign up and make a deposit receive a 50-1 super odds boost. The BetParx.com has all the terms and conditions. Get odds boosted to 50-1. Yes, 50-1 odds. Here are some of the favorites to win the championship: Kansas City, San Fran, Baltimore, Detroit, Philadelphia. Download the BetParx Sportsbook and online casino app right now. Get your 50-1 super odds boost on your pick for this year's Pro Football Champion. This is a limited time offer for new customers only. Must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. You play for fun. You love to win. You bet. BetParx. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. The kids are back in school, football's kicking off, and the temperatures are cooling down. Summer's over, and here comes fall. Is your home ready for the change in season? Now is the time to schedule the fall maintenance for your heating system. The experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling can clean and check your heating system to be sure it's running smoothly and efficiently before the cold weather hits. Stay warm and worry-free this season. And call McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling or visit callmcvay.com.
Pop quiz. What's the best way to go back to school? With Giant Eagle and Market District, of course. From lunchbox favorites to fun after-school snacks, shop deals for school days and save on thousands of items throughout the store. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election November 5th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day, plus paid training. For more information and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. That's why our Lowe's Red Vest associates can help with game time decisions. Plus, use in-store mode on the Lowe's app to find what you need. Under pressure at home and want it soon? Order online by 2 p.m. to get it same day. Same day valid on eligible in-stock items and select zip codes only, subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. Exclusions and more terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon. Always building.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. Elevate your engine performance with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. So, who's running penalty laps for poor performances this week in the NFL? Let's start with terminally inept Deshaun Watson, Daniel Jones, and Bryce Young. Then there's Will Levis, whose brain cramps cost them the game. Raiders coach Antonio Pierce is also running. He needs help with making in-game decisions. Just saying. I'm Boomer Esiason.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Trouble in the South Hills. This report brought to you by LGKG, the injury lawyers. A vehicle fire in Bethel Park, intersection of Madison Avenue and South Park Road. Also an accident being cleared in South Park Township at the intersection of Broughton and Curry Roads. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm personal injury attorney Joe George from LGKG. Our success model is simple: care, listen, fight, and deliver. As Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys for more than 90 years, LGKG's core beliefs will never change. If you're injured in an accident, let us help. LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
During a previous break, Doran scared Callis, and no shtick at all here. We thought Callis might have had a heart episode, so schedule a heart screening today. Trust the nationally ranked experts at UPMC for your heart care. And Callis, I hope you hear me loud and clear there, man. I was trying to tell him during one of the break, go get looked at. Go get yourself checked out. But I always sound like this. I always sound like I'm like half joking. Seriously, get her done.
And then you made a mistake. You said, oh, I'm joking. Wait, no, I'm serious.
Yeah, I didn't help myself.
Very confusing.
Classic Crowley putting his foot in his mouth.
Yep.
Doug Whaley with us until 10 o'clock. It is a Wednesday. It is the first football season Wednesday with Doug Whaley. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Is Tomlin asking for trouble here? Doug, Russell Wilson probably circled this game on the schedule before he even signed with the Steelers. Do I go with the Giants? Do I go with the Steelers? Oh, Steelers are going to play Denver week 2. Feel pretty good I'm going to be healthy enough to play in that game. Does he run the risk of ticking off Russell Wilson and or fracturing the locker room here? Russell Wilson's a captain.
I'd say this. If Russell Wilson isn't that team guy that he's professed to be since the day he got here, with all his social media posts and all the perfect placement of, oh, I'm just here to be a Steeler and do all this, then his cover's blown. So
you got to be a good soldier or else.
You got to be a good soldier. Everything you've tried to build yourself up as since the day you came in the league can be shot down right now by saying you're being selfish because you want to play against the Denver Broncos and you're not healthy and you'd put your team in harm's way. Not only your team, but yourself in harm's way for a vendetta. That's not the Russell Wilson persona that you've built. So I'm excited to see. If it is, then we're like, you're a phony. If it's not, you're true. And I'm all right. Then I'm signing up. That you're not a phony, and that's who you truly are, so you can't knock the guy.
If he actually really wanted to play, like, wouldn't he just go into the trainers and say, like, I'm good?
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah. Like we were talking earlier, saying that he may be mad that they told him that he couldn't play, but if he really wanted to play, he'd go in the trainers and be like, yeah, I mean, he's going to get rehab on it no matter what.
Yeah,
so you're not going to walk in there on Thursday morning or, whatever day it was and say, oh, my calf is tight. I don't know if he did it before practice or during practice, but
he did it during practice.
But if you're doing it during practice, you're like, all right, I'm going to battle through this.
Through this and just say, hey, I need some preventative measures. I want to make sure the game's coming up. Let's do some treatment just to make sure the next couple days I'm above and beyond ready to go.
Here's the other thing. to your point, Doran, he has to feel confident that he's the starting quarterback, or else he's probably not self-reporting the injury. Unless it happened, it was so obvious he tweaks it during practice. But we're talking about tightness. We're not talking about, pain or anything like that. At least that's my understanding. Here's another thing. Let's say Justin Fields does go out and throws it all over the yard, runs it all over the yard, accounts for like 4 touchdowns. At some point, Russell Wilson, if he is a good soldier, is going to get a chance. And last year, Justin Fields missed 3 games. The year before that, he missed 2 games. The year before that, he was ready to go in 12 and only played 10 of them. So he has missed 5 games in 3 years in his NFL career. He runs around. He takes hits. Russ will get his chance at some point, even if Justin Fields is playing well. So I think you have to keep that in mind, too, if you're Russell Wilson, as like that dangling carrot.
And it's just interesting, especially with that calf. I just got to see, even if either leg, if it's his plant foot or his push-off leg, that's pretty tough when you're trying to throw the ball, and not to mention if he's trying to mix in a little of his mobility and run the ball. So I can see, hey, Russ, calm down. This is a 16-game season now. We need you at 100%. And this is why we brought this guy in. That's how I would set him down. This is why we brought this guy in. If you're a team player, this guy's here to keep us afloat until you get back. Don't worry about anything. Just get back healthy. You're our guy. Until you're not.
What were these strength coaches thinking? Like, is that almost fireable? Like, I know.
Well, where'd he come from? Boston College. He's a college guy. You do that type of stuff in college.
Right.
Now, is it fireable?
As you said.
Yep.
Is it fireable? I would say it would be not hireable. That's something they should have went through in the interview process. Like, what is your conditioning test? What do you want each position group to do? And if he said, yeah, these quarterbacks are going to be pushing sleds, and you still hire them, I don't think it's fireable. I think it's you start looking at the process of hiring and who signed off on the hire.
Yeah. I can't believe it happened. I do wonder what Russell Wilson's role in all that was.
Right. That's another thing. Did Russ say, hey, I want to do this? This is like, so I'm not putting it on until you're there and you know exactly what happened. But
he's just goofy enough that you could think it's possible, right?
Oh, the lineman, I'm going to be with my guys. And
exactly.
I'm going to do the same. So you just don't know. So I don't want to. But if it was strictly, this is what we do, quarterbacks do this, and you're going to hire me from college, and I'm going to implement the same thing, then you don't look at the guy. You look at who signed off on hiring him.
Doran, you made this point earlier, too. Like, let's say you play Russ in this game. And Joe Burrow last year, that lingered all season long, or the year before, whatever year that was. And then you have Aaron Rodgers. He blows out his Achilles. A lot of time the calf, the Achilles, I don't know if you guys know this, they're attached. It's not good. So that happens last season. Let's say Russ goes out there and bang, it just goes. Or he can't protect himself, and so he takes another injury. Now Justin Fields is your guy. You lose Justin Fields, Kyle Allen's your guy. So do you even allow Justin Fields to be Justin Fields when you know your backup is Kyle Allen? If, what I'm saying here, Russ gets hurt, then the Justin Fields that has to play, is he even going to get to be the guy that you need him to be to, as Mike Tomlin would say, engineer victory?
You have to, because that's the only way he knows how to play, and that's the only way you can maximize his talent. And I hate to say this, but you can't live in your
You can't live in your fears.
I can't even say it.
Well, I said engineer victory, so I was asking for that.
Yeah. Now, what I think they would do would put really constraints on the design runs and everything, and more the threat of the design run than the design run to keep them honest, and really be judicious on when they say, all right, let's put it in your hands and you run the rock.
Coming up, Doug, your thoughts on Arthur Smith's offense. We have yet to talk about the defense to this point. Also, is Troy Faltano going to make his first career start? So much to get to with Doug, and only a half hour to go. We'll do all that when we come back. But first, it's a Callus fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they play today. They won yesterday against the Miami Marlins 6-4, and Andrew McCutchen got his 20th home run of the season in that game. Pirates have an opportunity to sweep as well. They won the first 2 games of the series. Today's game set to start at 12:35. You can listen over on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's Doran.
Want a satisfying meal for $6? Try the new $6 meal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese, and a side of hash browns for only $6. You know Dunkin' coffee. It's always made just how you like it.
Yes, it is. And the bacon, egg, and cheese is the most toasty and delicious and crispy. You get golden hash browns. They're a must. And they're in the new $6 meal deal, too. Take advantage of this offer while it lasts. America runs on Dunkin'.
Hola, amigos. Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with BetQL. No love, no problem for the Packers. The Green Bay Packers host the Indianapolis Colts at Week 2. The Pack will be without Jordan Love, but that does not mean that you shouldn't back them against the shoe. The Packers +3 is a 5-star best bet. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have a plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all 3 with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
It's not just about watching the game, it's about betting on it. I'm Mike Valeni, and on Cash the Ticket, Jim Costa and I break down every college football and NFL matchup like it's the last game we're ever going to watch. From the best bets to the sneaky underdogs, and of course, as my co-host likes to say, the value. And the one thing we're not going to do is pretend we're professionals. We have fun with it, it's an entertainment product, and it makes watching games a hell of a lot of fun. So Cash the Ticket, follow it in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title place, and dealer doc fee. Not all buyers will qualify. Bonus cash available on select trims. In stock units only. Offers end 9/30/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge end-of-year savings. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SC or Tucson SC all-wheel drive with financing as low as 1.99% for up to 60 months. Plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
It's finally football season. What better way to watch the games than enjoying a steel tower at the Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington? 100 ounces of Yuengling or Icy Light at $18 all September long. The Steel Mill Saloon. Meet me there in Mount Washington.
Hey, it's Doran.
And Crowley.
Here for Guardian Protection.
Your hometown home and business security company.
How smart is a Guardian Protection video doorbell camera?
Oh, so smart, Doran. With a Guardian Protection video doorbell camera, you'll get an alert on your mobile device the minute any package is delivered. You can even speak with the delivery person while they're on your porch, and you stay informed about what's happening at all times. And right now, with a Guardian Smart Home Security System installation, you can get a free camera. Visit GuardianProtection.com/fan. Limited time offer. New customers only. Terms apply.
Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers get you from tailgate to final down this season and are on special at Bottle Rocket Social in Allentown. $6 on Sunday game days.
Joe, it's no secret that NSS Life has been improving lives and providing hope for families for a very long time.
You're right, Bill. Fraternalism is at our core, and giving back to our communities and supporting our family members is what we're founded on.
NSS Life, providing financial security and making lives better every day.
NSS Life, where family matters.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. Got social media's biggest loser. We don't usually do that with Doug, but it is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Doran and I have talked all week, Doug, about, the result ultimately looked the same for the Steelers offense. You're not turning it over. You're not throwing it in the middle of the field. You only score 18 points, no touchdowns. We thought the process was totally different, though, and that it looked like a professional calling plays and more like a professional at quarterback. What did you see out of Arthur Smith's first game?
No, I totally concur. I mean, it looked like someone that had a game plan and had a purpose for each play that he called. And like I said, even that semi-rollout throwback, execution was there, but it was game planned right, and it was a call that was set up by what they had done earlier in the game. And I always talk about I'm really good friends with Alex Van Pelt, and when he was offensive coordinator at Cleveland, he was saying interesting things about how they have an analytics department. And the analytics department is like, oh, well, if you run up the gut for a yard, that's not a good play. He goes, yeah, but after I run up the gut for a yard and then I pull it and throw it for 20, what about that? And they had no answer. And that's what you're seeing with Arthur Smith. Yeah, you may get a run for 1 or 2 yards, but guess what? You pull that and then you get a nice throw. Or next time you counter off of that, and then that run goes for 8 or 9. So it's how those things set everything up, and that's what a professional play caller can do.
Can this defense be the best in the league?
The way they're playing, absolutely. Now, the only way they can't is if they get behind and they can't play to their strengths. And that's where I can see why Mike Tomlin's like, let's just keep it close and let's lean on the strength of our team, and that's the defense. Now, imagine if they could get up 2 scores.
Oh Doug, please. It's Valhalla. My God.
Oh. So, for me, though, and this is where I go back to Pitt. Pitt showed they can win different ways. They showed they can go out and put the gas pedal down to the floor, or they showed that they can play bad and come back. I want to see a Steelers team to win in a different way than that they are built to win. And that's when you're like, we got a chance.
That is the thing that you kind of need to see from this team is, all right, like Justin Fields fumbled the first snap. If Atlanta picks that up, it could be 10-0 in a hurry. And then what happens?
Yeah.
Because you've got one specific way that you want to win that game if you're Mike Tomlin, and down 10-0, you're out of that already. Now, I think Arthur Smith will still stick with the run for a little while, and you'll try to claw back. But, man, when you're playing behind the 8 ball, you don't got a chance. As far as the defense, though, 24 minutes they were on the field. That's it. Seems like a pretty good recipe, too, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
And you talked about how many times with Brandon Ayuk did we talk about what's a bigger need, wide receiver or cornerback. Dante Jackson?
Oh.
Sorry, buddy. You are pretty good. You are way better than what the Steelers had at number 2 corner last year.
No doubt about it. And I'll give him credit. I was skeptical because all the reports were they were going to cut him. And you saw what Carolina did last year, and you saw what they got skull-drugged this last week. So you're thinking, wait a minute, Carolina's going to cut a guy, and the Steelers are going to start him? Like, whoa. Guess what? Some person's trash is another one's trash.
Yeah, I think part of that is contagious.
Yeah.
We all stink. We can't get the smell of playing in Carolina off of us. Sorry, Doran, if I cut you off.
Do you think Sean Payton's a good coach?
No. I'll say this. Again, he's supposed to be he's a good offensive play caller. Is he a good coach? I'd say no because hasn't developed one quarterback. Right? And we'll see. The jury's out on this Bo Nix. And I think that, and this is speculation, that's why he was jet setting of Russell Wilson. Because he wanted to get a young quarterback and prove to everybody I'm as good as everybody thinks I am, or I'm telling you I am, because I'm going to take Bo Nix and take him to where I know Russell Wilson couldn't take us. And because it's going to be on me and how I developed them, how I called plays, and how I did all this. It's about Sean Payton. It's not about winning footballs. And that's the difference between, you talk about Sean Payton and Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin's about winning football. I don't care how it is. We got Ben, we're going to throw it all over the place. We don't have Ben, we're going to keep it close, don't turn the ball over, and win with defense. That's a true coach. Win with what you have. It's not about, well, this is my system, this is how we got to do it, and I don't care. We're going to go down with the ship. And that's why I think Sean Payton is a good play caller, but not a good head coach.
It still is yet to be seen what would happen if Mike Tomlin got one of these franchise guys. It obviously didn't go well with Kenny Pickett. Was that a developmental issue? Was that they picked the wrong guy? Was it a little column A, a little column B? I think people can ask the same questions about Tomlin, and it's so funny that he then gets Russell Wilson. Now, I don't think he's concerned, to your point, about showing he's the reason why quarterback XYZ, because he's not looked at as that offensive guru. But it is a little bit, I don't even know if it's irony, but now you got Mike Tomlin with Russell Wilson, except he's not going to have Russell Wilson because it's going to be Justin Fields. What'd you see out of Hayward?
The brother or D lineman?
D lineman.
Oh, I saw a guy that is worth the money he gave him. Absolutely. I think what he brings to the table, not only what he produces, but how he attracts a lot of attention to help others produce. You got what you pay for. He's happy. It was a great signing. And like I said, it's one of those things where it was a win-win for everybody, but most importantly, it was a win for the Steeler football organization.
One more segment with Doug Whaley. A lot going on at Pitt, Doug.
Real quick before we get to that, what do you think the Browns will try to get out of this Deshaun Watson deal, or do you think what do you think is going on with that?
I think they have to. I mean,
you think they can?
I don't know what's in that contract, but because they signed it when he had all those allegations. Now, if they put in, hey, if you get another allegation, then you forfeit this, all this guarantee goes by. Or so you have to get in the minutia of the contract, but I'm sure if they're making that leap of faith, I hope that they put in a clause in there. If it ever pops up again, we can get out. But again, it's the Browns, so you just don't know. But I'm with that conspiracy theory where they set this, maybe push this other allegation to the forefront.
Odd timing.
Yes, just like Michigan State and Mel Tucker.
And kind of like Heather Lyke, which we'll get into coming up next. But listen, Deshaun Watson stinks.
Oh, that's the biggest thing.
That's the thing, right? Yeah. Like, Cleveland fans, if Deshaun Watson went out and they beat Dallas and he throws for 300 yards, Cleveland fans would be pushing that thing so far to the side.
News.
Fake news. It's this is ridiculous. They'd be attacking a victim who was alleging something that's horrific. If you read what was in there, he stinks. And I think Browns fans are going, well, this is our opportunity. That's a good question, Doran. I wanted to get to that, and it totally slipped my mind. All right, we got one more segment with Doug coming up next. But first, it's a Callus fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight today. They play today, 12:35. It's the afternoon, not tonight. Against the Miami Marlins, they have the opportunity to sweep the series. If they can get the win, they won the first 2 games of this 3-game series. They're playing at PNC Park, and if you want to listen to the game, you can over on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. Do you think all windows are created equal? Well, that's what I thought before I owned a home with Renewal by Andersen windows. I don't think that anymore because each window is custom built to ensure a tight fit that helps eliminate drafts and increase comfort. And their high-performance smart sunglass helps block 95% of the sun's UV rays, which can damage rugs, floors, and furniture. If all that sounds great, it gets even better because this month, Renewal by Andersen has extended their 31-day sales event. Buy one, get one, 40% off all windows, patio doors, and entry doors when you buy 4 or more. That's 40% off. Plus, get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Special financing is available. Call by September 30th, 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Dealing with some problems on the roadways. This report brought to you by NJM Insurance. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Heavy traffic heading into the west end on South Main Street. That is jammed all the way down to that intersection and West Carson Street. Meanwhile, the Parkway East, that stacks at Wilkinsburg, Route 28. That's pretty well cleared out, so has the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Does our waiter look familiar?
I think he was the Plum Insurance mascot.
If all insurance companies were like NJM and didn't use gimmicks, then their mascots would have to get real jobs.
That explains the long purple hair in my soup.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, these players ain't gonna make themselves. Let's go get it.
The Fan presents The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game, the guys break down the entire game and talk about what worked. Today you did and did big. And what didn't. The bad call. Brought to you by Twin Peaks and Robinson Township, Elise Services, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Tri-State Office Furniture. The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has your perfect Subaru waiting for you. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2025 Subaru Forester is built to handle any rugged fall terrain. Plus, right now, you can get 3.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Forester. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. For more, go to BowserSubaru.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Breaking news, and this one is
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your Huddle Up experience, visit circalasvegas.com today.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I always wanted to be the lawyer who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. My car caught on fire. I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.
I represented him, and we did well because we get the chance to help people put their lives back together and to go on as best they can after a life-altering day. There's only one you, there's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
That backyard swing set brought you so much joy, and now it's a rusted-out old death trap. We can help. 2menandajunktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
Celebrate the month of September with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning as well. Online, ZeroResPGH.com. Take advantage of these huge savings. Spell it forward or backward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. One last thing here on Sean Payton, which I think we can get into this a little bit tomorrow, Doran. Payton v. Tomlin, career, compare, contrast, resumes, things of that nature. He gets all this credit for being this quarterback whisperer, this quarterback guru. I look at Drew Brees' final year in San Diego, and at least statistically, it looks an awful lot like his first 5 seasons with Sean Payton. Mm-hmm. Like he eventually took off and was throwing like 48 touchdowns, but the first 5 seasons looked remarkably statistically similar to the final season in San Diego. They just needed to move on to Phillip Rivers, but I think he figured it out before he got under Sean Payton's watchful eye.
And little known fact, because I have a buddy that was in New Orleans at that time, they wanted Dante Culpepper.
Right.
They didn't want Drew Brees.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted Dante Culpepper.
And the Dolphins decided to go with Culpepper, who was hurt, was never the same again.
And the fallback was Brees, and because they were still worried about, because he was coming off that shoulder injury.
Mm-hmm.
So it was as they say, sometimes it's better be lucky than good.
Yep.
No doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Heather Lyke, no longer the athletic director at the University of Pittsburgh, and I had wondered out loud about the timing of things, but then you start to think about it. Next year, you're going to need $20 million to pay the players. And so in the statement released by Chancellor Gable, they just wanted to go in a different direction as far as the future is concerned. So if you don't feel great about where that future is with the current athletic director, you might as well cut bait now to find someone who's going to help you. Oh, I don't know, raise $20 million a year to pay your players.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I mean, you have to look at Heather's tenure. It was a remarkable tenure. She did a lot of good things. And like you said, just reading the tea leaves from that statement going forward, there must have been a disconnect from where the chancellor thinks the vision for an athletic department should be and the vision that Heather was trying to sell to her. So, and I'm with you. I think it's one of those things where it's a new age and you have to embrace it. You got to evolve or get left behind. And I guess she felt, and this is speculation, I don't know anything, but it sounds like she felt that the way that Heather was going to attack this new age of college athletics just didn't mesh with her vision. So, again, give her mad props. I mean, look at what she's done with starting a women's lacrosse program. Look at the volleyball program, the men's women's soccer program, ACC title for the football program. So she's accomplished a lot of things. So I don't want anybody to be out there and like she was a bum.
Agreed.
No, she was not. She did a great job. But at sometimes it's one of those things where people get divorced because they just grow apart.
Yeah.
Because they just grow in different directions. And maybe the chancellor thought she's not growing with the way this athletics in college is growing. So I wish her well, and I have nothing but great things to say about her, especially being a Pitt alum. But we'll see where it goes from now. It's going to be interesting. And like you said, the timing's interesting, but it sounds like why not do it now so you can get a start on what's coming down the pipe, and that's finding the $20 million that you have to pay these players. And because you have to do is set yourself up, because there's still going to be a titanic shift in college athletics.
Yep.
And I truly believe it's going to be a 1 to 2 power conference that take over, and you have to be able to set yourself up to be at not at the kids' table, at the big people's table. Because if you get at the kids' table, you are relegated to, remember when it was 1AA? And as a Pitt alum, I don't want to be relegated.
No.
1AA.
Nope.
I want to be at the big people's table for the meal.
You guys are going to have to tell me what that's like. I'm always at the kids' table.
Right.
Simply put, and this really is boiling it down very simply, but she got hired to do a job, and the job's different now.
Yeah.
Like, what they're going to be hiring the next athletic director for is different than what she was hired for back then. Just a totally
And Gable,
changed.
I mean, new leadership, they want their own people.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's true. That's a great call as well.
Like, I mean, everybody operates like that.
No.
No, my people in here.
Yeah. So sometimes the obvious thing is the thing.
Don't overthink it.
Right.
Yeah, exactly right. Doug, this was fun. Doran, this was fun. Tomorrow, we really start ramping up some backyard brawl stuff, too. Scott McKillop going to join us at 6:45, the head coach of the Pitt Panthers, Pat Narduzzi. Jacked up about it. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full term, sunchevy.com. Today, high 85.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Radical. That's what she calls herself. Listen to her own words.
Yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala is radical about defunding the police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, and that's just wrong.
It's weak. And Bob Casey's weak too. He says,
there's no question there's systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system, but certainly in policing.
And on immigration, Kamala says,
an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Again.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented and cross the border as criminals.
And Bob Casey's right there with her. Casey says,
Kamala Harris is an inspiring and very capable vice president.
Casey voted with Kamala 98%. So Bob Casey says,
The more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Casey and Kamala, they're too weak.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now at Get-Go Cafe and Market, any half steak sub just $5.99, including the all-new Get-Go Bistro Steak Sub with white cheddar and caramelized onions, or the Steakhouse Burger, topped with caramelized onions, white cheddar, and new comeback sauce. Order now on the Get-Go app. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries. They'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
In a world where paying high retail prices is dumb, you need a hero. Someone who knows how to save money.
You. Yep, it's you. Saving tons of money with your MacBit app.
Up to 80% off retail.
Okay.
It's an auction-packed summer.
Get it? Not action-packed, but auction-packed?
They get it.
It's clever.
It's good.
You.
Versus evil.
Think he means the people you're bidding against, or maybe big retail. I don't know.
Now bidding.
At mac.bid or on the free app.
Got a pesky drain? Galease Services' $93 clog crusher will clear your main drain, or it's free. If Galease can't clear your clogged drain, it's free. Call 412-831-6199. 5-year warranty. Return visit included. PA 10887.
Call Galease.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. For over 3 decades, Cordell & Cordell has been on the front lines of family law. Divorce is more than just a legal process. It's a life-changing event that can impact your future, finances, and your relationship with your children. You've worked hard to build a life that you're proud of, and you deserve a legal partner who will work just as hard to protect it.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Schedule an appointment with one of our Pittsburgh or Cranberry area attorneys. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. CordellCordell.com.
Summer's here, and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you. See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More trouble with accidents. This report brought to you by Train. Crews trying to clear a couple of earlier accidents. One of them in the Lawrenceville section on Penn Avenue at 39th Street. Also an accident on Marketplace Drive in North Fayette Township. This is just off Steubenville Pike. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East lines up at Edgewood Twistvale. And the HOV lanes are closed along the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by TrainInfo.com. Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit TrainInfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. Traininfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I'm Austin Bechtel with your Fan Headlines. Pirates have won 3 games in a row and are looking to sweep the Miami Marlins at PNC Park today. It's a 12:35 first pitch. Buccos won 6-4 yesterday. Joey Wentz got the win in 2 2/3 innings. Only gave up 1 run. Aroldis Chapman got the save despite allowing a run in the top half of the 9th inning in the 6-4 win as O'Neal Cruz drove in a run. Joey Bart as well. And Drew McCutchen hit his 20th home run of the season. It was a 3-run shot. McCutchen continuing to cement himself in Pirates history. 8 seasons of 20 home runs as a Pittsburgh Pirate. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. You can listen to the game at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Now it's time for the Joe Show.
Here we go. The Joe Starkey Show. The biggest in the game on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sorry about that, Limits. I had some technical difficulties over here. How are you today?
I'm doing pretty good, Joe. How about you?
I'm doing very well. I think we have a lot of things to talk about today, not the least of which is the quarterback situation with the Steelers, the backyard brawl, which might be my favorite event in all of Pittsburgh sports, many things. But we begin today with 9/11, the anniversary of 9/11, and one of those, tragedies, events in our lives where we remember exactly where we were when it happened. And I know where I was. I was over at South Point covering a Penguins practice. And I remember interviewing Robert Deme that day. You might remember him. I think he was their first-round pick in 97. And this was, 4 years later? And it was over at South Point, interviewed him, and then I went over to they had a little Penguins apparel, sports apparel shop at South Point. And I remember up on CNN on the TVs, back then, it wasn't that long ago, really, but back then we weren't walking around with phones and Twitter and things like that where we were getting everything real time right in that moment. And obviously, just like all of you out there, never forget where I was when it happened and how unbelievably frightening it was that part of it was happening right near us. Remember calling my family. I had a bunch of people in D.C., and it was just one of those things that you just never, ever, ever forget. So heart goes out this morning to all the families that were affected by that, who continue to live with what happened. And it's one of those days, man. Were you born yet?
I was 5 months old.
Wow.
And my dad remembers holding me outside and saw one of the planes fly over our house. He swears that it was one of the planes that flew over.
Wow.
And he remembers how low it was. And how low, obviously the planes were flying in the tragedy. I've watched every documentary pretty much on it that you could that's been published. Every year I try to watch it. And the older and older I get, Joe, I can't watch it. Meaning it just becomes too hard to watch. The older I get, the more I understand, the harder it is to further process everything that happened and just the sadness of everything. It's historic, and I like history a lot, and I like watching documentaries on history, but it's just too tough to watch for me to watch now. It really is, because it's that sad and depressing and something that we can never, ever forget and try to prevent from ever happening again.
Ron remembers covering, sports intersected with this event and still continues really to this day to intersect in different ways. Then President George W. Bush throwing out the first pitch of Game 3 of the World Series. He was covering that game, actually, and said that left, an effect on him for certain, forever, as did that day. So again, hearts go out to people who were directly affected by that. And then we move back into the little toy store of sports here. Although, as I said, sports and that event and the people involved continue to intersect. We saw the 9/11 families were really angry with the PGA Tour. They felt like the PGA Tour sort of seized upon the Saudi connections to 9/11, whatever people believe they are. And when they were opposing the LIV Tour, but then wound up partnering with the LIV Tour, and the families of the 9/11 victims, a group of them anyway, didn't know and resented the fact that the PGA had done what they called a complete 180. So we continue to see in different ways the sports world intersect with that.
Yeah, I'm wearing my American flag T-shirt proudly today. Heart goes out to everyone.
And I'm wearing a couple of weeks, maybe a month ago now, a Wounded Warrior event that I was really honored to be part of out at Old Stonewall. And especially I hadn't been to an event like that where it was speakers and everything afterward, like actual people, veterans who have been in combat with stories. And it was really profoundly moving. But anyway, we move back into our little sports world here. And our little old quarterback controversy, City Limits, and that's precisely what we have. And I have to sort of laugh. I got pushback on that from people yesterday. And I guess it's about the word controversy. Must that be is that the case? That must be the case, right?
It's a controversy.
Controversy implies strife. It implies upset. It implies, when it's in the context of NFL quarterbacks, that you don't have one who's a bona fide, coveted NFL starter. It's the old story, and it might be true and it might not. We don't know yet about this year's Steelers. That when you have two quarterbacks, you don't have one. Please don't say controversy, because that implies that. I feel like that's the pushback, is over the word choice itself. So we can choose a different word. That's fine. Dilemma. I wrote about this in the Post-Gazette this morning. Whatever word you like, it's clearly very uncertain who's going to be the Steelers' quarterback this year. Like when I think of the definition of a quarterback controversy, this has all the earmarks of one. We don't know who the starter is going to be. The candidates are roughly equal in terms of, like, let's say they both went out on the open market. Well, they actually kind of did, and nobody wanted them except for the Steelers. Maybe another team or two, but nobody really else wanted them. So you measure it like, and on those terms, they're kind of even. The coach won't name a starter anymore. He had 2 chances yesterday, didn't do it. That's 3 earmarks of a quarterback controversy. And lastly, you have a passionately divided, I think, fan base and media. And people will blame the media for looking for clickbait and, it's a quarterback controversy. Everybody loves that. Well, they do, number one. And number two, like, what else are you calling it here? You know as well as me that if Justin Fields plays really well Sunday, he's going to play the next week. At least I think he is. That's part of the intrigue and part of the fun. And that's really the thrust of this is why can't we enjoy a good quarterback controversy? Whether you like it or not, whether we like it or not, it's here. At the very least, it's budding right now because you had a coach who's been consistently saying that Russell Wilson is the guy presented with a softball yesterday. This was like Pony pitching at the Steelers softball celebrity game. A nice meatball. Is Russell Wilson still your starter when he's healthy? If he's healthy. Still your QB1. We're going to listen to that in a minute. What you have to say is yes. Yeah, I've been consistent with you guys. Said that all along. But I don't know if he is, so we're rolling with Justin now. He didn't say that. He didn't say yes. Didn't really come close to saying yes, which is fine. We also know that this coach was deeply in love with Justin Fields going into the draft, which wasn't that long ago. It was 3 years ago. This staff, this team loved Justin Fields. Jerry Dulac reporting that if the Steelers somehow wound up getting a crack at Fields, that he was the number one guy on their board. Wasn't that the Trevor Lawrence year?
Yeah.
The number one guy on their board, and nothing that Mike Tomlin has said since he started working with Justin Fields on a daily basis would indicate anything but that he's fallen deeper in love with the guy. And he just won him a game. And he won him a game in the style that Tomlin covets. No turnovers. Made plays with his legs, with his feet. Tomlin's been looking for a guy like that forever, it seems. It's all he talks about at his weekly news conferences when he goes up against guys like Justin Fields. Brought out the story yesterday, how involved in the game he was. Came over to the sidelines on that 3rd and 7 and basically said, I'll take it myself, and he did, and wasn't that great. So let's not fool ourselves into thinking that Russell Wilson's just going to jump right back in if Fields plays a really good game on Sunday. That's silliness. And to me, you add all of that up, and it's not hard to find anecdotally. I can find people on my street. You can too out there, I'm sure. And at work who have divided opinions on Fields and Wilson. And I bet there are some in that locker room too. Everybody has a preference, right? It doesn't have to be this horribly negative thing. Although, at its very root, it is a negative thing. Because it means you don't have a clear-cut, bona fide, coveted NFL starter at the most important position in all of sports. Once we move past that, why not enjoy it? This could have been Rudolph and Pickett. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine? A lot of us thought that the Steelers weren't going to do anything with their quarterback room other than bring back Mason as a legitimate competitor. This town was already divided on Mason and Kenny at the end of last season, and that would have had even more intrigue than this one. That would have been the hometown hero, the Pitt near Heisman Trophy winner, Kenny Pickett, against Mason, who suddenly gained a lot of favor in this town late last season. It would have been unbelievable. We were bound for a quarterback controversy either way, although Tomlin was very clear all preseason that Russell's in pole position. Russell's the starter. I've been very transparent with you guys. Blah, blah, blah. Wasn't so transparent yesterday. He was all over the place. It's just very, very interesting to me that people, even on this station, don't want to say it's a controversy. Like if I was leaning either way in talk radio, I would definitely lean toward controversy. I'll admit that. But it is, by any reasonable definition, a quarterback controversy. 412-928-9370. 928-9370. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Here's a rundown of what's happening on today's show. Quarterbacks. The big boy, Mark Cabali, will weigh in. I'm sure he'll try to defuse the situation. Tell me how crazy I am. And then we have, who else is on the show today?
We have Zangrilli, and Zangrilli has to move to noon.
What a nice man he is. We also have a wheel of ball, but let's start with this. Your thoughts on this? Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. On the afternoon show, I was quite honored that Pony took the heated end of our show, where I was going back and forth with a couple people who took great umbrage with the term controversy. Oh, no, you can't call it that. Even though there's no named starter at the moment, you have two guys vying for the position and an impassioned fan base divided on it. No, it's not a controversy. There's no controversy here. So, Limits, let's go to the afternoon show right now, where Pony said, hey, we had a hot end to the midday show. And then he asked Mulsey and Donnie. Everybody's name ends in a Y on that show, or an I, or an IE, as the case may be. They're all hockey player nicknames, Pony, Mulsey, and Donnie. I hadn't thought of this in those terms yet. Limit, said you?
What about Chappie and some of the other nicknames? Did Shelty give him the nickname?
I don't know. It's like a hockey locker room. Pony, Mulsey, and Donnie. Anyway, even though it's obviously a controversy, Donnie, and I think that Donnie and Mulsey didn't want to agree with me. They find that loathsome. And I pronounced that right, Mulsey. We had a controversy one day on our show, and I did it with him on the word, I loathe that. He really likes to go hard on the TH, loathe that. Do you on that?
He's a big adjective man, yeah, big encyclopedia guy.
He is, and I love Mulsey dearly.
Thesaurus.
I truly do. He is. He's a human thesaurus. But he didn't want to agree with me, and neither did Donnie. And yet, when Pony said, is there a controversy? Well, listen to who they picked as the guy that should be the quarterback moving forward. So in trying to disagree with my term controversy, they only stoked the fire and basically delivered proof that it is.
Apparently, Starkey was arguing with both fans via the text line and over the phones about whether or not we have a quarterback controversy brewing. Joe said yes. He's telling us when we came in here that most of the listeners are saying no, it's not a quarterback controversy. So who's right? Is Joe right or the listeners right? Donnie, I'll ask you. Do we have a quarterback controversy?
I don't think so. I think it's Justin Fields going forward, really, until he proves that it can't be him.
Wow.
I don't think it's a controversy right now, and I shouldn't say I can't believe I'm saying this. I actually think Donnie is right. I think that they're going to roll with Justin Fields for the foreseeable future if he keeps winning them football games.
All right. Okay. It's not a controversy because Justin Fields is the guy
Fields is the guy. Except the vernacular has been different the entire summer in the pole position of Russell Wilson, but now Justin Fields. That's the definition of a controversy.
Yes.
Somebody is supplanting someone else, and there's a lot of murky waters with injuries. And you know the old adage that you can't be replaced based on injury? Kenny Pickett was, and now it looks like Russell Wilson
is. All of that is happening. No, it's not a controversy. Clearly, Fields is the guy. That's your best answer here, gentlemen. And I love it. Don't get me wrong, but they just didn't want to agree with me. They didn't want to agree with me. No controversy here. Fields is the guy. What? Donnie, come on. I don't know what Donnie has against me in that situation, Limits, and now you've disappeared from my site, which is very disconcerting because you're deeply involved in this first segment. Could you please hang up on whoever that is, unless it's our boss? Clearly, if you're saying that Justin Fields should be the guy moving forward, you can't follow that with nothing to see here. No controversy. Come on, Mulsey. What are we doing here? Let's hear that again. It was actually comical. Let's hear the whole thing again. No controversy here. The backup is the guy 2 weeks in.
Apparently, Starkey was arguing with both fans via the text line and over the phones about whether or not we have a quarterback controversy brewing. Joe said yes. He's telling us when we came in here that most of the listeners are saying no, it's not a quarterback controversy. So who's right? Is Joe right or the listeners right? Donnie, I'll ask you. Do we have a quarterback controversy?
I don't think so. I think it's Justin Fields going forward, really, until he proves that it can't be
him.
Wow.
Incredible. I don't think it's a controversy right now, and I shouldn't say I can't believe I'm saying this. I actually think Donnie is right. I think that they're going to roll with Justin Fields for the foreseeable future.
Even if Wilson's healthy, I believe is what he added, or what he implied. They've lost their minds. Pony's the only one who was operating with a clear mind yesterday. Now let's go and make sure we heard Mike Tomlin correctly with his questions and his answers, because this is where you get into the clickbait media charge. You're just looking for headlines, clickbait, callers. You're baiting callers. Okay. First of all, let's rewind for a minute. We all know what not a quarterback controversy looks like, right? That looks like Ben for 15 years. That's Ben and Duck Hodges. Clearly, we don't have that here, right? We don't have a clear-cut starter, obviously, right? Okay. Secondly, Tomlin was pretty consistent saying Wilson's in pole position, and then the week before the Atlanta game, or thereabouts, he named Wilson the starter. Therefore, any logically inclined person would think that Wilson is still the starter, right? Because it's just a calf injury. One that he was able to dress and be available for as the emergency quarterback in week 1. And by the way, you can't convince me that if this were prime Russell Wilson in Seattle, that he wouldn't be playing right now. Pete Carroll would put him on the field. He wants to play. Adam Schefter reported that he told the team he could play in Atlanta. And you better believe he wants to play against Sean Payton after what he did to Russell Wilson. So I don't think that I'm reaching here. I think first of all, nobody would ask if Duck Hodges or whoever, Landry Jones played in week 1. Nobody would ask Mike Tomlin, hey, if Ben's healthy, he's still your starter, right? That's how you know you don't have a quarterback controversy. But they're asking Mike Tomlin, hey, is Russell still going to be your guy when he's healthy? His answer isn't yes. It could be, listen, yes, I've told you guys all along he's the starter. Of course, now he could add what he did yesterday. It's a big if, but yeah, he's still the guy. That's not what happened. Let's go to the 2 times that Tomlin was presented with a softball yesterday.
If he's healthy, will he start on Sunday?
That's a big if. I'm not into the hypotheticals. As I mentioned right now, he's not healthy, and so my time and attention is focusing on the readiness of Justin.
Okay, that was one. Then the big boy stepped to the plate. The big boy with a size 56 bat in his hands, right?
It was a joke.
And well, no, he wasn't the guy with the bat. He was the guy with the ball. The big boy stepped to the mound and threw a little lollipop up there.
He was like Rowdy on the mound.
Quarterback position is a little bit of a national topic. When healthy, is Russell still your QB1?
I'm not going to soothe you with hypothetical scenarios. It is my general practice to not. You guys that know me know I do not. So why start today? Because it's the quarterback position or because it's a national story. I am unmoved by some of those narratives, to be quite honest with you. We got an approach to business. I always stand in front of you guys when people are somewhat limited. I say we'll push through our work week. We'll let their participation be our guide in terms of whether we include them and then the quality of that participation. This scenario is no different for me. Respectfully, I understand that you have to ask that question, but it doesn't mean that we need to change our position or do things that are abnormal in the effort to answer it. We're just simply going to proceed with what we normally do. Our energies and attention are on those that are available and are scheduled to play. They are deserving of that. When those that are not are healthy, we'll ponder it at that time.
That's a lot of words to avoid saying yes. A lot of words. And we all know, like I said before, any one of us who are inclined to think even remotely, logically, know that if Justin Fields plays great, there's a very good chance, even with a healthy Russell Wilson, he's going to play the next week. And I won't go into all the reasons again. I mean, one, it's obvious. 2, he's not saying that Wilson's going back to that job. 3, he loves Justin Fields. Tomlin loves Justin Fields. Did you hear what I said? Dulac reported that they would have taken Justin. He was 1 on their board. And nothing that Tomlin has said since Fields arrived here would indicate he loves him less. Loves him more, I would say. In fact, he has said, yeah, and I'm paraphrasing. I knew he was a really athletic, super freak type of guy. But wow, seeing him up close every day, I'm shocked. He did use that word with, I believe, Kay Adams. Is that her name?
Yes.
When she was here for camp. So, I apologize, but I don't. But there's a quarterback controversy here. 412-928-9370. I don't really care to spend much time on arguing back and forth whether it is a controversy, because even the people who claim it's not, by their subsequent words, prove that it is. Donnie, Malsey. So let's talk about who you think should start when all people are healthy, and what you think of Justin Fields, and whether you think Russell Wilson, under normal circumstances, if he was in his prime in Seattle, would be starting in this game. Like I said, when you don't have a controversy, that's when nobody asks, is Ben still your starter, even though Landry had a good game? Ben was your starter. A healthy Ben, nobody had to mention that. Even an injured Ben was probably your starter. An injured Ben in the way that Wilson's injured now, where he's still dressing for a game and telling the Steelers he can play, according to Schefter. For a guy who's as tough as any quarterback in the league, he went 9 straight seasons without missing a game. Then he broke his finger, had to be surgically repaired. I think he played through some of that, too, a couple of years ago. And then he got benched in Denver. So still, however many years it's been, 13, 14, whatever it is with him, he's missed like a handful of games because of injury. So he would be out there, I'm convinced, with an injury like this. I believe Schefter's report. 928-9370. And it doesn't have to be, like I said also, this horribly, negative story. Enjoy it. People still talk about the fun it was. And it is fun in the end. It's just sports. The fun it was to have Bubby Brister and Neil O'Donnell. That little controversy. It's fun to see the coach sweat it out a little bit, like Cowher did back then. God bless me. It's fun to follow the intriguing storylines every week. Cordell and Tommy Maddox, same thing. That was riveting theater. And man, you better believe if Justin Fields plays a great game this weekend, Tomlin's Tuesday news conference will be riveting theater too. We'll talk about all that coming up.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lineup is out for the 12:35 game today against the Miami Marlins, as the Pirates look to sweep Miami. That you can listen on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Thursday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by the Storky Chevy Group and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
What if I told you that there was a single management software that could handle your CRM, accounting, manufacturing, marketing, inventory, sales, and everything in between for a fraction of the cost of the dozens of disconnected platforms most companies rely on to manage their business? Sounds pretty good, right? Well, that's Odoo. Odoo is the end-all, be-all for any business of any size, and it's ready to help your company reach the next level and beyond. Learn more at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Wake up. Breakfast. And Nature Made vitamins. Whatever your morning sounds like, Nature Made fits right in. Whether you're looking for vitamin C or a multivitamin to get key nutrients, we've got you covered. Now that's a good morning. We take care of you so you can take on your day. Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Hello? Hey, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. Did you know we've got you fully covered?
I've taken up beekeeping. I'm always covered.
I'm talking the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage at up to half the cost.
Same honey, half the work?
Exactly.
Sweet.
Just call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of consumer cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Leaves and temperatures are beginning to fall.
And so are prices. Time to shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Grab some incredible deals this week, including 0% financing on the popular 24 Outlander. It's back, but it won't last long.
New 24 Eclipse Cross, take $5,000 off on select models or finance at 2.99% for 72 months.
Or a new 24 Outlander Sport. Take $4,500 off MSRP, and it's all yours.
Let's be clear. You'll be getting style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Plus 2 years of prepaid maintenance. It's the best automotive deal out there.
So don't wait. Our fall kickoff makes an upgrade easier than ever.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer incentives. See dealer for details.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Among the inspirational stories that emerged from the recently concluded Paralympic Games is the saga of Ali Truitt. 16 months ago, the Yale graduate was swimming in the Atlantic when a shark attacked her, leading to the amputation of her left leg. Fast forward to 2024, where Truitt earned 2 silver medals, swimming faster than she actually did with 2 legs. That is what I call remarkable, folks. I'm Boomer Esiason.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
You can only help someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar, and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Don't miss any of the big games, including Riverhound Soccer, the return of college and pro football, and, of course, Pirates baseball. Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's premier spot for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Welcome to September and welcome to Chevrolet truck season at Sun Chevrolet in McMurray. 2024 Chevy Equinox, up to $1,750 in rebates. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500. Get 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. The Chevy Blazer EV and Equinox EV offering special leasing programs. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of 2024 Chevy Trax as well. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com to find the truck or car of your dreams. Sun Chevrolet, find new roads.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
All right.
Nothing to see here. No quarterback controversy. Is that the gist in the text we're getting?
Yes, that's exactly what the texters are saying. It's just the media's fabrication that there's a quarterback controversy.
It's always the media, and that's the lazy person's explanation for all their ills. The media's fault. Yeah, okay. No, this is normal. It's just Russell Wilson will just go right back to the starting job. He's the anointed starter, even though the coach no longer says it. The other guy won a game. The other guy's going to play this week, even though Russell Wilson, according to Adam Schefter, told the Steelers he could play last week. And obviously, this is me talking now, obviously would want to play this week against this team. So if you don't think it's a controversy, then you absolutely don't think Justin Fields will play next week if Russell Wilson's healthy, right? No matter what. Fields goes out and he's capable of big games, throws for 3 touchdowns, runs for 90 yards, and they put up 30 points in Denver. He ain't starting because there's no controversy. As long as Wilson's healthy in week 3, he's the starter. Okay, let's talk about that. Let's talk about who you back in this situation. They had a great talk on the afternoon show yesterday with Donnie and Malsey saying that Justin Fields should be the guy. Paul Zeiss wrote a story. He wrote, Paul out again today, he wrote that Fields should be the guy. You're saying Fields should be the guy, right?
1,000% he should be the guy.
There we go. And I'm not. I think Wilson deserves his shot. These are all hallmarks of a controversy, but it also comes back to what I've been saying the whole show. People just very much object to that word.
So why
let's call it a dilemma. They have a quarterback dilemma. Let's use a euphemism because nobody can handle the word controversy. It's too much for them.
We'll use a different adjective. Why do you believe that Russell Wilson deserves a shot?
Because I think he's still good. That's why. I
think
think he's still the better of the two
that's
quarterbacks
where our difference of opinions are, because I don't think he's that good anymore.
That's fine. But the other thing to keep in mind here is that they have zero emotional, historical, or financial connection to Russell Wilson. None. None. So does it at least cross your mind, if he wants to play in Denver and doesn't play, that pretty soon he could go very quickly from volunteer to hostage here? Limits?
We need volunteers, not hostages.
Cross my mind. Let's go to the phones. Who we got?
Let's go to Joe in Robinson.
Joe, what's up?
Hey, Joe, I think I agree there is a controversy, and my thinking is I don't think Justin Fields played that great this past week. They didn't throw and listen, I'm a fan of his, but I think Russell Wilson has a better upside. They didn't throw the ball down the middle. They completed one pass, which was for any length, which was called back. And let's not forget the 6 field goals were from the logo. But yet I guess our quarterback play was so terrible last year, everyone's anointing him as Joe Montana. I think the opposite. I think he played solid. He played okay. But okay's not going to have us win anything.
No, I hear you. But it is important to note that that's not true what you just said. Not everybody, in fact, almost nobody is saying this guy's great. I put out a poll the other day, and just judging from calls and interactions with people, there aren't tons of people. Like, I don't think the majority of people are saying Justin Fields played really well the other day. And I agree with you. I don't think he did, but he played the kind of game that Mike Tomlin seems to really like. No turnovers, make plays with your legs, and win the game. I think Mike Tomlin really liked it, and Pro Football Focus also gave Fields very high grades for that game, whether we like it or not.
I agree, and that's the problem. That gets us a loss in the first round of the playoffs. They moved the ball. It was boring to watch. If our defense doesn't play exceptional, we lose that game. When they play, if that's the quarterback play we're accepting, they're never going to beat Kansas City. They're never going to win a playoff game. That's unacceptable. And I feel that Russell Wilson is only 2 years removed from being a quarterback who can throw for 300 yards and multiple touchdowns. With that being said, I don't dislike Justin Fields, but I think Russell Wilson gives us the opportunity to throw for 3 touchdowns and maybe over 200 yards passing, which would be a miracle. Watch a WPIL game; they throw the ball down the field.
Well, let me ask you this: Are you at least willing to acknowledge the difficulties that Fields was operating under? I don't disagree with much of what you said. But to be fair to Fields, first game, new team, didn't get all the reps in practice, hostile environment, crappy backup receiver. There's a lot going on there where I thought by the end of the game, certainly he was making mostly winning plays and he was dealing with a lot. So I guess my question is, are you willing to acknowledge that with a full week of work, could Fields be better and could the offense be better? I think that's a distinct possibility.
Yeah, I agree. I do think it is. But didn't we just sign our tight end for a long-term contract who's a guy who's capable? Why don't we throw the ball in the middle of the field? Is Justin Fields not capable of doing that, or does our offense not allow that to happen? That's my –
Well, that's a big question going into week 2 for sure, is what will the passing game actually look like? And you're right. It wasn't just field goals they kicked. It was a couple of them were bombs, right?
Well, I mean, he made 3 kicks of 50-plus.
I mean, they could have easily wound up and reasonably wound up with 13 points or 12. How many points did they? 18 minus, yeah.
And nobody's acting like Justin Fields lit the world on fire on Sunday. Like, I like the elements and the dynamics that he brings. I also like that he's a young 25-ish-year-old quarterback where you're trying to plead on the upside. You're trying to play to the upside that Fields can bring you, and you want to find out if he could be a long-term answer as well. And I think that kind of gets lost in the shuffle because Russell Wilson, in all likelihood, I think he's a one-and-done guy. It's this year, and that's it. Do they want to pay him $50 million if he's good, if he's really good this year?
You're never going to have to pay him that. Never. Never, I don't think. But I do understand your larger point there. Back to the phones.
Let's go to George. He's in Cleveland.
Hello. My condolences, George. How are you?
I'm great, Joe. It's great to be a symbol of championship and quality in a city where there is no championships and no quality football.
Yeah, on the other hand, your team hasn't won a playoff game in 8 years, and the team that beat them in one of the most recent ones won here without their coach on the sidelines and put up 48 points. But anyway, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm representing the Steelers. I don't represent the Browns. So
I understand, yeah.
Okay. Very simple. I think we're in a competition. I think the first 4 weeks of the season is a mini preseason. I think the most healthiest man standing between the two is Fields. And I think you put the healthiest guy out there and you put a 80% Wilson out there with a bad leg, and he could be gone for the rest of the season, and we're still dealing with a...
Well, you phrased it very well there. What's your first name?
George.
George, you phrased it very well there. And I would throw it out, well, the first part of it anyway. I would throw this out there, and thank you for the call. Is there a competition still happening here? There's only two answers, yes or no. If you say no, all right, then you don't think there's a competition, then you don't think there's a controversy. There's no competition still happening here. Justin Fields could throw for 800 yards on Sunday, and if Russell Wilson's healthy, he's the guy. That's fine. If you believe that, that's fine. But if you think there is still a competition happening, to me, an in-season competition is synonymous to controversy. That's a controversy. That's a quarterback controversy. The terms are interchangeable. One is very nice. It's more of a euphemism, I should say. An in-season competition. This is like George Carlin comparing baseball and football. You remember that? It's an in-season competition happening. The other one is a controversy. Horrible things are implied by a controversy. There's strife, and there's upset, and there's a winner and a loser, and there's clickbait media, and there's drama, and there's maybe a divided locker room. No, we don't want controversy. But an in-season competition's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just two guys looking to win the job. That's all. Just two nice guys looking to win the job. That's all. It's an in-season competition. It's nice. You see where I'm going with that?
I see exactly where you're going with it. And the people are trying to say, well, one, Russell Wilson can't lose his job based on injury. And also...
Do you agree with that?
I do not agree with that.
They should ask Kenny Pickett about that, I would think. Mm-hmm. Yeah? Because it just happened about 8 months ago.
Could ask Drew Bledsoe about it. Could ask a bunch of different players about it in different situations.
Right, but if this coach had a different kind of tack that he used, then you couldn't apply it here. It just happened to Kenny Pickett. So I'm sorry, but you're out of your mind out there if you think that there's nothing Justin Fields can do to win this job right now and that Russell can't lose the job on account of injury. You're just not dealing in reality in that case. And I'm not saying that Russell won't get the job back, but the idea that that's locked up no matter what happens, you're not dealing in reality.
So here's a couple texts, Joe. There's no controversy. The backup quarterback is the guy is just classic theater and classic material. We're not talking, like you mentioned.
What does he mean? Read that again.
There's no controversy. Yes. The quote-unquote backup quarterback is the guy is classic material to use and talk about.
Oh, well, he is the guy right now, and if he plays well, he'll continue to be the guy. I would ask that person to call and just tell me that he doesn't believe there's an in-season competition still happening right now, that there's no competition. No matter what happens, Wilson's the guy.
Because it's not like when Mason Rudolph was here, and then here comes Kenny Pickett. Both were acquired within, a week span? A 2-week span, Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. We know how glowingly Mike Tomlin has spoken of Fields, how high they think of him, and also Russell Wilson was basically free to them. Here you go. There's a connection with Acrisure as well. Russell Wilson had a lot of reasons to be here.
Do they sign Russell Wilson, or do they get Russell Wilson if he had known Fields would be available?
If Russell Wilson,
if Mike Tomlin knew he could get Fields, would he still have gotten Wilson?
I don't think so.
I at least wonder.
But I think that T.J. Watt, Cam Hayward, and Minkah Fitzpatrick also had a big part in why Russell Wilson's here. And they have a big say in the locker room and also partly in the organization. Not as big as Tomlin, but they have a say.
Well, they shouldn't. That's an organizational decision on what quarterback to get, for God's sakes. What are you going to do? Weigh in? Where those guys can weigh in on who to draft if it doesn't work out with either guy? Who's next?
Let's go to Nick in Wilkinsburg.
Hi, Nick.
How you guys doing this morning?
Good. What's up?
Good. First of all, that George Carlin bit, anybody who hasn't listened to it, I encourage it. That bit's hilarious.
I love that bit.
Anyways, as far as the Justin Fields situation goes, I don't care what you call it, controversy, competition, it's there. There are two things with that. One, I don't think week one is a good enough sample size to say whether or not he's going to be the guy. So I am excited to see him in week two because he has a full week of prep ahead of him. And now you can kind of loosen that leash, if you will. Let him work a little bit, let him take control of the game. And I think that's really going to be your indication as to who's your guy moving forward. But the one thing, and I'll cap this off with a question for you guys, Russell Wilson is 35 years old. He's nursing a calf injury, and the reality behind calf injuries is they like to mask as Achilles injuries. That's a very commonly known thing.
Mm-hmm.
And my question for you guys is, Kirk Cousins in week one, that's a guy who just tore his Achilles in week 8 of last season. So looking at his play and looking at the way Atlanta's game plan coming into this game, 36-year-old quarterback coming off an Achilles injury, do you think that puts some doubt in the back of their minds about rushing Russell Wilson back before he's 100% healthy?
Well, I appreciate the call. I don't think it has anything to do with Cousins, but they may be, and obviously are, very leery of Russell Wilson playing with this injury. But then I would throw one back to you if you were still there. If it was just Kyle Allen and Russell Wilson, do you think Russell Wilson would have played? And do you think he'd play in this game?
That's a good question.
No, it's a great question. City limits.
Could you repeat it again for a dramatic effect?
No, but thank you for the compliment. Yes. If it was just Wilson and Kyle Allen or Wilson and Duck Hodges, would Wilson have played these games? Would Wilson have played these games? It was prime Russell Wilson in Seattle. He wanted – do you believe the Schefter report that said Wilson told the Steelers he can play?
100% I do.
So do I.
Because I feel like that he notices Justin Fields. He sees him out of the corner of his eye. He sees him peering up behind him.
He has
ready to cross him in the lane next door.
You media clickbait guy. You're trying to create controversy.
Because it's not like Russell Wilson is the macho man anymore.
Well, I mean, it's obvious that if you try to put yourself in Russell Wilson's shoes, you see a younger guy, very talented guy, who, if he has a great game, you might never play for this franchise and maybe any franchise. It wasn't like people were knocking down Russell Wilson's door trying to bring him in this offseason, and he was free, too. He was free. He didn't cost anything.
Nope.
So, again, this isn't like crazy talk. This is, if you're Russell Wilson, every time you watch Justin Fields, you're seeing your own career flash before your eyes. Am I done? I don't want to give that guy another chance. I don't care how nice Russell Wilson seems. He's a cutthroat competitor. Has been his whole career. He's out of the Hines Ward nobody thought he could do at school because nobody did. He's undersized, third-round pick or late second, I forget when, not a first-round pick.
Third-round pick.
And nobody had him as a starter right away. Not only was he a starter, he's been a blood and guts starter for his whole career. He's taken more sacks than anybody but 3 or 4 people in the league history. Played every single game for 9 seasons. So, I don't know. Call me crazy. I have a hard time being convinced that Russell Wilson wouldn't want to play this game against this team with that coach, Sean Payton, who humiliated him or tried to on the sidelines last year, and he felt double-crossed by that organization. He got benched by that coach. Don't be fooled by Russell Wilson's calm, cool, maybe even corporate exterior. Underneath that, you better believe, beats the heart of a cutthroat competitor who would love to go out and, with his play, humiliate Sean Payton this week. You better believe that. And I believe, left to his own devices, knowing, or at least believing the Schefter report that he told the Steelers he could play last week, and now I hear the Cavs getting better by Mike Tomlin's own words, You better believe he wants to play this week. And I think he's available based on that report. I don't know that that's like, conspiracy theory media stuff. It just seems like flat out logic to me. Let's go to one more. Well, no, we got to go to the general. We'll get to your calls next. Top of the hour. 412-928-9370. 928-9370. Our quarterback reaction brought to you by Bet365. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Let's bring on the General. General Patton, Jeff Patton of the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. It's time for Starkey's Card of the Week. Your chance to win the Card of the Week comes by going to our website right around noon, Wednesday through Friday, to our contesting page at 937thefan.com. I happen to believe that the General is going to have a Justin Fields card. Limits?
I happen to agree. He'll have a Justin Fields card as well.
General, how are you?
Gentlemen, good morning. I appreciate you having me. I'm tired of controversy, so we're going to something that's not controversial. TJ Watt. Game changer. We're giving away a TJ Watt Panini game-used jersey card. Fan favorite. We sell more Watts than any Steeler card.
What does that mean? It comes with like a panini sandwich, or what happens here, General?
Close. Panini's the manufacturer, but it does come with a piece of a jersey that TJ Watt actually wore.
Beautiful.
It's embedded into the card, making it a little bit more scarce than the average card. Changed the hobby about 10 years ago when they started to implement memorabilia cards being part of the everyday vernacular. It's something that people go after, and it's definitely not controversial. Everybody loves TJ Watt.
Man, you got that right. Thank you, sir. You're a wonderful man.
You're welcome. You guys have a good day.
That's the General. General Patton, TJ Watt with a little piece of a jersey in there. You can't beat that. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing. Up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High of 85 today with sunny skies. Let's just keep this rolling. It's very, very rare that I go back to old school sports talk radio. But we're going to do that today. Why? Because we have a quarterback controversy. No, it's a quarterback competition. It's an in-season competition. Everybody's nice. The coach, Fields, Wilson, the fans. It's just nice. It's nice to be nice to the nice. That's what Frank Burns said on MASH, and it applies here. I won't use the word controversy. We'll just call it an in-season competition so we can all handle it a little bit better. 412-928-9370. JP Roofing and Siding. What a man he is, huh? General Patton and JP, two of a kind. Except that JP has a mustache. No offense, General. You should grow one. This guy's unbelievable. He's the back-to-back trifecta Northeast MVP, which means, well, here's the categories. Customer service, marketing, work in the community, and flat out the work that you do on houses. And this guy does it like nobody else, been doing it for 43 years. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. Give them a call at JP Roofing and Siding. I know the work they do. They worked on my house a couple different times, did what they said they would do, and I never worried about the problem anymore. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Here is the Pirates lineup. Isaiah Kiner from left, the leads off by Brian Reynolds and Joey Bart. Nick Gonzalez in the cleanup hole, batting and playing at second base. O'Neill Cruz in center, Connor Joe, Brian De La Cruz. Billy Cook bats eighth and plays in left field. Jared Triolo plays at third base with Bailey Falter on the mound. Listen on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA beginning at 11:35 with the pregame show. TJ Watt was the highest graded defensive player from last week, according to Pro Football Focus, with a 95.3 rating. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Paul?
New Flow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating erectile dysfunction successfully. There's no pills, no injections, no games. If you're serious about treating your ED issues, New Flow is serious about helping you. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000 or visit newflowmenshealth.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking though, for real. No, I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe and Zeiss. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
The new showroom is now open at CGR, and it is off the charts cool, man. I'm like a kid in a candy store with this. Whether you're a contractor or do-it-yourselfer like me, CGR Wholesale has everything you need under one roof. The new showroom offers beautiful displays featuring Trex and TimberTech decking, Montgomery trusses, West Virginia metal panels, Provia siding that's made right here in America, and much more. And don't forget about the product that started it all. Owens Corning Duration shingles and all the beautiful colors, fully stocked and ready to rock, and everything is on display to make it easy for you to finalize your project. Stop in and check it out. They're located on Route 51 South in Ross Draver and online too at CGRWholesaleRoofing.com. The best customer service, prices, and expertise in town, hands down.
Stop on down or get delivery at CGR Wholesale.
Football is back, and ESPN Bet is bringing fans exciting new features and promotions to elevate your game day. Get in on trending parlays in the all-new Parlay Lounge experience. Check out one-of-a-kind offers from ESPN personalities and boost your winnings with Profit Boosts all season long. The official sportsbook of ESPN has football fans covered. Download the ESPN Bet app today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has your perfect Subaru waiting for you. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2025 Subaru Forester is built to handle any rugged fall terrain. Plus, right now, you can get 3.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited-time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Forester. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. For more, go to BowserSubaru.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles.
Highly logical.
Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray. Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise. Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water. Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Coming right up, we're going to get to Steelers quarterbacks, of course. But first, there's a team in this town that just rose to number 1 in the nation for the first time in their history. And it's become a very high-profile sport, and that's Pitt women's volleyball team. We're going to have the coach, Dan Fisher, on next.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $161 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 30th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Okay, true stories from Huntington with Jen and Mindy.
Somebody came through the drive-thru. I looked at the ID. It said Mindy.
You knew Mindy?
I did. I said, oh my gosh, hi, Mindy. And this person looked over and drove away, left everything at the branch. I knew it wasn't her, so I contacted our fraud department and had a hold put on the account.
Well, sounds like she helped save you from identity theft, Mindy.
Yeah, she saved the day. She's my little guardian angel.
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington. Real people compensated for true stories.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. Justin Fields is expected to be the starting quarterback this week. The Steelers are preparing as if Fields will be the starter, with Russell Wilson still nursing his calf injury. It's a 4:25 kickoff on Sunday against the Denver Broncos. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Our conversation with Pitt volleyball head coach Dan Fisher next.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now, more Joe. Joe. The Joe Starkey Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Well, if you've listened to this show for any period of time, you know that my own daughter flocked to volleyball like so many these days. My partner, Paul Zeiss, not here today, but he's coached AAU girls basketball for a long time. And we were talking about this 2 weeks ago, that a lot of the athletes that he sees that 10 years ago would have been playing basketball for him are playing volleyball. It's become a really, really popular sport and a really high-profile college sport. And here we have Dan Fisher, the coach of the Pitt women's team, which for the first time reached number 1 in the rankings. First time in program history on Monday. Dan is in L.A. right now. I think he's stuck in traffic. They're playing number 23 USC as part of a trip out west. Dan, we appreciate you joining us. This is fantastic. What did it mean for your pro? I know you have bigger goals, but what did it mean to see Pitt number 1 in the rankings?
Well, it's thanks for having me on. First off, I am driving through some LA traffic on the way to our morning practice, but we're looking at it as a challenge for us to kind of see how we respond with maybe a little bit more hype around our program.
Well, there's been a lot of hype around women's volleyball, as I just mentioned, Dan, and I'm just curious, even in your career, as you're out on the recruiting trail and things like that, what do you attribute this to, the rise of girls and women's volleyball?
Yeah, a couple factors. About 15 years ago, girls volleyball at the high school level became the biggest sport in terms of participants. It surpassed soccer and volleyball and basketball. And then also the last, 5 years, boys volleyball has been one of the fastest growing sports. So I think there's just more people in our society that either play the sport or know it. And then I also think, all the Paris World Cup, all these big, moments that other women's sports have had too have certainly helped to, make us feel like it's a little bit more mainstream.
For sure. And speaking from my own experience, like I mentioned, a daughter who played softball and basketball, and her and others, her friends, they prefer volleyball. In my theory, Dan, is two things. One, it's like the most basic sport to play. Like when we were 4, you had a ball and you hit it up in the air. It's a very basic fun. I'm trying to say it's more fun for them. And I think that in some ways it's a different dynamic. Like softball, you make a mistake, you're suddenly on the frying pan. Volleyball, you make a mistake, everybody hugs you. It's just a different dynamic,
Well, yeah, it is certainly a good product, and it's harder in volleyball since the ball's always moving for one individual person to totally take over. So, a lot of people say it's kind of one of the most true team sports.
What was your vision? We're talking to Dan Fisher, Pitt women's volleyball team, getting ready for a match against USC, number 1 in the country, 3 straight Final Fours. What was your vision when you came to Pittsburgh, Dan? And the second part of that question is, no matter the sport at Pitt, and this used to be this way in football, some people view it as a stepping stone job. What has kept you here?
Well, what's kept me here is the support of the university and the administration, and just my wife and I really loving the community. And then, now in the last few years, really just the fan base and the ability to realize that we can get top talent here at Pitt. And so, I'm going into season 12. It's I did, people ask me this, but I certainly didn't. Year 1 wasn't thinking a lot about winning a national championship, but over the past few years, that's definitely been the goal.
And man, the games are so fun to watch. Whether they're at the Fieldhouse, the Pete, and then on higher levels when you guys head over to the Final Four every single year. Is this the team? I'm sure you get this question a ton. Do you feel like this is the team that can break through?
I know we can. I hope we are the one. And the reason I'm really optimistic about this team is we've made 3 Final Fours in a row, but it's been largely with different players. And so this group is returning a lot. And so we're going in with a lot of players that have kind of been on that big stage.
We talked last year, I think it was on the eve of the Final Four, to Rachel Fairbanks, and my daughter and I are just enamored with her. When she came there, she was more of a hitter, all-around player. It feels like she could be a hitter almost anywhere in the country, but then she became a setter. So I'm wondering if you could talk about maybe the sacrifices that she's made, her leadership, just her in general, just an amazing player.
Yeah, she was a very good recruit, but wasn't like the highest rated setter. Mostly because of what you said, she was just a good all-around player, and but with some of the other talented hitters we have on the team, it just makes the most sense for her to be our quarterback. So, and she trained with the senior national team this summer. She's kind of in one of the players in their minds for the 28 Olympics. So, she has a bright future as setter. But yeah, you're right. She could hit and has hit for us in the past, and it's just a really good all-around player.
Do you have other players who have legitimate Olympic aspirations?
Yeah, I think we have 3 or 4. And Olivia Babcock was the National Freshman of the Year last year, and also trained with the national team last summer. And so she's someone that's they're looking at, and then a bunch of other younger. Tori Stafford's got a chance. But they're only sophomores, so they got a ways to go.
Dan Fisher on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline. His Pitt women's volleyball team, which has been to 3 straight Final Fours, is number 1 in the country, even as we speak. Observing you, Dan, on the sidelines, I think more, Phil Jackson than I do Bobby Knight. You seem to be very calm. I wonder what I'm sure that's maybe not the case inside sometimes, but if I had to guess without being at your practices, is that how you are, more of a philosophical, calm teacher type, or how would you describe your coaching style?
Well, I think I try to wear whatever hat the team needs. I'm probably not quite the Phil Jackson, but I can ramp it up a little bit more. But, like towards the end of the season when we're in some of our most high-profile games is, during the tournament runs, it's a lot about the players at that point. And we've implemented systems, and they know the scout, and they got to execute. So it's a lot of me making some in-game adjustments and just encouraging them to be their bst.
Dan, you mentioned support from the administration as one of the things that has kept you there. Heather Lyke was somebody who signed you to at least one new extension, maybe multiple, I don't know. Obviously, major move the other day. Heather no longer there. How did that move strike you?
Well, I was surprised, like everyone else, and I've been through this a couple other times with Scott Barnes and Steve Peterson, and it's we're just going through such a time of uncertainty in college athletics. It just adds one more thing to it, and so certainly appreciative of her and what she did for our program, and I'm just hopeful we get a really good new leader soon.
Was it part of your latest extension, Dan, that you would have an upgrade from Fitzgerald Fieldhouse, as much charm as that place can have to play in? Obviously, you're going to have a new building fairly soon, I guess. Was that part of it? Like, hey, we want to upgrade?
No. That wasn't. I mean, Heather had a vision for that, and we certainly will benefit from that, and so will wrestling and gymnastics. But it was never part of like a demand or anything like that. But it's certainly. It's coming along really nicely. It's really gonna transform the campus, and it's gonna be pretty sweet when it's done. It's a little over a year now that it should be fully finished.
You mentioned NIL. We've talked to a lot of college coaches in football, basketball. Some have gotten out because of that. How has it affected the women's volleyball game, and how has it affected the way that you build your teams, recruit, etc.?
Mm-hmm. I would answer this way. It's part of the package. It's not maybe quite as crazy as football or basketball, but it's getting there. And so, that's what this house settlement is going to be so interesting to see how it all shakes out, to see, how much of that $20 million that they're talking about allocating will go to women's sports.
Lastly, Dan, and this is Dan Fisher, Pitt women's volleyball coach, again, #1 in the country. You built an amazing program, really, and this is becoming a very high-profile sport. Anybody who watched the outdoor game last year with, I don't know, like 100,000 fans, and the TV ratings for the Final Four, it's so much fun to watch. Last question is, when you're where you are now, out west, you're on the West Coast where you've gotten some players, how do you sell them on Pitt and Pittsburgh? How do you get them to come all the way across the country? What are your selling points?
Well, we have a bunch now. I mean, it's our team culture. It's a great school. The academics speak for themselves. And then now we have the history of success. And so, really good players want to be part of, special groups. And so, yeah, we feel good about our roster, and we also feel really good about our recruits coming in the future.
Well, Dan, we appreciate you taking the time on a busy morning. We'll be watching that West Coast trip, and, man, it's a lot of fun to watch your team every single season. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you, and come out next Wednesday when we play Penn State at the Pete.
Oh, we will come out there, and I bet you a lot of other people will too. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thanks a lot.
That was fantastic. Limits, are you saying goodbye to him now? That was unbelievable.
I was, yes. I'll go to that if you want to go. Pitt, Penn State.
Let's go.
Volleyball.
Consider it done. Next Wednesday night?
I like Pitt volleyball. How about this, Joe? I've gone to a Dan Fisher volleyball camp when I was playing in high school.
Why didn't you jump in and say that?
I did. I told you right before we got on.
I was confused then. You Limits. You should have jumped in.
I was going to. I thought you were going to throw to me for a question. And I just decided I wouldn't interrupt
I was
the
locked
flow.
in.
You
from
were.
Here on, just always know you're free to jump in. I was feeling enormous pressure there. I really was, because we were toggling between the quarterbacks, and then I forgot what you said.
That would have been a special moment. You ruined it.
Why didn't you just go get in my earphones and say, "Can I ask a question?" or send me a text, or
well, how much? That's not
walk
a question.
into the room
That's just kind of a statement.
Well, just say I want to jump in. That would have been fantastic. I apologize. I do.
Yeah, it was fun. Me and a bunch of other Baldwin guys. Year after we went to the playoffs, won a playoff game for the first time in a decent amount of years at Baldwin. We were at his camp. And
what was he like?
This was before they were a national power.
Yeah.
This was in 2018. And you could just tell it was a lot of fundamentals. The players were also instrumental in running the camp. He's very subdued, calm, but at the same time delivers a really good message. And he connects with people.
Yeah.
And I think that's one big reason why they've been able to get so many players from California, Texas, wherever, different parts of the country to buy into Pitt. Because, I don't know, he's a guy that you want to play for. He's just a leader on and off the court. You can tell.
And
just being a part of those camps for the 4 days that I was there, it's pretty evident. That's just who Dan is. People, what's the correct word? They're attracted to him and want to follow him.
Yeah. I mean, he's getting players from California. I think that's where Rachel Fairbanks came from, if I'm not mistaken.
A lot of their best players are from
California. Unbelievable player, maybe an Olympic player. And it has become very high profile. Listen, if I could have chosen, my kid would be playing basketball. That's my favorite sport. I coached her in it, but she didn't want to. You discover very quickly, and you'll discover this, that when they don't want to do something, then they won't. That's pretty much it, unless you become very, very forceful. And who wants to live under that? Softball, the same thing, Certain situations, you want to be on teams where people want you on the team, things like that. And it's more fun. People are having more fun with volleyball. You just heard him. It's become the most popular. Did he say high school sport or girl sport in general? What did he say?
Maybe girl sport in general. IPA announced a volleyball game last night.
What?
IPA announced a volleyball game last night.
Oh, where?
At Baldwin. Very entrenched in the game.
Maybe you'll PA one of our games.
I've
done
up. five straight years.
Now I see we have to play volleyball. South Allegheny, and all of a sudden they're really good. Why can't we just play someone who's not good and get a win? Do you like that?
If only the world went that way.
I know. I could just beat
Maybe the Steelers could play the Falcons every week.
All right, speaking of the Steelers, let's get back to this. I said we're going to do old school sports talk radio, and we shall. By any reasonable definition, it's a quarterback controversy. If you have a different opinion on that, I'd love to hear it. But all I have to ask you is, do you believe there's an in-season competition still happening? And if you say yes, then it's a quarterback controversy. People object to the word. They don't like the word. They think it's a sensational word. It implies strife and upset and drama. Well, when there's an in-season competition between two very competitive guys, that's probably the case. And it's not hard to find people who fall on one side or the other of Fields and Wilson right now. And then when the coach leaves it open-ended as to who the starter is, even when Wilson is healthy, call me crazy, but this isn't exactly sensational journalism here, like clickbait talk show stuff. It's very reality-based, logical, paint-by-numbers talk show stuff, and therefore let's paint by numbers. 412-928-9370. Throw out a topic and get some calls. This is what we used to do. Limits. Back when I was your age. Maybe a little older. I got a job at ESPN 1250. You remember that station?
I do. It
Thank
was
you.
gone. It's been gone for
since the beginning of this station.
Right.
I was toggling. I had an offer from there and an offer from here.
I think you chose right.
Yes, I did. Thank you. But I had my first job there on Saturdays, and that's what it was, sadly in a way. It was, here's a topic. Let's talk for a half hour on that and take calls. But sometimes that's the way to go. Like now. Please. Who do we have?
Ryan in Gibsonia.
Hello, Ryan.
Hey, Joe. What's going on?
You tell me.
I want to believe there's a controversy, but genuinely, I think this is what Tomlin's wanted all along.
Well, isn't that a little controversial in itself? If by according to you, he just spent an entire off season in subterfuge, pretending that one guy was the starter when he liked the other guy better. You've even gone further than me.
I think he does it he's trying to get in the heads of other coaches. You even go back. He's talking about Fields being a 1-1 guy for him if he had the chance. I think Wilson was like reassurance, and I think he wanted Fields. This is essentially his test run to see if he can actually be the future of the quarterback position.
Man, he's getting it, isn't he? So isn't that in and of itself a so-called controversy? How can you say anything but yes?
Yeah, but I think he wants Fields, and I don't think he wants Wilson to play because Wilson is clearly healthy.
Right. So you have a bigger story than even I was presenting. Thank you. It is fascinating, the reluctance to use that word. It really is.
Competition.
I mean, we had, again, Donnie Football was asked plainly from Filipponi yesterday, do you think, Starkey says it's quarterback controversy. Do you think so, Donnie Football? He said, no, I think Justin Fields is the starter. I mean,
the definition of controversy, according to Oxford Languages, is a disagreement, typically when prolonged, public, and heated. The announcement ended a protracted controversy. It is a noun.
Yeah, I think the word gets twisted a little bit into something else when we're talking about a quarterback controversy, right?
Pretty much. I mean,
it's making it holds like a little bit of a different meaning. It's a hotly contested battle that engenders all kinds of passionate reaction from people who follow the team and cover the team, and there's a basic uncertainty as to who the guy will be week to week and an ongoing battle happening. That's a quarterback controversy, and that is by every freaking definition and word I just said exactly what's happening here.
There's a question mark next to it. The simple fact of the matter is, sure, Tomlin is saying that Russell Wilson in the pole position and is still good to go, but
he said Russell Wilson was in the pole position.
And what I'm getting at is that actions are what actually speak louder than words.
Well, his words spoke pretty loudly yesterday when they threw him 2 softballs. Is Russell Wilson still your guy if he's healthy? And he didn't say yes either time.
And the action is that they're playing Fields and they're showing Fields.
One more call.
Let's go to Mr. Old School.
Hello, Mr. Old School.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Hey, there's a few reasons why I believe that Russell Wilson is still going to be the starting quarterback. The first one is this. A calf strain played on too much will lead to an Achilles tear. Anybody can tell you that, who knows. So I think they're worried about it. 2, you had 6 field goals, 4 were logo 3, which means they didn't come anywhere close to getting to the red zone. So Fields didn't even get them to the red zone. The last game, the preseason game, you did see Russell was able to scan the field, and he threw some nice passes. And the third thing is, I truly believe Tomlin made Wilson a promise when he came here. I believe it was a behind the scenes. They were courting him. The team players were courting him. And I think he said, you're going to be the starting quarterback. And he hasn't even gotten on the field yet. So how can there be a competition when we don't even know? If he gets on the field and throws six touchdowns, guess what? There is no competition.
Well, guess what, Mr. Old School?
It only comes if he doesn't play well.
That's where I profoundly disagree. So let me ask you a question. It's a hypothetical, which I apologize for. I know those don't go over well in Steeler country. If Justin Fields has a great game this week, is he the guy the next week, even if Wilson is healthy, or no?
Yes, because Tom is going to say I'm going with a hot hand.
There you go. So there you go. And I appreciate the call. Thank you. As far as promises Tomlin makes to players, you might want to ask Melvin Ingram, James Harrison, LeGarrette Blount, Kenny Pickett, and a few others whether they felt misled by Tomlin. Might be an interesting little interview. Might be an interesting group interview. Get those guys on a FaceTime call, and you might get some interesting answers. Coaches in all sports make a lot of promises to people. When you have no emotional, historical, or financial commitment to a guy in the NFL, you can make all the promises you want. They go out the window real fast. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We want you back with us to talk more Pittsburgh sports. Don't be a statistic. Get your heart checked by the experts at UPMC. Let's talk a little FanDuel. I believe we have a very interesting Thursday night game. Yes, we do. It's Bills-Dolphins. This year, FanDuel's partnership with Valley Forge is giving you a chance to win big every Thursday night with FanDuel Squares. It's the same Super Bowl squares you've always known, only way better. That's because your numbers aren't just randomly assigned. You get to pick them yourself. You can pick as many as you like. You'll get to see the odds beforehand. You can bet them live during the game. So what are you waiting for? Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey and bet on squares. Man, go over with Josh Allen on everything in sight. He was injured, but he's playing. Plus, if you're new to FanDuel, you can go $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. At least the last I saw, he's playing. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
3:30 kickoff for the backyard brawl at Acrisure Stadium. 11 o'clock is when our pregame coverage begins right here on 93.7 The Fan. And Pirates general manager Ben Cherington said today he believes Derek Shelton is the right person to manage the Pirates in 2025. He fully expects Shelton to return next season. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get ready for every pit game with the Panthers Preview Show. 3 hours before kickoff, Bob Hobbiani, Paul Zeiss, and Doran Dickerson give you all the insight on the upcoming game.
It's pulled in! What a catch by Kalate Mumfield!
Panthers Preview is brought to you by Air Pro Heating and Cooling, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Voss TV and Appliance, Monster Brewing's Beast Unleashed, and Leon's Billiards and more.
Let's go!
We are the home for your Pitt Panthers. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
Get ready for kickoff, Pittsburgh. Rally House has the game day gear you're looking for, including Steelers sideline gear and the latest college style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, it's your city, it's your house, it's the Rally House.
Gear up in-store and online at rallyhouse.com.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
Long live the king. Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival is back. 6 magical weekends through September 29th. It's entertainment, it's fantasy.
It's an adventure! To the past!
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers, and musicians. Comedy, games, fine arts, and crafts. Eat, drink, and be merry at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets available at pittsburghrenfest.com. Loose and cracked mortar, crumbling chimney, the cap was broken, bricks were all messed up. My house had all of those problems, and much like you, I'm a fan listener and picked up the phone and called Precision Pointing after hearing their ads. Glad I did. They came to my house, assessed the problem, clearly communicated a plan of action. Precision Pointing was in control from start to finish, and my 75-year-old home is good for at least another 75 years. The best part, no down payment required. So if you have an older home in need of brick repair or restoration, get it done.
by Precision Pointing.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit CircaLasVegas.com today.
Who can you trust when choosing the best windows and doors for your home? How about the company with more than 2,500 5-star reviews in Greater Pittsburgh? Renewal by Andersen. Adam Crowley here. They'll design, custom build, and install your windows expertly. When you call Renewal by Andersen, they'll come to your home for a free consultation, often within 48 hours, and give you an exact price quote that's good for 1 year. And Renewal by Andersen has extended their 31-day sales event. Buy one, get one 40% off all windows, patio doors, and entry doors when you buy 4 or more. That's 40% off, plus get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Special financing is available. Call by September 30th. 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyanderson.com.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Sunny skies this afternoon, the high 87.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey, yo, what's up, y'all? I'm your host,
Joe. Back to more of the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Right back to the phone lines, Mr. Limits, on a day of old school sports talk radio. Hit it.
Emmanuel is in Carnegie, and he wants to talk about the quarterbacks.
May I call you Manny, or is that going too far? Hello? You sure he's there? You said you wanted a quick segment, and then this happens. It's not your fault.
I guess he's not there.
Yeah. Who's next?
Phil is in Wexford.
Hello, Filibuster. How are you?
I'm doing well. Yeah, I think we always have a competition from a quarterback perspective, but we definitely don't have a controversy because I haven't heard anything from Russell Wilson complaining about the position he's in right now.
So it's only a controversy if you have people openly complaining?
As far as I'm concerned, I mean, I don't hear Russell Wilson complaining. I mean, he's getting paid to sit on the sideline, carry a clipboard, and cheer for, Justin Fields.
All right. If that's your definition, who am I to argue? I define it more as passion within the fan base, evenly matched candidates, neither one of them named the starter, rather than as somebody openly complaining. But you do you and I'll do me. Plus, I did hear on the PM guys yesterday that Wilson didn't appear to be overly thrilled, not as jovial as usual after the game, maybe because he said he could play in the game. And if he doesn't play this week, that's certainly something to monitor.
And that's what Cavalli said.
I would imagine he really, really wants to play in this one. Cavalli said that?
Well, Cavalli was on with the McAfee guys, and they were saying, oh, Cavalli, was he pouting about it? And Cavalli said, no, he wasn't pouting, but he wasn't his chipper presidential Russell Wilson sunshine and rainbows about it.
Very interesting, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, presented by Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That's Sullivan Super Service. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township. Celebrating 50 years in the South Hills, and I'm celebrating Gina Giampietro. And I can tell you this, so was Kelly when she recently worked with Gina to sell her home in Upper St. Clair for over $700,000. Ooh, there's a little breaking pirate story. We'll get to that next.
Yes. We also have one more call if you want to take it right now.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Kelly recently worked with Gina to sell her home in Upper St. Clair for over $700,000. Kelly said that if you're looking for an experienced real estate agent who knows the market thoroughly, then you need to contact Gina and her team. Kelly said Gina took away all the stress of selling, and it can be very stressful. We know that. And was always quick to answer any questions she had along the way. Really appreciated Gina's honesty and professionalism throughout the process, and will recommend Gina and her team to anyone thinking about selling a home or buying a home. So would I. You can't lose. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Home doesn't sell by the deadline. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. Call the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home in Pittsburgh. Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates will look for a sweep against the Marlins. They've won 3 games in a row. It's coming up in an hour on 100.1 FM and AM 120 KDKA. Pregame show is going on right now. We'll talk about what the breaking news is next. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyChevy.com. Your Chevy truck headquarters has new 2024 Silverado crew cabs up to $12,000 off. Hot new 2024 Malibus up to $3,500 off. And new 2024 Equinox all-wheel drives up to $4,000 off. Plus, receive a free Level 2 charger with any new EV lease. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Murraysville and the North Hills, ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce, bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It's easy to overreact to week 1 of the NFL season, but it's getting late early for some teams. The dreaded tank word is starting to be whispered for teams like the Giants and the Panthers. That's too early. but it speaks to the pressure those teams face. Better show up in week 2, or the negative talk is going to become a lot louder. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Football is back, and what better way to celebrate than winning some cash with Sleeper Picks? Sleeper Picks is a fantasy game, but you could win real money. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats. If your picks are right, you win. You could pick up to 8 players to win up to 100 times your money. And Sleeper has a couple huge offers to kickstart the football season. For new users, Sleeper will match your first deposit with up to $100 credit to your account. If you've already played, Sleeper's got discounted player projections for you every week of the season. So download the Sleeper app now and use promo code BLOCK, and your first deposit will be doubled with a credit up to $100. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and use code BLOCK for a credit up to $100 match on your first deposit. That's code BLOCK. Must be 18 years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Visit sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Paid for by Blitz Studios.
Is Kamala Harris a radical? That's what she calls herself. Listen to her own words.
Yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala is radical about defunding the police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, and that's just wrong.
It's weak. And Bob Casey's weak too. He says,
there's no question there's systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system, but certainly in policing.
And on immigration, Kamala says,
an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Again.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented and cross the border as criminals.
And Bob Casey's right there with her. Casey says,
Kamala Harris is an inspiring and very capable vice president.
Casey voted with Kamala 98%. So Bob Casey says,
the more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Casey and Kamala, they're too weak.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home. Like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
Now's the time to save big on the rugged Jeep lineup and the powerful Dodge vehicles at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. Get a 2024 Dodge Ram 1500, payment starting as low as $385 a month for 42 months. A 24 Jeep Grand Cherokee and Jeep Grand Cherokee L, payment starting at $249 a month for 27 months. Hurry in today. These deals are hot and won't last long. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2 men and a junktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
All right, Ben Cherington said today, was this, or last night?
This was this morning before the game.
Tell me exactly what he said.
I will. This is from our friend Gormy the Owl of the Trib.
Yes.
Pirates general manager Ben Cherington says he believes Derek Shelton is the quote-unquote right person to manage this team in 2025. He fully expects Shelton to return.
He said also that he fully expects Shelton to return?
That was outside the quote, but that's what he's saying, yeah.
Well, that's nice, but it's not up to him. It's very clearly not his call. It's Bob Nutting's call with Travis Williams as, I guess, either a consultant on that call or simply the henchman who would deliver the news. I don't know, but it's up to Bob Nutting in the end. Period. End of story. And if I'm Ben Cherington, I'm not sure I feel comfortable commenting on anybody's job security because, quite frankly, the case to fire him is way better than the case to keep him as well.
You don't think Cherington has a say in this? Because I think he does, and whether Shelton stays or not.
Oh, he might have a say, but it's not his call.
No, the final call is going to go to
Plus, we're
Nutting.
talking about a guy who should be on the hot seat himself. So if I get a call, do you think Bob Nutting is dialing up Ben Cherington saying, hey, you make the call. You make the call on. No, if I'm Bob Nutting, I call him today and say, that's nice that you said he should be back. Do you know if you'll be back, Ben? Do you have a comment on that? Pretend I'm a media guy. Do you have a comment on that? After your off season?
Well, we're building and we like where we are and we're in a better place than we were at the start of the year. I found this story that's been circulating around Pirates Twitter today from Stephen Nesbitt from 2019 when he wrote a story, exclusive. Clint Hurdle has been informed he'll be back as Pirates manager next season. That was on September 25th. Hurdle was gone a week later. So believe what you want to believe in that regard. Things can change.
Oh, it's the old saying, it's the dreaded vote of confidence. Sometimes that's the last thing you want. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Baseball talk right there, presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Let's talk to Dan Zangrilli, or Zandan Grilly, however you'd like to refer to him, next about this. I'm sure he has a strong opinion. The Noah Constrictor has this story, too.
Yeah, I think Cherington had to have had a news conference this morning with everyone because all the reporters are talking about it because they do have a day game today in half hour.
I fully expect Shelty to be the manager in 2025. He works his tail off. Seeing that, I believe he's the right person to manage this team in 25, so I fully expect that will happen. Do you think they've been told that will happen? Shelty seemed awfully jovial yesterday.
No, I don't think there's been any assurances given to anyone. I think that the last 15, 17 games, whatever, still have a little bit more of an influence. It's stupid.
It's ridiculous,
because
really. If you haven't made up your mind yet and you're depending on silly season September games that don't mean anything to them, where you have a bunch of different guys playing, if you're waiting to do that, then everybody should be fired. So what are we doing here? Bob Nutting should just step down.
You're sweeping the horrendous Marlins, whatever. You'll probably get swept against the Yankees. It doesn't matter. What should be judged is the 8-month body of work of everything that came before this and the 5 years that have defined this administration. And what is the product on the field right now? It's not the 5-year plan that Cleveland had. It's not the 5-year plan that Baltimore had. They're still stuck in purgatory in the middle with no end in sight unless they add significant hitters, and I'm not confident enough that they'll do it.
Yeah, because Ben Cherington is the guy in charge of finding them. Call now to win tickets to the Outlaw Music Festival at the Pavilion at Star Lake on September 14th. Caller number 3 to our dear friend City Limits. Let's listen to yesterday's conversation when, because we were talking about next season, it felt a little awkward. Like, is Shelty going to be there next year? We had a very jovial conversation up till this point, and then it took kind of a dark turn. Shelty, I've asked you this in many different ways, but as we talk about the future, have you been given any assurance that you will be here next year?
Yeah, I'm like I've told you before. I mean, you love to talk about this topic, Stark, every week. we'll talk about that at the end of the year, but my focus is the rest of the year and how we're going.
Well, I didn't talk about it last week because he could only talk about it so much.
You did
Although
not.
he going to get his answer?
No, you did not. And he basically just poo-pooed it and
The same, yeah.
said the same
No,
exact
listen,
thing.
we're talking about a guy's job security. So even though that was kind of a funny clip, I'm very well aware that it's a very serious topic for him, right? I mean, it's his job. And if Derek Shelton doesn't return to this job next season, he's not getting another manager's job anytime soon. So we're looking at his future as a baseball manager, which is his dream come true. And I weigh that and I take that very seriously. But it has to be asked from time to time when you're losing like this, when you're 25 games under 500 since your extension. But I'll probably hold off. It's pointless to ask him about it until really. Although now that the Charrington quote is out, do I have to ask him next week?
There's 1,000% you have to ask him about next week.
Maybe we should just cut out that little clip where he says, "You love to ask about that every week, Stark." Can you get that?
Yeah, I can do that.
Is there a way we can lighten this? Now we have to. Well, we have to ask this.
You know, Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
We can ask Destiny's Child if he thinks Shelty will be back. He is Nostradamus.
Oh, the Calliopes can be heard from here to Sewickley.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High of 85 today with sunny skies. Let's ask Dr. Zangrilli next about this. Who better to ask? Who he thinks is making this decision, or at least how much input he thinks Ben Cherington has in this decision. What about Cherington's future? And all things Pirates next with your friend and ours, Mr. Dan Zangrilli. First, the Good Feet store. I had pain in the joints of my big toes, and it kept me from doing stuff. I'd want to start a new exercise regimen. Forget it. Went everywhere to get it checked, get it diagnosed. They told me it was gout. Yes, I was drinking and eating enough at the time to have gout, but it wasn't gout. Finally, I'd sort of given up when I found the Good Feet store, and I got some pain relief. You could get that too. You got to come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. It's all about their Good Feet foot arch support system, designed for you, customized for you, your foot, your shoes. You don't need new shoes. They fit it into the ones you already got. I experience less pain. I don't know what kind of pain you have, but I know a lot of you have it. And I know it keeps you from starting an exercise routine, a new one. Keeps you from walking even. I'm talking, going out for a walk. I want to do that a couple times around the block maybe. Get things started here, lose a pound or two. And then you have sharp pain in your heel or burning in the balls of your feet or plantar fasciitis or what I had. Well, the Good Feet store could be your pain relief solution. Go to goodfeet.com. There's also a store in the Robinson Town Center. That's the one I went to across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19, next to Walgreens. And then there's one in Crowleytown, better known as Morgantown, at the Suncrest Town Center. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Hello, sunny and pleasant for another day with highs hitting the mid-80s. Humidity levels will be low, so it should feel fantastic out there all day long, even with the high temperatures. I have noon temperatures close to 80 degrees. Expect a lot more of this as we wrap up the week with our next even potential rain chance coming next Tuesday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has your perfect Subaru waiting for you. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2025 Subaru Forester is built to handle any rugged fall terrain. Plus, right now, you can get 3.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Forester. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. For more, go to BowserSubaru.com.
Well, that's the power of
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching.
Does this have peanuts?
To waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
Get ready for kickoff, Pittsburgh. Rally House has the game day gear you're looking for, including Steelers sideline gear and the latest college style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, Rally House. It's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Gear up in-store and online at rallyhouse.com.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through September 12th,
Get fast, reliable, 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I'm Austin Bechtel with your fan headlines. Chris Boswell has been named AFC Special Teams Player of the Week. Boswell with all the Steelers offense on Sunday. 6 field goals, 3 of them were from 50-plus against Atlanta in Week 1. Steelers and Broncos this Sunday. 4:25 kickoff. Justin Fields expected to start. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. We got Joe.
High five.
With the Joe Starkey Show.
All right.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Dirtbag Dan is what I call him.
Help me, Dan, please. I can't take it anymore.
I love you. I love you.
You know what that signifies? The arrival of the one and only Daniel Zangrilli. You hear him on Pirates pre- and post games. And Dan, without further ado, I'm going to get right to it today. Ben Cherington said, quote, this morning to reporters, I fully expect Shelty to be the manager in 2025. There are a lot of parts to the job I believe he does really, really well. I fully expect that will happen. He's the right person to manage this team. Before we get into any opinions, my question for you is, how much input does Ben Cherington even have on whether Derek Shelton comes back? And what about Cherington himself and his job security?
Well, I mean, I remember back to 2019, where going into, I think, the final weekend of the year, Clint Hurdle gave an interview to Stephen Nesbitt at the time, and maybe taking liberties with his own job security. And it required a quick intervention following the game. Before the game, he mentioned, I fully intend to be back, and sounded like a man, again, final weekend of the year, that was going to be managing in 2020. And then before Hurdle met with the media, there was about a 15-minute delay, and then many of the questions about that article, that revelation, were sent Hurdle's way in rapid fire. And the uncomfortable, never really saw Clint Hurdle sweat under the bright lights. He was a master manipulator, as good an orator of any Pittsburgh sports figure ever. It was a very different tone in a matter of 4 hours. And then the man that eventually fired Clint Hurdle was kept on the job for another month and a half. You have no idea what Bob Nutting is thinking, is my long-winded point.
Do they?
I don't think so, because, listen, Neil Huntington was allowed to make the change at manager, and then in the offseason of 19 heading into 20, begin spearheading a new managerial search, which, ironically enough, Derek Shelton was at the top of his list. Derek Shelton interviewed with Neil Huntington, only to have to come back and interview about a month later with the new general manager. So, okay. That's today. That's what, September 11th, 2024.
Yeah.
Long time between now and then.
All right. So the next question would be, how much input does Cherington have? Let's say Cherington is staying.
Yeah,
how much input would he have with Nutting?
Assuming that he's on solid footing, Bob Nutting typically likes to stay out of baseball operations. He really doesn't know much about baseball. He's the first to admit it, at least the high-level understanding of, what you need to do to get from point A to point B. He knows the basic business model of how a small market team needs to operate, draft, develop, retain, extend, all that sort of stuff. He knows that. That's what he wants to do. Those are the objectives. But he's not going to, I think, be in the conversations of Paul Skeen's workload management and what that looks like. Or he's not being kept abreast of biomechanic data that's coming in. Some owners do. They're very hands-on.
But the
and they
future
get
of
in
the
way.
manager is a different
of course,
story.
Absolutely. He has swallowed a lot of money to dismiss high-ranking baseball operations officials before. I think Huntington had upwards of 3 years remaining on his contract. I think Hurdle had 2. So he's paid upwards of $20 million to have those positions not work for him.
All right. What's your gut feel, or maybe your educated guess? Will Cherington and Shelton both be back?
If I were to have to, sitting here right now, I would probably check the yes box if my mortgage was on the line. I think that there's going to be changes. I don't think you're going to rubber stamp everything and look at 2024 as a success. I guess they're really going to be interested to see how the rest of these 14, 15, 16 games or whatever, against a bunch of contenders, by the way. The remainder of the schedule after today against the Marlins, it's pretty tough. And I think that they want to see that play out, and there's an opportunity for some salvation in some respects. And they'll use every one of the 162 games to make a judgment. And, the Pirates are obviously chugging along to the point where you're going to be happy with getting similar results that you did in 2023. And I don't think you can look at this year as a success. So is it enough of a success with some internal development stories? I don't know. There's a lot of internal development failures. It's going to be, I think, assessed. There will be changes made, but how significant will they be? Will guys be put on notice? Will they warm up that seat? Will they make it very hot? I would think if Cherington and Shelton are back in 2025, which, again, I suspect they would be, it will be under some pretty clearly communicated objectives as to what success looks like.
Dan Zangrilli joining me in studio here. He's brought to you by LGKG Injury Lawyers. Both Larry Kelly and Joe George are AV rated, as is the entire LGKG firm. LGKG, your home team. Also brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Make clogged gutters a thing of the past with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET. And finally, by Allegiant Federal Credit Union. Big fans of them. Also big fans of Slice on Broadway, which is out in the hallway right now. They went to a lot of trouble, is my understanding, to get us these pizzas, salads, hoagies, pepperoni rolls today. And did they taste extra good, or was that my imagination?
Joe, especially the plain pizza today was different.
Incrinculant.
It was good. The crust was fantastic.
Unbelievable. They're great every week. Today was just a banner day. Incredible, that place.
Yeah, Wednesdays are partly my favorite day of the week, other than Fridays, because it's Friday because we get the Slice on Broadway pizza, and I know we have lunch on Wednesdays, and it's awesome. I love it. Very good.
Me too. Where does Travis Williams figure in on all these decisions? Is he a decision maker?
From a business standpoint, yes, but I've never met him. I've never talked to him, so I don't know him. It's been 5 years.
What's his job description? What does he do?
I think he's more so worried about the Green Day concert execution than he is maybe the ins and outs of baseball
because
operations.
Dayon reported that him and Nutting together would decide Cherington's fate.
I'm sure on big decisions there's, again, some involvement, but, I mean, how involved is he on the baseball side? And I'm using, like, the Frank Coonley as the barometer. Frank was, I think, interjecting sometimes in an unwelcoming manner his thoughts, opinions, and tried to be involved. I don't think Williams is, but on bigger, larger 60,000-foot views of baseball operations and the franchise at large, yes, he will be involved. But on a day-in and day-out basis, he is, unlike Frank Coonley, not involved in the minutia. But again, I don't really have a good grasp on that, unfortunately, after 5 years, because I've never had an opportunity to have a conversation with him.
Joe, can I throw this out to you?
Please.
Does Travis Williams and his role with the Pirates remind you any bit of?
He can't
Dan
hear
doesn't
you.
doesn't have headphones.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll translate the
reiterate.
message
To
to him.
Brian Burke and his role with the Penguins. Do you see any similarities there in terms of their function of? And Burke took a
And
lot
the fact
of heat.
that people wonder what exactly they're doing and how much power they really have.
Partly, yes.
Yeah, I do. But I want to get to I think he answered that, right?
Yeah. Well, I was just wanted to make the comparison.
I thought it
he
was
ended
a
up
wonderful question.
He ended
Yeah.
up being somebody who was kind of a scapegoat in the end of it.
Yeah.
Rightful or not, he was.
Right. I think you got to get way down the list for Travis, anybody to quite honestly care enough about what he does to blame Travis Williams for anything. But let me ask you this. What's your opinion? If you were running the Pirates, would you bring back Shelton and Cherington?
I think I would make a change of manager. I think I would keep the general manager. Just because I think 5 years is a good sample. I think, unfortunately, we've seen far too many instances where I don't want to say the manager's in over his head, but I think somebody, and what I really go back to is the lack of experience in minor league baseball managing games. And I understand that he is a well-traveled, well-earned, as far as Tiger Stripes are concerned, baseball guy, Derek Shelton, especially as a hitting instructor and sometime as a bench coach. But when you really look at the pathways that many managers take, and I know nowadays it's much different, but you cannot put a price tag on experience being in those situations. And you listen to, and I know this is an archaic way of thinking, but Jim Leland draws upon, and he said so many times, all of his experience as a minor league manager. 500, 600, 700, 800, 900 games. I really, and I'm biased because there's a little bit of a personal relationship in dealing with Mike Schilt of the San Diego Padres, but he came up in the incubator that is the St. Louis Cardinals baseball operations system, and there were 900 games managed in the minor leagues. And I think that there are many instances where that tangible, in the trenches, in the throes of it experience comes into play over the course of a baseball game. And I'm not sure that Shelton necessarily has that experience, or even anybody on staff for that matter, that has that sort of tried and true, battle-tested type of experience. And I think a fresh voice would probably do the organization some good, frankly.
John Parada was on here. He said that he knows Terry Francona quite well. He didn't talk about this job specifically, Parada did, but he did say that Francona, despite getting up there a little bit in age and some health problems, would, he thinks, manage in the right situation again. Like, he could see that as a scenario. Would that be a good choice? Would Don Kelly be a good choice? What names come to mind for you?
I mean, so let's start with Francona. Is Pittsburgh the right situation for a manager that's on hole 17 or 18? There's that. And if there's going to be significant budgetary constraints to add the lack of sometimes aggressiveness that the Pirates have in parting with top prospects at the deadline, that could be frustrating, I think, for a guy like Terry Francona, who, if he's going to come back and deal with it, he's going to be in it to win a championship. Obviously, he's going to be drawn by the pitching, the Jared Jones, the Paul Skeens, the Mitch Kellers, and what have you. And there's also a question that I have about the health, right? There's a real possibility that when you're in the throes of it, if the Pirates are competing, that your manager could go down for 2 months because of health-related issues. If those aren't issues, without question, I would send the car to bring him here. That's the best possible scenario. A healthy, willing Terry Francona wanting to manage the Pirates. Did the relationship end well in Boston with Ben Cherington and Terry Francona? Francona, if you recall, was drugged through the mud and absolutely embarrassed and publicly flogged in Boston, only to be replaced by Bobby Valentine. How did that end? What's that relationship like at the end of the day? Is it healthy? I don't know the dirty, sordid laundry that came from that, and if that's ended on good or bad terms. If you're gonna look to make a change of manager, I'm not necessarily sure that you're doing it with the top lieutenant of the current regime as it pertains to Donnie Kelly. I think you're going outside. Stubby Clapp is a guy, as crazy as his name is, the first base coach of the Cardinals was a finalist and a very highly thought of baseball guy that has some stripes as a minor league manager.
Interesting. Dan Zangrilli, hear him on the pre and post game. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. So when we look at next year's team, I mean, for all the problems and all the upset and all the rage and anger, they're going to start next year with a rotation of Skeens, Jones, Keller, and then some interesting possibilities. Chandler, Oviedo, Falter, Ortiz. How would you round out that rotation? And I'm sure you would agree that sounds pretty good.
Yeah, Thomas Harrington's probably going to be in the mix as well, and he's been a fantastic and advanced, rapidly ascending pitcher with 3 very good pitches and, again, an advanced acumen. That's why I stick with the general manager, because he's done the hard part in building the foundation of pitching, and I think that there's going to be some dollars. There needs to be to add in the free agent market. I still would bring in a free agent pitcher, a left-hander, somebody that could chew innings, because you need to have 10 to be able to make it through a year, and the Pirates are close to that. I think you obviously need to add some offensive pieces. You need to figure out your third base situation and what that looks like. I guess it's encouraging that Hayes will not have surgery.
Is it?
On the back? Yeah.
That's what I wonder about.
That's fair.
The longer you stave it off, like,
sure,
strengthening his back, really? Yeah. That's what we're doing now? And I don't know the particulars, although he kind of laid them out to, who was it that day?
I think it was Mackey about the the disc issues.
It sounds like a blown-up disc. I'm no doctor, but the doctors can't figure it out either. So why not, if surgery's an option, why not have it and get this over with? I don't know. That's just a thought.
Again, I can, and I say this almost every week with you, you can really pinpoint the Pirates' issues. And all of those 6-inning starts that were blown, all of the times that you failed to score 4 runs, especially early in the year. We could say what we want about this collapse late in the season, but the season was really lost from my perspective. April, May, June, and July. There were so many wins left on the table. And that goes back to Sawinski not providing the offensive production that you needed. Hayes not providing the offensive production that you needed, and Henry Davis. So those 3 guys in particular, those are the young, controllable, signable guys that just, it's a crater. It's a crater in this lineup. A third of their lineup and that production, it gave you absolutely nothing. It was an absolute drag. So you have to figure out what those guys are or how to replace the offense that you projected at the outset of 2024 with them.
Well, what would you? Let me finish with this. We're going to get to Mark Cabali in a minute on the Steelers quarterbacks and things like that. If you could map out a plan here going into next season, 2 guys is who I want to finish with here: Bednar and Henry Davis. What would be their roadmap here? Would they still be in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I think Bednar, obviously, he has the track record. He still has the stuff. Everything sounds as if it is mechanical. Maybe it's from a health and a maintenance perspective. Maybe it's a conditioning perspective as well. Like, I ask those just questions honestly because, a lot of the injuries that he sustained, they're kind of soft tissue, almost maintenance. What is he going to do in the offseason? Maybe tweak that.
Yeah.
And then as far as Davis is concerned, it just starts with a semblance of an approach. Obviously, he looked like the at-bats coming up here at the big leagues were getting to a better spot, and then he's sidetracked now by an injury. You got to just maybe even a winter ball, something to get some at-bats, starting with an approach at the plate, middle away, because he just looked absolutely lost. And I think it started with his thought, his intent in the batter's box. So overhaul that.
What about position-wise?
Well, obviously third base is...
for Davis.
For Davis? Man. I mean, I think you can manage 2 catchers. So you're going to leave him there. I never would have gone down the catcher path. I would have committed to a position change and put him in right field. That would have been last year. Your catching days are over. Again, he committed to it. He got much better at it. And I give credit there, but because of now Joey Bart, Andy Rodriguez, all of that stuff. It's I would have had Henry Davis as a right fielder to try to develop that hit tool as much as I possibly could have, as opposed to trying to manage what is an intense workload to be a competent major league catcher this day and age. It will take a toll on your offensive production, and I think we can all agree we're not interested in Henry Davis and what he could be as a big league catcher. We're interested in seeing Henry Davis develop his hit tool as a number 4 or number 5 hitter at the big league level.
Thank you, Dan. Great stuff, man.
Yep, thank you.
Listen to Dan pre and post. Great stuff all the time. He brings it. It's 12:28. It's time to get to Tom Fridays for juicy steaks, meats, and more. The Fan will broadcast live from Minio's, another good spot in Allison Park, on Thursday from 6 to 7 p.m. for the Landon Roberts Show. Landon will be live talking black and gold football and whatever else is on the linebacker's mind, presented by Jim Shorkey Chevrolet. All right, coming up, the big boy, Mark Caballi. He just made an appearance on the Pat McAfee Show. He better bring it just like that for us. What does he think about this quarterback situation? We'll talk to him next.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Ben Cherington has said that today Derek Shelton will return as Pirates manager next season. He feels confident that Shelton will be back next season. Chris Boswell was named ASC Special Teams Player of the Week after his performance, 6 out of 6 field goals and all the points for the Steelers in Atlanta. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Presented by New Flow, Donnie Football, Paul Zeiss, and Mark Caballi host the enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game versus Atlanta. Live this Sunday from 9 a.m. to noon. The Fan Game Day is presented by New Flow and brought to you by Monsters Brewing, The Beast Unleashed, and Weather Seal. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Paul?
New Flow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating erectile dysfunction successfully. There's no pills, no injections, no games. If you're serious about treating your ED issues, New Flow is serious about helping you. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000 or visit newflowmenshealth.com.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La, 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. This weekend, August 31st through September 2nd, is Kids Free Weekend. Kids 12 and under are free.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers, and musicians. Comedy, games, fine arts, and crafts.
Eat, drink, and be merry at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. And kids are free. Discount tickets available at PittsburghRenFest.com.
Bare Naked Ladies. In Flight Tour 2024. Live. Friday, September 27th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies. With special guest Toe the Wedge Project. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
Football is back. And what better way to celebrate than winning some cash with Sleeper Picks? Sleeper Picks is a fantasy game, but you could win real money. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats. If your picks are right, you win. You could pick up to 8 players to win up to 100 times your money. And Sleeper has a couple huge offers to kickstart the football season. For new users, Sleeper will match your first deposit with up to $100 credit to your account. If you've already played, Sleeper's got discounted player projections for you every week of the season. So download the Sleeper app now and use promo code BLOCK, and your first deposit will be doubled with a credit up to $100. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and use code BLOCK for a credit up to $100 match on your first deposit. That's code BLOCK. Must be 18 years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Visit sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Paid for by Blitz Studios.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It's easy to overreact to week 1 of the NFL season, but it's getting late early for some teams. The dreaded tank word is starting to be whispered for teams like the Giants and the Panthers. That's too early, but it speaks to the pressure those teams face. Better show up in week 2, or the negative talk is going to become a lot louder. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Football is back. And what better way to celebrate than winning some cash with Sleeper Picks? Sleeper Picks is a fantasy game, but you could win real money. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats. If your picks are right, you win. You could pick up to 8 players to win up to 100 times your money. And Sleeper has a couple huge offers to kickstart the football season. For new users, Sleeper will match your first deposit with up to $100 credit to your account. If you've already played, Sleeper's got discounted player projections for you every week of the season. So download the Sleeper app now and use promo code BLOCK, and your first deposit will be doubled with a credit up to $100. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and use code BLOCK for a credit up to $100 match on your first deposit. That's code BLOCK. Must be 18 years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Visit sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Paid for by Blitz Studios.
Replacing your windows and doors is a great way to boost your home's value and curb appeal. Just to be sure, choose Renewal by Andersen. Hey guys, it's Adam Crowley. Their custom-built replacement windows are available in 9 exterior colors to bring out the unique beauty of your home. And they're crafted with Fibrex material. It's a composite as beautiful as wood and twice as strong as vinyl, so you get windows warranted to last decades. This month, Renewal by Andersen has extended their 31-day sales event. Buy one, get one 40% off all windows, patio doors, and entry doors when you buy 4 or more. That's 40% off. Plus, get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Special financing is available. Call by September 30th. 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has your perfect Subaru waiting for you. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2025 Subaru Forester is built to handle any rugged fall terrain. Plus, right now, you can get 3.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited-time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Forester. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. For more, go to BowserSubaru.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotions section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with the king of sportsbooks. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary depending upon market and expire 24 hours from issuance. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Can you haul away a mattress?
1-800-GOT-JUNK will haul off any size mattress for just $59.
But you need to know, this mattress has defied all my efforts to get it out of the bedroom.
All you have to do is point.
But this mattress has a mind of its own. It's like something out of a Stephen King novel.
Help is on the way.
Well, that's fantastic.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Welcome to Staples. My son's teacher emailed his back-to-school list. He needs crayons and notebooks. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find low prices on tons of school supplies. And all in stock. Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue. You got it. And markers? Of course. Oh, geez. Might I suggest 2 carts?
Staples has everything for school in stock and priced low. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and 2-pocket poly folders are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 9/14, in-store only, limit 10 while supplies last.
From profit boost to same-game parlays, ESPN Bet is ready to hit the gridiron this season. And as the official sportsbook of ESPN, it's the only place to find exclusive football offers from ESPN personalities like Mike Greenberg and Stephen A. Smith. New players can get their first bet insured up to $1,000 in bonus bets by downloading the ESPN Bet app and signing up for the promo code RADIO. Download today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Well, it's one of our favorite times of the week right here, right now, because the big boy is on the line.
Joke.
This is. We really do need to work up an intro for Caballi. We have so many great quotes from him.
That's right. It's another Paul Pause. Paul will now silently research statistics during our live radio show.
I mean, we're using the pause before the guy even gets on the air. This is incredible.
That's his intro.
Dr. Caballi, you were just way bigger than this. I just saw you on the McAfee show. You better be just as good and give us everything you gave him. What was the most incendiary thing you told him?
I cannot hear you. Joe, I cannot hear you.
He can't hear me?
Hello?
What?
Now I can hear you. For the first 2 minutes, I couldn't hear you.
Well, to recap very quickly, you were just on the McAfee show. That's how big you've become. And I want the best thing that you gave him, I want you to give to me. What was the most incendiary thing you just said on that show?
I don't know. Let me think here. This was out of the blue. I was literally laying on the couch almost napping when I got the FaceTime. What did he ask me? Probably incendiary. I can't even say that word. See, I don't do that anymore, Joe. I'm a happy-go-lucky, positive person.
No way. They were asking you about Russell Wilson. You asked play the question for him. Play his own question for him to refresh his memory. Here's Caballi's question and Tomlin's answer. Do you have that, City Limits?
Quarterback position is a little bit of a national topic. When healthy, is Russell still your QB1?
I'm not going to soothe you with hypothetical scenarios. It is my general practice to not. You guys that know me know I do not.
All right, we heard all that. We heard all that. Listen, I just wrote what? I just wrote this morning. This is absolutely a quarterback dilemma, controversy, quandary, whatever you want to call it. He's not even saying Wilson's going to be his guy when he's healthy. If Fields plays great, he's going to keep playing. Do you agree or disagree?
I think he's going to keep playing until Russell's 100% healthy. I think that will happen. I mean, if he's 80%, 90%, I think they can defer still to Justin Fields. But when Russell's healthy, he's going back in there, Joe.
No,
I mean, you
no,
can
he's
debate
not.
all you want.
No, he's
going
not.
Back in.
No,
he's going in.
Justin Fields beats the Broncos to go to 2-0, throws for 3 touchdowns, runs for 80 yards. He had games like that in Chicago. He had back-to-back games of 4 touchdown passes each last year. He has a great game this weekend. I don't care if Russell Wilson's healthy. I think they'll come back with Fields. You don't?
Well, they'll come back with Fields because they'll say Russell's not 100%, which might be it. But the Steelers are not going to put him in a situation to throw 3 touchdowns, 300 yards. They're going to do much of the same. Just try not to lose this game.
Well, however you define great game. I think it's reasonable to think they might open up a little bit. He hardly had any prep time last week.
He except for like the 4 weeks he had at training camp and preseason, and he did have all Thursday, all Friday, and now Saturday too. So I think he had plenty of time. I mean, Justin did what he needed to do. You got to give him credit for that.
Oh, I don't think he was great the other day. That's not my point.
Yeah.
All right, so you're on the record then. Yeah. No matter what Justin Fields does this weekend, if Russell Wilson is cleared to play, he's playing the next week.
Yes.
Okay.
I think,
all right.
Well, cleared to play, I think now that could be where it becomes tricky here. They could say, okay, he had this good game. Let's make sure he's 100% healthy and give him that extra week type of situation rather than, you know what, this might be a 3-week injury. We're on week 3. Let's give him that 4th week. But when he's 100%, they deem him 100%, he's back in there.
Well, you and I think very differently on that. If Justin Fields is then 3-0 with 2 really good games under his belt, he could, of course, and that would change everything. If Fields stinks, right? Of course, or if he's just average. But what if he's really good? The notion of them putting Russell Wilson back in, a guy they have no commitment to, no history with, no emotional attachment, no financial attachment. I disagree with you, but we can disagree. We're big boys.
They have no emotional financial attachment to Justin Fields.
I think Tomlin, he's building one because he's actually now would have played games for him. And if we're talking about a Fields who's 2-0 or 3-0, plus this is a guy that he absolutely loved coming out of the draft. And frankly, it's the guy he's worked with most. You just said it, since the beginning of August, end of July.
Yeah, but Joe, I'm telling you right now, you saw how this offense worked on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
It was built for Russell Wilson. It was built to run the ball. It was built to convert third downs. It was built to play action, throw the ball deep, and nobody throws the ball deeper or better deep balls than Russell Wilson. It's not putting your defense in bad situations. Basically put, Russell Wilson is a better version of what you saw of what Justin Fields did the other day.
Okay,
and that's
but
fine.
if you're in love with the run game, then I would imagine it at least entices you to have maybe the best running quarterback in football running the show.
I just don't think he what was his longest run the other day? 7 yards?
You know what I mean, though. He
got stopped on the 4th and 1?
He did because there was mass confusion. Don't confuse what I'm saying as Fields played great the other day. Don't confuse that.
Oh, I think he played well enough to win, and you got to give him a ton of credit for that. But I think Russell Wilson provides them something a little bit more stability, a little bit more of, okay, we can open this up a little bit. It looked like in that first 2 to 3 quarters, they just wanted to make sure Justin Fields wasn't going to lose the game for him. That's what it felt like to me.
Well, what about the end of the half with 32 seconds left? They let him throw a bomb.
That's a smart call. I mean, you have a no-lose situation there. I thought it was a nice scheme play where you roll to the left and throw back to the right. You have nothing to lose there. You made the throw, but I thought the call was great too.
This is absolutely incrinculant that you and I disagree on this. My buddy over.
It almost sounds like me and Shelty, you and Shelty talking here. Whatever you say, he disagrees, right?
Was there a question there?
My buddy City Limits thinks Justin Fields should be named the starter right now today. He's gone even further than me. Go ahead, City Limits. Make your case to the big boy.
Living in the moment.
Kabali, I've been saying this for weeks. And, I
also said the Pirates are going to make the playoffs. So how can I trust you?
Oh, he just hit you with a hard one. That hurt.
Especially coming from the guy who likes to send videos of bridges collapsing and everything else when the Pirates lose games. Cavalli loves sending that.
This was in May. I told you they were done.
Speaking of bridges, doesn't Crowley have to walk over a bridge because he lost the bet to Pony? Doesn't he have to do that?
He's
you think he's going to do that?
He's backing out. He said he's going to donate $200 or something to a charity. I don't know how that's on equal to walking across in the thong.
Mark, I base my Justin Fields thoughts on a couple of different factors. One being that I wonder how much that Russell Wilson really does have left in the tank. It does make me wonder because of the thoughts that everything that the Seattle former players have said and how disastrous it was with Sean Payton and all the comments from people out in Denver and they don't really like him, whatever. Okay, that's a separate issue. But I wonder if Russell Wilson is that type of guy in this type of offense to be able to be what Arthur Smith wants him to be. And what I mean by that is how much mobile is he? With the calf injury, not very. Justin Fields brings a running dynamic, and he's got a strong arm. He's not as accurate, I'll admit that. But don't you want to see Justin Fields, a 25-year-old young quarterback, when you're trying to build for the future, where if Russell Wilson lights the world on fire, you got to pay him $40 million, and if he sucks, he's gone? Either way, I don't see the Steelers bringing him back because of the amount of money it's going to cost, or
this is quite a soliloquy from the young fellow, isn't it?
Because
he lost me about 5 minutes ago.
What a surprise. All right, Mark, then respond.
Respond.
I'm trying to think which question you want, number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 there, if there was a question. How about just boil this down to as Mike Tomlin once said, I have no idea what you just said.
We need volunteers, not hostages.
What was your question here? I can't remember.
What was your question limits? That was like an 8-minute soliloquy.
Well, first it was a definition of my point, and the question ultimately was, why not just rip the Band-Aid off now? Let Justin Fields be the guy because of his youth, his abilities, and you potentially could keep him for a long time. That's why Tomlin traded for him.
Oh, first of all, you want to win right now. Who cares about next year? How about next March? He is a free agent, come March.
I'm aware.
So how about somebody else gives him $20 million and he says, I'm going over here. It's a better team, better opportunity. See ya. I mean, you have to worry about today. If you don't know anything about Tomlin, what he said yesterday, he's not worried about tomorrow. He's worried about winning today. And I still believe Russell Wilson gives him the best chance to win today. And by the way, you're talking about all the criticism from Denver and Seattle. How many days has it been since Mark Schlereth hasn't ripped on Russell Wilson? Are we at 2 yet? You like that one, didn't you?
That's
Wait,
fair.
what's
fair, but
what's fair? What's the significance of saying that? I don't get it.
Well, Mark Schlereth tends to rip on Russell Wilson every other day in the media. It's just constant. I'm just wondering.
Yeah. No, I've heard that. There's no reason. Listen, I'm a Russell Wilson guy too. I hope he does get his chance, and I think he is better than Justin Fields. But as I observe,
it's a week for you, Joe.
What?
Jalen Warren didn't play. Russell Wilson.
Yes,
it
was very hard on me. I know. What I'm saying is I'm a Russell Wilson backer, but I'm watching this with my own 2 eyes. You asked the question yesterday. Why didn't Tomlin just say yes? He's still the guy if he's healthy.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care what he says to us or to anybody else.
I disagree 1,000,000% with that. He's unbelievably calculated in what he says to the media every week. He knew going in he was going to get those questions, and he didn't say yes.
Well, honestly, I thought I would give him an opportunity to be able to set the record straight. Because you know how that happens sometimes, Joe. Coaches don't like to say anything unless it's brought up. They don't want to bring it up just on their own.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd put it on a platter for him to either squash it or say anything. And he just decided to say none of your business, basically, right? He's been doing that for 18 years. I probably should have known he wasn't going to say. Sometimes he would say Russell's still QB1, and it would have been it. But, he lives in this little bubble. He doesn't care what Stephen A. Smith or Joe Starkey says. He just doesn't care.
All right. Well, let's move on. We have the big boy Mark Cavalli of the Pat McAfee Show. Also covers Cubbles. He covers WWE. Don't you? Is that true?
Yeah, I have a meeting with him here in a couple hours. So figure out some other stuff I got to do. So
this is a very exciting time in your life.
Master of none.
50-minute mark on the fan. brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. All right, give me a couple guys who you thought played, other than the obvious. T.J. Watt played great. I thought Najee had a good game and Pickens had a good game. Give me a couple other guys who had a really good game, and then a couple guys who struggled and need to pick it up.
Oh, I think Zach Frazier goes without saying, as a rookie, first start, more than held his own. He was quite impressive.
Did you see Baldinger breaking down the tape on Zach Frazier where he was just...
I did not, but he normally does a very good job.
Oh, he was sending people to the ground. 8 times he put somebody on the ground, but go ahead.
Really? Yeah, first start, plus you didn't have your guard next to him who, Sayamalu would help him out a ton if he was in there, so you can't complain about that at all. I think Pickens, man, I wasn't expecting that type of performance from him, so you got to give him a bunch of credit here. Honestly, Arthur Smith I thought did very well, being able to incorporate his plan using 3 and 4 tight ends extremely well. I think Michael Pruitt might be a guy that didn't get a lot of notoriety, but he's a pretty doggone good blocker in that run game as well. I thought he played well, not so well. Cam Hayward, I would say, but Cam, I think, just needs to get ramped up a little bit because he missed so much. He barely took any reps in preseason or even training camp. I think that's just he has to build himself up. So I wouldn't read too much into that. I thought Patrick Queen did what he could do. It's not a guy that made a ton of plays, but he was in the right position, I thought, a lot. And the guy that I thought was surprising, again, on the flip side there, Joe, is Peyton Wilson. I wasn't anticipating him getting the number of snaps that he did over Landon Roberts. So those are some of the positives. It's a little disappointing with Cam Johnson. I think that's a huge loss.
Yeah, man, that really was. Now, I know you hate Pro Football Focus, but they gave Patrick Queen a horrible grade, said he missed a bunch of tackles, and they gave Cam a really good grade.
Really? I didn't really notice a bunch of missed tackles, but I did see a bunch of average play from Roquan Smith in Baltimore. I thought that was supposed to be, I thought that he was supposed to be, didn't need a guy like Patrick Queen, so I thought that was interesting. The least of my worries is Patrick Queen. To be honest with you, the least of my worries. They didn't play Beanie Bishop a ton until late, so I wouldn't say one way or another on him. Hey, I thought the coaching staff did well, and I think Arthur Smith did well. And you know what? He's not mentioned much, but Terrell Austin put together a nice little plan there to be able to.
Yes, I agree with that. Him and Tomlin both had a very good plan.
Yeah.
All right, big boy. How about some free association? You ready for that?
All right.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing. Up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High of 85 today. And sunny. Jaylen Warren. Number of touches this week. Didn't appear to be fully himself. How about 9.5 over-under touches?
You know what, Joe? I'm not going to do free association on this, but he did have 30 snaps, so he couldn't have been that hurt.
Yeah.
I'm going to say under. I'm a little curious and see how Arthur Smith's going to use 2 running backs. He's normally a 1 running back type of guy. Maybe he's just not going to use Jaylen as much. I don't know, but I'll go under.
Pat Freiermuth will have a more impactful game than he had. Yes or no?
I'll say no, based on the quarterback.
Steelers will win this game.
Yeah, I just think Denver stinks.
Yeah, I agree with that. Somebody other than George Pickens will make an actual play at wide receiver.
Once again, based on the quarterback situation here, I think Van Jefferson might have the best opportunity, so I'll put him in that possibility of making a significant catch.
Which was the worst R.D. Smith call last week? George Pickens on an end around or a screen pass to Van Jefferson that had Calvin Austin and George Pickens as your lead blockers?
I would say the end around. Didn't that lose like 12 yards or something like that?
Yeah.
But you can't have Calvin Austin blocking anybody in that situation. So I doubt that will happen again, of him out there during that situation.
We're going to see Roman Wilson in this game?
I think you might. Very limited, but I think you might see him for a handful of snaps.
Thank you, Dr. Kabali.
All right, Joe.
See you, buddy.
See you, Austin.
Goodbye, Mark.
Isn't he a wonderful man? Huh?
He's an incredible man. He might even be an incurculent one.
What do we have for one? I've been torn on this.
Well, it was supposed to be Zangrilli, but we moved him up.
He threw everything off. I think your wheel of ball here is in order. We've spent, 2 hours on the quarterbacks. I'm about quarterbacked out. I'm ready to take a little trip around the NFL. There's some interesting little tidbits out there, not the least of which is what's happening in Cleveland. Maybe a little Joe Burrow stuff. Let's do a wheel of ball, shall we?
Let's do it.
Thank you.
Joe, do you have a message for the people?
Not that I know of, do I?
Yes.
From who?
The
JP
mustache man
Roofing,
himself.
The mustache man.
There you go.
That's who. See, Zangrilli threw this whole thing off. He threw the whole show off today.
He did.
By switching at the last second. We had to go with a bullpen game. Carmen Majinski starting. You know Joe Potocznik by now. You certainly have seen his mustache on television, right? Well, I'm here to tell you that if you have, with the weather about to change, if you have a roofing or siding issue, think you might have one or want to prevent one, this is the place to go. JP Roofing and Siding. We're talking about an MVP here. Back-to-back Northeast trifecta MVP, no less, for customer service, for the actual work he does on houses, for getting involved in the community. Just a hell of a man. That's what he is, JP, and he has a hell of a mustache. They've been out to my house a couple times, did exactly what they said they would do. I didn't have to worry about it anymore. That's what I want. Very simple. He takes care of things. Joe Potocznik and his mustache. $500 off right now. Any roofing or siding installation. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Connor Joe just hit a sacrifice fly as the Pirates, who Ben Cherington said Derek Shelton expected to be back next year, are up 2-0 after the first inning. You can listen 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA as the Pirates look for 4 in a row and try to sweep the Marlins. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking though, for real. No, I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind. Every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe and Zeiss. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Hey, it's Adrian Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar, and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Don't miss any of the big games, including Riverhound Soccer, the return of college and pro football, and, of course, Pirates baseball. Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's premier spot for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the land.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. The people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Summer's here and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com or give them a call. 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Crowley here. Sullivan Super Service is celebrating 60 years in business with super savings for you. It's BOGO time. Get a free furnace when you buy an Air Ease air conditioner from Sullivan. Save money, stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivanservice.com. But hurry, a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's DayQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching
Does this have peanuts?
to waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. With football season here, you know what comes next. Cooler temperatures. Get your home ready. Don't get caught off guard by the chill. My friends at Universal Windows Direct can upgrade your window game. All you have to do is call 412-545-6003. Schedule your free in-home estimate today. For every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. For the last windows you'll ever need, go to uwd.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit circalasvegas.com today.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates lead, continuing to extend the lead, 3-0 against the Miami Marlins, looking for a sweep. Jared Triolo with a solo home run to left field continues to add the big tree. The big tree adds on to the lead. Listen, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. Pirates looking to win 4 games in a row. Ben Cherington said today Derek Shelton will return as the manager of the Pirates in 2025. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Joe. It's the Joe Starkey Show. Joe. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Joe, I want to make a very quick qualification. Ben Cherington said that he fully expects Jared Shelton to be back, which obviously he doesn't have the final call.
Yes,
so
that's a very important distinction, city limits.
Clarification there, that it's not like a 1,000% done deal, but he fully expects that it will happen that way.
For all we know, not even a 75% done deal because Ben Cherington doesn't make that call. Oh, and also Ben Cherington might not be here. So it's very nice that he endorsed Shelty and said, I fully expect him back. But the history lesson there is that Neil Huntington fired Clint Hurdle. And then about a week later, while Neil Huntington was busily searching for the next manager, he got fired.
It was like a month later. He was there for a
whatever it was.
still afterward.
We learn our lessons from history, city limits, or else we're doomed to repeat it. Do we have a wheel of ball?
We do have a wheel of ball.
What are you looking at? You seem very concerned. I love this wheel of ball.
Well, the reason why I looked a little bit concerned is because instead of playing just the flat-out wheel, I wanted to play this.
Come on, come all for the wheel of ball.
Oh, I miss that guy.
There it is.
Don't you? I really do.
I miss him, too. Not as much as I know you do, because I didn't have as many interactions with him as you did.
I really don't. But when I hear his voice, there's a little bit I miss.
You really miss him. Yeah, I do. Actually, I don't.
I like Ron, and I hope to visit him in Fort Myers. Well, I hope he can put me up while I go play golf for 3 days and then go back and sleep at his house for free.
Very kind of you.
And him. I'm ready.
All right, let's go with the first one. The Cincinnati Bengals, a week after playing against New England and really getting embarrassed against the Patriots, 16-10. T. Higgins did not play. Jamar Chase, there's all the rumors and speculation with the contract. He had 6 catches for 62 yards.
Yes.
They didn't run the ball very well. And here are the mighty Kansas City Chiefs. 4:25 kickoff on Sunday. Kansas City's favored by 5.5.
Where's the game?
It's in Kansas City.
Oh, boy.
Could this be a little disastrous and dangerous for the Cincinnati Bengals? But as I say that, after the Chiefs, Washington, Carolina, the Ravens, and the Giants.
They get Carolina, Washington, and the Giants in that short a span?
In 3 of the next 4 games after the Chiefs.
Lucky them. Well, I mean, this is getting to the point where, you have to blame some people, starting with Zach Taylor, for the way these seasons are starting for the Bengals. Every year they struggle at the beginning. And he doesn't play people in the preseason. I know I'm a big advocate of not playing people, so I don't want to sound hypocritical here. But, man, at some point in that particular situation, you might want to change something. This is going to be a highly, highly competitive AFC playoff race. There's 7 spots, okay? In your own division, you're going to have 2 people fighting for those, the Steelers and the Ravens. I believe you're going to have the Dolphins, Bills, and Jets. I believe you're going to have the Texans, Jags, and maybe one other team out of that division. And I believe you're going to have the Chargers and the Chiefs. You just can't put yourself in a hole like this every single year. That might have been the worst loss of the Zach Taylor regime. He has a fairly healthy team. I know Higgins was out, whatever. You lose at home to the Patriots? Are you kidding me? That is a horrible loss. And if they go 0-2, their season is going to be stained, and it's going to be hard. Because even after these alleged easy games, and who are we to say any game's easy, they just lost to a team I think is still going to be the worst in the league, in the Patriots. Yeah, then they get at Baltimore, at the Chargers, Steelers, at Dallas, Tennessee, Denver, at Pittsburgh.
Browns.
And the Browns, yeah. Yeah, they don't count either. But, yeah, man, the Bengals, this is a huge bounce-back year for them. They look like they would be off and running under Joe Burrow to many, many years of possible greatness. We'll see.
Carolina and the Giants is also on the road, if that makes it any bit more difficult. And what might be a hostile environment, as Tomlin likes to say, with probably, 20,000 Bengals fans and 10 Panther fans in attendance.
And Deontay Johnson running backwards. That's going to be a great game. Next. Hold on here. Kenny Anderson and Roger Craig are the seniors category for the 2025 Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Yes, I'm going to get to the Hall of Fame.
I'm sorry.
That's
I jumped
okay.
the gun.
Let's do it. Let's do it now.
No, I jumped the gun. Okay, let's do it now. Both of them should be in the Hall of Fame. Ken Anderson was a great quarterback. And you look at his numbers back then, a lot of the stuff, completion percentage, things like that, he was better than a lot of people. And Roger Craig was one of the first great all-around running backs in the league. Now, you can go back, believe me, back a long ways to people like Lenny Moore. But Roger Craig did it all for great teams. And there are running backs, in my humble opinion, worse than Roger Craig who are already in the Hall of Fame. Listen, if Halls of Fame were reserved only for the greatest of the greats, then neither one of these guys would be in my Hall of Fame. But the fact of the matter is, they let a lot of people in. It's the Hall of the Very Good. And nobody can tell me that Ken Anderson and Roger Craig weren't very, very good.
The 6 Steelers that were nominated for the class of 2025 in the Pro Football Hall of Fame for the senior category. L.C. Greenwood, who I think should definitely be in.
Yes, me too.
Kicker Norm Johnson. Defensive end Eugene Big Daddy Lipscomb. You know Big Daddy Lipscomb?
Yes, I do. I wrote a column 2 years ago about how I could build a team outside of the Hall of Fame that could beat the best team inside of the Hall of Fame, and Big Daddy was one of my defensive linemen. But go ahead.
Andy Russell, old Steeler linebacker, another really good quality player, as well as the safety Mike Wagner, who was kind of underrated in that defense, especially when you have
both very good players.
5 Hall of Famers, and running back Byron Whizzer White. Those are your Steeler nominees.
L.C. Greenwood would top that list for me.
No doubt.
No, him and Big Daddy. Did you know I wrote that column a couple of years ago?
No, I did not.
Would you like to hear what the team was?
Yes.
Now, so a couple of these guys have gone in since then. This was February of 21. So at that time, I said that I could make a team of players outside the Hall of Fame who are already eligible, okay? So, like Troy, I don't know if Troy, whatever, guys like that who are obviously going to be in but weren't yet, they didn't count, okay? So these guys, maybe because of early death, because of injury, voter ignorance, whatever, they weren't in. You ready for my team?
Let's hear it.
My defensive ends, Bubba Smith and L.C. Greenwood. How do you like that, big boy?
That would be really good on any team.
L.C. Greenwood had 4 sacks of Roger Staubach in Super Bowl 10. Nobody ever talks about that.
No, because sacks weren't an official stat back then. If only they were, it'd be heightened significantly.
I know. But you could just look at the game and say he had 4 sacks, and nobody ever talks about an all-time great performance. Defensive tackles, Big Daddy Lipscomb and Jerome Brown, who tragically died at a young age. Bill Parcells once said of Jerome Brown, I'm not saying he's Reggie White, but if he's not, he's his twin brother. Al Bubba Baker was my pass rush specialist, had 23 sacks as a rookie. Thank you very kindly. My outside linebackers, Wilbur Marshall and Greg Lloyd. Little nastiness there? Huh?
Really good. Greg Lloyd, man, I wish I got to watch him live.
Oh, he was insane. Middle linebacker, who has since been inducted, Randy Gradishar. Player of the Year for the Orange Crush. How could he not be in? Cornerbacks, Lester Hayes, Louis Wright, and Ken Riley. They speak for themselves. Safeties, Sean Taylor, the late, great Sean Taylor, and Jack Tatum. You ready for my offense?
Yes.
Yes, you are. Quarterback, Randall Cunningham.
Good pick.
No, it's a great pick. Not only was he really good early in his career with the Eagles, but later on he was an MVP candidate with the Vikings, led them to a 15-1 season. He's unbelievable.
That 98 year was terrific.
Tailback, Bo Jackson. That's pretty much the end of that story.
How many years did he play? 5?
I don't know. But if I only saw him play 5 games, he would be on this list. That's how great. Imagine Bo Jackson in his prime on this team. Wait till you hear the offensive line that we'd be blocking for him. My fullback is Lorenzo Neal. My wide receiver, Sterling Sharp, Hines Ward, and Cliff Branch, who I believe has since been inducted.
Yes.
What a group that is. Huh?
That's a terrific group. I'm surprised you didn't put any of the Rams receivers on that list who were not yet in.
Because I already told you that guys who weren't yet eligible weren't on this thing. It was guys who had been snubbed.
That's a brain gap for me.
That's okay. Tight end, Mark Bavaro. Bill Belichick said, and I quote, he blocked Reggie White better than most tackles blocked him, and that alone should put him in the Hall of Fame. What's good enough for Belichick is good enough for me. Belichick added that he held his own with LT in practice every day. I have Mark Bavaro. My tackles, Tony Baselli and Eric Williams. Baselli has since gotten in. Maybe Williams has too. Both great legitimately great players. Guards, Bill Fralick, we all know of him, the late, great Bill Fralick, and Bob Kuchenberg. Come on! Center, Jay Hilgenberg, and my coach was George Seifert, who only has 2 Super Bowl wins, more than Hall of Famers Marv Levy, Bud Grant, and George Allen combined. Thank you very kindly. Next.
Remember Greg Rousseau, who we were talking about, was absolutely dominating Broderick Jones in the preseason game?
Yes, I do.
And we're getting very concerned about Broderick Jones. Well, Greg Rousseau had the best start of any defensive player in all of football this week for Buffalo. 3 sacks, 3 tackles for loss, a forced fumble, and 6 total tackles. He's the first Bills defender to post 3 sacks in a season opener since Ben Williams in '83. He is the AFC Defensive Player of the Week. Chris Boswell is the AFC Special Teams Player of the Week. Can we take a little bit of a breath now on Broderick Jones? Maybe he was just going up against the guy who was lighting the world on fire this year.
He might have, and I probably underestimated Greg Rousseau at that point, but let's see him do it for a whole season. City limits, okay? Let's not go
I'm in
too
full
gung-ho.
agreement. But I'm just talking about the one instance where, because I'm pretty high on Broderick Jones, and he's not playing the right position right now. You have to move him over to left tackle. And if Troy Faltano is healthy this year, that's where you put him. But this makes me feel not better, but it makes me think, well, maybe the matchup was just that good that somebody who's doing fantastically well and leading the league in sacks through 1 week maybe just got the best of them.
Yeah, that could be it.
God bless you.
God bless me. There's a headline in the Post-Gazette. Pitt, Penn State, and Temple enter joint contract for office supplies. Is that news? What are they getting? Like notebooks and pencils? What is happening here?
Maybe they're getting playbooks for the 2032 Pitt-Penn State game.
How is this a newsworthy story? Pitt, Penn State, and Temple enter joint contract for office supplies. Are you going to read that one?
Big win.
Does that headline entice you? Rulers, maybe? Rulers for everyone?
Big win
Highlighters?
for staplers. If you're a stapler, you are having the time of your life right now.
Yes. Crayons? Are we getting crayons?
Pens, markers,
yeah.
Sharpies?
Sharpies.
Ooh, how about the box of 24 Sharpies?
Maybe those little reporter notebooks, the little white ones with the blue stripes.
Yeah.
Maybe they're getting those.
The little flip books, little notepads.
This is gigantic. It really is.
Are they passing them out to James Franklin on the sideline? Is he handing over little notes like Connor Stallions at Michigan?
Maybe paper clips. Do you still make use of those?
What, paper clips or notes?
Answer me this.
Yeah.
In your household, do your parents still make use of old school office supplies, like a stapler?
We still have a stapler, yes.
Yeah, does it get used?
Occasionally.
How about the old paper clip? I find those very useful.
Not that often.
No?
Not as often.
Rubber bands?
Rubber bands are used. Oh, we have a whole full bag of rubber bands. Anytime you need something, the rubber bands are available.
Incredible. How about a ruler, like a 1 foot ruler? Does that get any use at all anymore?
We have about 5 of them. We used to have rulers that had all the presidents on them that my dad would get at work.
Really?
Yeah, all the presidents.
How about a highlighter? Are those dead now? Do people still sell highlighters? Do kids still read books in college? Or is everything computerized, in which case you don't need a highlighter?
Well, the books are, a lot of them are online. You can either get the physical book or you can get the online book.
Yeah.
I still highlight things when I do games.
Yeah.
Like in the game notes, I'll highlight a bunch of stuff that I want to use.
I do too if I print out something. I'll tell you, though, I am heartened to know that Pitt, Penn State, and Temple enter joint agreement, joint contract for office supplies. Next.
Congratulations to them. All right, last one.
On all their success, yes.
Thursday Night Football, Joe.
What did we ever use rubber bands for, now that I think of it? To put, like, if you had index cards?
Index cards, baseball cards, hold those together. You have a big stack of baseball cards? Just grab a rubber band.
A rubber band? I forgot they
band.
existed until I saw this headline.
You forgot that rubber bands existed.
Yes, you go out. Does anybody still go out to, like, Staples and buy a little plastic pack of rubber bands?
So what would you use instead of rubber bands?
Nothing. There's nothing to keep together
Everything's
anymore with a
just
rubber
mushy together
band.
in your backpack. It's slooshing all along, and nothing is contained.
Did you keep rubber bands in the backpack?
No, I did not.
Every once in a while, a paper clip. My wife keeps them in her desk. What about a tack?
I have no tacks, no. No tacks. I'd rather carry a bunch of Tic Tacs around with me and make sure my breath smells nice.
We had a nice supply of tacks at one time because we kept things on a bulletin board. Those are extinct too, aren't they, kind of?
Bulletin boards?
Yeah. Do you keep one?
I have a bulletin board. I still have one of those cork boards in my room, like connected to my
Do you
mirror.
think those are included in this contract where Pitt, Penn State, and Temple bulletin boards included, maybe as a bonus?
You need bulletin board material, Joe.
Yeah.
That's where you think they get the bulletin boards.
Very nice. Next.
All right, last one. We'll spin the wheel again.
Man, I was hoping that those three would combine for an office supply contract. I didn't think it would happen, but here we are.
Let's go around the AFC North and also talk a little bit about the Thursday night game first. Buffalo, Miami, tomorrow in Miami. Dolphins are favored by 2.5. Was a lot that went on with Tyreek Hill and Calais Campbell before the game last week, but the Dolphins were able to come back, beat Jacksonville. Really big win for them. What do you think about your mighty Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen, who you wanted me to pick in the first round in our fantasy draft?
By the way, all these games are big, and NFL games in week 1 averaged 21 million viewers. That's an all-time record. So people who predicted the demise of the NFL or claimed they weren't watching anymore over a variety of issues that may have cropped up over the years, people like Mark Cuban saying that the balloon is too big and is going to burst, so to speak.
Wrong.
They're all wrong. It's getting bigger, 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 and bigger. That's all there is to it between gambling and fantasy and rooting for your hometown team and in a crazier and crazier world having some sort of relief from that. People want more football.
I just read the text line. You know what they're ordering for Pitt, Penn State, and Temple?
What?
They're ordering Pitt and Penn State Mackey planners.
Mackey planners. I love it.
2 different texts that they're sending in.
Yes.
Mackey planners.
That is amazing. Those have to be included, right?
Yes, they do.
Does Temple get a Mackey planner? Or just Pitt and Penn State?
It's a statewide thing. Everybody, they're reading about it all the way in Philadelphia.
Is this really happening? On the front of the Post-Gazette, right at the top under this just in, Pitt, Penn State, and Temple enter joint contract for office supplies. Surely there must be bigger things happening than that. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. What were you going to ask? Oh, the Bills.
We'll do the AFC North when we come back.
Every one of these games, it has Steeler implications, right? Because those are 2 teams that figure to be in the race all season long. I think Josh Allen, I think he's the best player in the NFL, but I'll call him the second best because Mahomes wins all the time. He does. But Josh Allen is just ridiculous what he does for that franchise. And he injured his left hand, but he's going to play. I think Tua gets a little bit of a bum rap. He puts up giant numbers, and they've had some epic games in Miami. The one at the end of last year where the Bills won in the end, the one the year before where Miami won, they combined for like 1,000 yards. Remember him and Tua hugging at the end of that game and Josh Allen putting his head on Tua's shoulder?
Like 100 degrees.
I mean, this is a great Thursday night matchup. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and I think that Miami's going to win.
I think Buffalo's going to win.
Thank you, City
I don't believe
Limits.
in
That was a wonderful.
Dolphins.
Yeah.
We have more Wheel of Ball if you want after the break.
Not really.
Okay.
But we'll think about it.
Okay.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Is a ditto machine included in that? The office supplies?
A ditto machine.
Maybe a fax machine?
You ever play Pokemon? They had the character Ditto. Did you ever see that?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mew? Mewtwo? Did you ever hear about Mewtwo?
Did you ever have a ditto in school? Did anybody hand you a ditto?
No.
Have you heard of the phrase ditto that or,
Yeah.
Yeah. That means copy that type of thing.
So you're talking about, did anybody hand me like a copy of something?
Yeah, no, they used to hand us dittos. That's what they were called. And then we had an overhead projector, things like that. I certainly hope that's included.
Oh, so how about this? I felt like we were living in 1963 when I was at St. Elizabeth Elementary School with our projector on the blackboard.
Oh, those schools are run. My kid in 8th grade was still buying, like they required her to buy crayons.
Yes.
It's like you're still drawing in 8th grade?
Yes, that's what we do in Catholic grade school.
Oh, all right.
That's what we did before they all closed down.
Thank
Sad
you.
turn of events.
Thank you, Limits. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers signed Cortlis Waitman as their new punter. Waitman will wear number 8 and replace Cameron Johnston, who is out for the season, he needs to have surgery after a significant knee injury in Week 1 against Atlanta. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
I'll give you one that not only stacks up, is better. You want to talk about some HGQ. You want to talk about the horny guy quotient. I'm taking Sable as my female singles.
I don't know if I know her.
Sure you
You
don't.
don't know her? Should I?
Web browser probably does.
Your web browser does as an all-time. Sonny's a bad person. I'm glad Donnie didn't pick her.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor. Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Let's face it. Nowadays, most companies have to rely on dozens of expensive, disconnected platforms to run their business. And even then, things can get a little, well, stressful. But with Odoo's all-in-one management software, packed with a suite of fully integrated business applications, every process is streamlined. Tasks are automated, and success is just a few clicks away. See how Odoo can take your business to the next level at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hello?
Hey, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. Did you know we've got you fully covered?
I've taken up beekeeping. I'm always covered.
I'm talking the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage at up to half the cost.
Same honey, half the work?
Exactly.
Sweet.
Just call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Leaves and temperatures are beginning to fall.
And so are prices. Time to shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Grab some incredible deals this week, including 0% financing on the popular 24 Outlander. It's back, but it won't last long.
New 24 Eclipse Cross, take $5,000 off on select models or finance at 2.99% for 72 months.
Or a new 24 Outlander Sport. Take $4,500 off MSRP, and it's all yours.
Let's be clear. You'll be getting style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Plus 2 years of prepaid maintenance. It's the best automotive deal out there.
So don't wait. Our fall kickoff makes an upgrade easier than ever.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer incentives. See dealer for details.
DQ presents the sound of BOGO-free Blizzard treats in the DQ app. It's the sound of downloading the DQ app, redeeming the sweetest BOGO-free Blizzard deal, telling all your friends, and heading to DQ. For BOGO-free any-size Blizzard treats only in the DQ app for a limited time. Download it today. At participating locations, limitations apply. DQ. Happy tastes good.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Galeese Services. Call Galeese.
Call Galeese.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hard-working pros they serve. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver talked expansion yesterday. It's not imminent, but it's likely. Can I ask him and all other commissioners to keep their leagues as is? No science here, just a feeling. We've got plenty of teams already, and the talent pool is thinned out enough. I'm Andrew Bogish.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you the parent of a 2 to 7-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting free radio offer. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the Parents' Choice Award-winning online learning program that's actually changing the lives of early learners everywhere.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Right now, we're offering a special radio promo to try it free for a month, but you have to go to abcmouse.com/radio to claim your free month. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Sponsored by Age of Learning.
Who can you trust when choosing the best windows and doors for your home? How about the company with more than 2,500 five-star reviews in Greater Pittsburgh? Renewal by Andersen. Adam Crowley here. They'll design, custom build, and install your windows expertly. When you call Renewal by Andersen, they'll come to your home for a free consultation, often within 48 hours, and give you an exact price quote that's good for 1 year. And Renewal by Andersen has extended their 31-day sales event. Buy one, get one 40% off all windows, patio doors, and entry doors when you buy 4 or more. That's 40% off, plus get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Special financing is available. Call by September 30th. 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
That backyard swing set brought you so much joy, and now it's a rusted-out old death trap. We can help. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Welcome to September and welcome to Chevrolet truck season at Sun Chevrolet in McMurray. 2024 Chevy Equinox, up to $1,750 in rebates. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500. Get 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. The Chevy Blazer EV and Equinox EV offering special leasing programs. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more on the lot right now, especially a great selection of 2024 Chevy Trax as well. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com to find the truck or car of your dreams. Sun Chevrolet, find new roads.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election November 5th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day, plus paid training. For more information and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Mike, who lost 40 pounds with Awaken 180, was in the same position I was in, the same position you are most likely in, confused.
I spent so much money on personal trainers in the last 10 years. Didn't have a lot of discretionary income left. So I tried to listen to everybody else. What do you eat? You know, everyone said, eat healthy. Define eating healthy. Cut out sugar. Tell me what foods don't have sugar. So their process to me was an education. That was really the eye-opening thing to me is I had 10 choices of food in front of me every day. You know, when I was on the run in sales, I was making 8 bad choices. I wasn't eating the 2 good ones. And I loved the 2 good ones. I just didn't know they were good. So I made bad choices every single day. In the program, on Awaken 180, really changed my mind, opened my eyes up to, it was a true education on food, what to eat, what not to eat, and it's been fantastic.
Knowing what to eat, the ability to navigate nutrition labels, a proven, clear path for weight loss. Exactly what you will receive with Awaken 180. Leave confusion at the door and do what we did. Awaken180weightloss.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Giant Eagle and Market District have deals for school days. Find the savings you need to start the back-to-school season. Return to your routine and save big in the process. Over 1,000 items with incredible low prices throughout the store. Deals for days. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers get you from tailgate to final down this season and are on special at Bridgetown Tap House in Ambridge. Please enjoy responsibly.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. What's cooking, brought to you by, What's cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, very kindly, Tim Hester.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Hester.
I just heard Ben talking about the Fields performance. He said he played great, and I quote. He said, was it an A-plus performance? No, but he did everything they needed to win, made plays with his legs, made a couple big plays down the field.
Yes, I have it.
Wow.
Would you like to hear it?
Yes, I would.
All in all, you asked a guy not to lose the game and to do enough to win the game. He did that. He got us into field goal range when he needed to. He made the plays at the end of the half. He threw the ball to George down the field when he needed to. He extended plays with his legs when he needed to. I thought, all in all, he did enough to win that game, and I thought he did a great job. Did he A+? No. C? No. I'd give him a solid B or B+. Could he be? Yeah. Does he have the potential and the capability to go out and go 30 of 40, 35 of 40 for 300 and some yards and 5? Sure. Could he run for that? Sure. But what you asked him to do on a short week, short notice, against what people were talking, I don't know much about it, but people were talking about them being a good defense. What he did, great job.
Yeah, I think what did I give Fields on Monday? The B+?
I think so. I think we all gave him around a B.
Yeah. Maybe a B-. I don't remember. We were supposed to round up all our predictions and play our over-unders.
I did for the games.
No, you didn't. We're going to do that. Can we do that tomorrow? See who was right and who was wrong on the over-unders and then add up all our predictions? May we do that?
Yes.
Thank you, City Limits. The other thing I saw was Rich Eisen saying, man, and I really respect him. I think he has a great show. Do you listen to his stuff? I listen to his podcast. I think he's very good.
I do. He does a nice job. I do have the predictions win sheet up from last week if you want them.
Yeah, we'll do that tomorrow.
Okay.
And he said, man, I didn't have this as playing out this way in Pittsburgh. But he said, disagreeing with Caballi, although he didn't mention Caballi, that if Justin Fields plays better and better and better, he's just going to keep playing. I'm surprised that Caballi didn't agree. I think people just like to disagree with me. That's the conclusion I've come to. Go back to the beginning of the PM show yesterday before these guys get in here, where Andrew said, Starkey said it was a quarterback controversy. Do you guys agree? And then Donnie Football says, no, it's no controversy. Fields is the guy. So in saying it's no controversy, he then delivers proof positive that it is because he thinks the backup is the starter now. Him and Mulsey just are loath to agree with me. Let's hear that.
Apparently, Starkey was arguing with both fans via the text line and over the phones about whether or not we have a quarterback controversy brewing. Joe said yes. He's telling us when we came in here that most of the listeners are saying no, it's not a quarterback controversy. So who's right? Is Joe right or the listeners right? Donnie, I'll ask you. Do we have a quarterback controversy?
I don't think so. I think it's Justin Fields going forward, really, until he proves that it can't be him.
Wow.
I don't think it's a controversy right now, and I shouldn't say I can't believe I'm saying this. I actually think Donnie is right. I think that they're going to roll with Justin Fields for the foreseeable future if he keeps winning them football games, because even though Mike Tomlin is not one to say that he looks at the schedule and looks ahead.
Cut him off. They just didn't want to agree with me. Do I have that effect on people? Limits? That they're very reluctant to say he was right?
Yeah, I think you kind of do. Honestly, Joe, I think maybe you do. I don't want to agree with Starkey. I mean,
because Caballi did the same thing today. He disagrees with the notion that I said if Russell Wilson or if Fields plays a great game. And then I love it when people want the parameters of that. Like we don't all know what a great game from a quarterback looks like. Okay, 96 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns, 201 yards passing, and 31 points for the offense if you need parameters. And he said no. And I think he said that just to disagree with me. He brought up the question to Tomlin yesterday of, is Russell still your 1A if he's healthy? If he thinks the answer's meaningless, and even if Tomlin basically says anything but yes, it's not meaningful to Caballi, then why ask him the question?
It's meaningful, man. At least it is to me. That Tomlin won't just come out and admit it, because it's not hard. Like, there's no threats being thrown at Tomlin. You have to name a quarterback or whatever.
The real story here is Caballi and his unwillingness to agree with me. And then you have Rich Eisen, who does agree with me, although not by name, when he said, yeah, I didn't expect this in Pittsburgh. Obviously, there's an injury, but we have Justin Fields playing good. What if he plays good again and again? He said they're not going to switch it up. Football people know.
Right.
And they know how deeply in love Tomlin was with Fields 3 years ago. Why would that have changed? You think Tomlin cares what he did under Matt Eberflus?
No, not at all.
In Chicago? Mike Tomlin thinks he has an absolute stud of a quarterback here. And who knows? Maybe in a different environment he does. I'm still a Wilson guy. I think Wilson should get his chance, but man, I'm looking at this from Tomlin's point of view, or what I think that is, and it's almost unimaginable if Fields goes out and like rips it up this week, kills it, that he would sit him at 2-0. Forget about that.
I just don't think that Mike Tomlin has such a deep tie to Russell Wilson where he feels like he owes Wilson really anything.
Exactly.
Really anything. And he's going to go with whoever he thinks the best guy is.
I agree. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 2024 Chevy Silverado. 1,500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High of 85 today with sunny skies. Limits, I'll see you. We have an unbelievable show planned for tomorrow. We're right now, I think each of us is going to take an hour after the show and try to get guests on the big breaking story that Pitt, Penn State, and Temple have combined on a contract for office supplies.
Yes.
I'm going to call Staples. You have anybody in mind?
Office
for that?
Max, Office Depot. They're right on my speed dial, number 4 on the list.
See you tomorrow.
See ya.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates are up 3-0 going to the top half of the fifth inning, looking to try to sweep the Miami Marlins. You can listen on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Good pitching performance so far from Bailey Falter. Has not allowed a hit. 4 strikeouts, 1 walk so far against Miami. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Atlanta is tied with the Mets for the final wild card spot in the National League as they visit D.C. today. The Braves dominated the Nats on Tuesday, winning 12-0. Today they send Max Fried to the mound to face the Nationals' Jake Irvin, who has given up 13 runs combined in his last 2 starts. The Atlanta Bats should feast again today, and the BetQL 5-star play is to grab the over between the Braves and Nationals in Washington. I'm Michael Jenkins. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Looks like fall was here, and the leaves aren't the only thing that's starting to drop.
That's right. Outside temperatures are dropping too. Are your windows able to keep that cold air out and the warm air in?
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
Autumn is the perfect time for replacing your home's old, worn-out windows. Don't wait until the cold winter winds are howling.
Take advantage of this change of the seasons and upgrade your home with new energy-efficient windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
So don't wait. Stop by one of our showrooms.
Or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565. If you or a loved one experiences a life-altering event like an auto accident or work injury, or worse, the tragic loss of a loved one from somebody else's negligence, you have one shot to get justice. It's Dan Zangrilli for the Western PA Injury Lawyers, LGKG, now with 7 locations. When you lawyer up, nothing else matters besides credentials, knowledge, tenacity, respect, and at the end of the day, success. My friend, Attorney Joe George.
Talk to our clients. Look at our website. See our reviews. Our clients tell it all. Look at the credentials we have. Those are credentials that come down from other attorneys that are rating us. Our firm is AV rated.
What does that mean?
That means that Martindale Hubbell determined that we have the highest ethical standards and highest capabilities in the business. There aren't many firms that have any AV-rated attorneys. Larry Kelly, AV-rated. Joe George, AV-rated. Super lawyers, top 1%. You don't get those credentials unless other attorneys see what you do.
That's LGKG Injury Lawyers. LGKG, your home team. Visit LGKG.com.
Is Kamala Harris a radical? That's what she calls herself. Listen to her own words.
Yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala is radical about defunding the police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, and that's just wrong.
It's weak. And Bob Casey's weak too. He says,
there's no question there's systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system, but certainly in policing.
And on immigration, Kamala says,
an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Again.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
And Bob Casey's right there with her. Casey says,
Kamala Harris is an inspiring and very capable vice president.
Casey voted with Kamala 98%. So Bob Casey says,
the more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Casey and Kamala, they're too weak.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has your perfect Subaru waiting for you. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2025 Subaru Forester is built to handle any rugged fall terrain. Plus, right now, you can get 3.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Forester. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. For more, go to BowserSubaru.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotions section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with the king of sportsbooks. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary depending upon market and expire 24 hours from issuance. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to now.
Summer's here, and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
Planning a memorable event? Shooters Golf is your ultimate venue. Our cozy fireplace rooms, heated bays, and versatile indoor-outdoor spaces are perfect for birthdays, corporate parties, showers, holiday gatherings, and more. Whether you're hosting an intimate celebration or a large party with 12 to 200 guests, Shooters has the perfect backdrop for any occasion. Enjoy the outdoor patio deck, fire pit tables, heated cabana huts. Book your event at Shooters Golf today and experience exceptional service and unforgettable memories.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Pierce Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $110 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive starting at $219 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 30th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
What's better than watching your team win? Winning money while you do it. I'm Jim Costa, and on Cash the Ticket, Mike Valenti and I give you the edge to make every game playable. College football, NFL, we're breaking it all down game by game. Your podcast feed is going to be filled, and you're going to love it. You can click on the games you care about. We do it all. With our analysis, we're finding games that other people aren't talking about. We're turning every Saturday and every Sunday into days where you got a chance to win. Don't just sit on the sidelines. Cash the Ticket with us. Follow Cash the Ticket in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the man. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers finishing up practice right now, and we will get a report on Russell Wilson and Justin Fields and all that a little bit later on from our Steelers insider, Jeff Hathorn, who was there. Steelers a 3-point favorite in Denver on Sunday. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Muller.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Would you be shocked if Russell Wilson loses his starting job this week? It's almost the best of all possible scenarios.
Come on, Greeny.
For Russell Wilson, it's not the best scenario.
I mean, for the Steelers, it's not the best of all possibilities.
Why is that?
When you got two quarterbacks, you don't got one quarterback. I would say the most optimistic thing you could say is that Justin Fields did what needed to be done last week, but it wasn't like no one who could watch that game and say, oh, we found our quarterback. No.
We are going to wait on news regarding the practice reps. We're not expecting anything from Russell Wilson. We haven't seen the reporter send out video yet. The practice report won't come out for another 2 hours. So we're just speculating at this point and going off of what Mike Tomlin said. Sometimes ESPN or these networks, they don't even really want to listen to or pay attention to what's said, and they just want to run with the story. Like yesterday, Ian Rappaport and others saying that Justin Fields has been named the starter for Sunday. Which
Very irresponsible.
It's not at all what happened at the press conference. I actually thought what we heard from Greeny there was a good table setter conversation for today. He brings up, can Russell Wilson lose his job on Sunday? And then his opinion was this is actually the best possible scenario for the Steelers. And then everyone on set with him seemed to chortle at that and laugh at that. But I actually do genuinely wonder from you guys, what's played out so far?
Mm-hmm.
Is this what you would describe as a good thing or good problem? Like, is this actually a good situation?
No.
Grady is painting it as the best possible scenario.
But he's a Jets fan. What would he know about good situations?
Okay, but is it good or bad what's happening right now?
I guess it's...
You're having a hard time with this.
Well, here's just
you would have needed time on set. You would have needed him to give you a poll pause.
No, I wouldn't. No, absolutely not. Because when you're on TV, you got to have something right then and there. I can't answer your first question, is it good or bad, but I can say this. It's not as good as it would be if Justin Fields had come out there and the offense had looked like a well-oiled machine. It looked like, and I will go back to what I said Monday after the game, it looked like a lot of the starts Kenny Pickett had made for this team, with a couple notable differences. Fields is an infinitely better runner than Pickett ever was, and has a much more talented arm. And so you saw that manifest on the play at the end of the first half, a rifle shot throw, an OPI play that otherwise would have been a perfect ball down the sideline, and then you saw it manifest when the play broke down a little bit or when it was a little uncertain. Here's Justin Fields, instead of trying to get 4 yards and then run out of bounds, here's Fields turning a ball upfield, diving forward for 3 extra yards, and being a weapon in that way. He didn't give you the kind of game, I'll use this as an example, Pony. When he came here with Chicago a couple years ago, and what was the final? 29-28, I think?
Missed field goal at the end. Cassius Marsh got flagged for a dance.
Right.
All that good stuff.
He looked awesome in that game.
He did.
That guy, if
That's
that guy
when I
had
fell in
shown
love with
up,
Justin Fields.
if that guy had shown up in Atlanta, and they had even tailored a game plan that was going to allow that guy to show up, because they basically said middle of the field, off limits, pal. Maybe I would come closer to agreeing with Mike Greenberg that this is a best-case scenario, but it's not right now. It feels like they are very much in limbo here, purgatory.
So you can't say good or bad? It's just fair, it's just okay?
If you're in quarterback hell, quarterback heaven, or quarterback purgatory. Quarterback hell is the Giants with Danny Dimes. Quarterback hell is the Panthers with Bryce Young. Quarterback heaven is Mahomes or something like that. They are
C.J. Stroud.
C.J. Stroud, thank you. Josh Allen even. I know they haven't won a Super Bowl or anything except a Mulsey honorary Super Bowl. They are in where a lot of teams are, which is some version of quarterback purgatory. So, no, I could not possibly say this is a best-case scenario for them. No way.
I think it's more bad than good. And I say that as someone that over the last few days here has tried to stick up for the way Fields played and have tried to give him more credit than what the numbers suggest. And the number one thing people are going to look at is, okay, they didn't score any touchdowns. I thought he played a very good game, all things considered. The reason why I'm saying this is a bad situation is because one of the lottery tickets that you signed in the offseason isn't healthy enough to play right now. And so, yeah, we learned more about Justin Fields on Sunday, and I would say more positive than negatives with him, and a little bit more reason to think that he could transform his career or do a 180 with the Steelers. A little bit more reason to think that. Not enough to say they found their guy or anything nuts like that. But when you have two guys who have major questions about them, but in Fields' case has the potential, and in Wilson's case has the resume, you think, all right,
hopefully 1 out of 2.
We flip a coin twice, maybe it.
We needed to come up heads one time.
Yes.
You've got more. You have more tickets for the lottery.
So the fact that we're already dealing with a man in his mid-30s who had an injury in camp that was described as, this is precautionary, it's not a big deal, don't worry about it.
Don't want it to get into something
and
worse.
now he's on the verge of missing the game that the dude has thought about for an entire year. Sorry, Mike, I don't understand. I can't go there. Best possible scenario, like sometimes you say things and you catch yourself afterwards like, man, that was really dumb. I can't believe I said that. That was a stretch. I didn't even deliberately try to offer up a hot take. It just rolled out of my mouth, and now that I'm reading it back or looking back at it, that was not an intelligent thing to say, and that's how I would look at this. One guy is already in this weird state where he doesn't have an injury that puts him on the IR and ends his season, but we have pretty good insiders around the team who are saying things like, oh, man, this could be something that troubles Wilson all year and haunts him all year. That ain't good, Chris.
Well, what also isn't good about it is that's not good because it's, as you said, one of your tickets is now, you're like partially ripping it up, one of your 2 lottery tickets. The really ugly part of this for me, and people can say all they want, and to a degree it has to be true. You're trying to win football games. Teams deal with distractions all the time. Unhappy players play on good teams all the time. Like I've seen A.J. Brown for good Eagles teams get pissed off at least in a game. Pickens for a team that ended up in the playoffs last year was ticked off, right? The problem with the Wilson injury is not just that it is happening. It's that he clearly doesn't think it's enough to keep him sidelined on ice. The player himself wanted to play. The player himself, who is known for having a vast network around him of people to get his side of any story out there. It's one of the reasons a lot of former players don't really care for him, it seems.
Yeah.
The player has already tried to get his side of the story out there loudly.
You were someone who you've said multiple times over the course of the last few months that you think you thought Russell Wilson was going to have a good season with the Steelers. Correct? I'm not.
Yes, I know. I thought he was the better choice, and I thought he was going to be good enough. I'll very clearly state it. I said I thought he would be good enough all year to hold off Justin Fields.
And so I'm not doing this to try to make you offer up a mea culpa or say I'm an idiot or I'm wrong about anything.
You know I'm willing to do that at all times.
Sure. But I'm guessing right now you do not feel the same way about or as confident that Wilson is going to recover from this and put up impressive numbers.
No, I don't. But I feel like I don't have to apologize because I did assume the full health of Russ Wilson when I said all that.
Right. So then it cannot be a good scenario.
Well, that's why I
said
problem. That's why I said purgatory.
Yeah.
When you get brought up in the Catholic school system, they tell you purgatory is basically like hell, but you actually know you're getting out of there someday.
Donnie, does this feel like a good possible scenario? I understand what's best for the Steelers is Justin Fields becomes their starting quarterback, runs with it, and they have their problems solved, their riddles solved for a very long time. But do you feel like we are tracking in that direction after Sunday's game, where it makes up for the injury to Russell Wilson that might be an issue the entire season?
I mean, if it's just an injury to Russell Wilson and it's just a one-season thing and they could potentially have their answer for the next decade, that's an easy trade-off, a very easy trade-off. If you find a potentially franchise quarterback all because one guy you signed who you thought would be your starter got hurt, so
it's like Maddox getting hurt in Roethlisberger's rookie year. That becomes a footnote to the Roethlisberger
story. Or it's like Trey Lance sucking and Brock Purdy being found money.
It becomes a footnote.
But so is that your way of saying you think that we're getting closer to that? Like you do have that confidence now, or you're starting to believe in Fields that way?
I have it a little bit more now, not necessarily because of the player. I mean, I think he's definitely a dynamic player, but it's a lot of untapped potential still. We know about the mobility being a huge X factor and game changer. He just has to become more all-around a good player. But the fact that we're seeing him this early, due to injury or not, allows everybody to see and hope that we can get closer to that final goal.
So you don't think that this is you don't think this is a bad situation then, or do you?
No, I don't think it is.
Am I right to say that overall then, because you said yesterday that you felt like there was no quarterback controversy because it's Fields' job. Am I right to then infer that you actually are pretty confident we're going to start seeing even better performances from Fields? Like you are believing in the player more than you did maybe before Sunday's game?
I guess it was because it was the first time we could really see a player in a real game. It wasn't just the
You had to see him in stadium, just like Mike Tomlin.
Yes, you had to see him in that stadium-like environment, that hostile environment.
And I often chide you for this when Pony's out, especially about how optimistic you are. But I think this is the optimism showing through. You saw a ball that should have been a 36-yard gain get overturned by a BS penalty, and then you saw him make a throw that how many Steelers quarterbacks have made since like Ben's heyday? Very few.
0.
Very few. Rudolph threw some nice balls. He didn't throw a 50-yarder or whatever it was on a line.
So that if you had to power rank every quarterback in the league, and once you got past like the first 20 or 25 guys and started to get into the area where you would consider Steelers quarterbacks, you would rank Justin Fields ahead of Russell Wilson?
At this current moment, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, even I would have to do that because Russ is not healthy.
Well, let me give you a hypothetical, which Tomlin hates. They're both healthy. Who do you rank ahead of the other?
I still think Russ is better.
Donnie?
I would say Russ, but again, with this being the possibility that, hey, we could find our guy to carry us into the future, there is really no future with Russell Wilson.
I don't agree with that entirely.
If he were to come back and play awesome, they would say, and he looked fully healthy, I don't agree with it either.
A lot of our listeners and callers and other hosts, I'm not just trying to cast aspersions on Donnie for this or try to call him out, but that seems to be something that gets thrown around a lot. And I think he's still young enough that if he had the same exact year as last year in Denver, 26 touchdowns and the Steelers win 10 games,
years.
I think he's their quarterback again next year.
Because other than the injury, which you'd then brush aside, you'd say he's not really a guy. He is not as young as he used to be as far as mobility, but he keeps himself in really good shape. I don't think the door is closed on him, but I think I'm going to be vindicated in the end about all of this. Because I think my base level take is correct. He is much more hurt and much further from 100% than he or anyone else is letting on.
That's why Greeny's wrong. This is not the best possible scenario because if I'm like going stock up, stock down on both quarterbacks, the stock is incrementally up for me on Fields, but the stock is way, way down for me on Wilson. Because like you, is he ever going to be healthy enough this season to really show us what he's capable of?
It might not be till their bye week. That's how these calf injuries end up going, Pony, and it's not his first one. It's a re-aggravation.
Yep. Yeah, look at the Christian McCaffrey thing now. What are they saying about him? That Shanahan's saying it's something that they're going to have to basically monitor the entire season?
Burrow didn't come back from his really healthy until how many weeks into the season?
No, Burrow looked bad for about the first month of the season last year.
Almost 6 weeks even.
Yep.
So I'm sorry, even if Russ is going to get healthier quicker because he wouldn't be playing like Burrow was, you don't know how long
All right,
this will
so
take.
let's get our listeners' thoughts on this situation. Is it a good situation, what's happening with the Steelers quarterbacks right now? The way Fields played in Atlanta, him being the starter and not Russell Wilson. 412-928-9370. Mike Greenberg said this is the best thing that could have happened to the Steelers at quarterback. Agree or disagree with us? 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner & Associates fan text line. We'll take some calls. We'll see if we get an update on what both guys did at practice from our insiders. And we're here until 6 right now, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates 3-0, bottom of the 6th inning at PNC Park. And how about this? Bailey Falter, no hits allowed so far through 6 innings. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Let's talk right now about the Circa. Are you headed to Viva Las Vegas for the game in October? I am, and I'd love for you to join me. It would be great to have you along for the ride. as we get out to the Circa, the ultimate game day giveaway, the overhang bar, will be packed Friday at the for a giant tailgate party at the Circa, downtown Vegas, Old Vegas, overlooking it all, on the Strip, all the action there, folks. And it's going to be amazing. We're going to be giving away tickets to the game, so you got to get there for this event Friday. If you're in Vegas Friday night, we'll have more details for you as we get closer to the event, and they'll all be there also on the Circa's website. The Stadium Swim Saturday, that is the must-see thing when you get to the Circa. 6 swimming pools, massive TV to watch all the games. I tweeted out a video from that spot last year, and people were amazed by it. And I'm inviting you to join me there next month. Circa Resort and Casino. Go to circalasvegas.com to book your spot today. Pony and Muller here. Mike at Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. September's Fan Beer of the Month is Alter Genius Brewing's Rescue Kolsch. The Charity of the Month is Humane Animal Rescue Pittsburgh, providing care, adoption, and education for pets and wildlife in the Pittsburgh region.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I know this is going to sound all backwards, but the New York Giants really are the best franchise. Well, at least as it relates to team content. When it comes to winning football games, they're an absolute disaster. But as a result of that, they have never been more fascinating to me because they've never been more embarrassing. Like, I cannot look away. I cannot get enough. I'm Jim Rome.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have a plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all 3 with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller, and most goals we set for ourselves have a pretty clear course. I want a trip to Nashville. So you read a couple of reviews, you talk to a few friends, save up some money, and book it. Maybe a couple of choices along the way, but overall, it's a pretty clear course to reach your goal. Now, if your goal is to lose 40 or 50 pounds, where's the clear path? You read reviews, talk with a few friends, and try something out. When it doesn't work, you're disappointed. We've all been there, and it sucks. You know what I say? Stop trying and do what I did. Start doing. Reach your goal with Awaken 180. It's a clear course to success without the disappointment. No guesswork, no trial and error, and no medication side effects. I'm proof. I dropped 35 pounds my first go at it, and it was simple. A word never associated with weight loss, except when referring to Awaken 180. Choose the simple, clear course to success with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
NFL Week 2 is here, and you can start the season with a big return on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. New to FanDuel, you'll get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Build a quick SGP, same-game parlay, for the Monday Night Football game. Bills-Dolphins. How about Dalton Kincaid, an anytime touchdown? Tyreek Hill over receiving yards. Tua over passing yards. That sounds like a good start. As I speak right now, the Josh Allen situation, we don't know if he's playing. He's always an over. And my friend here, City Limits, should have drafted him on our fantasy team. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'd rather ride a bike with my kids.
Faster! I'd rather play catch with my dog than catch pneumococcal pneumonia.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20 pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. If you are 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like heart disease or asthma, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'd rather race for some ice cream. Let's go!
Schedule your vaccination today at Prevnar20.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Outline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for 50 years. We do have breaking news. The Pirates have not had a Pirates pitcher hurl a no-hitter in the history of PNC Park. Their last one was the combined Cordova-Rincon in 97. The last Pirates pitcher to throw a no-hitter on his own was John Candelaria in 1976. And we are in the seventh inning, and Bailey Falter right now is 8 outs away. So there's a runner on here.
Not a perfect game.
It was his fourth walk. Never mind.
Unbelievable.
We're just going to go to it, and I jinxed it. He gave up a hit. Donnie, let us know what happened here. Was it a single? Was it just a
single, and then the runner that's currently at first gets thrown out at third.
All right. Never mind. We don't have to go to that then.
But I'll tell you what. For people who have Bailey Falter's ERA in Bucko Auction House, these 6+ shutout innings, very needed right now. Very needed. Great start by Falter.
So that drought will continue.
You are
the Pirates.
You are an historic jinx. You really are.
The mere mention of it ruined it. Sorry, Bailey.
Quickly, 10 seconds behind the scenes, Donnie's feed in his studio is way ahead of our TV feed.
There it is. Bloop into left field.
Pony has no idea that this is happening as he's talking about it.
Boom, it happens.
You are the most powerful man in Pittsburgh sports.
Let's get Maddie in Newcastle in here on the Steelers quarterback situation. Hello, Maddie.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I called it back in March, man. I remember talking to you guys back then, saying that I felt like Russ was going to be a mistake and that we needed to focus on the future. Hopefully Justin Fields is that. Can only pray. But I know the risk was greater than the reward, bringing him in less than $3 million, but it's looking like it's not going to pan out very well for us.
But that doesn't answer the question, though. Like, do you think the Steelers are in a good spot at quarterback right now?
With Justin Fields over Russ?
Yeah.
Yes, I believe so, actually. I feel like he has a lot of weapons, great arm.
Wait, a lot of weapons. He's got one proven receiver.
No, I'm not talking about receivers. I'm talking about tools.
He's talking about his own.
Oh, his own
weapons.
If he was a 5-tool player in baseball,
his own
I get
human
you.
weapons.
Gotcha. Yes.
His
okay.
arm, his legs, things of that nature.
He's like a 4.5. Hopefully, maybe we can get him to a 5. Who knows? But I noticed one thing about Justin. I'm noticing I'm not seeing him really read the defense too much. I might be not.
No, that's been the rub against him for his entire NFL career.
He makes up his mind before the snap where the ball is going to go, and if it's not there, he just takes off and runs or takes a sack.
He's also, though, he's got the longest time to throw in the NFL last year. He was waiting 3.2 seconds. He was way ahead of even Wilson in that regard. So that actually tells me, Pony, if he might be making up his mind as to where he's going to go, but, like, if he doesn't make up his mind and he sits back there and does try to scan, nothing comes of it.
Unless Fields is wildly successful here, I wanted to see Wilson either succeed or fail before we went to this option. Guys like Maddie apparently were so down on Russell Wilson to begin with that they thought that part of this equation was a complete waste of time.
Mm-hmm.
Why even mess around with Russell Wilson? You already know what he is. He stunk in Denver. His last year in Seattle wasn't great. He's old.
He didn't stink in Denver.
I know, but I'm saying there's a percentage of Steelers fans who do feel that way.
I know.
Here's Greg next on the Fan. Hello, Greg.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Hey, Greg.
Hey, I got my theory about the quarterback controversy here.
Sure.
I don't think Tomlin's going to start Russell. If he goes into Denver and starts and has a crappy game and Tomlin starts getting heckled by the fans, Denver fans, I think that's going to be a big blow to his ego.
Because he's never gone to like New England or Cleveland or Baltimore or Cincinnati and had those fans like give him a hard time when he's lost there.
But we're getting their quarterback. We signed their quarterback. And there's a reason why he left.
But you don't think Tomlin has such a big ego that he'd like nothing more than to beat Sean Payton with the quarterback that he gave up on?
Well, do you think his ego would handle the crowd heckle and saying, we told you,
Mike Tomlin gets dragged through the mud by his home fans every single week.
Greg, I also think his ego is such that he would think more of the positive end of that winning than he would losing.
He would think of him, here's how he would think of it, Greg. He'd go, I can't wait to shake Sean Payton's hand after we beat them and think we did this with the quarterback that you paid $85 million to go somewhere else.
Yep.
That's as big of a flex as you could possibly get. I'm sorry I'm reeling from this. You mushed the Falter no-hitter as it was happening. I cannot fathom that.
I mean, we had to.
No, you were doing the right thing.
It was history in the making. I was about to let people listen into potentially a historic moment, and it just didn't happen.
It's incredible. I mean, you really are history's greatest mush.
I said Paul Skeens was going to be the greatest pitcher of all time. That seems to be smooth sailing. We made eye contact at the Arizona game, and I think that gave him a little bump.
Didn't they end up losing that game?
They did, yes, but that was Derek Shelton's fault. And Colin Holderman's.
Oh, you could say that about a lot of games, but I'll tell you what. I don't want Bailey Falter to finish out this one-hitter. Donnie, it would be great to see Aroldis Chapman come in there and just fire off a 1-2-3 for a 3-0 win and a save, wouldn't it? Boy, that'd be great.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia and Peters Township. Coming up, a college football minute with the Backyard Brawl on Saturday, but first a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt and West Virginia Saturday, 3:30 at Acrisure Stadium. 12:30 is when coverage begins right here on The Fan. The Pat Narduzzi Show tonight at 6. Check that out right here on The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about Wetco Car Wash. And there are 45-plus Wetco locations out there. So many of them are nearby. There's always one near you. You can put it into your no one uses their GPS in their actual car. I'm talking about the one on your phone. And there's probably one within 5 miles of where you're driving right now. That makes it always convenient to have a clean vehicle. So why not join me and always have a clean car, not have to worry about a Saturday or Sunday during football season where you want to go out in your driveway and do it yourself, because that takes time and it takes having attention to detail if you're going to do it right. Plans start as low as $9.99 for the first 3 months. And you get the wax and the weather guard and all those things included in that. And you can go as much as you want. They don't charge you more for going too much. And there's no fine print. You can cancel anytime. So join me. Wetco Car Wash. Go unlimited. GetGoCafe.com/unlimited.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has your perfect Subaru waiting for you. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2025 Subaru Forester is built to handle any rugged fall terrain. Plus, right now, you can get 3.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited-time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Forester. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. For more, go to BowserSubaru.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
And Skillet. Live in Pittsburgh. Live at Stage AE Outdoors, September 23rd. Seether and Skillet. Together. Get tickets now at AXS.com.
Summer heat will soon be turning into cold winter weather, and now is the time to make sure your roof will be prepared for the snow, sleet, and freezing temperatures. You know what to do. Call the Pickle, 724-515-5551. Gherkin Roofing is taking appointments right now for their fall roof replacements. Gherkin also does small roof repairs. Protect your biggest investment by calling the Pickle today at 724-515-5551 or visit them at callthepickle.com. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotions section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with the king of sportsbooks. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary depending upon market and expire 24 hours from issuance. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
15 packs of Pepsi products, 2 for $14. Save $1 on 2 gallons of milk, just for Par Mar Rewards card holders. Dan's angrily inviting you to download the Par Mar Rewards app today. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist. O'Reilly.
Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's better over here.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We're not the cardiac kids out there. We've got to start faster for sure. We've got to make plays on both sides of the football. We can't wait till the fourth quarter. And if you think you're going to wait till the fourth quarter, it's been 53 years since we had a 21-point comeback. I can't tell you it'll be another 53 years, but it's not going to be the next comeback 7 days later. It's just not going to happen. If it hadn't happened in 53 years, you can't expect to go out there and slop around in the first half and expect to win football games.
Pat Narduzzi cannot slop around against West Virginia and win the backyard brawl Saturday night. That was Pat on the ACC Network. You can hear him on The Fan tonight at 6 o'clock for his weekly show. Don't want to slop around.
I like that term, actually, by Pat. I think I actually used it to describe how they played.
Anybody here at the station who, when you think of slop around, they pop into your head? Anybody here slop around?
Who just... I feel like you're setting me up.
I'll answer. Callus.
Thank you.
I sat next to him at our meeting today. He just had garbage in his pockets. I started pulling it out.
Like refuse?
Yeah, he had like crumpled up pieces of paper, a banana peel.
A banana peel?
Some wrappers.
What is he, composting
from, like,
in his pants?
Candy. And his phone. His phone was in the same pocket
as a banana peel?
Crumpled up paper, banana peel, and candy wrappers. So,
Alice, what are you doing?
I like Harry, but I mean, I think is that not?
It's odd.
That's a slop around move.
It makes me think of the very infamous viral tweet where somebody says they got crossed up at a pickup basketball game by a guy who then had a smashed McDouble burger fall out of his pocket. The guy was also wearing work boots
Callus
and cargo
plays
shorts.
In those producer pickup games. Donnie, when are you going to get into one of those? Have you been invited to play?
I have been invited, so I'm going to give those guys credit there. It's not like they completely leave me out of the lurch.
So you just big time them?
No, I mean, it's not that. Just that the schedule doesn't really allow it.
You just have more important things to do. I get it. I told them the same thing.
I told them I don't even. My knee feels fine. Like
don't
I do.
Risk it though.
Well, I play
Toss
golf.
A big brace on,
I play golf in a way, and I swing the club in a way that obviously my knee has to twist and torque a little bit. But like for whatever reason, and this is what I've said, I have such a new appreciation of guys who get right back out there after a knee injury, like the next year or even an Achilles. It's just mentally tough to say I can go full speed like I could 5-6 years ago. Cut, stop, do all that stuff.
I haven't watched any of the crappy games that they've put on CBS now that they lost the SEC. It was Ohio State-Akron, and then last week it was the Iowa State game. Do they still use this theme, or have they retired this one?
Because they feel like it's too majestic.
I think it's mostly the same, but it's not quite the same, if you get what I'm saying.
So
it's
they made it worse.
It's almost like, hey, can I copy your homework and just get a couple of questions
So
wrong.
Is it like the Stone Cold theme when they made it more disturbedy and not like... Not like the original? Not that glass just shatters and boom.
Yeah, I would say something like that.
West Virginia down to a 1.5-point favorite in this game. Pitt does not have an athletic director currently for the backyard brawl, while their volleyball team has reached number 1 for the first time in its program's history. Congratulations on all their success. Are you allowed to mention the athletic director scuttlebutt that you have on the air without outing the person who gave you the information?
I can definitely say just somebody I talk to who I know is plugged in more than your average Pitt fan. I would call them just a fan, an ardent, avid fan of the program.
How about a booster? Do they reach the booster status?
I don't think they reach booster status, but they've been right about these things before. Is that a fair way to describe them?
So they are.
They might. I think they probably give money to the school, but they're not writing checks with multiple
so they're a Pitt
commas.
mole?
A bit of a Pitt mole. Remember the Pitt Smythe guy, the Pitt Smith guy?
Is that who this is?
No, it's not him.
Okay.
No, but somebody I know who's been right about this stuff before, right about scuttlebutt. thinks that there's a pretty good chance, I would call it, or this person put it at like they are more than 50-50, that the new AD would be Marcus Bowman, who I think is he at UNLV now?
He was, and then he went to Oklahoma and is their CFO.
I got it reversed. I thought he went Oklahoma to UNLV.
He is a former basketball walk-on with the Ben Howell and Jamie Dixon teams.
Yeah, so this person told me they feel
Julius
like it's
Page and your
Brandon Knight,
Jerron Brown and Brandon Knight and
Jerron Brown. Very long arms, Donnie. He was 6'4" in the program. He had a 6'9", 6'10" wingspan. You want to talk about a guy created in a lab to harass college shooting guards and small forwards?
Yes.
It's Jerron Brown.
That, and I've heard the same thing about Bowman. And so he would check boxes. He comes from an SEC school. He's like not the second in command, I don't think. There, but
yes, Oklahoma and SEC. I know it is an SEC school. But Oklahoma is not an SEC school in my brain.
My personal preference would be to take an athletic director from a group of 5 school and give them a bigger job, or hire someone from one of like the absolute best athletic departments in America who's a number 2 and young and gets it. So no offense to Marcus, but that would be the kind of profile I'd be looking for. Not that he's that far off. I mean, he's at Oklahoma and he has a pretty big job there.
Yeah. He's been a riser through the ranks.
Yes, and
in general.
He knows Pittsburgh and he knows their programs and stuff. So I think
that last part's the key though, Pony. I think they need to with this hire. It's a weird balance you want to strike here. Somebody who is really innately connected to that community and that booster community, who knows Pitt and kind of understands sort of the challenges of making Pitt into whatever Pitt wants to be or thinks it can be. But you don't want to just settle either for somebody like that, too, who's like too close to the program, right? That's how I would look at it. I think
Marcus Bowman did not make the Post-Gazette's list of potential Pitt athletic directors.
Who did?
Lewis Riddick.
Would Lewis want that job?
Lewis is scheduled to join us on Friday, so we can ask him.
I felt like Lewis always had his eyes still on a GM job in the NFL.
The Steelers' job, but they picked Omar over him.
I know, but I think Lewis would take a GM job, period. That's
Pat Bostic,
ardently
listed by the Post-Gazette, and in the write-up they say he has the endorsement of Doran Dickerson. He comes with Doran's clout and weight.
Wait, is that the video Doran posted?
No, maybe, but the article
just says it.
Publicly supported by Doran Dickerson.
Doran posted something from his deck where he's smoking a cigar and wearing a Pitt hockey jersey, but I didn't click all the way through to the end to see what he was saying.
That's your way of saying you didn't watch any of it.
I watched the very beginning, and then I did turn it off.
You think it was that bad? Or was that boring?
Didn't Pat Bostic secure the largest gift in Pitt history?
I think that's that Bicknell guy that has his name on the...
Chris
Bickle, who has his name
That's why
on
Pat Narduzzi is the Chris Bickle...
The head coach's contract, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Doug Whaley.
Friend of the show.
I think Doug makes sense in that he comes from pro sports, and more this is looking like pro sports.
An AD is going to have a GM get hired.
Chris LaSala, who has been in their athletic department for a very long time, and Darrell Rivas said give it to LaSala, and I think Dave Wanstedt tweeted out, I'd second that. Now,
Can you guys imagine Wani just saying it, though?
You guys like LaSala because he said the biggest sporting event he ever attended was not 13-9, but was when Undertaker threw Mankind off the top of the ring.
Huge pop for that.
At Mellon Arena.
By the way, it's Darrell Rivas with 2 R's. The copy editor in me came out when I read that and got
Dave
angry.
Harper, who is the AD at Duquesne. He has good business relationships here. They renovated the Palumbo and made it into a state-of-the-art facility, so that kind of makes sense.
Yep.
And then Chris King, who is a really cool guy, but is at Robert Morris, and no offense to Chris, but it's not like their athletic programs have also been amazing lately.
Well, it's also just a massive jump in terms of scale.
So,
like what you're dealing with. I felt like those last 2 inclusions are sort of what everybody around here says. The one name I'm surprised I didn't hear on the list, Chirpak.
Donnie, you talked to Chirpak last week. Did he mention anything about the Pitt athletic director vacancy?
No, I mean, he was singularly focused on the game that was in front of him.
I know he had strong opinions on things like long snapping and guard play.
Interior line play was a big concern heading into the McKeesport game.
I was almost fearful to talk to him coming out of halftime because at the time
they were getting their butts kicked.
TJ was down 3 touchdowns, and then
Did you talk to him coming out of the half?
Yeah, normally it's losing coach coming out of the half.
Oh, God, and what did he – I missed it. I'm sorry.
No, he was fine.
He
You know
likes
why?
you because it's kindred spirits.
Yeah, he
that's
just
why.
sees you, and he's like, I see a guy who could be Bill Chirpak in 15 years.
We want you back after the break. Heart disease kills one person every 33 seconds. Schedule your heart screening at UPMC today. Coming up next, what is Russell Wilson doing at practice? We have reports from the fields there. And how about this? A record-setting Sunday for the Steelers. We will tell you about that when we come back. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. I'm Andrew Filipponi here to tell you right now about the FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook. Tomorrow night, we have a Thursday night game. The games are back on Thursdays, and it's going to be an AFC East matchup between the Bills and Dolphins. A very small line here. This is thought to be a pretty competitive game, and I would agree. Both teams had big comebacks, down 2 touchdowns on Sunday, so this is in Miami, and it's for AFC East supremacy, provided the Patriots lose their Week 2 matchup. And right now, everyone that's new to FanDuel is going to get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. It doesn't have to be a winning bet. So the running joke here is, hear my advice on who I think is going to win, and then do the opposite. So my advice on who I think is going to win is Miami, -2.5. I think that's a small enough number, even though the Bills have done quite well in Miami over the years. Well, you know what? Actually, scratch that. I'm going to take the Bills here. Never mind. I do like the Bills because they always move the ball down there, and I think they've had some bad luck. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is knowledgeable bonus bet which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Code 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Tailgate Party is presented by Mike's Beer Bar and brought to you by Galise Services and Saloni's Italian Bakery. The PM Team Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
DQ presents the sound of BOGO-free Blizzard treats in the DQ app. It's the sound of downloading the DQ app, redeeming the sweetest BOGO-free Blizzard deal, telling all your friends, and heading to DQ. For BOGO-free any-size Blizzard treats only in the DQ app for a limited time. Download it today. At participating locations, limitations apply. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
I'm actually embarrassed to say that I did vote for Trump in 2016. I don't think the man can be trusted. He talks out of both sides of his mouth. He's a very dishonest person. I hate the way he disrespects women, the way he disrespects other people that have worked for him. I just don't see myself ever voting for Donald Trump. This is not my Republican Party any longer. I have to go with Kamala Harris.
Republican Accountability PAC, Inc., paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee or a-pac.org.
Replacing your windows and doors is a great way to boost your home's value and curb appeal. Just to be sure, choose Renewal by Andersen. Hey guys, it's Adam Crowley. Their custom-built replacement windows are available in 9 exterior colors to bring out the unique beauty of your home. And they're crafted with Fibrex material. It's a composite as beautiful as wood and twice as strong as vinyl, so you get windows warranted to last decades. This month, Renewal by Andersen has extended their 31-day sales event. Buy one, get one 40% off all windows, patio doors, and entry doors when you buy 4 or more. That's 40% off. Plus, get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Special financing is available. Call by September 30th. 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com. Plus
finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title place, and dealer doc fee. Not all buyers will qualify. Bonus cash available on select trims. In stock units only. Offers end 9/30/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge end-of-year savings. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SC or Tucson SC all-wheel drive with financing as low as 1.99% for up to 60 months. Plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for my friends at the Bath Authority, and if you've got a bathtub or shower that's outdated, has mold and mildew, or broken tiles, you've got to call my friends at the Bath Authority. Right now, they've got an incredible deal going. Free installation on your new bath or shower plus 36 months of 0% interest financing. What are you waiting for? Call the Bath Authority today, 412-249-1140. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at 412-249-1140 or visit thebathauthority.com. A better bath awaits.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Crowley here. Sullivan Super Service is celebrating 60 years in business with super savings for you. It's BOGO time. Get a free furnace when you buy an Air Ease air conditioner from Sullivan. Save money, stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivanservice.com. But hurry, a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Looking for a great golf experience? Look no further than Old Stonewall Golf Club, Western Pennsylvania's premier golf destination. Warm up at their incredible driving range and then drop a ball on the putting green. Their award-winning course layout will surely impress. To complete the experience, you got to step out to the back tee on number 16, their signature hole, and absolutely bomb one off the tee. Whether it's a competitive round with friends, treating a special client, or simply treating yourself, celebrate Old Stonewall's 25th anniversary season. Visit oldstonewall.com to schedule today.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $161 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 30th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Show her you'd marry her all over again. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. If you're needing a fine quality anniversary gift, you're just in time for our anniversary sale. It's our biggest sale ever, and you can save up to 40% on most everything. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, we offer the area's most unique selection of diamond anniversary jewelry. We can also custom design a piece with rubies, sapphires, or any gemstone. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Casti Village, and Peters Township. Hurry, sale ends September 30th.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right. The Steelers are done with the first practice of the week. The full injury report will come out in about an hour. Russell Wilson spotted by reporters doing warm-ups, high knees, some light jogging before practice, but that's the extent of what we know right now. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Muller.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
start fast. We're not afforded an opportunity to warm up to it. We had a fumbled CQ exchange on the first snap of the game. We missed some opportunities there early. I thought we just got to be ready to play 60 minutes. We got to burst open the locker room doors and go to it. I just think that's reflective of the mentality and the readiness you got to display in this league.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and Peters. Mike Tomlin on slow starts. That did not cause Steelers fans to turn away. We'll get to that in a second. The breaking news is what I just said about Russell Wilson. So very light work to start here. We'll get more from players post-practice, and then Jeff is going to join us in the 5 o'clock hour. But it sounds like Tomlin was true to his word and rusted very, very little today to begin the week, which is why Tomlin said yesterday that they're preparing Justin Fields to be the starter, because as of right now, they don't think that Wilson is capable of doing the things that are required to be a competent NFL quarterback Sunday in Denver, even though Wilson wants to win this game probably more than any game since he played in the Super Bowl and threw that horrible interception to Malcolm Butler. We have this number, which I'm never surprised when Steelers ratings are good, because our ratings reflect that. The Steelers are the maypole here. They're what everything revolves around. The maypole that everyone dances around, or
like M-A-Y-P-O-L-E?
Yeah.
Never heard that term in my life.
Look it up.
I trust you.
So we know just how hugely popular they are.
They drive the bus.
I did not think that this was going to be the case. 21 million watched. It's the most in a week one ever.
It did have the biggest national footprint for the Fox 1 o'clock window. It got the Olsen, Joe Davis crew, which is now their number 2 crew. It was in most of the major markets, the biggest geographic swath of the country. So I'm not shocked because it was put out there to a wider audience, but
this is the most watched NFL week one ever. Yeah. We have an insatiable appetite.
Wait, this individual game was?
No, the entire week was.
Okay.
We have an insatiable and the Steelers-Falcons game did a record rating.
Right.
We have an insatiable appetite for football. We consume it and think about it 365. We do the Donnie football debrief in April, or I guess that's not a bit good example because the draft's in April.
We do it in March.
We do
it in July when nothing's happening. June.
Yeah, it's a 365, 12-month-a-year obsession.
Mm-hmm.
But something about that doesn't square with me, because for as much as we love football, and I don't think I'm being like nostalgic older guy now who watches these older games and yearns for that era or bygone eras of football, especially early in the season, the product is not this good.
No, it gets better as the season goes.
The fact that there were this many people, a record amount of people that wanted to watch the NFL in week one, is jarring to me. Not because of anything I don't mean because of what happened in the past with social reasons or political reasons or anything like that. I just mean the game itself. I would not say like they say maybe of other sports like hockey, the game is faster than it's ever been. You know, the guys today are in much better shape than they were when Mario was smoking cigarettes and eating cheeseburgers and fries. Yes, for the most part, more points are scored.
But people complain about that part of the game, there's no defense anymore.
But I don't even really think that was true from this weekend.
No, it wasn't. It had the lowest average quarterback passing yards, I believe, since 2000 or beyond.
I'm just a little bit, not a little bit. I'm just pretty stunned that for Steelers, Falcons, and the rest of week one, the NFL was not only able to get so many viewers, they were able to keep so many viewers for this game. Do you think I'm wrong in saying that the NFL product, what we're watching right now, is on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 is the best game they've ever put out there, the best quality of overall product they've ever done, and 1 is the worst. It's like a 5 or 6 to me.
Probably a 5 leaning towards a 4 in week one. There are a lot of junk games.
But I mean, don't even just isolate it on week
overall.
one. I'm just saying writ large, NFL football in 2024 is what for you?
I like
offense. Is it better than it was in the 90s?
Yeah, because I like offense. I watched games in the 90s, and I'm like, man, that seems like a lifetime ago as far as what teams tried to do. Like, I wish there was a little bit more hitting and stuff allowed on defense, certain things. I think things are overcalled.
And you think the trade-off is worth it where we got rid of those things and what we replaced it with is better? Like the dynamic kickoff rule and all? Yes, you do.
Like, if you wanted me to give you an example of a sport I watched that I think is significantly worse than it was in, like, the early 90s, it's basketball, pro basketball. I don't like it now. Like, I think the quality...
You liked it when the final score was 81-78 more than...
No, I just think they've swung it so far in one direction that it's actually like a farce. But I guess I don't subscribe to the theory. Here's the thing I noticed with Steelers fans. Like, they'll invade, say, Jerry's chat. And it's not the Sarah Jays and you know, people like that invading. It's like your Bill in L.A.'s. And they'll say, ugh.
Your Bill in L.A.
Yeah, there was a Bill in L.A. bit today. Where then the next question was, I was betting that Bill in L.A. would cite Kenny Pickett. Whatever. You'll get people who are like, I do miss the days where you'd have a good 16-13 or 13-10 game. Defense has been phased out of the league completely. And then it's like that same crowd when you get an 18-10 game or a 16-10 game, they go, God, that game was so boring, I don't even want to watch it. It was horrible. Like, I heard somebody call into Starkey today and say the game was boring. Fields and that offense were boring. I didn't even really feel like I was watching anything that kept my attention, and it was a Steeler fan. So I think there's this like duality where people say, I miss defense as part of football, but also when they get a defensive struggle score, they're like, well, this sucks.
Donnie, you're an all-time ball lover. I mean, what do you think? Like, is this product as good as it's ever been? Does it make sense to you that they're doing a number of viewers unlike anything they've ever seen before to start a season? Is there that much interest in what's happening in the NFL and the sport's that good right now?
I don't know if it's that the sport is that good and is at that high of a level. The stranglehold that it has over viewers is amazing to me. I mean, and we bring it up with, quite frankly, now things that I love, just being someone who just nerds out about it. I mean, you guys do the same thing, more so Pony in these cases, but anything the NFL does gets people to watch. I mean, they got the freaking schedule release to be a primetime event. A schedule
That
release
was a massive event on our show. Pony was out, and you and I were leaking things like a bad faucet.
Is now a primetime event. I mean, the draft is viewed more than NHL and NBA playoff games it'll go up against by millions. Mm-hmm. Like, it's not even close. Like, it just has such a strong pulse on viewers where, like, they do stuff where they don't even have to try.
This reminds me of a problem I have with the way I eat, actually. One of the things I do here, this conversation. So maybe you guys have the same problem. Did you guys eat at Chipotle?
I just did 2 days ago.
I don't think it's anywhere as good as it was a few years ago.
Okay.
I know that. Every time I go, I remind myself of that. But guess what? I keep going. I keep going.
What's that old Trump tweet where he said, like, the Diet Coke, the Coca-Cola company is mad at me? That's okay. I'll keep drinking that garbage.
It's not as good. There's not as much.
Oh, now
quality is not as high.
That the new CEO. There's one of our promo people who said the new CEO is a new sheriff in town, and those portions have gone right back up.
There I was last night. Amanda's out of town,
and you're at the trough.
And I see it there, and I'm looking at it at the red light, and I'm like, you know what? The hell with it. That's where I'm going to get dinner tonight. Did it call to you?
Did the sign almost take on like a form of a person's face?
I think that's pretty much what you're saying with the NFL. It has, like, we're sucked in, we're glued to it.
Consumed by every move.
We're chasing this NFL high, but I don't think the high is as good as it was. And I don't think it's one of those like nostalgic things where I'm like, you know what, when I was a teenager, when I was first in love with football or whatever, it was just better back then because that's my first like impressionable
your formative time.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. I don't know. I just
do you think the league has swung so far towards quarterbacks being the only focus that it's actually ruined other good things?
No, I don't even know. I'm going to answer and say no, I don't think it's that because the quarterback play this week wasn't good.
Well,
the quarterback play was underwhelming.
An explanation for why the ratings are so high, I think, could then be twofold, and it's maybe cynical, and it's not like a romanticized thing. How about just gambling in fantasy football? People are locked into these games because they're gambling on them now legally, and they're playing fantasy football.
I think that's a really good one.
I think
that's a tremendous one.
Yeah, I think that definitely plays a factor. And as silly as this is going to sound, the Chiefs specifically, we know why they can garner into a lot of younger female fans now. People will laugh and act like it's not a real thing, but
the Taylor Swift effect.
It is. She's one of the most
you're going to say
famous.
The Andy Reid effect. The younger fans, the women just can't get enough.
I'm all in on the Andy Reid effect. I mean, but she is one of the most famous.
She's the most
people
famous person
on the planet.
She is the most famous entertainer on the planet.
My God, she gave a presidential endorsement last night, and the people who got it went bananas for it. So yeah, she has that much.
Do you think James
sway.
Daniels liked it because it was with a cat? It was very cat themed.
Oh, I'll tell you what.
He is a cat lover.
He is a free agent at the end of the year. I'll tell you where he ain't going.
He's not a cat guy.
Yeah, you're right. He downplayed that when we met him.
Where do you say he's not going?
I'm just saying he ain't going to end up in playing for the Bengals.
Daniels?
No, based on what got said last night.
They're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats.
They're eating the cats in Ohio.
I'm just trying to think of, like, if you and I a couple of years ago had said, I can't wait to play a clip from a presidential debate where they're talking about eating dogs and eating
Could you
cats.
imagine if I came into work or I called in and I'm like, guys,
they're eating the dogs.
I can't come in today.
They're
Why?
eating the cats.
A human being ate Cammie. I'm sorry.
I think Ace was, like, ready to take a bite out of her the first time he met her.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to come in today. There was a band of ruffians in my neighborhood, and they ate
That's like
Cammie.
something you'd see in, like, a zombie movie, right? Like, 28 days later, they start eating pets, and it's, like, a real shock to get the viewer, like, thrown off their...
I know a lot about Pennsylvania, and it's great. How's Joe Paterno? We going to bring that back, right? How about that whole deal? And we do love Penn State. Do we love Penn State? I mean, in all fairness?
In all fairness.
We love Penn State,
but we love Pittsburgh,
right?
Oh, man.
He went into, I saw parts of it. He started to do one of those, he's a big guy and he's a strong guy last night. Did you hear that?
No.
He was talking about, I think, the president of Hungary, and he goes, he's a strong guy. This president of Hungary.
We love Big Ben. Big Ben's a friend of mine. Big Ben's great. We play golf together. He once hit a shot that went dead right into a tree. It was a massive tree like this. The ball hit the tree so hard, I swear, I said, Ben, within 2 years, that tree is going to be dead. And you know what? 2 years later, I shouldn't say this because we have a lot of tree lovers here. But 2 years later, that tree was dead. He is a strong guy, and he's a good guy,
So,
too.
Donnie,
Big Ben.
Donnie, can you name the prime minister of Hungary?
Absolutely not.
His name is Viktor Orban.
He used to be a strong man. Like a legit strong man, I think.
I think he kind of is now politically, too. That's how he's viewed. Not a big guy, though. Maybe, he's Jersey Jerry big. He's only 5'9", and he's just a wide body. He's a low man wins.
He's like a Franco Columbo type.
He is a low man wins guy. He and Callis.
We have a lot of golf fans. And a lot of golfers. I can't imagine a golf ball killing a tree. I don't think it's possible.
Especially a massive tree like this.
No, I could see there's only one.
You think so? A kill shot from a golf ball?
Say Mulsey's on the tee, and somebody has planted a beautiful sapling for Jim, a guy who used to play leagues or something like that and passed away at the ripe old age of 89, right? And there's this little sapling. And I hit a screamer that doesn't get even 2 feet off the ground, and it rips right through that little sapling. Yes, my golf ball traveling at 155 miles an hour will kill that tree. You ain't firing a tree into an old-growth oak tree and killing it.
So a record number of people watched Steelers-Falcons, and a record number watched the NFL in Week 1, 21 million. Is the NFL product that good? Thoughts on where the NFL is at? Why are these games so popular right now? My opinion is that the product is not great, and yet we're seeing record number of viewers for the Steelers game and the NFL Week 1. Your theory, your take on where the NFL product is in 2024. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. And breaking Steelers offensive line news from practice. First, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates victorious. They sweep the Miami Marlins, a 3-1 win this afternoon at PNC Park. They host the Royals Friday at 6:40. Our coverage of that game will begin at 5:45, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 93.7 The Fan. Black and gold football on the road again this weekend. Pittsburgh and Denver Sunday at 4:25. Hey, guys, Donnie Football here. Get in on the fun with the BetParks app. The only sportsbook I recommend has a great offer for new users. Download the BetParks Sportsbook app and pick your pro football champion. Get 50-1 odds on that selection. Kansas City, 50-1. San Francisco, 50-1. Houston, 50-1. You get the point. All new users who sign up and make a deposit will receive a 50-1 super odds boost. See betparks.com for terms and conditions. Limited time offer for new users only. You love to play. You play to win. You bet with BetParks. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Unless the Browns can find a way out of the worst deal ever, Watson does not have to take another snap to get his money. He's nowhere near what he was when he was with the Texans. They didn't get that guy. But look at what they got. What did you get? Hell yes, the Haslams deserve blame in this. A hell of a lot of blame in this. I'm Jim Rome.
O'Reilly. Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has your perfect Subaru waiting for you. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2025 Subaru Forester is built to handle any rugged fall terrain. Plus, right now, you can get 3.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Forester. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. For more, go to BowserSubaru.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
We're already seeing some outbound delays on the parkways. Outbound side of the Parkway West is backed up to the county jail. Outbound Parkway East slows down around Technology Drive. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Most goals have a clear course, like planning a trip. But when it comes to losing 40 or 50 pounds, that's a different story. Except with Awaken 180, a clear course to fast, proven weight loss with free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Breaking Steelers news, also breaking sex news here. At 3:15, time to get to Tom Fridays, juicy steaks, meats, and more. We love those guys over at Tom's Fridays. I think they owe me some steaks.
Tom
Fridays, yes.
Or there was Tom's River, New Jersey?
There was a promise of some steaks, and I haven't gotten them yet. Not from Tom, but from maybe the person in the middle. I'm not blaming Tom.
You're blaming the intermediary.
Yes.
I'm trying to think who would be
So maybe if Tom would like to cut out the middleman and just
cut some steaks,
personally deliver them, that would be much appreciated. This is from Austin Bechtold, City Limits. The reported offensive line today in practice. I don't know who he's getting this from, but he must have a mole that is willing to break training camp rules to give him information. Broderick Jones, left tackle. Spencer Anderson, guard. Zach Frazier, center. James Daniels, guard. Troy Fautanu, right tackle.
Be still my beating heart. Well, I can tell you who his source is. Common Sense and His Brain. Jeff Hathorn, I believe, down there at practice covering it for us.
Yep.
Said Steelers offensive line work at practice, the stuff they're allowed to tape. Jeff put out a little video. Broderick Jones is on the left side of the video. On the left side of the line. I believe Austin just used his noggin. And you know what? Jack Buck, what did he say when McGuire hit 62? Excuse me while I stand and applaud.
The ultimate irony there is that Dan Moore's probably coming off
his best game.
He shut down Matt Judon.
Yeah, too bad, buddy. Can't wait for you to get that big deal you're going to get in the offseason.
You know how I'm going to look at that? I'm going to look at that as a broken clock is right twice a day.
And good. And you know what? If they're putting Broderick Jones out there at left tackle right now, they feel the same way ultimately.
Donnie, do you know what the breaking sex news is?
No, I'm very interested to hear that.
I thought of a lot of different jokes.
You guys don't know about this?
Big news in sex. No,
yes,
I don't.
Huge breaking news.
Huge breaking news.
Shannon Sharp went live on Instagram while having sex. He is now claiming the Instagram was hacked.
Well, that's a standby.
Dove Kleiman letting everybody know that Kleiman has access, but he will not be sharing the video for obvious reasons. So the video is out there, but he is not going to subject us to it.
Did he screen record Shannon Sharp having sex on Instagram Live? Yeah, you could screen record.
Well, then I'm gussing he did that, and he just has big on cock on this show. Well, Donnie, what are you doing to me here? I did not say that right now. What the heck was that?
But you did say it at one point, and it got saved.
What a pull! Well, maybe I shouldn't have said that right
Where do you have that saved so I can go delete it, please?
You'll never find it. You'll never find it. We hid that one good. I might have been involved with the file naming there to make sure you never.
Let's go around the room. Do you think it was an accident or not, Don?
I don't get how it is when those things happen. He's not the first athlete or first celebrity to have that happen. I don't understand how it is an accident when it does.
No, he's 56 years old. He wants people to know he's still getting it in.
You got to hit multiple buttons.
And so what happens? He gets hacked for this rendezvous, however you want to put it.
Mm-hmm.
And then he immediately gets control of his account back? Because if it was still hacked,
how would he?
If his account was still telling me, like, click here to buy this PS5 or click here to buy this laptop or something.
I'm giving $1,000 to the first 10 people who reply, hacked, had sex.
That's when an account gets hacked. Like when I kept getting the direct messages
from Instagram safety or whatever, rules.
Telling me that I needed to fill out this form, and then
Madden's Twitter got hijacked by that for
and so did
months.
Bouchette, and he's never come back.
And I called that shot. I said, Bouchette's walking away into the sunset.
Yeah.
No, he did not get hacked. He wants everyone to know he's still having sex.
And is he now just concerned about the fallout? So he's saying plausible deniability, somebody accessed my account?
Why would he be concerned about the fallout unless the video was just only like 30 seconds long and it clearly captured the entire
because,
rendezvous?
he works for ESPN, and they might frown upon the fact that he's putting something like that out there from his personal account. Yes, they do. You don't think?
I'm just wondering he's not a dumb guy. How would he think that it was okay in the first place?
If he just put that out there,
yeah.
You think he could just stroll into First Take the next day and be like, "What's up, guys? What have you been up to? What did you do on Hump Day?"
Producers are just like, "Hey, how are you, Shannon? How was the sex?"
Intern Dom. At least Shannon Sharp is enjoying his Wednesday. I think that means he watched it.
In one video, this is awful announcing. In one video, a phone is placed face down on a desk or table while a woman is heard panting in the background. While the camera looks at the table, we can hear people engaging in sexual activity nearby.
Oh, so you can't see it. It was clearly...
It's an audio file, I guess. Theater of the mind? I don't know.
How do we know it was them and not somebody else? Or watching something? But he got hacked.
The man's voice does have a resemblance to Sharp's. At one point during the encounter, the woman refers to the man as Shannon. Well, I don't think you need to be Sergeant Joe Friday to figure this one out.
Well, we've had incidents where people in Pittsburgh sports media, back when you could see likes on Twitter, were liking inappropriate material and had to be told, like, hey, everybody can see this. And I think in at least one case that I know of, the person said, oh, somebody like stole my credentials and was like liking those tweets. In one case
I know the person said, oh, thanks for pointing that out. I had no idea I was hacked. The same person was then found to be having the same problem with their likes months later. And I don't think they could go back to that well again.
That's rough.
If it was those devious hackers, they just really wanted to make that person look bad.
Remember when the Favre thing got out and everybody was like, man, he would have been better off
not posting that
if that did not
become
public information.
Yeah.
He seemed to rebound from that decently, but then the whole thing about him bilking Mississippi and then suing McAfee and Shannon Sharp.
Yeah.
Now. Maybe Shannon Sharp is really trying to get the last laugh on Favre. Not only did you sue me and lose, but look at me now.
Real bad guy, that Brett Favre. At the end of the day here.
Hey, I'm not going to watch this video. Scout's honor on that. I swear to God I'm not. But I got to say this about Shannon Sharp. When he got fired off of CBS, I thought he was dreadful at that job. When he was doing the NFL Today, I never anticipated that he was going to have this second act in sports media where his career took off like crazy. I mean,
do you feel like he's much better at this version?
Yeah, I feel like he's gotten way better at it.
I would agree.
And I think getting away from Bayless has helped him too.
I think he used to try to talk way too fast when he was like doing the NFL
my God.
Today. Like he would just, and now that he's like been coached or maybe just realized on his own, like you can slow down and just make your points, much more forceful.
Like, didn't that Cat Stevens interview he did get like 100 million views?
He made like an amount of money that is almost unimaginable to people like me and you off of one video. Cat Williams.
I didn't even know that Cat Stevens or Williams or whatever was that.
Cat Stevens sings like the song Fathers and Sons. Cat Williams is a comedian.
Did you know the difference there, Don?
I did think when you said Cat Stevens, I was like, I thought that was the old singer.
It is.
So that's not the guy he interviewed.
No, Cat Williams, comedian.
And what's going on with Cat Stevens? Is he still with us?
I think his name's now like Yusuf Islam or something. He converted.
All right.
He's got some bangers, though, Cat Stevens. Got some great tunes.
76 years old, Cat Stevens.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Mike Florio on the Steelers quarterback intrigue and more coming up at 3:30. First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday night football to kick off week 2 in the NFL season. Buffalo and Miami tomorrow night, 8:15 kick. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Donnie. Let's talk about Universal Windows Direct because I know it's not seeming like this today. It's in the low 80s, having an extension of summer. What was that noise, Pony? That was you just reacting to the weather forecast. You know it's going to get cold eventually, and probably sooner rather than later. You know how quickly it can change on a dime here in southwest Pennsylvania. With the cooler temperatures on the way, make sure your home's prepped for that. Make sure your utility bills aren't going to be going through the roof. Make sure you've got windows that aren't letting out that warm air you're going to be using to heat up your house Don't make the AC work overtime these last few warm days. Don't make the heater work overtime when it turns cool. Get Universal Windows Direct to help you with your windows. Their Super Spacer technology makes their windows perform better and last longer. And Universal Windows Direct backs them up with a true lifetime warranty. As long as you own the home, then 20 years to the next homeowner. Call them today, 412-545-6003. For every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free, and there's no limit, plus 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Restrictions apply. For the last windows you will ever need, go to uwd.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Thursday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Mineo's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by the Storky Chevy Group and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Expect runs in this potential playoff preview. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Royals are hanging on to the second wildcard spot as they continue their series against the Yankees tonight. With Luis Gil and Cole Reagans on the mound, this has all the makings of a playoff pitching duel. But the BetQL model is eyeing the over. BetQL has over 8 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Adam Crowley here for Leaf Filter. Out of all the things we do to maintain and protect our homes, getting up on a ladder to clean out the gutters is the last thing I want to do. I think it's the last thing anybody wants to do. Whether you're tired of unclogging gutters or you don't even know what your gutters look like from above, it's time to upgrade to a permanent solution with Leaf Filter. Right now, you can save up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. You could try to unclog your gutters yourself, but do-it-yourself and store-bought solutions might be cheaper up front, but they can cost you more in the long run with maintenance, repair, or replacement. Protect your home and never clean out your gutters again with Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system. Schedule your free inspection and get up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. That's a free inspection and up to 30% off at leaffilter.com/KDKA. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount, 1 discount per household.
Lowe's knows to start fall projects, you need reliable outdoor power equipment from Ego. Right now, get your choice of a select 56-volt blower or chainsaw for $249. The 56-volt technology powers over 80 tools, so you can switch from blowing leaves to cutting trees with ease. Save time and money with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Valid through 10/2 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Item number 5207558 and item number 4354078.
Wake up. Breakfast. And Nature Made vitamins. Whatever your morning sounds like, Nature Made fits right in. Whether you're looking for vitamin C or a multivitamin to get key nutrients, we've got you covered. Now that's a good morning. We take care of you so you can take on your day. Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
Something magical happens every day at your neighborhood library. Kids can connect to their wildest imaginations while teens can meet, greet, and retreat. Libraries are also work hubs, community centers, meeting places, skill builders, entertainers, and world expanders. Love your library. Make a donation today.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. September 14th, come to Cheerleaders for a UFC Championship doubleheader. O'Malley versus Vashvili and Grasso versus Sevchenko 3.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's 3:30 on a Wednesday. That means it's time for our weekly chat with a man that was all over my TV last week, Thursday night, Chiefs and Ravens, then Friday for the Eagles and Packers, and then again Sunday night for the Lions and Rams, and giving all the information on injuries and the Tyreek Hill situation and whatnot. And he is back with us now. Mike Florio, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. All right, Mike, it is going to be, or it's looking like it's going to be Justin Fields Sunday in Denver. This latest Steelers quarterback controversy, your thoughts on it? Do you think it's now Justin Fields' job to lose?
Well, first of all, the fact that it's looking like it's going to be Justin Fields this week really tells us last week it was never going to be Russell Wilson, even though he traveled and he was in uniform. If he's so clearly not ready now, unless he aggravated again, and that hasn't been reported, he was never ready last week. And I think this is a perfect opportunity for the Steelers to let Fields try it out. And if it works, you just keep going. And if it doesn't, it's not like you benched Fields. Russell Wilson's healthy. So this is an opportunity for the Steelers to kind of have it both ways. Because I think they do believe Fields is the better option long term. He's more than a decade younger. He fits what they're trying to do offensively better. They just need to work on some stuff like, throwing the ball accurately on a consistent basis. But I think this works out perfectly for the Steelers to ride Justin Fields as long as they can. Flip back to Russell Wilson if it's not working. And, as long as TJ Watt's healthy and that defense plays like it did on Sunday and the fans show up like they did and took over Mercedes-Benz Stadium, that they're just going to keep winning games.
Mike, I agree with you that Wilson, health-wise, was probably never really close, and he was the third quarterback, which further underscores that. But he had, from his camp, it leak out before the game. He felt like he was good to play, and he lobbied them to play. And so that's clearly what he and his people want out there.
And then reportedly pouting after the game.
Reportedly, according to Mark Cabali, one of the Steelers beat writers, that the normally ebullient Wilson had what I think Mark called a scowl on his face after the game. This is supposed to be his Super Bowl against the team that paid a lot of money to make him go away. If he felt like he was good enough to go last week, whether that was rooted in reality, how much of a problem do you think they could have on their hands if he doesn't go this week?
Well, he can scowl all he wants. What's he going to do? They got him under contract at $1.2 million. This was the problem when he decided he was going to stick it to the Broncos and make them pay all of his salary because they owed him $38 million fully guaranteed, but for the $1.2 million, the league minimum that he got when he signed with the Steelers. I remember saying this at the time, although maybe I didn't, but I remember I did, that the problem with this for us, if he's not the starter, that's a hell of a deal for a veteran backup. And why would the Steelers even consider trading him to a team where he could go and play if the starter has a season-ending injury? Why would that even happen? And given that his reputation is a little bit on shaky ground after 2 years in Denver, what can he really do? What can he do? He fired that cannon. It's a one-shot cannon last year when he got benched in Denver. So that's a problem for us. But here's the deeper reality. he's seeing his football mortality pass before his eyes. And this is it for him. Because if it doesn't work this year, if he doesn't play this year, and if he plays and doesn't play well this year, no one's going to hand him a starting job next year. And I think we could see him out of the league next year because most former franchise quarterbacks, when they slip into the perennial backup years of their career, they just tap out. Very rarely do you see a guy like Joe Flacco just take a paycheck wherever he can get it because he wants to be around it, and maybe because he's got too many kids in the house, so he just needs to get the hell out. But for Russell Wilson, I don't know that he would accept that. So I think it's a stew of emotions, but you know, if he's not 100%, he's not 100%. And I can understand why he wants to play, but 100% Justin Fields is better for the Steelers than less than 100% Russell Wilson.
Mike, the Steelers games against their little brother, Cleveland, later in the year, we know how the NFL put all those North games for the Steelers into the back half of the year. Do you think Deshaun Watson will be the Browns quarterback by the time we get to Steelers and Browns for the first time?
Well, I remember when everybody was losing their minds after the schedule came out that the Steelers don't play Asian rivals until week 11. I said, wait a minute, look at the three quarterbacks. Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, and Deshaun Watson. History tells us at least one of them is going to be injured by the time we get there. And the Steelers are going to be better. You don't want those three teams out of the gates. You want those three teams later. With Watson, I don't know if they're going to bench him. My guess is there's a greater chance he gets injured. And I hate speculating about a guy possibly getting injured.
How about his legal issues?
Yeah, what about that? Suspension.
I think that whatever the NFL does, it won't be resolved this season. I don't believe it. It in theory could happen. Here's what will have to transpire. The NFL has to decide after investigating the situation with this new lawsuit. Number one, we're going to try to get a suspension to Deshaun Watson. Number two, they're going to take it to their internal court where Judge Sue Robinson, who suspended Deshaun Watson last time around, would have to decide whether or not this new incident is worthy of suspension. And at some level, I could see the union arguing aggressively, hey, NFL, you had your shot 2 years ago. Anything you knew or should have known about then is what should have been brought then. It's too late. Kind of like double jeopardy. You had a chance to know about all these cases, and just because this one wasn't filed doesn't mean you shouldn't have known about it. I'm sure that'll be an issue. So it's a road that has multiple steps, and I wonder if everything doesn't get done before the end of the season, gets finalized after the season, and if he is suspended, and if he didn't disclose this case in writing to the Browns when he signed his contract, they can void his guarantees and they can cut him. That's the move that many Browns fans are hoping is lurking in this thing that may have just like fallen out of sky, manna from heaven for the Browns to get out of $92 million that they owe to a guy that they'd probably like to move on from.
Mike, record-breaking Week 1 ratings across the NFL, despite like some pretty putrid games, if I'm being honest, quality-wise. What do you think it is that has the league this popular this early into a season where they're doing crazy numbers, even though most of the quarterbacks can't hit the broadside of the barn this past week?
It doesn't matter. Football's back, and we'll take anything. We're starving. There was the old Eddie Murphy bit. If you're starving, you eat a cracker. You say, that's the best damn cracker I ever had. Was that a Ritz? Like, we just want football. And you see what they're doing more. They found the Friday night window that they're able to use, first Friday in September, pluck games out of that cluster of 1 o'clock Eastern kickoffs on Sunday and put them in standalone windows and get big numbers. And I think we're going to see that trend continue because when there's a football game on, whatever it is, people are going to tune in and watch it in prime time. And it's unbelievable how it works for the NFL.
Mike, I always marvel at some of the opinions you have on situations about the way the NFL is covered and reported. And I want to use yesterday, your website, compared to what other people did with Tomlin. So Tomlin said he's preparing Justin Fields to start. He never said that Justin Fields is going to start. He said he's planning on it. And yet, most of the big insiders, I'm going to name one in particular, Ian Rappaport, went as far as to say, Russell Wilson out, no revenge game against the Broncos. It'll be Justin Fields. ESPN set out a notification like that too. Do you think that that's them jumping to conclusions? Do you think that their insiders are hearing through back channels that it's definitely going to be Fields and they're just reporting it differently? Like, How were Tomlin's words twisted to such a degree yesterday by many people who cover the NFL at the national level?
It may just be there's so much stuff going on right now. People are making assumptions, and sometimes they make bad assumptions. And, hey, look, I think back to the Christian McCaffrey stuff from last Thursday. I was so freaking busy. And I trust my gut instinct, and I know it's easy for me to say this now, and if it was somebody else, I'd be saying, he's just saying this now. When I saw the designation last Thursday, calf plus Achilles, where the Achilles is this new thing, I started thinking, this guy, we may not see him Monday night. And I regret that I didn't have the time to really drill down on it. And I don't know that I would have gotten anywhere because they did a great job of keeping it quiet. But I think some bad assumptions get made. And yeah, we know with the Steelers from history that it's not official until it's official. And Mike Tomlin said enough yesterday that the door's open. But I think as a practical matter, it's not going to be easy for Russell Wilson to get ready to play.
Mike, if you want a 5-star tailgate for the Backyard Brawl, I can give you a location. But my guess is you're just going to watch it from home.
When's that game start?
3:30.
When's it start? What time?
3:30.
My flight's at 3. But I can swing by the tailgate. I'll bring some pepperoni rolls.
There you go.
Boom.
Mike Florio, everybody. See you, Mike.
See you.
Mike Florio. Is it disrespectful to go to a tailgate and then not go to the game? Just tailgate? Just take advantage of a tailgate?
To who?
Well,
the person throwing the tailgate?
I don't know if that's frowned upon.
No, I know a lot of people that go to the tailgate and then go somewhere else, like watch the game at a bar. You're at the tailgate. You're hanging out with your friends.
Donnie, would you people at your tailgates who would just tailgate and then not even go into the game?
Oh, yeah, there's plenty of guys that do that. I don't think that's frowned upon at all.
How many people do you know who do the after-the-game tailgate?
So don't sit in traffic and start the tailgate up again.
Yeah.
I think that's a power move when the time presents itself.
I did that. I was with my buddy Jason at a game, and we were leaving early to start the after tailgate. It was the Tampa Bay Glennon Lewis Murphy game.
Oh, no.
We were walking out, and he's like a diehard. We were walking out like many others were that day, fully convinced the game was over. And it was one of those horrifying get outside, and people are going, I can't believe they lost. And we just were going, what?
In the next 20 minutes, we will get the official Steelers injury report from practice to see where Russell Wilson is on that list. Mike Tomlin's BFF, Jay Glazer, spilling what I would call Tomlin tea on the Brandon Ayuk trade. How close was it to happening? He went into the most minute details of why the Steelers don't have the 49ers wide receiver and why we're watching Van Jefferson play so much. All that coming up. Aditi next hour, too. She was in Seattle for Broncos and Seahawks, and she will be calling Broncos and Steelers for CBS on Sunday. But first, a Malsey message, a quick timeout, and then a long commercial-free segment. Malsey.
Thank you, Pony. Shorkey Mitsubishi, they want you to know that the leaves are going to start falling off the trees very soon, and the temperatures are going to be falling right along with them. And guess what else? There's a third thing falling. Prices. So that means you got to shop the fall kickoff at Shorkey Mitsubishi and ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Great deals. 2024 Outlanders, 0% financing on those 2024 Outlanders. That won't last long, though. Take advantage right now. I'm driving one. I love it. New 2024 Eclipse Crosses. Take $5,000 off on select models or finance at 2.99% for 72 months. Or there's the new 2024 Outlander Sport. You can take $4,500 off MSRP, and guess what? It's all yours. You get style with Mitsubishi. You get safety. You get all-wheel drive. You get a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. That's peace of mind. With Shorkey Mitsubishi, you're also getting 2 years of prepaid maintenance, and you're also getting, beyond that, the best customer service you're going to find anywhere. Don't wait. Take advantage of fall kickoff deals now. Visit them North Huntington or Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. And make sure you remind yourself, you can always do this too, shop the best inventory in Western Pennsylvania online, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, gorgeous sunshine with highs in the low to mid-80s. Mostly clear tonight with lows around 60 degrees. Thursday, sunny and warm with highs in the mid-80s. Partly cloudy Thursday night with lows near 60. And a mostly sunny Friday with highs in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up, Week 2 Pro Football Sunday, Washington, a 1-point favorite at home against the New York team in blue. Total in the game is 44, and both of these teams dreadful in Week 1, especially New York getting embarrassed by Minnesota. But I think this is a nice bounce-back spot for New York and New York starting quarterback, who was terrible last week, but Washington secondary is garbage, sliced and diced last week by Tampa starting quarterback, and I think New York's roster better than Washington's roster. So coming up on Sunday, give me New York to beat Washington on the road. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Who can you trust when choosing the best windows and doors for your home? How about the company with more than 2,500 five-star reviews in Greater Pittsburgh? Renewal by Anderson. Adam Crowley here. They'll design, custom build, and install your windows expertly. When you call Renewal by Anderson, they'll come to your home for a free consultation, often within 48 hours, and give you an exact price quote that's good for 1 year. And Renewal by Anderson has extended their 31-day sales event. Buy one, get one 40% off all windows, patio doors, and entry doors when you buy 4 or more. That's 40% off, plus get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Special financing is available. Call by September 30th. 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyanderson.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Everything is new at Club Erotica. Park in the newly paved lot, watch the game on the new big screens in a new seating area with beautiful girls. Free admission between 7 and 8 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday. Join their in-house fantasy football league with weekly payouts and prizes every Sunday.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotions section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with the king of sportsbooks. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary depending upon market and expire 24 hours from issuance. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Hey
everyone. It's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
O'Reilly! Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Is Kamala Harris a radical? That's what she calls herself. Listen to her own words.
Yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala is radical about defunding the police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, and that's just wrong.
It's weak. And Bob Casey's weak too. He says,
there's no question there's systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system, but certainly in policing.
And on immigration, Kamala says,
an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Again.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented and cross the border as criminals.
And Bob Casey's right there with her. Casey says,
Kamala Harris is an inspiring and very capable vice president.
Casey voted with Kamala 98%. So Bob Casey says,
the more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Casey and Kamala, they're too weak.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2meninajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
And Skillet. Live in Pittsburgh. Live at Stage AE Outdoors, September 23rd. Seether and Skillet. Together. Get tickets now at AXS.com.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election November 5th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day, plus paid training. For more information and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. I was having a plumbing issue the other day, and I didn't know who to call. I didn't want to call a corporate company where the owner wasn't involved in the business, so I went online and I found Southside Plumbing and Heating. They've been in business a long time, 3 generations of ownership, competitive pricing, and now the best part, over 400 Google reviews. Give them a call today, 412-431-7455, or find them online. Southside Plumbing and Heating, your local plumber that cares since 1947.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. As a business owner in today's economy, it's your job to anticipate constant market changes. But what do you do in the event of a divorce? Your assets and finances are scrutinized. Years of hard work building a business are on the line. This is not business as usual. You need an experienced partner you can count on for help. We're Cordell & Cordell.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Schedule an appointment with one of our Pittsburgh or Cranberry area attorneys. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. CordellCordell.com.
Right now at Get-Go Cafe and Market, breakfast sandwiches, subs, and burritos are 50% off when you purchase any size coffee, including pumpkin spice lattes. Order it in the Get-Go app and save. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through September 12th, get fast, reliable, 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires payroll display and an autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We're seeing a larger backup than usual on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You're moving slowly from the Birmingham Bridge through the Squirrel Hill tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunizer.
This traffic report brought to you by fourth-generation family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread.
Want a game changer for any tailgate party? Saloni's Italian Bread. The key to any great sandwich, burger, or dog is the bread, and Saloni's is the bread to use. Family owned in Pittsburgh for over 100 years, Saloni's Bread is the game changer for any Pittsburgh tailgate party.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the man. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Offensive line injuries. Dan Moore with an ankle forced Broderick Jones to play left tackle today, and Troy Fautanu at his spot of right tackle. We could see the two young tackles Sunday in Denver. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More Pony and Muller.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and Peters, celebrating a half century in the South Hills. The Aditi ban has been lifted.
Well, that didn't last long.
It didn't. She, I believe, will offer a Steelers prediction when she comes on at 4:15, and she has insight and information on the Broncos that we can only get from her, because she was on their sideline Sunday in Seattle when Bo Nix made his debut and stunk up the joint, and the Broncos lost, and now the Steelers head to Denver. So that's insight we can only get from her, and we will take her up on that at 4:15. Look, we've got Jay Glazer here on how close the Steelers were to getting Brandon Ayuk. And every time we have a Jay Glazer scoop, we preface it by saying Jay Glazer likes to toss a few back with Mike Tomlin. They are casual drinking buddies. When Jay comes to town to cover training camp, he doesn't have to wear a credential. He's allowed on the field like he's a honorary coach. And then they go to one of the restaurants that they like in Latrobe, and they eat wings, and they have beers together.
And then Tomlin sticks him with the bill for a laugh.
And one of Tomlin's kids, Glazer, the other day, tweeted something out about watching, I think, the first game of the year. And he was at his house, not in Pittsburgh or anything. And one of Tomlin's kids were over there just hanging out with the Glazers. So they're like they're beyond casual drinking buddies. They're family friends.
Tomlin's son, one son is what, Mason, the kid who played at Columbia?
That was the one.
Because
Yep,
Dino's at BC, and then Mike's daughter is at Georgia doing gymnastics.
Any update on the PFF ranking for
Dino
Tomlin through
I
2
can
games?
actually, you know what, for our buddies Sloss Boss and Johnny the Barber, who's been invading the YouTube comments on today's show.
How about Breast Juggler 12 or whatever the guy's name is on YouTube? Does he have a...
I don't think I'm actually allowed to say that name because it's a slang term, but it's rhymes with Pittsburgh.
And this
Steelers.
guy, does he have a take on the Dino Tomlin
His
grade?
most recent contribution, it was about O'Neal Cruz, as a matter of fact.
That's random. But anywho.
Yeah.
So anytime Glazer has something on the Steelers, we preface it by saying he's getting it from Mike Tomlin.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Tomlin is telling him he's spinning this yarn for Glazer, and he is giving Glazer permission to then tell the story.
Mm-hmm.
Glazer is just a conduit here. What you're about to hear from Jay Glazer on the Ayuk thing is not so much Jay Glazer telling us about it as it is Mike Tomlin giving us the inside story.
Just think of Jay as a vessel.
Spilling tea on it. Donnie, do you use that expression often, spilling tea? You like it?
Oh, I have become accustomed to that. Yes, Sarah is all about spilling tea.
Hold on, before we do anything
especially
else.
with her reality TV.
I've got a Dino Tomlin grade.
Okay, so what's good on a good grades in the
PFF.
90s is great.
Great. Right? Aaron Donald, low to mid 90s.
TJ Watt is in the 90s.
Mid-90s, 95.
If you're in the 40s or 50s, you blow. Where is he?
Dino Tomlin, offensive grade, 56.7.
That's like Van Jefferson territory.
Pretty good, like better blocking grade, 60.3. But Dino, not a big data sample for him. But Dino, for those who have been clamoring for the Dino Tomlin PFF grade, 56.7.
So this is Glazer on. But back to spilling tea for a second. So what does that? So I know what that expression means, but how did that become in vogue? What, like, I don't even understand how.
Well, there's the Kermit sipping tea meme. Do you think it has something to do with that?
But how did spilling tea become the 2024 euphemism for you're going to tell me all your secrets. You're going to bare your soul to me.
You're asking about the origins of the idiom or the turn of phrase.
The idiomatic expression, spilling tea. Like someone, I don't get it.
So again, I'm on like some website that just claims to, the first thing that comes up.
Is it Urban Dictionary?
No.
Because you don't want to look up some of the stuff there.
The origin of the term tea is believed to have roots in African American vernacular English, so slang term there. One theory is that T is an acronym for truth or the truth.
So not actual tea that we drink.
Yeah, just so maybe like we have
spill the truth.
So for example, you and I and Donnie
but I see it spelled T-E-A.
No, I know.
Well, people will send an emoji, Donnie, where it's just the steaming glass of tea.
Well, yeah, they're saying spill the tea.
It sounds like it was.
No, Donnie, Chris is saying T is in the letter
No, T-E-A.
T-E-A.
It sounds like, you know how you and I and Donnie have like a couple of code names for people in this building? We do. We don't have to say what they are, who the people are, obviously. That's why they're code names.
Like Mayor McCheese?
Sure. President Jack Tunney? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could keep doing this. It sounds like T was a way to skirt saying this is the actual truth. Like, this is the T on this issue. I'm going to spill the tea here. Okay. And that was somehow supposed to be harder to decipher.
Do you find yourself, like, does Alex say, I'm going to spill tea here? Do you guys talk that way to each other?
God, no. Like, if she said, honey, you are the greatest husband of all time, and I said, that's right, babe, no cap, she would probably kick me out of the house. That's another one, no cap.
Donnie, do you use that at all?
Probably be like, you're sleeping on the couch, and that's
I only ever
cap.
use that in a joking way.
No cap.
Like, I'll say that around Tanuda because obviously that's big in his vernacular.
Ben Tanuda, our social media maven.
Is he even Gen Z, or is he the next generation? Below
well, let's see. He's what? He's 22, 23?
When does Gen Z cut off and we get into whatever the next one is?
Does it go all the way back to Gen A?
Good, or do you go double A? Because presumably there was a Gen A at some point in the past.
Anyways, here is Glazer telling the story of what exactly happened with Ayuk.
Yeah, what happened was basically they had cut it off. They made the decision to move on from Ayuk. I think they all decided that, and then they were trading him to the Steelers that morning. So they were on the phone, front office with the 49ers, on the phone with the Steelers front office, and they were completing the trade. Well, Ayuk happened to get to the facility early, and he sat outside Kyle Shanahan's office. He was like waiting for Kyle. So all of a sudden, like he goes in, he's like, Kyle, I want to talk to you guys. Well, Kyle starts calling upstairs to John Lynch and Frank Morate, saying, hey, Ayuk's here, he wants to talk about something. But they're not answering his call because they're on the phone with the Steelers, trying to get this trade done, trying to finalize it. So he keeps calling and calling and calling, but he realized, like, I can't get in touch with these guys. And he knew that they were making this trade for the Steelers. That's when Kyle booked it upstairs and got up there and said, wait, hold on. And I think the phrase was, hey, give us a few minutes, is what they told Omar Khan, the general manager of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Well, a few minutes turned into 2 hours. It was interesting because there wasn't a deal on the table at that point. By them talking, then the 49ers basically pulled that deal back out that had already been on the table. But they pulled the offer. So they ended up putting the offer back on the table saying, hey, you have until the end of practice. You can either get traded to the Steelers today, or you can take that deal that we had on the table. And Brandon Ayuk said, this is where I want to be.
All right, so I have to believe that because it's from Glazer, that it was really that close to happening. What it does, too, is it dispels the myth or the story that it didn't happen because the 49ers needed the Courtland Sutton trade with the Broncos.
The three-way trade to happen.
Yeah. There's no trade menage a trois, according to Glazer. They were ready to do it. If Brandon Ayuk had gotten stuck in traffic or had overslept that day,
or had just woken up not feeling a certain kind of way,
Brandon Ayuk would be a Steeler. But he took the initiative and showed up at Shanahan's office, and then if Kyle had talked to Ayuk more, or if he had maybe walked or run slower, Ayuk would be a Steeler.
I do think that it's the funniest part of it is it feels like something out of the West Wing or out of a sports movie. Kyle Shanahan, who notoriously was like bitching and complaining about his players not showing up, or like Trent Williams, he's like, I wish I had new news, but I don't have any new news, blah, blah, blah. Suddenly he's in a dead sprint to go up there and stop, wait a minute, we've got to talk.
He must have heard in that conversation with Ayuk a different Ayuk.
So wait, now this also from Glazer would suggest that because Ayuk's people wanted it to be that a better offer was made. This seems to suggest that the Niners side of it is truer, I guess, or that's the Steelers' understanding is that there was never a different deal put in front of him, that it was always the same deal they offered.
The Steelers' way of interpreting what happened, yeah. You know, I think it really means this is the last time we'll ever play this.
Like sands through the hourglass, so are the Ayuks of our lives.
Yeah, one more time. Thank you, Jay Glazer, for giving us the epilogue.
I'm just distracted right now. Johnny the Barber, somebody tagged him in a tweet saying that we gave him a shout-out and got him Dino Tomlin's PFF grade finally.
Yep.
So I went and clicked on Johnny's profile 4 hours ago. Just received balloons at the barber shop. The delivery man repeatedly insisted they were from Kazakhstan. Thank you, Kazakhstan, or the individual Kazakhstani responsible. Johnny the Barber, apparently, according to these balloons, turning 50 today.
Oh, I knew that was happening.
Johnny the Barber also, who did deliver 12 ears of corn, which I made it last night. Donnie, did you have any?
No, not yet. We have it.
Legitimately delicious. Johnny the Barber also took the time, when I politely thanked him for the corn, I said it was great. Thank you. Seriously, this is really good stuff. He sends me this. I'm glad you liked it. By the way, we have an 89-year-old guy here at the barbershop just railing on Pony right now. You've got to have him call in and roast Pony.
I didn't get that text.
The man is almost 90 years old getting his hair cut, and you are top of mind, and he's apparently complaining about you.
That guy can screw off.
You don't want to say that. He might be dead in a couple of years.
Well, I know this. I could probably kick his ass right now.
Now, I wouldn't get too presumptuous. How's the fitness training going?
I'm going tonight after work.
Yeah?
Because I came in early for our big staff meeting.
Have you ever heard of the idea that when you start like a healthy habit like that, it takes 3 weeks of steadily doing it for it to become habit forming for you, like your body craves it? Do you feel like your body craves the exercise?
If I go
now?
more than 2 days, I'm like, damn it. I need to get back in there. Uh-huh.
Now you're getting somewhere, my friend.
Did the Steelers dodge a bullet with Ayuk?
Only
what 2 catches and 28 yards. He's dropping touchdowns.
You know what I think the answer there is.
Yes.
Don't you and Fake John and Robinson now have a bet about this?
I guess. I don't remember. We were yelling at each other. And
he said you guys have a yardage and a catch bet and a TD bet with him and Deontay Johnson, and it sounds like it's going to be like 2 guys in like one of those sack races where they keep falling over.
Well, I don't know how many touchdowns will be scored in Carolina this year. You can be assured that a lot will be scored in San Francisco.
Yep, I agree, Donnie. I feel great about that bet.
But I don't know about the other
stuff. I mean, two and two in a
right now. I'm going to say
race.
they dodged the bullet. I don't see a $30 million receiver.
Well, you should have listened to me from literally day one. Who's right? Mulsey. Who's always right? Mulsey. A genius is never understood in its own time. That's kind of the story of my career.
Aditi was on the sideline in Denver. How bad are the Broncos? She'll tell us next. First, the Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates sweep the Miami Marlins. They will host the Royals this weekend. First pitch on Friday night, 6:40 at PNC Park. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show will start at 5:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Hey guys, Donnie Football here. Football season is finally here as well. And what a better thing mixed with football than beer and great food. Steel Mill Saloon has you covered with a steel tower, 100 ounces of Iron City or Yingling for just $18 for the entire month of September. By the way, it's also wing night at Steel Mill Saloon. 50-cent wings starting in about 20 minutes. Get the boys together. Go up for the games. Celebrate football season all together with the Steel Mill Saloon. Meet me there in Mount Washington.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Angie. Angie makes it easier than ever to get your home projects done well. Get started at Angie.com. Hey, Cleveland, trust this. I do not want to do this to you. I do not want to crush the Browns. I want to love the Browns, except now your team is impossible to love, and you guys know this better than anybody, and you know why that is. I'm Jim Rome.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc., all rights reserved, Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotions section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with the king of sportsbooks. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary depending upon market and expire 24 hours from issuance. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Fall is calling, and Bowser Subaru has your perfect Subaru waiting for you. With its rugged design, all-wheel drive, and spacious interior, the 2025 Subaru Forester is built to handle any rugged fall terrain. Plus, right now, you can get 3.9% APR for 48 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited-time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Forester. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends October 1st. For more, go to BowserSubaru.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Clear skies this evening, the low 57.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the outbound side of the Parkway North just before the merge with 79. Left lane is closed. That's causing a backup to Mount Nebo Road. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Most goals have a clear course, like planning a trip. But when it comes to losing 40 or 50 pounds, that's a different story. Except with Awaken 180, a clear course to fast, proven weight loss with free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Well, there's nobody we could have on to give a better scouting report on the team the Steelers will play on Sunday than our next guest. The ban has been lifted. We go all access, and in this case, we really do have all access. Aditi Kinkhabwala, NFL on CBS, brought to you by Bet365. She was on the Broncos sideline Sunday in Seattle, and she will be back there this Sunday for the Steelers and Broncos. So, empty the notebook for us, Aditi. Give us your observations on the team the Steelers will play this weekend. You were up close and personal.
You know, the Broncos defense was tremendous in the first half. There were two safeties, and there could have been another two. They brought a lot of pressure. The Seattle could not run the ball, and it was really, really quite impressive, especially in an environment like that. And then Seattle just came back and ran right at them in the second half. And so the Broncos defense definitely has some things to work on there. Bo Nix was really, in a lot of ways, he looked like a rookie. You know, he threw an interception to Julian Love. I don't know if you guys watched the game yet or not, but he stared down the receiver, and you're just like, oh, if you just gave a half-second look to the middle of the field and held Love there, it would have been different. But the flip to that is that I was really, really impressed with his demeanor. And, in fact, I was telling a member of the Steelers staff that just this morning, that he did not look flustered. He did not get easily frustrated. That noise did not really bother him. He managed the snap count, the huddle, the play calling, all of that really well. There were a couple early drops in the game, and I really feel like if he could have gotten one of those, he might have settled in a little bit better. But Sean Payton made very, very clear that it was the rest of the team that he really needed more from. That when you have a rookie quarterback like that, you need other guys to step up and do more. And he was quite animated on the sideline about that, talking to his offensive line, talking to Adam Troutman, who missed a block. I don't know. Sean Payton is different this year than he was last year. He really, really likes this team. And I think that it's a nice matchup for the Steelers just because the Steelers like to win ugly and they play great defense, and going on the road is obviously not like going on the road for any other team. I'm sure they'll have lots of fans, and that kind of negates Bo Nix getting his first start at home in some ways. But it's a nice matchup. I don't know. I don't know if that's what you were looking for or something more specific.
What did you think of Sean Payton having Bo Nix attempt 42 passes in his NFL debut?
I don't think that he's afraid. He really, really, really likes Bo Nix. Really likes Bo Nix. He loved his tape. He loved him at his workout. He told us that 15 throws into his workout, he walked by his GM and he said, "Done. This is our guy." And, it has to do with his mental makeup. It has to do with his preparation. He's told the story quite a few times that 5 p.m. the night before they were putting him on the board, they gave him a whole bunch of plays, like, okay, go ahead and study this. By 9 a.m., you could tell that he had stayed up all night studying. He aced everything. It's just he's a guy his teammates really like too. And that team has been remade in 2 years. Even on the defense, linebacker Alex Singleton was telling me how the first OTA practice this year was better than a Week 17 practice last year. And it's not just Vance Joseph kind of making his defensive front more of an attacking front. It's also that you just had guys that had done things a long time a certain way are just not there anymore. And so there's not the butting of the heads. It's kind of, everybody's bought in to the way that Sean Payton wants to do things, which is quite old school. He's from the Bill Parcells line.
Well, how much of that is the quarterback is no longer the guy that Sean Payton and the GM there were willing to pay, $85 million to go away? You said he really likes this year's team. I can't help but think that it's because largely Russell Wilson is no longer the quarterback and Bo Nix is.
I mean, that's definitely a piece of it, right? But Sean Payton also, I'm going to hold some of these things until we get to the game. But I will say this, to be fair, that Sean Payton went out of his way to tell us in our meetings this week, it's not just about the quarterback. It's not just about, you can look and you can see who's gone from last year's team. There are quite a few key names that were there for a long time that are no longer there. And Sean went out of his way to say it's not just about one player, but that there is indeed an addition by subtraction, and it has to do with the whole makeup. It's also a very young team. The Broncos are young, and it's another thing that Sean Payton said to us, that part of what keeps you young is being around so many young guys. That's certainly a piece of it. Look, we had the Broncos week 2 of last year against the Commanders, and
that was the Hail Mary game.
I've said this to you. Yeah, it was. And the Broncos got up early in the first half and then just completely, totally fell apart, collapsed. And I told you guys this multiple times that Sean Payton and Russell Wilson were both unbelievably bullish on each other. Russell Wilson said to us, he breathed life back into me. That's what he said about Sean Payton. And Sean Payton told us he never would have taken the job if he didn't think that Russell still had it. Now, obviously, it was very early in their relationship, and they both had to learn a lot more about each other and what each other expected. And we saw how that devolved as the year went on. But this is part of, it's funny because my crew and I, we were sitting here and we were talking about, gosh, Sean seems so much lighter and he seems so much happier. And those are things that his players said to me. Marvin Mims said it. Cortland Sutton said it. Alex Singleton said it. They all talked about the differences that they are seeing in Sean Payton. Marvin Mims said to me that Payton seems a lot more patient. And when I took that back to Payton, he's like, well, yeah, I'm not so angry. I'm not so irritated. I am more patient. But it's not – I think that any time a coach comes in – so anyway, let me go back to this. So I was saying to my crew, to Spiro and Arch, he really does seem like a different guy. And Arch reminded me, remember year 2, he loved Russell Wilson. And he was so sure that he was going to be the guy that fixed Russell Wilson. And remember, or not year 2, sorry, week 2. In week 2, Russell Wilson openly told us that, hey, it was one bad year. That's it. And he is, if you're going to climb another mountain, you have to be in the valley. So it is still early, obviously. But, I like the line. It's true. It's true, right? Russ said, if you want to climb another mountain, then you have to get off the previous mountain that you're on. It's not like you just jump from one mountaintop to another.
I want to ask you about the devolvement, you said it devolved, and how it pertains to this game and Russ's potential or lack thereof when it comes to his participation. Who do you think will be more disappointed if the game doesn't include Russell Wilson? Russell Wilson himself or Sean Payton?
No, I mean, definitely Russ.
Definitely Russ.
But again, remember, since Russell Wilson has been in Pittsburgh, he has done everything to say and at least publicly illustrate that he is 100% about the team and that, he's taking this captaincy seriously and he's taking his involvement in the community seriously. So the right answer here is that if you are truly indeed thinking about the team, and if you truly indeed have confidence in yourself, then you think about the long game. And it's not just about, this would be really fun to get to stick it to my old team.
But he's a human and not a robot. He has emotions, he has feelings, and all those things.
Of course. The Sean Payton thing, though, it just is a little insight into Sean Payton. He is one of the best. His two central tenets to this young team right now are play fast, and he's told his coaches this exactly. We don't want anything so complicated that they can't play fast. We need to make sure that they are able to play without overthinking anything. But the second thing, and I witnessed this on the sideline over and over, and it wasn't just Sean Payton saying this to Bo Nix. It was also Cortland Sutton and Josh Reynolds saying it to Bo Nix. Move on to the next play. Meaning you don't hold on tight to anything in the past. The past is the past. And the exact words that Sean Payton used with us is, we in this game waste too much time thinking about things that already happened that just don't matter. He's like, yeah, you get the tablet, you look at what happened, you make a correction, but move on. And it's funny, I had something happen in my game from my end, from a broadcast standpoint, and I was like, oh, crap.
Oh, I'm terrible at that. Ask Malsey. I'm so bad at that. I'm really bad at the moving on when there's a technical
where's
gap
the
or something.
short-term memory? Where's this?
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, what one of my producers said to me was what does Sean Payton say? Move on to the next thing. Yeah. And that was it.
See, my secret, Aditi, is when something goes wrong, I'm just so base level miserable that it can't bring me down appreciably. It's actually a superpower of mine.
Hey, Aditi, we don't have a lot. We don't have much time, but I this is a little bit of an awkward question, but I really feel like I want to ask it to you, which is a weird way to start
that's
a question.
That's a good setup.
But
that's a great setup.
We just heard Jay Glazer say that the Ayuk trade was minutes away from happening, and if not for Ayuk getting to the 49ers facility early that morning and Kyle Shanahan running to John Lynch's office and saying, hey, hold on a second here, we think we can get something done with him, he would have been traded to the Steelers. That seems to debunk the idea that San Francisco needed Denver to trade them Cortland Sutton to make that trade. You were just there. You were just around Sutton. Does that track with you? Does that make sense to you? Do you think that do you think that Cortland Sutton needed to go to San Francisco in order to facilitate that trade?
No, I don't think that that's it. But I also would caution you. The fact that Ayuk went into the building early goes back to what I told you all a month ago. I don't think in his heart he truly ever really wanted to leave.
Yeah.
I think that he really, truly wanted to try to make it work where he was.
Aditi, enjoy Denver, and we can't wait to hear your stories from the sideline next week.
All right, you guys are the best. Talk to you soon.
Your heart care matters. Get your heart checked at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Donnie's segment is next. Here's a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt and West Virginia, Saturday, 3:30. The Backyard Brawl pregame coverage on the Fan begins at 12:30. The Pat Narduzzi Show tonight at 6. Check that out right here on the Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Hey, thanks, Don. Let's talk about the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app. All right, let's get right into it, shall we? The Black and Gold are 3-point road favorites. They're not road dogs. They're road favorites at Denver on Sunday. Over-under, 36.5 points. So presumably a bit of a defensive battle here. One and only sportsbook app I ever recommend is BetParx. BetParx Sportsbook app and online casino is a great offer for new customers as this pro football season here gets underway. It's a 50-1 odds boost on your pick to win this year's Pro Football Championship. All new users who sign up and make a deposit receive a 50-1 super odds boost. BetParks.com's got all the terms and conditions. Get your odds boosted to 50-1. Yes, 50-1. Favorites to win the Pro Football Championship: Kansas City, San Fran, Baltimore, Detroit, and Philadelphia. Download the BetParks Sportsbook and online casino app right now. Get your 50-1 super odds boost on your pick for this year's Pro Football Champion. Limited time offer for new customers only. Must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. You play for fun. You love to win. You bet. BetParks. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print everything for my business. Sure can. And the quality is guaranteed? Absolutely. Plus, you'll beat any price quote. Is that right? For sure. How about this one? We'll beat it. Can you print menus, signs, and flyers? Sure can. How about blueprints? No problem. What about red prints? Not a real thing. What if they were? We'd print them, and they'd look amazing.
Now at Staples, print more, save more. Up to $150 off your print purchase. Ends 11/2. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details and staples.com/price match for in-store price match guarantee.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Make clogged gutters a thing of the past with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET today. That music means it's 4:30, and it's time for a Donnie Football Debrief brought to you by his friends at Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington. Donnie?
The debrief, September 11, 2024. This came out yesterday, but we were too busy talking about the Rizzler and the Costco guys. The Steelers have a group of their own legends that are among the nominees for the Pro Football Hall of Fame Class of 25 in the seniors category. Some of the headliners here: L.C. Greenwood, Andy Russell, Mike Wagner, Norm Johnson, among others.
Norm Johnson?
Norm Johnson.
I got to be honest with you.
Very reliable kicker,
If you had
though.
given me a handful of Steelers and said there's like 5 guys who played in the 60s, 70s, and 80s that are eligible for this.
Well, Norm didn't play in the 60s, 70s, or 80s, so there's a reason for that you wouldn't have thought that.
Well, then how the hell is he even eligible for a group like this?
Is there a different Norm Johnson?
No, it's probably the kicker. Football Reference will be our guide, as it always is.
So he started kicking in 82, Mulsey.
Oh, okay, you're right. I'm thinking he played for the Steelers, though, in the 90s.
Right, I'm saying about his whole career. He was an old man when he kicked for the Steelers. So that's how he's eligible for this, because that was where most of his career took place. I don't know.
He was a good kicker.
But the bar should be so high for a kicker to get in. Greenwood's the obvious. Now that we have Donnie Shell in the Hall of Fame, he's the one from yesteryear where it's like, how many members of the All-70s team are not in the Hall of Fame? He might literally be the only one.
Two-time first-team All-Pro.
He was voted to the team of the 70s, the decade of the 70s, and he's not in the Hall of Fame.
6-time Pro Bowler when that actually meant something.
Did you know that Don Shula was the coach of the 70s and not Chuck Noll?
That seems like an oversight.
Agreed.
Seems like something you wouldn't really want to do.
So there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20 guys on offense from that 70s team. Every single one of them is in the Hall of Fame. There are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20 on defense, and 18 of them are in the Hall of Fame. The only two who are not are Harvey Martin from the Cowboys.
Yep.
And
LC.
And LC. So Super Bowl MVP and LC Greenwood are both not in. That seems like a mistake. But anyways.
You think both of them are victims of there's too many Cowboys in the Hall of Fame, there's too many Steelers? Probably.
But then those guys keep getting in. Drew Pearson finally got in a couple of years ago.
It's always
Donnie Shell got in.
Harvey Martin's been dead over 20 years.
That gets back to our theory.
It's a bummer.
It stinks when these guys get in when they've been long gone.
Yeah, it's just
their family gets solace and gets that moment
but
to acknowledge and appreciate the person's career.
But then it's lost. That's why even though he is not long for this world, I don't think I'm being crass to say that. Mongo McMichael, who's been afflicted with ALS for years now, even though he is obviously bedridden and everything else, I'm glad he was alive to get inducted. Like he got to know that was happening. No matter how dire his circumstance was.
Is John Football a big LC Greenwood guy?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
he had a Greenwood jersey.
Really?
Yeah.
10th round pick back when they had a lot more than 7. 238th pick. So technically he was picked before Brock Purdy.
I would actually say that two of his unsung favorites are on this list because Andy Russell's right up there with him.
I had an older gentleman come up to me about a month ago and said I needed to use this, quote, pulpit to get Al Oliver and LC Greenwood into the Hall of Fame.
Who has a better case of those two? If you were going to use the pulpit for one of those two persons.
I would say Greenwood. And I like Oliver a lot, but I think Greenwood's the more compelling case.
Al Oliver, a batting title, a career, 303 average. Man, Oliver's got a hell of a run as a hitter.
I know, man. And we're talking about guys that played 50 years ago.
It's awfully tough. It's awfully tough to play baseball for almost 20 years and hit better than 300 for those 20 years. And Oliver's one of those cases where you could probably look at his career, Pony, and add up the number of games that he didn't play out of 162 game seasons.
Yep.
He's at 3,000 hits if he plays even close to that.
Remember when I put
number.
Al Oliver on my all underrated team and you guys got mad at me?
No, that wasn't the guy we got mad about.
Then what was the situation?
You put Ron Francis on there.
Yep, that was a terrible
pick. If Al Oliver's a borderline Hall of Famer, why no incredulity over him? But Ron Francis apparently had you guys
Al
in a
Oliver
tizzy.
is not considered one of the
20 greatest hockey players of all time.
Either is Ron Francis.
Yes, he is.
We did a draft of the best hockey players of all time, and Ron Francis did not get picked for that.
I wasn't in on that draft. That was our intern specialty that day.
Well, that is his bread and butter. If you trust anybody to do a good draft on the on greatest NHL players of all time, it would be Sonny Gray.
I'm going to say this.
The guy's watching NHL Network and cutting up American Hockey League highlights.
Settle a show debate. Here's a poll going up. Is Ron Francis, fair Donnie, one of the 20 best hockey players of all time? Or should I go 25 to give us a little padding?
No. You're not allowed to change it.
I would say do 20. I still think it'll probably win.
Okay. See, here's the thing, though. Even if he's merely one of the 30 best hockey players of all time, in no universe does that make him underrated.
All right, breaking news next. How much did Russell Wilson practice? We have the details and what it means for Justin Fields and his chance to be the Steelers quarterback moving forward. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, lowest 61 degrees. Here until 6. Right now, I'm going to tell you guys about Weather Seal Home Services. Weather Seal can put a great roof over your head tomorrow. They really can. They'll start a project fast, and they'll get it done in a short amount of time. They'll also tell you, hey, don't write the check yet. We don't need the money yet. Take your time. 2 years without any payments from Weather Seal. That's right, 24 months, and you don't have to make a single payment until you're ready. That can be inside of 24 months or when it's finally due 2 years from now. All kinds of styles and colors are available, nearly indestructible, very affordable. That's Weather Seal Home Services, the metal roof experts. New metal roof includes a 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and you can trust. So don't replace your roof until you've checked out your metal roof options from Weather Seal. The best in town, and I say that from personal experience, having used them multiple times. 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL, or go to their website, weathersealhomeservices.com. Don't delay, call today. It's Weather Seal.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Got a pesky drain? Galease Service's $93 clog crusher will clear your main drain, or it's free. If Galease can't clear your clog drain, it's free. Call 412-831-6199. 5-year warranty. Return visit included. PA 10887.
Call Galease. Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent. So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle.
Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle. This back-to-school season, Tide and Downy are giving back with $1.5 million in scholarships. Enter to win. No purchase necessary. US/DC 17+. End September 30th. Rules. Tide.com/scholarship/official rules.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today, or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Can you haul away a mattress?
1-800-GOT-JUNK will haul off any size mattress for just $59.
But you need to know, this mattress has defied all my efforts to get it out of the bedroom.
All you have to do is point.
But this mattress has a mind of its own. It's like something out of a Stephen King novel.
Help is on the way.
Well, that's fantastic.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan and the official betting partner of the NFL. This year, FanDuel is giving you a chance to win big every Thursday night with FanDuel Squares. It's the same as Super Bowl Squares. You've always known and always loved those, except this is better. That's because your numbers aren't just randomly assigned. You get to pick them yourself. You can pick as many as you like. You'll get to see the odds beforehand, and you can bet them live during the game. So what are you waiting for? Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew and bet on Squares. Plus, if you're new to FanDuel, you can get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is Kamala Harris a radical? That's what she calls herself. Listen to her own words.
Yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala is radical about defunding the police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, and that's just wrong.
It's weak. And Bob Casey's weak too. He says,
there's no question there's systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system, but certainly in policing.
And on immigration, Kamala says,
an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Again.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
And Bob Casey's right there with her. Casey says,
Kamala Harris is an inspiring and very capable vice president.
Casey voted with Kamala 98%. So Bob Casey says,
the more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Casey and Kamala, they're too weak.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick.
Are you struggling with pain in your feet, ankles, knees, hips, or lower back? At the Good Feet store, we recommend having high-quality support in your shoes. Our personalized arch support system has helped countless people find relief, like Karen.
After I decided my pain was too much, and my doctor actually suggested that I do visit the Good Feet store. Pretty amazing when they put the arch supports in your shoe and you walk around and you realize there's not pain and you think, how can this arch support in my shoe make my back pain go away? But it works. And how can it make my knee pain go away? It was incredible.
Come to the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Head to Redbeard's Sports Bar and Grill and enjoy Over the Moon Mondays. Enjoy $1 off Blue Moon Pints. 2 great locations, Mount Washington and Cultural District downtown. That's Redbeard's Sports Bar and Grill.
Everything is new at Club Erotica. Park in the newly paved lot, watch the game on the new big screens in a new seating area with beautiful girls. Free admission between 7 and 8 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday. Join their in-house fantasy football league with weekly payouts and prizes every Sunday.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm gonna have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API-SP test limits.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever, overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control. We'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for president.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc., all rights reserved, Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Mike, who lost 40 pounds with Awaken 180, was in the same position I was in, the same position you are most likely in, confused.
I spent so much money on personal trainers in the last 10 years. Didn't have a lot of discretionary income left.
So I tried to listen to everybody else. What do you eat? You know, everyone said, eat healthy. Define eating healthy. Cut out sugar. Tell me what foods don't have sugar. So that process to me was an education. That was really the eye-opening thing to me is I had 10 choices of food in front of me every day. You know, when I was on the run in sales, I was making 8 bad choices. I wasn't eating the 2 good ones. And I loved the 2 good ones. I just didn't know they were good. So I made bad choices every single day. In the program, Gonna Awaken 180, really changed my mind, opened my eyes up to, it was a true education on food, what to eat, what not to eat, and it's been fantastic.
Knowing what to eat, the ability to navigate nutrition labels, a proven, clear path for weight loss, exactly what you will receive with Awaken 180. Leave confusion at the door and do what we did. Awaken180weightloss.com. Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. With football season here, you know what comes next. Cooler temperatures. Get your home ready. Don't get caught off guard by the chill. My friends at Universal Windows Direct can upgrade your window game. All you have to do is call 412-545-6003. Schedule your free in-home estimate today. For every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. For the last windows you'll ever need, go to UWD.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Crews are still on the scene of an accident on the outbound side of the Parkway North just before the merge with 79. That's causing a backup from there all the way down to Union Avenue. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates swept the Marlins today. That means they will take, a 4-game winning streak into the final weekend home series of the year. Off day tomorrow, and then a best of 3 with the Royals. Not a best of 3. They're going to play 3 games whether they get swept or not. 3 games against Kansas City starting Friday night. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Miller.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
On Sunday? What did we learn about ourselves? Yeah. I'll probably say keep playing hard because it didn't transpire that way in the beginning. So, yeah, just keep fighting.
Drew, do you feel like this offense is kind of a work in progress early on?
First couple games, I feel like everybody is. All around the league is a work in progress. It's everybody's first game. So I wouldn't say us, for sure, a work in progress. We had training camp. We've been working. Just coming together as a team and making the plays go.
Little bit of George Pickens there from Steelers practice. 15-minute mark on the fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters. Jeff Hathorn with the Hawk Report. A full rundown of what happened there today coming up in about 25 minutes. The news out of day 1 of practice. Russell Wilson, according to multiple reports, did next to nothing. Very, very limited. Throwing some off on the side. And that was really it for him. Now, Mike Tomlin made a stern point of saying to Brooke Pryor of ESPN, who he doesn't seem to be a huge fan of for whatever reason. I'm not exactly sure why.
You noticed that, huh?
That somebody like Russell Wilson would not have to do much in practice to play. He demands that out of young players, not veteran players. And Russell Wilson is in his mid-30s. Now, I think I would have followed up and just clarified and said, Mike, the reason why I was asking that is, yes, we know that it's not a one-size-fits-all thing, and we know that you are very hard on the young player, but how about a new player? Russell Wilson is not old, but he is not young, but he is new to you, so do you have to see him go through some practices during the week for someone that you only have training camp and preseason experiences and everything else is just watching from afar and everything else? Apparently not, according to that answer. He thinks that the guy that's been in the league for a very long time could play without many reps. But we're talking about a situation where the backup is not some jabroni. It's a guy that is a former franchise quarterback who won you, didn't win it per se like was the best player.
Made enough winning plays, though.
Made winning plays, exactly.
Put 3 points on the board with a terrific throw, stuff like that. Moved the chains, kept the ball in their possession.
And so I know that this is going to continue to come up all week, but as people drive home from work, I'm sure that it's somewhere on your mind, maybe not exactly top of mind, but I don't think it's buried into the back deep recesses of your mind either. What would Justin Fields need to do in this game for you guys to feel like he should continue to start, even if the trainers come out and deem Russell Wilson to be 100% healthy? Now, I don't want any escape hatch here where you say, well, Pony,
No,
I don't think the doctors are going to give him
I'll give you, no,
a clean bill of health.
I won't
am
do
saying
that.
the hypothetical is Justin Fields starts, and by the time we get to practice for the Chargers game, the home opener, the doctors are ready to let Russell Wilson loose and give him all systems go. I will start by saying, or by asking, do you think just winning the game would be enough?
No.
No.
No. You can't, because you could win a 9-6 rock fight against this team where he plays poorly. So, no, winning the game is not enough.
But the superstitious coach might say, stay with him. Just like in hockey, if a backup goalie goes in, if he's winning games, even if one game is like 6-5, well, I'm not going to mess with something. I'm not going to take Alex Nedeljkovic out of the lineup right now.
Or if Fields throws 3 or 4 interceptions, but the Steelers' defense pick sixes Bo Nix twice, they win a 17-14 rock fight.
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me 3 or 4 interceptions, but they managed to win because of 2 defensive touchdowns, you'd say Fields has to go back out there? Superstitious coach would be drug tested if he
I would not say he has to go back out there.
I wouldn't put him back
but
out there.
I get why a coach at 2-0 would say, hey, it was not pretty, but it was still good enough to win.
Yeah, but it really wasn't, though. Your defense was good enough to win, in my opinion.
But the defense being really good is part of the formula of winning for this team, because Tomlin doesn't, and I don't.
And not turning the ball over is also part of that formula. And what I just brought up, he's turning the ball over a lot.
Okay. Yeah, so in that very extreme example, you're saying that you think Fields would get benched, or you would be in favor of Fields getting benched again for Wilson.
That's correct.
But you gave me like the one that
I think he has to be better than he was against the Falcons, and
Really?
I understand it's a road game. I just can't have another.
Better than.
Yeah, I want to see improvement. He still was the guy taking the longest time to throw in the entire NFL last week. He was barely throwing it past the line of scrimmage.
Chris, I don't think that part about Fields is really going to ever change that much. He is what he is with how much time it takes him to throw. Did Russell Wilson in his career ever get better at that? Not really.
Then how about he starts taking more shots